Chapter 1. Mission Reward First Generation Mech. In the M country, Fox Prison, a young man with black hair and yellow skin was scribbling furiously at a desk, the paper filled with a dazzling array of symbols. His cellmate, a tall and thin black man on the upper bunk, leaned over to take a look. He was immediately overwhelmed by the complexity of the symbols, unable to make sense of them. Zhou, are you drawing symbols? Aren't you from a distant and mysterious Eastern country? I heard that people from there can perform amazing martial arts and even fly. Are you drawing some kind of symbol to escape from prison? Or maybe to become invisible? The black man, named Glenn, stared wide-eyed, as if he had uncovered some extraordinary secret. Zhou Yang turned to glance at his imaginative cellmate, speechless. This level of intelligence was truly touching. Returning to his paper, Zhou Yang wrote down the last few lines. As soon as he finished the final symbol, a sudden voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have found the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. The system is now activated, and rewards are being distributed. The pen in Zhou Yang's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. After 2 years, from the moment he was imprisoned until now, Zhou Yang had finally found the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations, also known as the NS equations. The NS equations are one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, a set of problems in mathematics that are extremely challenging. This equation describes fluid motion and has vast applications in weather simulation, stellar movement, and the design of aircraft and vehicles. The scientific community has long sought to explain the smoothness of the solutions to the NS equations. In simple terms, it involves finding a general solution among many specific solutions. The discovery of this general solution could elevate the application of the NS equations to a whole new level. Just how difficult it is to find this general solution is evident from the fact that the NS equations are listed among the 7 Millennium Prize problems. The Clay Mathematics Institute offers a reward of $1 million for solving each of these problems. However, the monetary reward is merely symbolic. Anyone who can solve one of the Millennium Prize problems will achieve godlike status in academia, earning unparalleled honor. Now, a prisoner in jail had actually found the general solution to the NS equations, solving a Millennium Prize problem. The news would shock many. But Zhou Yang was not an ordinary person. He was from Country C, and both of his parents were military experts in the country. When Zhou Yang was very young, enemy spies sought to obtain confidential military research information and kidnapped his parents. After a series of threats and temptations, Zhou Yang's parents refused to divulge any information and were brutally murdered by the enemy spies. At that time, Zhou Yang was already old enough to understand. Upon learning the truth about his parents' deaths, he vowed to carry on their legacy and continue research to make Country C the strongest nation on the planet. With the support of his country, Zhou Yang entered a gifted youth program at a young age, showing exceptional talent. By 18, he was sent to Princeton University in M country to pursue a PhD in physics. At 20, he graduated with a PhD in physics and began pursuing a PhD in mathematics the same year. By 23, he had successfully obtained dual PhDs in mathematics and physics. After working for 2 years at a physics research institute and gaining sufficient experience, Zhou Yang decided to return to his country to contribute his knowledge to the nation. However, just then, disaster struck. Zhou Yang was reported for allegedly stealing and leaking valuable experimental data from the research institute. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. A shining star had fallen like a meteor. But heaven does not completely close its doors. On the very first day Zhou Yang was imprisoned, he unexpectedly awakened a system, the all-purpose technology system. To activate the system, there was a test. Find the general solution to the NS equations within 3 years. This was one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Zhou Yang, who prided himself on being a genius, did not dare to claim he could solve it. Yet his intuition told him that this system was his hope for escape. So for 2 years, Zhou Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to researching the general solution to the NS equations. Fortunately, the system provided some research directions. Although it was only a research direction, its value was immeasurable, like a lighthouse guiding Zhou Yang through the fog. Otherwise, he might not have solved the problem, even in 10 years. Hard work pays off. After 2 years of frenzied research, Zhou Yang succeeded. I wonder what kind of reward the system will give me, Zhou Yang thought excitedly, eagerly anticipating the outcome. A few minutes later, He heard the system's voice again. Reward distribution complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the manufacturing technology for the first-generation mech. Zhou Yang couldn't help but hold his breath. Mech manufacturing technology. Was this for real? In his mind, it felt as if he had suddenly gained access to a wealth of new information. Focusing intently, he began to explore the details, and an overwhelming flood of information surged into his consciousness. Yes, it was indeed the technology for manufacturing mechs. And not just a simple blueprint telling him to build according to the design, it included comprehensive technical details about every aspect of mech manufacturing, down to the manufacturing methods and principles for every screw and wire on the mech. A mech represented the culmination of technology, encompassing energy systems, power transmission systems, control systems, and more. Each component contained manufacturing processes that surpassed current technological levels. I hit the jackpot? Zhou Yang exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. If he could master this technology, it would elevate the scientific research level of country C to an astonishing degree. Once he succeeded in producing a mech, it wouldn't be impossible for country C to dominate Blue Planet. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Main mission. Please construct the first mech within 5 years. Mission reward. Unknown. Zhou Yang frowned. Building the first mech within 5 years was no simple task. Although he had acquired all the technology for mech manufacturing, creating such a cutting-edge technological product was immensely challenging. For instance, the high-density integrated chips were not the mainstream silicon-based chips of today. Silicon-based chips have gradually reached their limits, and academia has explored new materials for future chips, such as graphene, carbon nanotubes, and single-crystal germanium. However, the chip technology for the mech included even more advanced biocellular chips. The system had provided specific manufacturing methods, but knowing the method did not guarantee that one could produce it. It was like being in primitive society and being told that sand could be purified to make chips even with a specific method. One would still be unable to manufacture them. The level of technological advancement and manufacturing processes presented a barrier. Achieving the construction of a mech within 5 years was not an easy feat. Chapter 2. Self-rescue begins with a letter, however. The foremost dilemma confronting Zhou Yang is his imprisonment. Zhou Yang still has 8 years left to serve, while the system has only granted him a 5-year term. He certainly cannot fabricate mechs while confined. Seeking a legitimate means to secure his release is no trivial matter. Reflecting on his incarceration, Zhou Yang realizes it appears to have been orchestrated. There was a whistleblower, followed by the FBI arriving at his residence, unearthing stolen data and classified documents, and even discovering evidence of his communication with buyers on his computer. Astonishingly, his bank account inexplicably swelled with over $10 million. The entire sequence of events clearly indicates he was framed. Contemplating this further, he suspects it may be linked to the crucial materials he uncovered during his experiments. The research institute was focused on high-strength, flexible materials, primarily intended for military-grade bulletproof vests. Zhou Yang inadvertently stumbled upon pivotal data during his experiments, which likely holds significant research value. It is conceivable that certain individuals sought to monopolize this research outcome, or perhaps officials feared Zhou Yang might return to Country C with these findings, leading them to deliberately entrap him. Thus, pursuing a conventional pathway to leave the country seems nearly impossible. The only solution lies within his homeland. He must appeal to his country for salvation. After his incarceration, Zhou Yang's friends had attempted to seek assistance from the embassy, which had endeavored on his behalf, hiring expensive lawyers, yet to no avail. The embassy could hardly employ extraordinary measures to rescue Zhou Yang. After all, he is merely an ordinary citizen. To compel my country to spare no effort in rescuing me, I alone must demonstrate my worthiness. Zhou Yang gradually formulates his plan. He resolves to pen a letter to his homeland, proving his value. However, this letter cannot be sent by him directly, for despite the passage of 2 years, he remains uncertain if he is still under surveillance. To ensure safety, Zhou Yang turns to his cellmate, the burly Glenn. Glenn, you were right. I am indeed drawing symbols, but this particular symbol is exceedingly complex, and I fear I cannot complete it alone. If you could assist me with a small favor, I would teach you this symbol. Once you master it, you could become invisible and stealthily escape from prison. What do you think? Zhou Yang proposes. Glenn, brimming with excitement, leaps off his bed, exclaiming, Zhou, I knew it. You're practicing the mystical arts of the East. I'll help you with anything. Even if it means blowing, I'm in. Zhou Yang shudders at the thought and quickly clarifies, no need for that. Just help me send a letter in no time. A letter was dispatched by Glenn to one of Zhou Yang's friends. Subsequently, his friend assisted in forwarding the letter, which crossed oceans and ultimately arrived at the communications office of the Institute of Aerodynamics under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The recipient is the esteemed director, Lin Peiyuan. Early that morning, Lin Peiyuan arrived at his office, where his secretary briefed him on the day's agenda. Today's schedule was packed with crucial appointments that could not be postponed. Finally, the secretary placed several letters on Lin Peiyuan's desk. Although most correspondence is now conducted via email, some individuals still prefer traditional mail. Typically, these are invitations to lectures from various universities or requests for award nominations, lacking significant importance, so Lin Peiyuan did not rush to examine them. He opened his computer and commenced his workday. After briefly coordinating tasks within his work group, Lin Peiyuan brewed himself a cup of tea before picking up the letters one by one. As expected, they were all standard invitations and the like. What's this? A letter from Country M? As he perused the letters, Lin Peiyuan suddenly spotted one from the United States. Hesitating briefly, he opened it. The envelope was thin, and upon opening, it contained merely a single sheet of paper. Upon glancing at it, Lin Peiyuan was left dumbfounded. Proof of the general solution to the NS equations. Holy smokes! Instantly, Lin Peiyuan spat his tea, his first reaction being disbelief. Which lunatic sent this letter, claiming to prove the general solution to the NS equations? This is absurd. He cursed inwardly. After all, the NS equations are renowned, and anyone who proves a general solution would have their name echoed worldwide, with stories flooding the media. Yet, as Lin Peiyuan instinctively scanned the subsequent content, he was abruptly taken aback. Wait, this is the following information seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling Lin Peiyuan to read on. The secretary knocked and entered, stating, Director, it's 10 o'clock. We need to leave. However, Lin Peiyuan appeared oblivious to her words. After another call, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand impatiently, saying, Don't bother me. The secretary's mouth fell open, cautiously replying, Director, this meeting is of great importance. If you don't attend, it cannot commence. Then let it not commence. To her astonishment, Lin Peiyuan replied bluntly. After a moment of contemplation, he added, by the way, cancel all my appointments for today. No, for tomorrow, and the day after, everything. The secretary was taken aback. Lin Peiyuan's schedule was typically packed. Canceling everything seemed outrageous. Director, is there something amiss? She inquired, sensing his unusual demeanor. Lin Peiyuan remained silent for a while before suddenly springing to his feet. Find out how long it takes to get the fastest flight to City W? Ah? The secretary was almost bewildered. Just moments ago, he had mentioned canceling all his appointments, and now he wished to rush to City W. Hastily, she checked her phone and said, Director, all flights to City W are fully booked for today. The earliest is at 8 tomorrow morning. Shall I book a high-speed train ticket instead? High-speed train? No, that's too slow. Lin Peiyuan shook his head, and after a moment, his eyes lit up. Go find Colonel Chun from the adjacent aviation unit. Have him arrange a helicopter for me immediately to City W. Ah? The secretary nearly thought she was hallucinating. Arranging a helicopter to City W? What pressing matter could possibly require Lin Peiyuan to rush there so urgently? Don't me, hurry up. If anyone inquires, just say it's my arrangement, Lin Peiyuan barked, dismissing the secretary. As an academician, he certainly had the authority to commandeer a helicopter for a quick trip. Before long, a helicopter took to the skies, carrying Lin Peiyuan directly towards City W. In City W, at the supercomputing center, the director, Lu Guangda, suddenly received a notification stating that in 10 minutes, a helicopter would land on their helipad, bearing an important figure. Anyone arriving by helicopter is evidently not an ordinary person, and Lu Guangda did not dare to be negligent. He immediately gathered several key personnel from the supercomputing center and made his way to the rooftop helipad. Since its establishment, the helipad had seen fewer landings than fingers on one hand. Director, who are we waiting for? Someone inquired. Lu Guangda shook his head, uncertain himself. Just then, the sound of helicopter blades roared to life, and moments later, a camouflaged helicopter appeared in their line of sight, flying directly towards them. Lu Guangda's mouth fell agape, his mind blanked. A helicopter was expected, but what on earth was a military helicopter doing here? Chapter 3. Relentless pursuit of verification. Not only was Lu Guangda's mind a blank slate, but the astonishment enveloping the gathering rendered everyone present equally speechless. Those capable of arriving via military helicopter were no ordinary individuals. As the imposing aircraft descended with an air of authority, it exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. The cabin doors swung open, and an elderly gentleman with white hair briskly emerged. Director Lin. Upon beholding the elder's visage, Lu Guangda was taken aback once more. This distinguished figure was none other than an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a titan in the field of aerodynamics, adorned with countless accolades and honors. Typically, such eminent visitors would announce their arrival in advance, allowing the supercomputing center ample time to prepare a reception plan. This unexpected incursion, especially via military helicopter, was an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Guangda's initial instinct was that an extraordinary event had transpired. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I will ask you directly. Does your supercomputer currently have any idle computing power? Lin Peiyuan inquired succinctly. Behind him, the military helicopter ascended into the sky. Were it not for the violent gusts of wind, the assembly might have felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream. With a jolt, Lu Guangda regained his composure and hastily replied, "There shouldn't be any available." Whether or not there was spare computational capacity was beyond Lu Guangda's knowledge. Such trivialities generally fell outside his purview. However, the supercomputing center in W City housed the nation's most formidable supercomputer, the Great River of Light, which had been tasked with the computational demands of national scientific research since its inception. The notion of idle computing power was utterly non-existent. Contemporary scientific investigations required vast data processing capabilities that ordinary computers could not provide, necessitating the use of supercomputers. Moreover, the complexity of research invariably escalated the demand for computational resources. Not even typical supercomputers could guarantee adequate performance. Consequently, the Great River of Light, being the sole supercomputer of its kind in the country, had a backlog of tasks extending years into the future. Thus, Lu Guangda could infer, without consulting his subordinates, that there was certainly no available capacity. Lin Peiyuan evidently anticipated this scenario, and while descending the stairs with the group, he remarked, "Director Lu, I have a crucial computation that requires immediate attention. Is it possible to pause some less critical tasks and allocate some computing power to me?" Pause? Lu Guangda's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively responding, "That seems rather inappropriate." The computing power was not free. Numerous research institutions had invested in it. Halting tasks for any one of them would surely offend someone. Lin Peiyuan, however, appeared unfazed, stating, "What's inappropriate about it? Priorities must be established. My work takes precedence." As he spoke, the group arrived at the supercomputing control center. Various screens displayed the operational status of the supercomputer, and, as expected, it was running at full capacity. Cautiously, Lu Guangda inquired, "Director Lin, what computation is so urgent that it necessitated your personal visit?" The query puzzled him, as Lin Peiyuan could have delegated ordinary tasks to someone else or even resolved them via a simple phone call or email. "By the way," Lu Guangda continued, "how much computing power do you estimate you will need?" Given Lin Peiyuan's stature, it would be remiss not to accommodate him. If a pause was necessary, it was manageable, provided the request did not demand excessive capacity. "How much power?" Lin Peiyuan pondered briefly before responding, "Let us start with 50%. I'll request more if needed." Lu Guangda's jaw dropped at the thought of a 50% allocation. Was he jesting? The computing power of the Day supercomputer has reached an astonishing 9.3 quintillion operations per second. If one is unfamiliar with the unit, it can be substituted with 100 million, thus 9.3 translates to 9.3 million operations per second. Utilizing 50% of computational power, this equates to a staggering 500 million billion calculations in a mere second, an astronomical figure indeed. The leaders present exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. What could Lin Peiyuan possibly require such immense computational power for? There had been no recent announcements of significant projects from the Aerodynamics Research Institute. "Director Lin, you cannot be serious. 50% of the computational power?" Lu Guangda chuckled awkwardly. Lin Peiyuan furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "Am I jesting, Director Lu? I have traversed great distances to arrive here by military helicopter. Do you truly believe I am engaging in frivolity? It is you who seems to be jesting." His words left Lu Guangda's face flushed, silencing him. With a dismissive snort, Lin Peiyuan continued, "Do you comprehend what I aim to calculate? I am validating the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. Do you realize what this signifies?" At this revelation, the attendees were taken aback. Each individual present was a distinguished academic, a veritable master in their field, and the illustrious name of the Navier-Stokes equations was certainly not foreign to them. Some had even conducted research on the topic. Yet now, Lin Peiyuan was asserting his intent to validate the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. Many wondered if they had misheard. Did I hear correctly? The general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? Has anyone truly solved it? I have heard nothing of the sort. If someone had indeed solved the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations, the news would have been ubiquitous, with no chance of it being overlooked. Exactly, this is the Navier-Stokes equations, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Whoever resolves it would undoubtedly secure the Fields Medal. The Fields Medal, the pinnacle of recognition in mathematics, is often referred to as the Nobel Prize of the mathematical realm. Liu Guangda struggled to contain his inner astonishment and stammered, "Director Lin, are you implying that you intend to validate the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations?" Lin Peiyuan nodded affirmatively. "Am I not being sufficiently clear?" "No," Liu Guangda quickly shook his head. "What I mean is, this pertains to the Navier-Stokes equations. Has someone proven it?" "Who? You?" The absence of any international news reports raised suspicions. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Peiyuan himself had derived the proof in an instant. Liu Guangda's gaze towards Lin Peiyuan was filled with awe and respect. After all, he was an academician, a luminary in aerodynamics, capable of tackling such formidable challenges, a feat beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Unexpectedly, Lin Peiyuan shook his head, replying, "It is not me." "Then who?" "Professors Qiu and Yin?" Liu Guangda inquired, momentarily taken aback. The most renowned names in the domestic mathematical community undoubtedly belong to Professors Qiu and Yin. Lin Peiyuan shook his head again, on the verge of speaking when he suddenly recalled that he had been preoccupied with the proof process and had neglected to consider who sent the letter and who provided the proof. "This morning, I received a letter from Country M. It was the sender who proved the Navier-Stokes equations. I have reviewed the proof process, and my intuition suggests that it is correct, but the final general solution requires supercomputing to validate." As Lin Peiyuan explained, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to his secretary, instructing him to preserve the letter from Country M and to inform him of the sender later. "From Country M," he stated. The attendees exchanged glances, frowning. They had assumed it was a domestic proof, only to find it was from a foreign source. However, Liu Guangda interjected, "Wait, Director Lin, if this was proven by someone from Country M, there would be no reason for them to write to you. They could simply publish it in Country M. I believe the proof must have come from one of our own." The assembled crowd suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, if it was proven by someone from Country M, there would be no rationale for them to specifically send it to Director Lin. Thus, it must be one of our scholars, possibly residing abroad, who sent it to Director Lin for his review. At this juncture, Lin Peiyuan raised his hand, stating, "Enough of speculating on who provided the proof. The most pressing matter at hand is to validate that proof. Director Liu, may I request a portion of the computational power?" Liu Guangda, regaining his composure, nodded vigorously. "Let us not limit it to merely a portion. I shall take charge today. All computational projects will be halted, and we shall deploy all available computational power to expedite the verification of this proof." Having been previously unaware, now informed that it pertained to the Navier-Stokes equations, there was nothing more to deliberate. To hasten the validation, halting all ongoing computational projects was a sacrifice well worth making. Chapter 4. Irrefutable evidence. Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu, was diligently organizing meeting minutes when he received a message from Lin Peiyuan. Upon reading the content of the message, he instantly froze in shock. The sender's circumstances? Typically, any letters Lin Peiyuan had reviewed that did not expressly state to be kept were promptly shredded and discarded by Yang Mu. The pile of correspondence from earlier had long since been reduced to confetti and tossed into the trash bin. "By the heavens!" Yang Mu exclaimed, bolting from his office and racing towards the garbage can with the swiftness of lightning. The modest trash bin lay empty, having been diligently replaced with a fresh garbage bag by the cleaning lady. Yang Mu felt a surge of despair, seeking out the custodian responsible for the dean's office. After inquiring, his heart sank further. The refuse had already been transported to the waste collection station. When Yang Mu arrived at the collection site, he was met with a staggering sight. Hundreds of bags of refuse, all uniformly encased in black plastic, stacked haphazardly together. He felt as if he might lose his sanity. How could he possibly sift through such an overwhelming amount of garbage? Yet, Lin Peiyuan's orders were absolute. He had to uncover the cinder's information and the contents of the message. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the nauseating stench, Yang Mu plunged into the refuse, commencing his search. This endeavor persisted until midday. As numerous researchers strolled through the courtyard after their lunch, they were horrified to witness the esteemed secretary of the dean rummaging through a pile of trash. "What on earth are you doing, Secretary Yang?" one of them inquired in disbelief. Covered in filth and appearing utterly exhausted, Yang Mu muttered, "Looking for something." The onlooker could hardly fathom what could possibly warrant Yang Mu's personal foray into the garbage. This was a top-secret aerodynamics research institute, where critical research materials were typically handled by designated personnel who would shred and incinerate them, with even the ashes disposed of appropriately. Hence, it was baffling to consider what could possess Yang Mu to conduct such a search amidst mundane refuse. "Why not recruit a few more people to assist you?" the bystander suggested. Yang Mu paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, he had been foolish to undertake this task alone. "You there, with nothing better to do, come over and help me," Yang Mu commanded, pointing at the speaker. The individual felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him, tempted to slap himself for his previous remarks. However, as the secretary of the dean had spoken, he had no choice but to comply, albeit with a grimace, and join the search. "You keep looking. I'll go gather more help," Yang Mu declared, promptly vanishing from sight. Soon enough, a dozen security personnel and several logistical staff from the offices had been conscripted by Yang Mu to comb through the refuse. With their combined efforts, it was not long before they unearthed what Yang Mu sought. As they unearthed the crumpled scraps of paper, Yang Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. "Stop staring. Get to piecing it together," he barked. Fortunately, the letter had been sent from the United States, and its envelope was distinct enough to identify easily, in a brief span. Yang Mu managed to reconstruct the envelope and discern the sender's information. An address was revealed, but nothing more. Yang Mu hastily noted it down and searched the map on his phone, confirming its existence. He promptly relayed the details to Lin Peiyuan, but received no response. Meanwhile, in the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan and Lu Guangda, among others, were anxiously awaiting the validation results from the supercomputer. The proof process for the NS equations provided by Zhou Yang was clearly outlined, presenting a general solution. However, whether this solution was genuinely universal or merely a specific instance necessitated verification through the supercomputer. This endeavor required immense computational power and was a colossal undertaking. Thankfully, Lu Guangda had halted all ongoing computations to utilize the supercomputer, which boasted an astonishing processing capability of nearly 1 trillion operations per second, thus expediting the entire process. "Director Lin, why don't I stay here while you take a break?" Lu Guangda proposed. Yet, Lin Peiyuan shook his head resolutely. "Rest? In the face of such monumental significance, how could I possibly rest? You must understand, solving the NS equations would fundamentally transform fluid dynamics and myriad related fields. Under such circumstances, I cannot possibly leave." The NS equations represented a pure mathematical conundrum, yet mathematics underpins numerous scientific disciplines. Resolving the NS equations would not merely solve a mathematical puzzle, but would furnish robust theoretical support for various scientific inquiries. For instance, aerodynamics, the design of fighter jets, missile maneuverability, and satellite launches. All these depend on the study of fluid dynamics. Any breakthrough in technological applications relies on theoretical advancements, which invariably commence with mathematics. Thus, for Lin Peiyuan, who was immersed in aerodynamics research, solving the NS equations held unparalleled significance. At such a moment, he would remain steadfast, even in the face of death, to witness the culmination of their efforts. Lu Guangda opened his mouth but refrained from further persuasion, and so, they waited. An entire day passed. With the full computational support, the verification process of the supercomputer was remarkably swift. As the program concluded, Lin Peiyuan sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, "What are the results? Was it proven?" The researchers quickly pulled up the computational results. Lin Peiyuan understood enough to grasp the implications with a single glance, and he was instantly rendered speechless. The others present were equally taken aback. "My goodness, it's truly proven. After a moment of stunned silence, someone finally exclaimed, their astonishment spilling forth in exclamations. No one rebuked them. In that instant, a collective urge to express their exhilaration through expletives surged among the attendees. The NS equations, a millennium problem, had been validated before their very eyes. If this news were to be made public, it would reverberate across the globe. Director Lin, it's real, it's real. Lu Guangda exclaimed, as though he had personally achieved the proof of the NS equations. Lin Peiyuan vigorously pumped his fist, his excitement palpable. After a while, he composed himself, stating, now, the most critical question is, who proved the NS equations? Lu Guangda nodded emphatically. Now that the supercomputer had verified it, and the proof process was sound, the pivotal question remained. Who had accomplished this? The letter from the United States posed a dilemma. If it were a foreigner who had proven the equations, their joy would be bittersweet, of course. Advancing theory was beneficial for the scientific community at large, but who would not desire the honor of such a historic achievement to belong to one's own country? I'll take a look, Lin Peiyuan said, pulling out his phone. Yang Mu should have already gathered the Cinder's information. He opened the numerous messages on his phone, glancing through them, only to be left utterly stunned. In prison? How could that be? Lin Peiyuan found himself momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Chapter 5:1 letter is not enough as the secretary to a leader, it is always prudent to remain vigilant. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu deftly scaled the wall and searched online for the address, simultaneously managing to find the home phone number, which he attempted to call, though to no avail. By this point, he had essentially grasped the basic situation and, in theory, could simply respond to Lin Peiyuan to consider the matter resolved. However, upon reflecting on the message sent by Lin Peiyuan, Yang Mu found himself increasingly restless. The message requested the complete information of the sender, indicating that the information he had gathered was insufficient. Moreover, delving beneath the surface of events, it became apparent that this single letter had prompted the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a prominent figure in the scholarly community, to personally commandeer a military helicopter for a swift journey to W City. All of this was merely due to this one letter. Thus, the content of this letter, or rather, the identity of its sender, was of paramount importance. Consequently, such a straightforward investigation would undoubtedly leave Lin Peiyuan dissatisfied. After considerable contemplation, Yang Mu decided to call the embassy of M country, requesting their assistance in personally visiting the sender's residence to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the letter. To facilitate this, he leveraged a connection from a classmate working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Incurring a debt of gratitude in the process, a few hours later, Yang Mu received a return call from the embassy, revealing the full story behind the letter. The sender was named Chang Bin, a doctoral student working in M country. The critical revelation was that, according to Chang Bin, it was not he who sent the letter, but rather a friend who had asked him to mail it. This friend, known as Zhou Yang, was currently incarcerated. The embassy, committed to their good deeds, also investigated Zhou Yang's situation, and Yang Mu meticulously noted the details, gradually forming a preliminary impression of Zhou Yang. His parents were experts in military technology, assassinated by spies, and he had received state support. Displaying astonishing research talent from a young age, he was sent abroad for further studies, obtaining dual doctoral degrees at an early age, promising a bright future. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself imprisoned for profiting from the theft of experimental data, his life trajectory resembling a roller coaster of extreme highs and lows. Nevertheless, Yang Mu had comprehensively understood the situation regarding the letter's sender. He reported all the gathered information to Lin Peiyuan before scaling the wall once more to search for details concerning Zhou Yang's case, to avoid being caught off guard by any detailed inquiries from Lin Peiyuan. In his search, Yang Mu indeed uncovered some anomalies. The entire case unfolded with an unusual swiftness, with evidence that appeared overwhelmingly conclusive. Yet, Yang Mu sensed something amiss, primarily because he instinctively felt that Zhou Yang was not the type to engage in the theft of experimental data for profit, especially given that his parents had met a similar fate due to their own research data. This case has issues. It feels as though someone is framing him, Yang Mu murmured to himself. After pondering for a while, just as he was about to rise to brew himself a cup of coffee, the phone rang suddenly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yang Mu instantly perked up. It was Lin Peiyuan calling. Director, he answered. Lin Peiyuan's tone was grave as he stated, I have reviewed the information you collected, and you have done well. Your research is quite thorough. These words brought a sense of quiet satisfaction to Yang Mu. The hardships endured while rummaging through trash had not been in vain. It was the least I could do, he replied promptly. Lin Peiyuan continued, this Zhou Yang is of great importance. Book a flight immediately and get to him country as soon as possible. Find a way to meet Zhou Yang and ascertain what he requires, then contact me without delay. Do you understand? Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback. To book a flight to country so urgently raised questions about Zhou Yang's situation. Why was Lin Peiyuan placing such significance on a mere letter? Is there a problem? Lin Peiyuan pressed, noticing Yang Mu's silence. Yang Mu shook off his surprise and quickly replied, no problem at all, Director. Rest assured, I'll book the flight right away. After hanging up, Yang Mu remained in a state of disbelief, his intuition suggesting that the letter, or Zhou Yang, harbored significant complications. However, the specifics eluded him, and given Lin Peiyuan's reticence, he dared not inquire further. I must see what kind of person Zhou Yang is. Yang Mu resolved inwardly. In Fokker's prison, Zhou Yang lay resting on his bi. In recent days, he had refrained from writing or drawing. Any materialization of his thoughts could trigger considerable trouble. Instead, he recalled the contents imparted by the systems, which remained vividly etched in his mind. Over these past few days, Zhou Yang had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Mecha's power system. Of course, his understanding was merely superficial at this stage. The crux of the power system lay in the battery technology, a revolutionary advancement using carbon nanotubes as conductors, yielding batteries with superior energy density. This was no ordinary technology. Theo put it plainly, a breakthrough in battery technology could usher in transformative changes that would upend the existing petroleum energy structure. At that moment, the prison door swung open, and a guard approached. Zhou, you have a visitor, the guard announced. Zhou Yang's eyes snapped open. They had come. His letter had borne fruit. Following the guard, he was led to the visiting room, where he encountered a bespectacled, cultured young man and a sharply dressed middle-aged man. Hello, I'm Yang Mu, from the domestic side. And this is Huang Xiang, a well-known local lawyer. The impeccably dressed young man introduced himself. Zhou Yang frowned and took a seat. Yang Mu continued, Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce myself further. I am the secretary to Director Lin Peiyuan of the Aerodynamics Research Institute. The letter you sent to Director Lin has been reviewed by him, and he has personally instructed me to come to country to meet with you and inquire about the intent behind your correspondence. After a brief pause, Yang Mu added, furthermore, regarding your case, I have gathered some information and believe there may be issues. You might be wrongfully accused. Thus, I specifically brought along lawyer Huang, who is quite reputable in this area, possesses his own private firm, and has a solid working relationship with our embassy. He may be able to assist you. How about we let lawyer Huang explain? Yang Mu suggested, glancing at Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang nodded, retrieving some documents from his briefcase and laying them flat on the table. Mr. Zhou, I have thoroughly examined your case. Although the evidence chain appears robust, I suspect there may be issues with the evidence collection procedures if given sufficient time. I believe I can demonstrate that the collection process is flawed, and if so, the evidence will be rendered inadmissible. Therefore, I am quite confident about your case, Huang Xiang articulated with fervor. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang felt a surge of anger. Was this it? Hiring a lawyer to fight for his release was a joke? Had lawyers been effective, he would have been free long ago. Having worked in country for 2 years, earning a high salary, he had the means to hire any caliber of lawyer. The crux of the matter was that there were influential figures behind the research institute, rendering conventional legal avenues utterly futile. It seems the energy of my letter is still insufficient, Zhou Yang declared abruptly, startling both Yang Mu and Huang Xiang. Tomorrow, at this same time, I will provide you with some materials. You will take them back to Director Lin, he instructed decisively before turning and leaving. Since the value of the NS equations was inadequate, he would offer them something that would send the world into a frenzy. Chapter 6. Battery model emerging from the confines of the prison. Yang Mu was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. What does he mean by that? He murmured to himself. From his investigation, it appeared that Zhou Yang had deliberately sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, likely with the intention of garnering Lin's attention. As it turned out, Zhou had succeeded. Lin took it very seriously and even personally traveled to country to meet him. Yang speculated that Zhou's ultimate goal might be to secure his release. However, having already engaged a lawyer, it baffled him why Zhou seemed so reluctant to converse. Huang Xiang shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? But Mr. Yang, I have studied this case, and the prospects of overturning it are exceedingly slim. Therefore, The lawyer's fees will not be trivial. Yang, seemingly oblivious to Huang's comment, muttered, "Never mind. I shall return tomorrow to see what this fellow is truly up to." The following day, Yang arrived as promised. In the visiting room, Zhou Yang appeared, holding a letter, which he first handed to the prison guard. The guard opened it to find two thin sheets of paper, inscribed with symbols that appeared to him as inscrutable as hieroglyphs. After sliding the papers back into the envelope, the guard nodded to Zhou, indicating that all was in order for it to be sent out. Zhou then placed the envelope before Yang, saying, "Could you please deliver this letter to Dean Lin for me?" With that, Zhou turned and exited the visiting room. Yang's eyes widened, a singular thought racing through his mind. Another letter? In that moment, he was utterly perplexed by Zhou Yang's intentions. However, with Zhou gone, Yang gritted his teeth and opened the envelope, extracting the two flimsy sheets for examination. As Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang was no mere acquaintance. He was a bona fide graduate of a prestigious university, previously an academic prodigy. He could decipher some of the symbols on the paper, recognizing them as chemical equations. The remainder consisted of complex mathematical symbols, the sort that even most doctoral candidates might not encounter. "This appears to be a mathematical model," Yang muttered, scratching his head in exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to tuck the envelope away and exited the prison. Upon leaving, Yang promptly dialed Lin Peiyuan. "Hello, Yang. How did it go? Did you meet him?" Lin inquired swiftly. Yang replied, "Dean, I met him, but he didn't divulge anything to me." He then recounted the details of their two meetings. Lin paused, taken aback, and said, "You mean to say he handed you another letter, and its content might be a mathematical model?" "Yes, I apologize, Dean. I do not quite understand it. Perhaps I could take a photograph and send it to you for your review?" Yang suggested. Lin responded, "Very well, send me the photos." Without hesitation, Yang quickly snapped two pictures with his phone and dispatched them to Lin via WeChat. In W City, while verifying the NS equation, Lin Peiyuan had yet to leave. He was gripped by a strong intuition that Zhou Yang might possess something of value. The once illustrious scholar, now imprisoned, had clandestinely proven the NS equation and chosen to share it with him. This was poised to astonish the world. Perhaps Zhou harbored even more extraordinary research findings. Thus, Lin resolved to remain at the supercomputing center. Should Zhou unveil any further discoveries, immediate validation would be possible. Upon learning that Zhou had indeed sent another letter, Lin could hardly contain his excitement. As the first individual to prove the NS equation, Zhou might have made significant advancements in this area. When the two images arrived, Lin opened them and scrutinized them closely. After a mere glance, he was rendered dumbfounded. This was no mathematical model, nor was it a breakthrough concerning the NS equation. It was a data model for a battery. According to the descriptions on the paper, this was a high-performance battery model utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. The entire model elaborated on the preparation principles, material ratios, and the data validation process. If all the data were accurate, this battery's performance could exceed current societal batteries by a factor of 100 or more. Lin was astounded, his mind momentarily blanked. In this world, every technological revolution is inextricably linked to energy. Energy is the foundation of industry. From the steam power of the Industrial Revolution to the subsequent reliance on fossil fuels, and now to electricity, wind, solar, and even nuclear energy, humanity's scientific core revolves around energy utilization. Modern society is built on energy. Each breakthrough in energy has the potential to reshape the global landscape, as evidenced by the rise of Y country during the steam age and M country during the petroleum era. Scientists universally predict that the next energy revolution will revolve around electricity. However, breakthroughs in energy are notoriously challenging, with battery development often hindering technological advancements. Consider the fact that even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still rely on thermal energy to boil water for energy utilization. Thus, a breakthrough in energy is fundamentally essential. Imagine an electric vehicle that can travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, or a smartphone that can last for months on a single charge. Such advancements in energy application would radically transform human existence. And now, a brand new battery was laid before Lin Peiyuan. How could he not be exhilarated? Taking a sharp breath, Lin's hand trembled as he held his phone, fully aware of the implications that a breakthrough in battery technology would entail. It could potentially dismantle M country's hegemony over oil and overturn the existing global economic order. The design before him was meticulous, replete with theoretical foundations, verifications, and even data. It was no exaggeration to say that with just these 2 sheets of paper, one could directly manufacture such a battery. Could this possibly be real? Lin rubbed his eyes, swiftly calculating in his mind. After a moment's pause, he concluded that his initial estimates were correct. The theory was flawless. Only a physical prototype was needed for validation. But how could Zhou Yang, confined to prison, have developed such a thing? Lin trembled with disbelief. Countless scientists worldwide were researching breakthroughs in battery technology. It was no exaggeration to state that organizing a research team of 200 individuals and investing billions might not yield any significant results. Yet Zhou, alone in prison, had managed to achieve the seemingly impossible. This was utterly unfathomable. After a considerable time, Lin regained his composure and began to contemplate the value of this discovery. Authenticity needed to be established, but the immediate concern was not validation. It was ensuring the safety of this information. This discovery could hinge on the rise of a nation, and it was imperative that no hostile country be allowed access to it. At that moment, Yang Mu, in possession of this information, was in M-country. In an instant, Lin's mind raced with numerous thoughts. While driving back to the hotel, Yang received a call from Lin Peiyuan. "Dean, have you had a chance to review the material?" Yang inquired. Lin's voice was grave as he responded, "Yang Mu, you must undertake 2 tasks. First, drive to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, immediately destroy your phone after I hang up, completely obliterate it, leaving no trace of any data." "Do you understand?" Yang, taken aback, slammed on the brakes, bewildered. What was going on? What content lay within Zhou Yang's letter that provoked such a strong reaction from Lin Peiyuan? Chapter 7. I am in big trouble. Confusion, bewilderment, and even terror engulfed Yang Mu as he realized the gravity of his situation. "Do you understand?" Lin Peiyuan's voice resonated sharply. Startled, Yang Mu snapped back to reality and promptly replied, "I understand, Director." With a curt acknowledgement, Lin Peiyuan ended the call. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mu's gaze fell upon the envelope resting on the passenger seat, sending a shiver down his spine. His eyes then shifted to the recently purchased mobile phone in his hand, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Resolutely, he exited the vehicle and, with gritted teeth, smashed the phone onto the ground. Unsatisfied with the destruction, he climbed back into the car and drove over the remnants of his device, crushing it thoroughly. What was once a phone lay in shards. Yang Mu meticulously gathered the fragments, ensuring not a single piece remained. Familiar with the fundamental confidentiality principles of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, he suddenly grasped the implications of his actions. He had come into contact with classified information. Meanwhile, in W City, Lin Peiyuan, having hung up the phone, immediately sought out Lu Guangda. "Director Lu, I require the use of your secure line." Lu Guangda's mouth fell agape in disbelief. What was going on? A secure line? Was it truly necessary? The problem was, they didn't even have one. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Lu Guangda replied, "Director Lin, perhaps you could send an email instead?" Lin Peiyuan shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Is it not beneath a prestigious supercomputing center to lack even an internal phone line?" Lu Guangda felt a surge of embarrassment. After a moment's thought, Lin Peiyuan suggested, "Find someone to drive me to the nearest military district. I recall there's one in W City. They must have a secure line." Lu Guangda stared at Lin Peiyuan, dumbfounded, desperately wanting to inquire whom he intended to contact that warranted such a spectacle. Surely sending an email or a WeChat message would suffice. However, he refrained, deciding that some questions were better left unasked. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan arrived at the military district, identified himself, and was escorted to a red telephone. "Director Lin, please." The colonel who had guided him wore a serious expression as he exited the room. Without further ado, Lin Peiyuan picked up the red phone and dialed a number. That moment, in M-country, Yang Mu sat anxiously in the embassy, having locked himself in a room, clutching tightly to the envelope given to him by Zhou Yang. He dared not eat or drink, and even sleep eluded him. The slightest sound outside made him jump. Finally, after 2 hours, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his demeanor cold, knocked on the door. "Here are my credentials." The man presented his identification, but in his state of tension, Yang Mu barely registered the details, only catching sight of the embossed national emblem. "Comrade Yang Mu, I am here on orders from above to take custody of a classified document," the man stated expressionlessly. Yang Mu snapped to attention and hurriedly handed over the envelope Zhou Yang had given him. "Very well, we shall take it from here," the middle-aged man said before turning to leave. Suddenly, Yang Mu remembered the department listed on the man's credentials. Special Operations Division 6, the division that existed only in whispers and legends. Yang Mu recalled a university classmate who had entered the Special Operations Department, confirming its existence and mysterious nature, akin to the CIA. Damn, I've truly gotten myself into a predicament. Yang Mu mused, muttering to himself, who exactly is Zhou Yang? How could a single letter provoke such a monumental response? In S-City, at the headquarters of Penguin Corporation, a bustling edifice suddenly welcomed an unexpected visitor. This unassuming middle-aged man, dressed plainly and clutching a briefcase, bore the appearance of an average office worker. Approaching the front desk, he stated, "Hello, I need to see the head of your data center." The receptionist hesitated, asking, "May I have your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No, but can one be made?" The man produced an identification badge from his coat and handed it over. The receptionist, momentarily entranced by the golden national emblem on the document, quickly regained her composure. Upon reading its contents, she was rendered speechless, her hands trembling as she stammered, "Of course, I will contact them immediately. Please hold on." Within minutes, the middle-aged man met with the head of the data center, who was accompanied by a vice president of the group. Although police visits were uncommon, the presence of the Special Operations Department was unprecedented. For a fleeting moment, the data center head wondered if the government was planning a crackdown on Penguin. "Greetings, I am Wang Hui, the head of the data center, and this is our vice president, Han Yusin," he introduced himself. The middle-aged man nodded and, with a genial smile, presented his identification for verification. After both individuals examined the credentials, they returned them, their apprehension evident. It was unlikely they were forgeries. Few would dare counterfeit someone from the Special Operations Division. The middle-aged man maintained his affable demeanor, stating, "We need to access your database to delete certain data. I hope you can grant me the necessary permissions for this operation. Moreover, this includes not only your domestic data, but also your international database. I require access to delete certain information," he added. Wang Hui blinked in disbelief, almost convinced he had misheard. Han Yusin, taken aback, quickly interjected, "That is unacceptable. This is our company's database, containing sensitive commercial secrets. You cannot simply grant access to delete data at will." Wang Hui nodded in agreement. Accessing the database and deleting information was no trivial matter. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. "Vice President Han, you must understand that I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you. Any questions or misunderstandings must be set aside. Now, grant me access to perform my duties. Any delay could result in severe consequences for which you would bear responsibility." Though his tone was pleasant, his steadfast gaze sent a chill down Han Yusin's spine, reddening his face with indignation as he shouted, "I now have doubts about your identity. I need to make a call." "Go ahead," the middle-aged man replied, his expression unchanged as he turned to Wang Hui, instructing, "Now, take me to the control center and grant me access." Wang Hui stood there, dumbfounded. Han Yusin shouted, "Wang Hui, I dare you." Just then, the call connected, and Han Yusin's face lit up. "Mr. We have a serious situation. Someone has arrived." "What? You already know?" The next moment, a barrage of curses erupted from the phone. Han Yusin's complexion shifted through shades of red and white, and when he hung up, he was drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man remained cheerfully composed as he looked at Wang Hui and asked, "Is it all set now?" Wang Hui trembled and quickly nodded, leading the middle-aged man to the control center. Chapter 8. An infallible mission. Lin Peiyuan's single phone call had already stirred the upper echelons, who promptly reached a decisive resolution. 3 tasks needed to be executed. The first was to ensure the security of sensitive information. Special circumstances necessitated the discreet transport of the envelope in Yang Mu's possession back to the homeland, while simultaneously erasing any records from WeChat and expunging pertinent data related to the letter. The second task involved leveraging the available information to swiftly conduct process validation at the Research Institute, a responsibility assigned to the Energy Research Institute affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, under the leadership of the esteemed academician Chen Tiankai, who would oversee a research group tasked with production verification. The final task was to devise a means to extricate Zhou Yang and bring him back to the country. And no matter how advanced the technology, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the individual who developed it. Moreover, this individual had validated the NS equation, an extraordinary achievement in its own right. This undertaking was entrusted to the 6th Bureau of Special Operations in the suburbs of City B. Within an unremarkable office building, few would suspect that this was the headquarters of the 6th Bureau of Special Operations. Director Han Haining was engrossed in examining all available information concerning Zhou Yang. The dossier was extensive, detailing even the scores Zhou Yang had achieved in his elementary school mathematics exams. As he perused the documents, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a slender figure entering the room. Clad in a fitted skirt and crisp white shirt, her attire was impeccably neat, complemented by a bobbed hairstyle and delicate features. She was a striking beauty, surpassing many renowned stars in allure, exuding an icy elegance akin to a human ice mountain. "Director." Han Haining looked up with a smile and said, "Rua Yun, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." Once the woman was seated, he scrutinized her. Although this woman was indeed feminine, she was also the most outstanding operative of the 6th Bureau, having accomplished numerous seemingly impossible missions. "Comrade Chen Ruoyun, I have a task to assign to you." Han Haining slid the dossier across the table to Chen Ruoyun, stating, "Your objective is to safely escort Zhou Yang back to the homeland." Chen Ruoyun swiftly reviewed Zhou Yang's profile, nodding slightly. Han Haining continued, "Two stipulations. First, the safety of the target is paramount. If anyone attempts to shoot at him, you must immediately intervene, using your body as a shield against the bullet. In short, the target must remain alive. He cannot die. There is no room for failure. Success is your only option. Do you understand?" Chen Ruoyun's breath caught momentarily as her gaze fell upon the topmost photograph in the dossier, showing Zhou Yang wearing a doctoral cap. Based on the information, Zhou Yang appeared to be an ordinary scholar studying abroad. Beyond that, she could discern no extraordinary qualities. Yet, she was taken aback by Han Haining's insistence on such stringent demands. The target's absolute safety, the prohibition of death, and the unacceptability of failure were expectations she had never encountered before. "I understand, Director," Chen Ruoyun replied, nodding firmly. Han Haining continued, "The target is currently imprisoned in a facility in Country M. I don't care what methods you employ, whether legitimate or otherwise, even if you must obliterate the prison itself, I require only one outcome. Extract him safely and return him to the country. As for the resources you require, any resources, you are free to mobilize. Any repercussions or consequences that arise, do not concern yourself. I will bear the burden, and if I cannot, the state will cover it. Is that clear?" Chen Ruoyun held her breath once more. The prospect of mobilizing any resources without regard for the consequences was a level of responsibility she had never before undertaken. Operatives often operated in the shadows, particularly in the 6th Bureau, which primarily engaged in overseas activities. In the event of an incident, the state would deny their existence, necessitating utmost caution to avoid any major fallout. Yet now, Han Haining's implication was that she could act with reckless abandon, regardless of the scale of the disturbance, as long as the mission was accomplished. In that moment, Chen Ruoyun comprehended the significance of her task and, by extension, the safety of Zhou Yang. "Director, I understand I will ensure the mission is completed," Chen Ruoyun declared resolutely as she stood. Han Haining nodded, saying, "Very well, make your arrangements and depart at once. I will provide you with a contact number. Any resources can be coordinated through him." "I mean any resources, do you understand?" Han Haining reiterated with emphasis. Chen Ruoyun felt a shiver run down her spine and nodded vigorously. An hour later, Chen Ruoyun boarded a flight to Country M. The following day, she arrived in the foreign land. Chief Chen, a middle-aged man, who had previously received the envelope at the embassy, was waiting to pick her up from the airport. "He Bing, is it? Good to meet you," Chen Ruoyun greeted, providing him with an address. "Please take me here." He Bing did not inquire further and promptly drove off. By evening, they arrived at their destination, a nondescript residential community. The vehicle halted before a two-story house, its lights illuminating the interior, where shadows could be seen moving through the windows. Chen Ruoyun, donning sunglasses, exited the car. A middle-aged Caucasian man with a ruddy nose opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Ruoyun standing there, he paused in surprise, entirely unfamiliar with her. "Mr. Mason, I presume? My name is Chun Yun." "If it's convenient, Could we discuss matters in the yard? Chun Ruoyun inquired with a smile. The middle-aged man was taken aback that she knew his name, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, closing the door and following Chan Ruoyun to the yard. They stood together, alone in the quiet evening air. Chan Ruoyun smiled and said, "Mr. Mason, you are employed as the chief prison guard at Fox Prison, earning an annual salary of 54,000. Your wife works at a supermarket, bringing in 43,000 a year. And you have 3 children, with your eldest daughter attending university out of state, incurring an annual tuition fee of 23,000. Additionally, you have a mortgage and car loans. According to our investigation, it seems you have quite a considerable amount of credit card debt." Mason's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Ruoyun. Chen Ruoyun continued, "By the way, it appears you also have an outstanding debt, approximately 80,000. Thus, in my estimation, your financial situation has reached a critical point. I wonder what your thoughts on this might be." Just as Mason was about to explode with rage, the mention of millions momentarily rendered him speechless. Chan Ruoyun maintained her composure and elaborated, "Within your prison, there is an inmate whom I wish to have released. The specifics of how to accomplish this will be left to your discretion. Given your position, you should be capable of facilitating this. Upon successful completion of this task, I am prepared to offer you 3 million and arrange for your family to relocate to a country with no extradition treaty with M country." Mason stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Chen Ruoyun, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. "It's impossible. That's far too difficult. The prison isn't solely under my control," he replied, shaking his head. Chen Ruoyun replied coolly, "Then how about 5 million? Mason's eyes narrowed sharply, and after a moment's contemplation, he still shook his head. "What about 10 million? Chen Ruoyun proposed with a smile. Mason's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and stated, "I may not be able to manage it alone, so then let us settle on 30 million. You can determine whom to bribe. Just give me your nod of approval, and I can transfer 10 million to you immediately. The remaining 20 million will be deposited as soon as my associate is released." Mason stood there, mouth agape, rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 9. I have already made the payment. Upon receiving the transfer notification and witnessing the sequence of zeros in his account, Mason's eyes instantly reddened. "Rest assured, I will certainly rescue the person as per your request," Mason hurriedly assured. What could be more tangible than the funds in this bank account? A staggering $30 million. To achieve his objective, Mason might need to bribe a few night shift workers, each possibly costing around $1 million. He believed that in the end, he could retain 25 million for himself. With such an immense sum, leaving him country for a new land to live freely seemed quite appealing. "I shall await your good news," Chen Ruoyun said, leaving behind a phone number before departing with grace. Han Haining had already stated that as long as the person could be rescued, any means would suffice. Bribing the prison guards, in Chen Ruoyun's eyes, was the most straightforward and uncomplicated approach. $30 million was hardly a significant amount for the entirety of the mission. Mason profusely thanked Chen Ruoyun as she departed. She entered a vehicle and provided another address, saying, "Take me here." He Bing did not inquire further, remaining as silent as a mere instrument, driving them to the destination. This location was on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by various factories, and the streets were in disarray, adorned with an array of colorful graffiti on the walls. He Bing heightened his vigilance. If he recalled correctly, this area was the turf of a local gang. Ultimately, the car arrived at an abandoned factory district. Chen Ruoyun glanced at the time, her expression unfazed as she exited the vehicle, approaching the iron gate and waving her arm toward the camera above it. After a brief interval, the gate swung open, revealing 2 towering, muscular men emerging from within. One approached Chen Ruoyun, while the other made his way toward He Bing. "Hands up," one of the hulking men commanded in Russian. Chen Ruoyun complied, raising her hands. However, she coldly retorted, "I do not appreciate being touched by others. If you wish to keep your hands, I suggest you refrain." The man frowned, about to retaliate, when a voice from inside suddenly interjected, "Let them in." Chen Ruoyun proceeded directly into the factory. The interior was dilapidated, yet it concealed a world of its own, resembling an auto repair shop, spacious and filled with various luxury supercars. He Bing's vigilant gaze swept across the factory, counting a total of 13 individuals in plain sight. Not a significant problem. He Bing felt a sense of relief. Even if Chen Ruoyun did not intervene, he could handle these men alone. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Chun Ruoyan was also a formidable expert of the highest caliber. Pigrov, a sleazy-looking middle-aged man, approached Chen Ruoyun with a broad grin, eager to embrace her. Chun Ruoyun subtly evaded him, speaking fluently in Russian. "Mr. Pigrov, where's the merchandise I requested?" Pigrov waved his hand, and several individuals emerged from within, carrying massive crates of military arms. As they opened the crates before Chan Ruoyun, nestled within protective foam were an array of weapons, tactical gear, throwing weapons, and even close combat daggers. None were missing. He Bing quickly scanned the gear within the crates. It was sufficient to equip a 5-person tactical team. In that moment, He Bing grasped a great deal of information. "And the payment?" Pigrov inquired. Chun Ruoyun shook her phone, stating, "The account number." Pigrov swiftly recited the account number, and without further ado, Chun Ruoyun initiated the transfer. $1 million has been successfully credited. "Mr. Pigrov may verify it," she informed him. Pigrov retrieved his phone, checked, and nodded with a smile. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly closed the crate, asking, "May I inquire as to what you intend to do with such high-precision weaponry?" Chun Ruoyun's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "A merchant dealing in knives. Should I really need to explain whether my customer intends to use them for butchering at home or for committing robbery? What if I insist on knowing?" Pigrov retorted with a cold smirk. Upon his words, the previously bustling repair shop fell into an eerie silence. The workers ceased their tasks and turned to observe. The atmosphere felt as though it had become stagnant. He Bing's body tensed, akin to a predator poised to pounce, ready to spring into action at Chan Ruoyun's command. Chen Ruoyun smiled. "Does this imply that if I do not disclose the purpose of my weapon purchase today, I shall not be permitted to leave with them?" Pigrov nodded, affirming, "Exactly." The workers, tools in hand, began to encircle them. "Very well." Chen Ruoyun maintained her smile, nodded at He Bing, and turned to exit. Pigrov's numerous subordinates did not obstruct her. He Bing felt a surge of killing intent, but suppressed his discontent, murmuring, "Director Chun, allow me to handle this." Despite the adversary's numerical advantage, He Bing held no fear. These street thugs could not possibly compare to their meticulously trained killing machines. Should He Bing choose to, within a minute, at most, he could eliminate everyone present. Chun Ruoyun said nothing further, heading directly outside to the vehicle. He Bing, resigned, followed suit. He was a special operative, and all actions required his superior's directives. Without Chun Ruoyun's command, he could not engage. Just then, an SUV approached and parked beside their vehicle. He Bing's alertness surged. Could it be that Pigrov not only intended to betray them, but also to eliminate them? However, as the SUV window rolled down, a square-jawed Eastern face emerged. Chen Ruoyun lowered her window as well. Comrade Chen Ruoyun, acting on orders from higher-ups, team leader Hu Jingping of the Dragon Squad, along with 4 team members, reports for duty. Please provide instructions. The man spoke in a voice as unyielding as stone. He Bing was taken aback. Reinforcements? Chen Ruoyun slightly nodded, indicating the factory behind her. The weapons you require are inside. For the time being, use this factory as your base and await my command. By the way, I have already settled the payment for the weapons. If the other party refuses to comply, you will need to handle it accordingly. With that, Chen Ruoyun rolled up the window. Drive, she commanded He Bing, momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Chen Ruoyun was even more ruthless than he. She had directly dispatched a special operations team, not only to retrieve the weapons, but to seize the enemy's stronghold. Hu Jingping parked the SUV and glanced back at the interior. Inside, 4 imposing men sat somewhat cramped, each one robust and dark-skinned, particularly one who stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, as muscular as an ox. 30 seconds to neutralize the threat, Hu Jingping stated flatly. Understood, Captain. The 4 men exchanged glances, grinning. Despite their lack of knowledge regarding the factory's interior, they felt no fear. Even if faced with a fiery inferno, they would not waver. They were the elite members of an amphibious special operations team, the world's foremost special forces. Chapter 10. We come for the weapons inside the factory. Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. $1 million, pure profit, exclaimed one of the subordinates, brimming with excitement. Bigelow shared in the exhilaration. His earlier insistence that Chen Ruoyun disclose the purpose of purchasing weapons had been sheer nonsense. Just as Chun had said, Those who sell knives do not concern themselves with whether one intends to use them for cooking or for harm. Thus, Bigelow had aimed to engage in a bit of underhanded dealings, threatening Chen Ruoyun, but he had not anticipated such an effortless outcome. These sea country folks are all weaklings. I merely intimidated them a bit, and they capitulated. Ha, a bunch of fools. If such an opportunity arises again, we can certainly ACT. Do you understand? A chorus of laughter erupted among the many subordinates. Meanwhile, Hu Jingping and his 4 team members commenced their operation. The 3-meter iron gate stood as mere decoration for them, as they effortlessly executed a standard 2-man maneuver to scale the high wall, leaping over the gate with ease. Beyond the iron gate, a burly man reclined in a lounge chair, engrossed in his phone, and upon witnessing the 4 descending from above, he was momentarily dumbfounded. "Who are you?" he shouted. But before he could rise, he was met with a powerful kick to the chest from the largest of the team members. With a resounding thud, the man was propelled several meters away, his neck twisting as he lost consciousness. "Iron Bull, ease up a bit. You might kill him, and that could be troublesome," cautioned a teammate. Iron Bull scratched his head and replied, "I was being gentle. He simply couldn't handle it." The other 3 team members glanced at the fallen giant, who stood over 6 feet tall and was as robust as an ox, and wondered how he could be considered weak. The quartet approached the main door. Without a moment's hesitation, Iron Bull delivered a swift kick, with a sound akin to a bomb detonating on solid ground. The heavy iron gate was sent flying, along with the wooden door behind it, landing several meters away. The 4 strode in, heads held high, into the factory. Inside, the jubilant group turned in unison, their faces a picture of astonishment at the sight of the 4 intruders. "Who are you?" Bigelow snapped, regaining his composure. Iron Bull chuckled heartily and declared, "We're here to collect the weapons." "Fool! They can't understand you. Stop wasting time and get to it." The 4 men lunged at the hapless group like wolves among sheep, and within mere seconds, everyone in the factory lay incapacitated. "Too weak," Iron Bull exclaimed as he seized one of the hulking men and tossed him into a pile of tires. "All right, I'll go open the door for the captain." Shortly thereafter, Hu Zhengping entered, disregarding the sprawled bodies. He walked directly to a few weapon crates, retrieved an M4, pulled back the bolt, aimed, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Check the weapons." "Understood." The 4 team members quickly moved forward to arm themselves. They donned bulletproof vests, followed by tactical vests, then added helmets and night vision goggles, proceeding to assemble their weapons according to their preferences, attaching various tactical accessories. The entire process was conducted in silence, save for the sound of clashing weapons. Bigelow, still barely conscious, raised his head in fear and shouted, "Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am?" The 5 men ignored him. After a tirade of curses from Bigelow, he fell silent, as their proficient handling of the weapons and their uniquely formidable aura made him realize the truth. "My God, you are soldiers, sea country soldiers." Bigelow's eyes widened in horror. These 5 were undeniably soldiers, and not just any soldiers, but the most elite among them. 5 armed soldiers had come to him country. What could their purpose be? At that moment, regret washed over Bigelow. He felt utterly foolish for having even considered questioning Chen Ruoyun about their intentions. To ask would surely spell his doom. Even now, a sense of impending death loomed over him, and he hastily pleaded, "Don't kill me. I know nothing. I saw nothing." Hu Jingping secured a pistol in his holster and commanded, "Disperse. For the time being, keep your weapons close and await orders. Be prepared to act at any moment." "Yes." Once the 4 dispersed, Hu Zhengping turned to Bigelow and spoke in English. "From this point on, this place is requisitioned." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bigelow dared not refuse, nodding stiffly in compliance. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoyun, having arranged for the Dragon team, contemplated and ultimately decided to meet with Zhou Yang. Bribing Mason was Chen Ruoyun's plan A, the one with the highest theoretical success rate, while the Dragon team served as the backup plan B, one he wished to avoid activating unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of which plan he opted for, Chen Ruoyun needed to inform Zhou Yang, providing him with a heads-up to prepare psychologically. Moreover, Chen Ruoyun was filled with curiosity about Zhou Yang. What kind of person could compel the country to go to such lengths to save him? The following day, at Fox Prison. "Zhou, someone wishes to see you," announced a guard. Zhou Yang, who had been engrossed in a book, stood up, thinking to himself that the moment had come, evidently indicating that his second letter had borne fruit. Glenn, the inmate in the upper bunk, leaned over with curiosity and inquired, "Zhou, why have so many people come to see you these past few days?" "It's nothing," Zhou Yang replied with a smile as he departed. Once Zhou Yang had left, Glenn pondered for a moment before climbing down from his bunk, summoning the guard and saying, "Officer, may I make a phone call?" The guard escorted Glenn to the phone, where he dialed a number. "Mr. Chris, there are some developments regarding Zhou Yang that I wish to discuss with you," Glenn spoke in a hushed tone. "Oh, what developments?" Chris inquired from the other end. Glenn lowered his voice further. "In recent days, there have been frequent visitors for him, and a few days ago he asked me to send a letter. Ever since that letter was sent, he has changed. He used to write and draw constantly, but now he has suddenly stopped." "That letter, you say? I've already reviewed it. There are no issues. However, you mentioned that he has had visitors consistently. Has he said anything?" Chris pressed. Glenn shook his head. "No, he hasn't said a word." "Very well. I will transfer $1,000 to your wife this month. Should there be any further developments, notify me immediately, understood?" "Yes, sir." Glenn ended the call. The Minsk Institute of Physics, in an office. A middle-aged Caucasian man hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. His name was Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director of the Minsk Institute of Physics. In the past, Zhou Yang had been a member of his research team. This very team had developed a high-strength bulletproof material, which had transitioned into a successful commercial product, leading a company to secure a procurement contract worth hundreds of millions with the Ministry of Defense. This achievement had allowed Chris to amass significant wealth, and through subsequent collaborations, he had successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of arms procurement, establishing deep connections within the Ministry of Defense. Yet, amidst his success, Chris harbored a lingering concern, or rather, a hidden danger. That danger was Zhou Yang, the one who had invented the high-strength flexible material. For 2 years, while Zhou Yang had been imprisoned, Chris had kept tabs on him through Glenn. Now, Zhou Yang, who had shown no unusual behavior, suddenly began to engage with others frequently, prompting Chris's instincts to signal that something was amiss. After some contemplation, Chris picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Frank, first, congratulations on your promotion to FBI Division Chief. If convenient, we need to meet." Chapter 11. Plans cannot keep up with changes in the prison visiting room. Zhou Yang encountered Chen Ruoyun. The beauty of Chen Ruoyun left Zhou Yang momentarily entranced, and it took him a while to regain his composure before he finally took a seat. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Chen Ruoyun," she introduced herself with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, uncertain of Chen Ruoyun's identity and the purpose of her visit. He hoped she was not another opportunist like Yang Mu, merely seeking to play the role of a lawyer to placate him. Zhou Yang's silence did not deter Chen Ruoyun. She appraised him before stating, "Mr. Zhou, I am responsible for ensuring your safe return to your homeland. You can leave this place as early as tomorrow or at the latest, the day after. I hope you are mentally prepared for this." Beneath the table, Zhou Yang clenched his fists, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The arrival he had long awaited was finally at hand, and his letter had indeed borne fruit. "All right," he replied with a slight nod and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Chen Ruoyun smiled and shook her head. That smile once again captivated Zhou Yang, rendering him momentarily dazed. "Then, farewell," he said as he stood up. Chen Ruoyun smiled back, "Farewell?" The following day, Chen Ruoyun received a call from Mason, informing her that he would arrive promptly at midnight to pick up the individual from the prison. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang prepared himself for departure. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, a prison guard opened his cell and announced, "Zhou, pack your belongings. You are being transferred to another prison." Zhou Yang was taken aback, but Glenn, the inmate above him, exclaimed, "Zhou, what is going on? Why are they transferring you? Did you request this?" Zhou Yang maintained a calm demeanor, though inside, he felt a wave of exhilaration. It appeared that everything was orchestrated by Chen Ruoyun. Her influence was indeed formidable, capable of moving even those within the prison system. "There is nothing to pack. Let us go," he replied, straightening his clothes and stepping out of the cell with his head held high. Soon, he would stand upon the soil of his homeland. Following the guard, Zhou Yang boarded a transfer vehicle, which soon departed the prison and headed east along the highway. At 6 o'clock, Mason arrived at the prison, driving a brand new Porsche. "Sheriff, did you win the lottery, or something?" a colleague asked in astonishment. Mason, beaming with pride, replied, I just received a windfall of $10 million, so I treated myself to this Porsche to replace my old Toyota. A mere $100,000 is nothing. It's a secret, he added with a mysterious smile as he entered the prison. Several colleagues on the night shift gathered, exchanging knowing glances and silent nods. Mason completed his shift handover and awaited the arrival of midnight. Just after the handover, a colleague rushed over to Mason, his face pale. Mason, we have a problem. That person has gone missing. Which person? Mason asked, momentarily bewildered. The colleague gestured cryptically. You know, that person? It took Mason a moment to comprehend. They were referring to the very individual they intended to rescue. What happened? Where is he? Mason demanded urgently, realizing that if the individual was gone, their plans were in jeopardy, especially with $20 million still on the line. I don't know. After my shift began, I specifically checked the cell, and he was already gone. When I inquired, I learned he had been transferred, but there's no record of that transfer, the colleague explained. Cold sweat broke out on Mason's brow. His first instinct was that the situation had been compromised, and someone had found out, prompting the early transfer. Keep this under wraps. Act as if nothing has happened, Mason instructed hastily. Fortunately, he had already received a prepayment of $10 million. The colleague nodded stiffly, then asked, What about our money? Mason shot him a glare. What money? We haven't completed the job, so there's no money to be had. Come on, don't think I'm oblivious. You must have received the money. Otherwise, how could you afford a Porsche? The anger nearly caused Mason to choke. Regret flooded him. Had he known this would happen, he would not have flaunted his wealth with the new car now. He would have to pay off these colleagues to keep them quiet, or else someone might spill the beans and ruin him. As it stood, he would be lucky to retain $5 million from the $10 million, a significant loss. Fine, I'll pay you, Mason said, his heart aching at the thought of the financial hit. Outside the prison, Bing drove quietly alongside Chen Ruoyun, waiting patiently. As the clock struck midnight, the anticipated moment arrived, yet nothing changed. Director Chen, Bing frowned. Chen Ruoyun mirrored his expression, contemplating, let us wait a bit longer. They waited an additional hour. Chen Ruoyun then dialed Mason's number. After 2 attempts, she finally got through. Mr. Mason, I believe I require an explanation, she said coldly. Mason's voice trembled as he explained, It's not my fault. I only found out after my shift began that the person you were to rescue was suddenly transferred without any record. Someone must have found out. Please don't contact me again. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Damn it. Chen Ruoyun could not contain her frustration. She was angry not only at the unexpected disruption of their plans with Zhou Yang's sudden transfer, but also at Mason for failing to inform her immediately. 7 hours had passed since Mason began his shift, and who knew where Zhou Yang had been taken. Bing, with a serious expression, asked, Director Chen, what should we do now? Chen Ruoyun took a deep breath, regaining her composure as she began to strategize their next steps. The first priority was to ascertain Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Moreover, Mason had divulged critical information. Someone had unexpectedly transferred Zhou Yang, and there were no records left in the prison. To orchestrate such a transfer without documentation was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Utilize all intelligence networks at our disposal to locate Zhou Yang, with particular emphasis on police systems. And don't forget the FBI. Chen Ruoyun added, realizing that even standard officers might lack the necessary resources, and the FBI was most likely to have the capability to carry out such an operation. However, she couldn't fathom why the FBI would suddenly transfer Zhou Yang. Had her actions truly been compromised? But if they had, she too should be in danger, so why was only Zhou Yang relocated? This suggested that someone had been monitoring Zhou Yang all along. In an instant, Chen Ruoyun's mind raced with questions. Also, look into the case from 2 years ago when Zhou Yang was imprisoned. See if there's any overlooked information. Bing nodded in agreement. Following Chen Ruoyun's orders, the Special Operations Unit 6 activated all intelligence networks in Country M, leveraging every available connection and employing unconventional methods, such as hacking into local surveillance systems to trace the transfer vehicle's route. Though the enemy had left no transfer records, a transfer vehicle could not conceal its movements. Half an hour later, Chen Ruoyun had determined Zhou Yang's whereabouts, but the news was far from favorable. Intelligence indicated that the transfer vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and had not exited since. This meant Zhou Yang had been detained at the FBI headquarters. Chapter 12. Plan B, Assault Headquarters, Abandoned Factory. The 5 members of Team Jiaolong had been waiting for a full day and night. They exhibited no signs of impatience. Some were watching television, others engaged in a game of poker, all taking their respite. Just then, the sudden ring of a mobile phone pierced the AI art. Xu Jinping, who was watching television, jolted upright, swiftly grabbed his phone, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted dramatically. Assemble. At the command, the 4 team members immediately stood before Xu Jinping, each fully equipped. Not a single one of them had relinquished their weapons, even for a moment, not even for a trip to the restroom. 1 minute to clear traces, then we depart, Xu Jinping declared before turning and exiting the factory. A minute later, the 5 of them were en route in their vehicle. At 5 in the morning, as dawn broke, they gradually came to a halt in front of a large building on the outskirts of the city. Xu Jinping produced a tablet and displayed a photograph of Zhou Yang, stating, "This is our target. Our mission is to extract the target safely. Remember, the safety of the target is our utmost priority. As long as the target is alive, we cannot fail the mission. In other words, the target must not perish, and the mission cannot fail." Raising his gaze to the 4, Xu Jinping's tone reached an austere severity as he intoned, "Do you understand my meaning?" The 4 exchanged knowing smiles. One team member quipped, "Understood. It means his life is more valuable than ours. We would rather die than let him die. Don't worry, Captain. If bullets need to be blocked, I, Blackbird, will be the first to step up." However, the atmosphere shifted to one of utmost gravity. Such a mission, where failure was not an option, was indeed the most daunting of all. Xu Jinping said little more. Their duty was to complete the mission at any cost, even at the expense of their own lives. This is the headquarters building of the local FBI. According to intelligence, the target is detained on the 5th floor. The entire building is guarded by over 30 armed security personnel, along with an unknown number of FBI agents. Therefore, we are uncertain of the exact number of armed adversaries we will confront. At this moment, Tainyo raised his hand, and upon Xu Jinping's nod, he inquired, "Captain, are we permitted to use lethal force?" The other 3 turned their gazes toward Xu Jinping as well. This was a foreign country, in the heart of the city, and the target was the FBI headquarters. The adversaries they faced were essentially ordinary security personnel, and many were everyday office workers. To breach the premises and extricate the target without firing a shot seemed nearly impossible. Thus, gunfire would inevitably ensue. However, should it result in significant casualties, the repercussions would be severe. Xu Jinping hesitated briefly before stating, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not initiate gunfire. Strive to resolve conflicts through hand-to-hand combat." The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although they were merely 5 individuals about to infiltrate the lion's den of the FBI, they bore no fear. The 5 donned their masks simultaneously, and Xu Jinping commanded, "Move out." With that order, they swiftly exited the vehicle, rushing like a gust of wind toward the main entrance of the building. The main entrance was equipped with a security scanner, and a guard sat nearby, engrossed in his mobile phone. At a distance of 50 meters, Xu Jinping led the charge, reaching the scanner in mere seconds, as if propelled by a gust of wind. The scanner, detecting the multitude of weapons on him, erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Yet, in that instant, Xu Jinping delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the guard's desk was sent flying, propelling the guard several meters away, rendering him silent upon impact. Xu Jinping landed deftly, his momentum unbroken, and fired a series of precise shots. 2 muffled thuds echoed. The 2 guards at the front desk, having just looked up to discern the commotion, felt a sudden chill pass overhead, instinctively shrinking their necks. Turning to investigate, they discovered 2 bullet holes had appeared in the wall behind them. It dawned on them that they had narrowly escaped the bullets, which were intentionally aimed. Blackbird. Seizing the moment of shock, Blackbird surged forward, executing a soaring kick. The 2 guards collapsed instantaneously. Meanwhile, Xu Jinping had already dashed toward the staircase. Up. The 5, fully armed, sprinted up the stairs, bounding 3 steps at a time, and in just 20 seconds, they reached the 5th floor. They burst through the door to the staircase, emerging into a spacious open office. Despite the early hour, the office buzzed with activity as numerous personnel scurried about, diligently working. The sudden appearance of 5 heavily armed individuals left the agents present in a state of utter bewilderment, completely at a loss for what was transpiring. Unfazed, Hu Jinping and his team continued their rapid advance toward an interrogation room 30 meters away. Inside the room, Zhou Yang was restrained at a table, facing a white man who was shouting furiously. Since Zhou Yang had been extracted from prison, he had endured nearly 10 hours of relentless interrogation. Several individuals had taken turns, persistently pressing him for information. "Tell me, who were the individuals you met?" The white man leaned in close, his face mere inches from Zhou Yang's, insisting, "You must be exhausted. If you talk, I can let you rest. Also, I bet you're hungry. Would you like a hamburger? Just say the word, and I'll fetch one for you." Zhou Yang's lips were parched. Initially, he was infuriated, bewildered by Chan Ruoyun's antics, having expected a rescue and questioning why it was unfolding in this manner. As time wore on, fatigue dulled his senses. He remained silent, pretending not to hear the white man's inquiries. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the door seemed to explode open, collapsing halfway. Several figures surged in like lightning. "Who goes there?" the white man shrieked, instinctively reaching for the handgun at his waist. However, before he could grasp it, Hu Jinping lunged forward, delivering a swift strike to the back of the white man's neck. The man's head jerked, eyes rolling back, and he collapsed, unconscious. "Mr. Zhou, we have received orders to escort you out," Hu Jinping stated, stepping closer to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang jolted from his stupor, staring at the 5 fully armed figures before him, akin to divine warriors descending from the heavens, momentarily dazed. It was evident they were military personnel. How audacious was the state to deploy soldiers directly for such an operation, launching an assault on the FBI headquarters? All right, Zhou Yang finally nodded in acknowledgement. Blackbird had already located the key to the handcuffs and freed Zhou Yang from his restraints. As Zhou Yang attempted to sit up, darkness swirled before his eyes, and he slumped back down. After 10 hours without food or water and continuous interrogation, his strength had reached its limit. "Tainyo," Hu Jinping called out sharply. The bulliest member, Tainyo, stepped forward and swept Zhou Yang into a princess carry. "Let us go." Hu Jinping led the charge out. Outside, the initial shock had morphed into chaos. The armed security personnel in the surveillance center had already discerned the situation unfolding in the lobby and rushed over, arriving just in time. Meanwhile, the agents on site had received notifications, and the astute among them had reacted promptly, drawing their weapons and aiming toward the direction of the interrogation room. Thus, as Hu Jinping burst through the door, a barrage of bullets greeted him. Chapter 13. A successful retreat from the FBI headquarters, 6th floor. In the office of the bureau chief, Paul had yet to conclude his workday when he received a call from his friend Chris. "Rest assured, I've brought the individual back and am currently conducting the interrogation. This fellow is quite tight-lipped. It's nearly 10 hours now and he hasn't uttered a word. However, I sense it will soon change. 12 hours is typically the limit for an ordinary person. At that point, he will surely divulge all the information. My old friend, you must trust me. I am a professional. Truth be told, you might be overreacting. This man is merely an ordinary person. What kind of storm could he possibly stir? If you truly wish to resolve this matter once and for all, I could arrange for him to be sent to a maximum security federal prison, orchestrating an accident to ensure he remains silent forever. Wouldn't that put your mind at ease? Very well, once I finish my inquiries, I will see him off." Paul hung up, preparing to summon someone to inquire about the progress of the interrogation, when suddenly, an individual burst in. "Chief, we have a situation. Terrorists have breached the premises." Paul stood frozen in disbelief, almost convinced he had misheard. Terrorists? Was this real? "Call security," Paul shouted, panic gripping him. At that moment, the radio crackled with chaotic sounds. "They're charging out. Damn it. Flashbang, my eyes. Open fire. Open fire." A barrage of gunfire erupted, draining the color from Paul's face. Flashbangs. Was this a joke? Terrorists had truly infiltrated the FBI headquarters. This was escalating into a grave situation. Injuries reported. Retreat. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We need backup. They're on the 5th floor. No, they've already descended to the stairwell. Hold your ground. I'm on my way. Wait, the stairwell is empty. No, they're fast. They're on the 2nd floor. Hurry. accompanied by gunfire resembling firecrackers. The ominous sound of shattering glass echoed. This is bad. They've broken the windows and jumped from the second floor. Quickly pursue. Damn it, we're losing them. Paul's mouth gaped in shock as he dashed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, just in time to see an SUV speeding away with remarkable finesse. At that instant, he trembled all over, his mind racing with a singular question. Who were these audacious individuals daring to cause chaos at the FBI headquarters? Though they were merely a field office, it was still the FBI. No matter how formidable a criminal, they would think twice before confronting the bureau. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Chase after them. Call in the police. Initiate a city-wide manhunt. Paul screamed as he stormed out of his office. Descending to the 5th floor, chaos reigned as if a hurricane had swept through. Several security personnel and agents lay injured. Chief. An agent approached to report. Preliminary assessments indicate over 20 individuals injured to varying degrees, 7 of which are gunshot wounds. However, it appears the assailants did not aim to kill. The injured were not hit in vital areas. Paul felt darkness encroach upon his vision. He had only recently been promoted to chief, and such an incident had already occurred. If he failed to apprehend the culprits, his tenure would be over before it even began. Who exactly are they? Paul inquired. His subordinate shook his head, fear evident in his eyes. I don't know. They were fully armed and wore masks, obscuring their identities. However, they were highly trained and exhibited excellent marksmanship. I suspect they may be military personnel. Moreover, they managed to abduct a prisoner from the 5th floor. A prisoner? Which prisoner? Paul asked, taken aback. The one you brought in for interrogation yesterday. His name seems to be Zhou Yang. What? Him? Paul exclaimed, alarm coursing through him. 5 fully armed assailants, wielding professional-grade weapons like flashbangs, had brazenly stormed the FBI headquarters solely to rescue Zhou Yang. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? A soldier. Paul recalled Zhou Yang's recent meetings with various individuals. Suddenly, it struck him. A jolt of realization surged through him, and he sensed he was entangled in something monumental. Quickly, contact headquarters. And reach out to the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, you heard me correctly. The Department of Homeland Security. This is a serious situation. Paul was in a frenzy, while elsewhere, Hu Jinping and his team were swiftly extracting Zhou Yang from the scene. This mission was surprisingly straightforward, Tina remarked, chewing thoughtfully. Previously, they had prepared themselves mentally for a valiant endeavor, but they had not anticipated the FBI's incompetence, making the rescue so effortless. Indeed, Blackbird chimed in, echoing the sentiment, noting how they had scarcely fired their weapons, fearing a larger incident if they did. Had they shot indiscriminately, they could have secured Zhou Yang in mere minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but admire his rescuers. The FBI's inadequacy was overshadowed by their prowess. If he was not mistaken, these must be elite special forces, employing fully equipped operatives against FBI security armed only with handguns. Surely an overkill. Thank you, Zhou Yang expressed, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he finally emerged from captivity. At that moment, Zhou Yang's heart soared back to his homeland. He was ready to utilize all he had learned to strengthen his country, aspiring to elevate it to the pinnacle of power on this blue planet. The principle was simple. A sovereign treats his countrymen as equals, and in return, they must uphold their loyalty. The deployment of special forces underscored the significance placed on Zhou Yang. Hu Jinping shook his head slightly, signaling no need for thanks, yet he couldn't help but cast curious glances at Zhou Yang. He too wondered what kind of individual warranted such a formidable rescue operation. However, upon closer inspection, Hu Jinping found nothing particularly remarkable, just a young, ordinary man. Nonetheless, Zhou Yang had made an indelible impression on him, and it was likely that his perception would deepen in the near future. The vehicle halted at the street corner. Another car appeared alongside them. The door swung open, and Chen Ruoyun stepped out. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the oversight in my arrangements. The plan encountered unforeseen complications that startled you. Chen Ruoyun expressed contritely. Thankfully, the mission had been accomplished. Had anything happened to Zhou Yang, she would bear the weight of blame. Zhou Yang had initially harbored resentment towards Chen Ruoyun for promising to extract him, only to be delivered straight to the FBI headquarters. However, upon reflection, he found no cause for anger. Plans rarely withstand the test of unforeseen events. It's fine. What do we do now? Zhou Yang inquired, still situated within the confines of M country. Huawei replied with a smile, "Leave the next steps to me, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yang nodded, waving farewell to Hu Jinping before entering the vehicle. "You all should proceed according to the original plan," Huawei instructed Hu Jinping. A direct assault on the FBI headquarters would undoubtedly alert various security agencies across M country, the FBI, CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security. Soon, they would likely find themselves ensnared in a web of pursuit. However, Chen Ruoyan was unconcerned for Hu Jinping and his team's safety. They were the most elite Dragon Squad, and a safe withdrawal would be a mere triviality. Chapter 14. The battery argument at FBI headquarters. The true headquarters was bustling with personnel from the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, all of whom had arrived in haste. In the conference room, the heads of various departments gathered to hear a report on the case. Paul presided over the meeting, letting out a long sigh before stating, "Let us watch the video." The entire headquarters was equipped with cameras, and the 5 individuals, including Hu Jinping, had not considered severing the video feed. Thus their actions were recorded in full. From the moment they appeared, Hu Jinping accelerated, delivering a powerful kick that sent both table and person flying, before swiftly ascending to the 5th floor. Confronted by a room full of armed agents, they made a rapid escape using a stun grenade to clear their path. The entire sequence lasted less than 5 minutes at that time. Over 50 armed agents and more than 30 armed security personnel were present in the building, totaling around 80 individuals. Astonishingly, the 5 managed to abduct their target and depart safely in a mere 5 minutes. As the video concluded, the room fell into a profound silence. These 5 were indeed masters of their craft. "Their equipment is exceptional, far beyond the ordinary," remarked the CIA director. "Moreover, they are highly trained and remarkably professional, undoubtedly possessing experience in special forces." With each word, the gravity of the situation deepened on the faces of those present. This time, they were facing formidable adversaries. "All right," said an FBI official who had come from headquarters, rising to address the group. "The crux of the matter now is how to apprehend them. An assault on the FBI to abduct a prisoner is a direct provocation. If they manage to escape, what face will we have left?" The heads of the other 2 departments exchanged glances, silently concluding that any disgrace would fall solely upon the FBI, but they dared not voice their thoughts. "Let us first trace their weapons. They are not common fare and should be easier to track. We can also investigate the lists of retired soldiers and mercenaries. Indeed, for an operation of this magnitude, there must have been local whispers. We should look into that as well." As everyone chimed in with suggestions, Paul cleared his throat and produced a photograph, affixing it to the whiteboard. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must begin our investigation with this individual." As the others turned their attention to him, Paul continued, "This person is Zhou Yang, the prisoner who was abducted. He is a convicted criminal, and we received intelligence that someone might attempt to rescue him, which is why we temporarily relocated him to our headquarters. However, we did not anticipate that right after bringing him here, they would launch a direct assault on our headquarters to take him." The CIA director raised his hand in inquiry. "Does this individual possess any particular significance?" In his moment of panic, Paul suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang's abduction could conveniently obscure the incident from years ago when he had framed Zhou Yang. He was once a researcher at the Lofa Institute of Physics, tasked with developing a highly classified military-grade flexible material. 2 years ago, he stole crucial research data and sold it to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and apprehended, or this confidential research would have been compromised. The attendees frowned, their expressions grave, realizing the potential implications of being embroiled in classified military research. This was shaping up to be a monumental affair. Paul continued, "At that time, the evidence was irrefutable, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, our vigilance did not wane. Just days ago, he began to frequently associate with individuals from country seed. Given our intelligence regarding the abduction plot, I have a bold hypothesis. The perpetrators are from country C, and their objective is the research data that Zhou Yang possesses." The atmosphere thickened with urgency. Who could have anticipated that country C would be involved? "Paul, can you affirm the veracity of your claims? Do you possess evidence? If not, refrain from making baseless speculations," the CIA official queried with a serious demeanor. Paul nodded emphatically. "Of course, we have been monitoring him, and we have visitation records that can serve as evidence." At that moment, an official from the Department of Homeland Security rose, stating, Please continue. I must report this situation to the minister. With that, he exited the room. Observing this, the CIA director could no longer remain seated and hurriedly followed suit. Thus, Zhou Yang's name entered the purview of intelligence agencies in Country M. Upon confirming the potential leak of crucial military research findings, the intelligence community in Country M commenced a frantic search for Zhou Yang's whereabouts. In Country C, at the Energy Research Institute, Chen Tiankai's research team had successfully developed a battery model and was now conducting data tests on this battery, which was no larger than a fingernail. Thanks to breakthroughs in material composition, the size of the battery had been significantly reduced, marking an incredible achievement in modern battery technology. Reducing size while maintaining capacity had become exceedingly challenging. Let us first assess the capacity, Chen Tiankai said, his eyes slightly bloodshot from the lack of sleep over the past few days, fully engrossed in this research endeavor. The researchers beside him commenced the testing. Soon, the data emerged. 8,300 milliamp hours. As the figure was announced, the gathered researchers collectively gasped, their breaths quickening. A battery with such capacity would typically be the size of a palm. Yet this one was merely the size of a fingernail, with a thickness of just 1 millimeter, truly astonishing. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Tiankai urged, continue with the testing. One by one, the test results poured in. The decay efficiency reached a staggering 95%. The battery's energy was recorded at 43 watt-hours. The open circuit voltage, internal resistance, operating voltage, and various performance metrics were all several times superior to modern battery specifications. This is nothing short of miraculous, Chen Tiankai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to contain his exhilaration. This diminutive battery represented a revolutionary technology capable of transforming the world. The researchers present could not restrain their cheers. No one understood better than they what such battery technology signified. Who developed this battery? It's absolutely remarkable. I'm not sure. It seems to be a fabrication process sent down from above, but no specific individual has been credited. Regardless of who it is, I can only think of one thing. I am in awe. The person who can develop such a battery is nothing short of a genius, truly impressive. Indeed, it's no exaggeration to say this is yet another technological revolution. The crowd engaged in animated discussions. Chen Tiankai waved his hand. All right, let us proceed with testing the other data. There remain numerous metrics to evaluate, including charge and discharge rates, as well as battery performance under extreme conditions. Safety performance was paramount. No matter how impressive the specifications, the battery must not explode upon use. Moreover, with such a compact battery capable of storing a substantial amount of energy, akin to a miniature bomb, safety was of utmost importance. Having organized everything, Chen Tiankai hurriedly exited the laboratory. He needed to report the verification results to his superiors, and was also curious to discover the identity of the brilliant mind behind this groundbreaking battery technology. Chapter 15. Homecoming, VIP treatment. The airplane gradually descended in altitude. Mr. Zhou, we are about to land, Chen Ruoyan whispered softly. Yang turned his head, gazing through the aircraft window at the vast expanse of land below. Motherland, I have returned, Zhou Yang murmured, his eyes unavoidably glistening with moisture. He had departed his homeland at the tender age of 18, and now, at the age of 27, nearly a decade had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Leaving home as a child, returning as an adult. The dialect remains unchanged, yet my hair has grayed. Though Zhou Yang's temples were devoid of white strands, 2 years of imprisonment had undeniably added a touch of weariness to his demeanor. Thank you, Zhou Yang composed himself and addressed Chen Ruoyan beside him. Were it not for her assistance, his release from prison would have been far more arduous. Following his exit from the FBI headquarters, under Chen Ruoyan's careful orchestration, he had adopted a new identity and first traveled to Country J in the northern region of Country M before boarding the flight back home. Chen Ruoyan smiled and replied, "There's no need for thanks, it is my duty." Her smile was enchanting, captivating Zhou Yang to the point of momentary distraction. That moment, a voice from the seat ahead captured Zhou Yang's attention. Sister Sue, how many people do you think will be there to greet us? How does this outfit look? Should I add a scarf? Zhou Yang was seated in business class, and a man and a woman were conversing in the row in front of him. The man, wearing a baseball cap and dark sunglasses that obscured half his face, appeared quite mysterious. The woman beside him responded, "Why wear a scarf? What you need now is exposure. Rest assured, I have everything arranged for you." Just walk out looking fabulous. Their conversation piqued the interest of a young lady seated nearby, who stared at the man for a while before suddenly gasping. Are you Huku? Oh my, you are Huku. I can't believe I'm on the same flight as Huku. Her companion echoed her excitement with equal fervor. The attention of the business class passengers was drawn to them, curiosity evident in their gaze, some even pulling out their phones to capture candid shots. Chen Ruoyun, who had been sitting calmly, instantly stood up, positioning herself directly in front of Zhou Yang. The two stood mere inches apart, with Zhou Yang almost feeling Chen Ruoyun's breath against his face. Surprised, he inquired, "What is wrong?" Chen Ruoyun retrieved a flat cap and a pair of sunglasses from her bag in the overhead compartment, handing them to Zhou Yang. Once he donned them, she whispered, "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I fear those individuals may take your photo. The higher-ups wish for you to maintain a low profile for the time being." Zhou Yang finally grasped the situation, nodding slightly as he turned his gaze towards the man named Huku. It seemed he was a celebrity. Many in the business class recognized Huku, who stood to greet the crowd and posed for photographs. Chen Ruoyun's sharp gaze swept over every individual present, memorizing the faces of those who were taking pictures. "Do you know him?" Zhou Yang inquired with curiosity. Chen Ruoyun glanced at Huku and replied, "He appears to be a star. He suddenly rose to fame this year after appearing on a variety show." Zhou Yang regarded Chen Ruoyun with surprise, not expecting the stoic female agent to follow such entertainment. Chen Ruoyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she admitted, "I watch it occasionally." At that moment, the airplane began its descent. Once it came to a standstill, numerous passengers busied themselves with their belongings, preparing to disembark. However, the cabin door remained closed. Why isn't the door opening? There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they disembarked yet? As the passengers expressed their confusion, a flight attendant appeared, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us for a moment. We may be delayed in disembarking." Delayed? For how long? We are in business class, after all. We should be the first to leave, so why are we being kept waiting? The passengers erupted in frustration. The flight attendant maintained a cheerful demeanor, offering no further explanation. At that moment, someone noticed that no shuttle buses had arrived outside, indicating that not only they but also the economy class passengers were still on board. What on earth is going on? Everyone was perplexed. Zhou Yang, prepared to disembark, also felt a tinge of confusion. Chen Ruoyun gently urged, "Mr. Zhou, please remain calm and patient for a moment." Zhou Yang nodded and settled back into his seat. Suddenly, the woman named Su beside Huka shouted, "Hey, what is going on with your airline? The plane has landed. Why are you keeping us here? Don't you know there are many people waiting to greet Huku outside?" The flight attendant remained unfazed, still smiling as she stood there. As the wait extended another 5 minutes, Huku approached, removing his sunglasses to reveal a handsome face. He addressed the flight attendant, "Excuse me, there are so many fans waiting for me outside. I've already scheduled the pickup time with them on Weibo. If you don't let me off the plane now, they will be left waiting for no reason. There are hundreds of them. Can you make an exception and let me disembark first?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but stroke his chin, finding the young man rather charming. The woman named Su chimed in, "And it's not just fans. There are many reporters waiting to photograph Huku. You're delaying our important matters. Be careful, or I want to be polite. Where's your supervisor? Let him come out." The flight attendant remained resolute, seemingly bound by some unyielding directive not to allow anyone to disembark. Zhou Yang grew restless, rising to address her, "Excuse me, is there some special circumstance? If so, could you please explain it to us? If there is a valid reason, we can certainly wait." Chen Ruoyun opened her mouth, but no words came, as she sat back down, slightly exasperated. The flight attendant continued to smile without providing any clarification. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there are so many cars outside." "Yes, quite a few. How did the cars get in here? And look, they're all Hongqi vehicles, and those license plates, wow, all numbers, incredible. I see now, and no wonder we weren't allowed to disembark. It turns out there's a VIP on our flight. They probably preparing a welcome ceremony, so we should wait." "What VIP? Why are they flying commercial? Are they in first class? Who could it be? Who else could it be? They must be someone extraordinary. Just look at that line of Hongqi cars." Zhou Yang, curious, looked outside but saw nothing. Just then, the airplane door opened. Shortly after, A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit boarded the plane and entered the business class cabin, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Zhou Yang. He hurried over, smiling warmly. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Welcome back to your homeland. My name is Li, and I am in charge of your reception." In an instant, the entire business class fell into a hushed silence. All the passengers stared intently at Zhou Yang, realizing that he was the esteemed VIP. Zhou Yang himself was taken aback. It turned out this entire spectacle was orchestrated for his arrival. Chapter 16. This is already quite low-key. Are you here specifically to pick me up? Indeed, Mr. Zhou, replied the middle-aged man serenely, nodding with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance back at Chen Ruoyun, recalling her insistence on maintaining a low profile. Very well. Zhou Yang picked up his luggage, which amounted to little more than a modest backpack. The man serenely respectfully stepped aside. The passengers in the entire business class cabin stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief, speculating that a distinguished VIP must be aboard the aircraft. However, they assumed such a guest would be in first class, never suspecting that he was right beside them in business class, and so unassumingly at that. Indeed, by all appearances, Zhou Yang was remarkably low-key. Given the significant stature implied by such an elaborate arrangement, it would be reasonable to expect that he would be flanked by bodyguards in black suits, ensuring a strict no-contact policy. Chen Ruoyun followed closely behind at that moment. Zhou Yang suddenly halted and turned to Huku, saying, "Aren't you in a hurry to disembark? Shall we leave together?" "And what about them? Mr. Li, may they disembark now?" Zhou Yang gestured towards the fellow passengers in the cabin. The man serenely smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, if you say so, then it shall be. Please, sir and miss, you may proceed." Huku's mouth fell agape, staring at Zhou Yang in astonishment. He had thought his own status was considerable, yet in comparison to Zhou Yang's, it seemed utterly insignificant. Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, Huku felt apprehensive. Just as he was about to decline, a woman surnamed Su nudged him from behind and quickly said, "All right, that sounds wonderful. It's a perfect opportunity to make an acquaintance." Those capable of orchestrating such an affair were no ordinary individuals. Who wouldn't want to meet such a prominent figure? Chen Ruoyun furrowed her brow slightly, a cold smile forming in her heart. "Acquaintance. You think you are worthy?" Nevertheless, Chen Ruoyun said nothing. Whatever Zhou Yang decided was what would transpire. Huku followed Zhou Yang, dazed as they exited the plane and boarded the same luxury vehicle. Although Huku was a celebrity accustomed to riding in various high-end cars, he had never sat in a hongqi like this one, which he had never even dared to imagine. The car drove directly away from the airport. "Hey, aren't we going to the terminal?" Su suddenly asked. "Correct, we will be leaving directly from the underground parking lot," replied the middle-aged man serenely. Su was momentarily taken aback and quickly said, "But that's not appropriate. After stammering for a while, she couldn't muster a solid reason. Zhou Yang surmised her implication and suggested, "Perhaps we should stop for a moment. There are hundreds of fans and reporters waiting for them." Su's face flushed with embarrassment. The grandeur she had boasted about earlier paled in comparison to Zhou Yang. Ichuka felt utterly mortified, hastily adding, "It's fine. I can just explain to the fans later." The man serenely continued to smile, saying, "You really don't need to go, as there isn't much of a crowd in the terminal." "Not much of a crowd?" Both were momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend. Just then, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the parking lot. The car came to a stop, and someone opened the door. "Please exit here and take the stairs over there to reach the arrival hall," instructed the man serenely. The two exchanged glances, not daring to utter a word, and obediently exited the vehicle. Su had hoped to share the ride with Zhou Yang for a chance to make an acquaintance, but upon entering the car, she was utterly intimidated and dared not mention it again. "Goodbye, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused," Zhou Yang said, smiling as he waved farewell to the two. Huku quickly assured him it was no trouble, appearing exceedingly compliant. The car drove away once more. Huku finally exhaled, patting his chest as he exclaimed, "Wow, I was so frightened I could hardly breathe." "Sujia, who on earth is this person?" "How would I know? But he is certainly not an ordinary individual," Su replied, her face a mask of apprehension. Had she known it would be like this, she would have refrained from accompanying Zhou Yang. A total of 4 cars were present, all filled with bodyguards clad in black suits. The man serenely, though not revealing his identity, exuded an air that could not be fabricated. Let us go, Huku said, grabbing his suitcase as they made their way to the arrival hall. All right, this is a matter for significant figures. It has nothing to do with US, be prepared. There will be fans outside. So try not to get too close, and remember to smile when facing the reporters. Understood? Sue instructed. Huka nodded, committing her words to memory. Upon reaching the arrival hall, however, the two were rendered speechless as they surveyed the scene. The vast hall was eerily empty, and oh, there were some people, only police officers, including fully armed special forces, patrolling the area. Fans and reporters were nowhere to be seen. Their mouths agape, they finally understood why the man surnamedly had said that going to the arrival hall would be pointless. There was literally no one there. Did they lock down the entire airport? Sue asked, bewildered. Was it truly just to receive Zhou Yang? Such an arrangement seemed more befitting of a foreign leader's visit. That moment, a man in a black suit approached, coldly stating, "Please hand over your phones for inspection to ensure there are no unauthorized photographs." Once again, Huku was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already departed the airport. He observed the throngs of police and special forces scattered throughout the airport. "Have you closed off the entire airport?" Zhou Yang asked, astonished. All this just for his arrival? The man surnamedly nodded slightly, explaining, this was specifically arranged by higher authorities. Zhou Yang felt a surge of gratitude. This was a testament to his homeland's regard for him. Such measures are truly unnecessary, Zhou Yang replied softly. The man surnamedly smiled silently. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly and turned to Chen Ruoyun, saying, "You mentioned I should keep a low profile. Is this what you consider low-key?" Chen Ruoyun replied, "I actually believe this is already quite low-key. Returning home discreetly, unnoticed. What could be more low-key than that?" Zhou Yang was at a loss for words and inquired, "What are your plans for me moving forward?" Upon returning, Zhou Yang was eager to embark on a grand endeavor, contributing to his country with the skills he had acquired from the system. The man surnamedly responded, "The leadership believes that since you have just returned from abroad and may be fatigued from your journey, it would be best for you to rest for a while. Once you are relaxed in both body and mind, we can discuss subsequent matters." After a pause, the man surnamedly added, "Furthermore, you have been away from your homeland for nearly a decade. The country has developed rapidly during these years. Surely you wish to see its splendid landscapes?" Zhou Yang felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly said, "Could you take me to a specific place?" After nearly 10 years abroad, it was only right that he pay respects to his parents. Given their status, Zhou Yang's parents could have been laid to rest in a cemetery, but at the time, following his grandparents' wishes, they had been interred in their hometown. "Certainly, I will arrange that immediately," the man surnamedly replied promptly. The following day, Zhou Yang took a special vehicle back to his hometown, Z City. Chapter 17. The Treatment of Heroes. Z City, Linzhou County, Gushan Township, Wanghu Village. Gushan Township derives its name from a prominent peak, Gushan, which rises several hundred meters high. Nestled at the foot of this mountain lies Wanghu Village. Directly in front of Gushan is a vast lake, hence the village's name, as it gazes upon this picturesque water body. Wanghu Village is not large. A few years ago, a road was constructed, and the cement path leading into the village is flanked by fields of rapeseed flowers. During the blooming season, the landscape transforms into a golden sea, captivating visitors from the county, who flock here for leisure, leading to a proliferation of agritourism businesses and a flourishing local economy. 3 sedans entered Wanghu Village, one following closely behind the other. In the middle vehicle were Zhou Yang, Chen Ruoyun, and a middle-aged man named Li Tianshu, who had previously met them at the airport. "When I was a child, returning to my hometown with my parents, the most vivid memory I have is of the expansive fields of rapeseed flowers. It is a pity that it's not the blooming season now. Otherwise, we would have been able to see them," Zhou Yang remarked, gazing out the window. However, he saw no rapeseed flowers, nor even any fields, just a barren mountain peak. On the mountain, a temporary road led upwards, where construction vehicles were parked, and numerous workers in hard hats busied themselves at the site. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Li Tianshu leaned out to take a look and said, "It seems they are developing the area." Zhou Yang remained silent, his voice low as he instructed, "Drive faster." Li Tianshu frowned slightly. Being a secretary, he was adept at discerning the moods of his superiors, and he sensed Zhou Yang's growing displeasure. Before long, the car came to a halt. The once tranquil Wanghu village now brimmed with commercial activity. Gone were the agritourism spots, replaced instead by numerous restaurants and small supermarkets. Along the main road cutting through the village, several cars were parked, including several luxury sedans. Zhou Yang, however, did not exit the vehicle. The occupants of the two sedans behind him stepped out first, all clad in casual attire, acting as security personnel. "All clear," Chun Ruoyan said, adjusting her earpiece and addressing Zhou Yang. Only then did Li Tianshu open the door for Zhou Yang, who stepped out and surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of his childhood memories. "Who are they?" Villagers from a nearby shop cast curious glances, scrutinizing Zhou Yang and his companions, whispering among themselves. "I've never seen them before, but they certainly have an impressive entourage. They must be significant figures. Perhaps they are higher-ups from the developers coming to inspect. Remember the last time when some leader visited? There were a lot of people with him too." Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, a sense of melancholy washing over him. In the village, he had no remaining relatives, no close kin, and perhaps not even distant ones. The only lingering connection he had was the joint burial site of his parents on the mountain. Chen Ruoyun retrieved some offerings from the trunk. "Let us head up the mountain," she stated. Zhou Yang remained silent, leading the way upwards. Navigating through the familiar yet alien narrow paths, they ascended the mountain trail. Suddenly, a security guard appeared ahead, blocking their way. "What are you doing? You cannot enter. This is a construction site," the guard asserted. Zhou Yang's expression shifted. His worst fears had indeed materialized. Upon seeing the construction site on the mountain, he had worried that his parents' grave might fall within its boundaries, and now that fear had been confirmed. "Step aside." Zhou Yang's eyes reddened as he thundered. The guard was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, you dare glare at me? Let me tell you, this is a construction site. If you wish to enter, you'll need to contact your superiors to escort you in." Zhou Yang remained silent, but Li Tianshu's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly exchanged a glance with Chan Ruoyun, who waved her hand nonchalantly. Several security personnel quickly advanced and, without further ado, seized the guard, dragging him aside. Zhou Yang, wordless, strode deeper into the site. Before long, Zhou Yang reached a cleared expanse. The ground had been leveled, and if his memory served him correctly, this should be the location of his parents' grave. Zhou Yang felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting. "Mr. Zhou?" Li Tianshu hurriedly steadied him, his face pale. "Doctor!" Chun Ruoyun shouted immediately. Fortunately, a doctor accompanied them, and a middle-aged man with a small medical kit rushed over. "I'm fine." Zhou Yang pushed Li Tianshu away and knelt in the muddy earth. "Father, mother, your son has returned." His anguished cry rendered him speechless. In this moment, Zhou Yang was overwhelmed with fury. The grave of his parents represented the sole remnant of his existence in this world, and now it had been desecrated. He felt an acute sense of injustice for his parents, who had sacrificed everything for their country. They were military industry experts who often toiled day and night in research. Their lives had been devoted to the nation's military endeavors, even to the point of sacrificing their very lives. Yet, upon their passing, they had left behind no grave to mark their final resting place. Was this truly the treatment that heroes were to receive? Li Tianshu's expression was equally grim as he stepped forward and murmured, "Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is addressed." Without needing Zhou Yang to speak, Li Tianshu understood what was required of him at this moment. Just then, a group of individuals appeared in the distance, brandishing sticks and other implements. "That's them," the leader shouted, pointing at Zhou Yang and his party. "Hu Laoda, they are the ones causing trouble at the construction site." Hu Laoda, a young man adorned with a gold chain as thick as a finger, swaggered forward, sizing up Zhou Yang's group. "You have quite the audacity to come here. Do you know where you are? Are you looking for a fight?" The crowd remained silent. Hu Laoda glared. "I'm talking to you, and you're pretending not to hear? Fine. If you want to listen to reason, you'll regret it. Get them." Chun Ruoyan waved her hand lightly. "Liamo, you go." A security personnel stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and with a swift movement, charged into the fray. Opposing them were more than a dozen individuals, all armed. Yet, the agent named Liamo seemed oblivious to the odds, boldly advancing alone. "Fight!" Hu Laoda yelled, swinging a steel pipe at him. Liamo retaliated with a punch so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. With a resounding thud, Hu Laoda collapsed to the ground, dazed, and upon examining the steel pipe in his hand, He found it bent. Liam's punch had actually twisted the steel pipe. Hu Laoda was left speechless. At that moment, Liam became a whirlwind amidst the crowd, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After a mere half-minute, he stood alone, the only one remaining on the scene. Chapter 18. Bring the troublemakers back. After completing all that, Liam stood back calmly, as if single-handedly taking down a dozen men was an inconsequential feat to him. Zhou Yang rose and said, "Could you fetch me a shovel?" Chen Ruoyun pointed at a person, who promptly went to retrieve it. Meanwhile, the gang led by Boss Hu lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Boss Hu shouted, "All right, you think you're tough? Just wait, this isn't over." With that, he pulled out his phone and started dialing, and no one stopped him, not even a glance in his direction. Before long, a shovel was brought forth. Zhou Yang accepted it, assessed the location, and began to dig. This patch of earth had been leveled, and his parents' graves were likely buried beneath. Given the passage of many years, the surrounding landscape had changed, leaving Zhou Yang uncertain of the precise location. Nevertheless, he was determined to unearth his parents' resting place. "Mr. Zhou, allow me," Li Tianshu urged as he stepped forward. "No need, I can manage," Zhou Yang declined firmly. Li Tianshu's expression shifted slightly as he took out his phone and made a call. In about 10 minutes, a large number of workers came running from the construction site. Simultaneously, 2 police officers in uniform appeared on the mountain road, leading a substantial group. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray suit. Manager Chu. Upon seeing this man, Boss Hu seemed to find his anchor, hastily getting up to approach him. "Manager Chu, these people are too ruthless. They can really fight. Look what they've done to me. They're clearly here to cause trouble. We can't let them off easily." The middle-aged man stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhou Yang and his group. In a grave tone, he stated, "What are you doing here? Do you know this is the construction site of our Qian group? I am the project manager. Chu Bo, why have you come to stir up trouble on our site?" No one acknowledged him. Zhou Yang continued digging, having already created a shallow pit, yet the graves of his parents remained elusive. At that moment, the 2 police officers approached. "Captain Su, you've finally arrived. These people are causing a disturbance on my site. Could you assist in handling this?" Chu Bo gestured toward Zhou Yang's group. Wanghu village was undergoing extensive development, with a considerable influx of people. Thus, the local police station had established a police office, and these 2 officers were from there. One middle-aged officer stepped forward, glanced at the injured Boss Hu and his men, then called out, "Who are you?" Still, no one responded. Everyone stood near Zhou Yang, silently observing him as he continued to dig. The middle-aged officer frowned and sternly stated, "If you won't speak, then let us take this to the station." Yet, no one moved. The middle-aged officer glared, advancing toward them. However, he was intercepted by a special agent. "Do you dare to assault an officer?" The middle-aged officer roared in anger. The special agent remained silent. Chen Ruoyun exchanged a glance, and the agent produced an identification document to show the middle-aged officer. Initially furious, the officer's anger dissipated as he caught sight of the document, as if cold water had been poured over him, breaking out into a cold sweat. "Who exactly are you?" the middle-aged officer stammered. The special agent put away the document but did not respond. This time, feeling ignored, the middle-aged officer refrained from further anger. The words and official seal on the document made him tremble uncontrollably. "Captain Su, what is going on? Is there a problem?" Chu Bo inquired. The middle-aged officer shook his head. Chu Bo frowned and said, "Then why are you still standing there? Take them away. Their presence here will only hinder our project timeline." The middle-aged officer quickly shook his head, replying, "Perhaps we should let this go. It's a minor issue, not worth the trouble." The identities of Zhou Yang's group intimidated the middle-aged officer, making him hesitant to disclose anything. "Not worth the trouble." Chu Bo glared suspiciously at the officer, recalling how the officer's demeanor had shifted after viewing the special agent's credentials. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Bo turned to Chen Ruoyun and remarked, "So, you have connections, do you? I shall see who dares to oppose our Qian group in Z City." With that, Chu Bo took out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he announced loudly, "Director Liang. It's Chu Bo from Qian. We met at the last banquet." Beside him, the middle-aged officer shuddered. The name Director Liang likely referred to the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Director Liang, we have a minor issue that requires your assistance. Our project at Gushin is being obstructed. As you know, This project is a key initiative for our city. With an investment of several billion, the timeline is tight, and this disturbance will make it difficult for me to provide a satisfactory report. What? ULL send someone over? Excellent, I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Chu Bo wore a smug expression, pointing at Chen Ruoyun, and declared, "You better not leave. Just wait and see how I deal with you. To oppose our Qiyun group, you should have inquired about our standing in Z City. We are the undisputed leaders here." He raised his thumb, exuding arrogance to the utmost. Unfortunately, not a single person in attendance acknowledged him, not even casting a glance his way. Chu Bo felt as though he were speaking to the air, his frustration mounting as he gritted his teeth and retreated, and a one departed. Everyone remained, awaiting the unfolding events. Only Zhou Yang continued to sweat profusely as he dug. Another 15 minutes passed, and from a distance, several police cars could be seen approaching the mountain. Within moments, over a dozen officers ascended the hill, led by another middle-aged officer. "I am He-jun, the chief of the Gushan Township Police Station. This is Manager Chu," the middle-aged officer announced. Chu Bo stepped forward to greet him. He-jun shook Chu Bo's hand and said, "I apologize, Manager Chu, for the delay in your project. Where are the troublemakers? I will take them away for processing immediately." Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang's group, stating, "It's them." He-jun furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Officer Su hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. "What?" He-jun's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly asked, "Are you certain? Could it be fake credentials?" "Fake?" Officer Su was taken aback. He had only taken a cursory glance and hadn't he thoroughly examined them. He-jun scoffed, saying, "Old Su, you truly are mistaken. People like that wouldn't he come here. Those credentials must be forged. We must take you all back for a thorough investigation." With that, he waved his hand, and several officers advanced toward Zhou Yang's group. However, at that moment, an unexpected sight emerged from the base of the mountain. Several military trucks were approaching. "Hey, why are there so many military vehicles coming down there?" someone exclaimed in surprise. In the next instant, a formation of troops marched swiftly up the mountain, heading directly toward the crowd. A formidable contingent of over 100 fully armed soldiers approached, moving in perfect unison, and came to a halt before Zhou Yang and his group. With a crisp salute, the leader, a sergeant with 3 stripes, announced loudly, "Comrades in leadership, the 121st Regiment of the Z Army District, led by Company Commander Meng Yuanqi, reports to you. Please provide your instructions." At these words, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Chapter 19. First, let's hollow out the mountain. Chu Bo, He-jun, along with the police officers present and dozens of workers on the construction site, stood frozen in place, motionless. Faced with so many armed soldiers, they dared not make a move. Tianchu nodded slightly and said, "Comrade Company Commander, please take your men and seal off the entire construction site, then halt all operations." "Understood." Meng Yuanqi snapped to attention, then turned to face his troops, proclaiming loudly, "The entire company is to be deployed. 1st platoon to the north, 2nd platoon to the east, 3rd platoon to the south. Each platoon will assign 1 squad, under the command of Deputy Company Commander Hong, to secure the west, establishing a vigilant blockade. No one is permitted to enter or exit the site." Upon receiving the order, the troops swiftly began to mobilize, the entire process carried out in silence, save for the sound of marching footsteps, which was profoundly intimidating. Chu Bo gaped, exclaiming, "By what authority do you seal off the construction site?" "By what authority?" Li Tianchu beckoned Chu Bo forward. "Manager Chu, don't go over there. They have guns." Hu Laoda trembled in fear, tugging at Chu Bo's sleeve. Chu Bo gritted his teeth and declared, "If they dare, let them kill me." With that, he stepped forward and said, "I would like to hear the grounds on which you are blocking our construction site. Otherwise, our Qiyun group will not let this matter rest." Li Tianchu smirked disdainfully, as if to say, "Young man, you are out of your depth in this game. Qiyun group, is it? Let us not say I am abusing my power. Let us discuss reason. This is Gushin, is it not? The state has long enacted regulations prohibiting commercial development in areas of original forest landscape. How did your Qiyun group obtain development permission? Is there a problem here? Do I need to elaborate further?" Chu Bo stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "By the way, let me add one more thing. You should start preparing to look for a job, as you are about to find yourself unemployed. Li Tianshu remarked thoughtfully. Unemployed? Chu Bo snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth. Our development activities are legitimate business operations. Our Qian group is not afraid of scrutiny, and to suggest I will be unemployed? Who do you think you are? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he could not meddle in our company's affairs. Furthermore, I should inform you that the vice president is my uncle, so suggesting I will be unemployed is simply absurd. Li Tianshu chuckled and shook his head, too disinterested to argue further with Chu Bo. From Li Tianshu's perspective, engaging in a debate with Chu Bo was beneath him. Moreover, he believed Chu Bo's vision was far too limited. When he spoke of unemployment, it was not just Chu Bo who would be affected, but the entire Qiyun group that was destined for ruin. Take them away. Li Tianshu waved his hand nonchalantly. Meng Yuanqi and the remaining soldiers promptly stepped forward, escorting everyone present away. As Chu Bo descended the mountain, he noticed that the construction site had been completely cordoned off by the soldiers, all the workers wearing bewildered expressions as they exited. Just as Li Tianshu had predicted, the construction site was sealed, and operations were halted. Damn it! Chu Bo fished out his phone and attempted to call his uncle. However, the line was perpetually busy. After a considerable wait, the call finally connected. As soon as the call was answered, Chu Bo's uncle bombarded him with questions. What the hell is going on at the Gushan construction site? This left Chu Bo completely perplexed. How could his uncle already know something had happened? Damn it, do you have any idea how many people have called me just now? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Tax Bureau, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Fire Department, and even Social Security, they all called me. This is a concerted effort to bring our Qiyun group to its knees. I had to inquire around before I found out. They say your Gushan construction site has offended someone, and now there are people coming to investigate Qiyun group. Speak up, what happened at the Gushan construction site? Chu Bo's mouth fell open once more. How could so much happen in such a short span of time, prompting so many departments to investigate them? Was it truly happening? Previously, Chu Bo had boasted that Qiyun group was unafraid of any scrutiny, but that was mere bravado. How could they not fear investigation? Any single department could initiate a thorough inquiry, and with so many departments banding together, it was unprecedented. Uncle, what will become of our Qiyun group? Chu Bo asked, dazed. What do you think will happen? Are you an idiot? With so many departments investigating us simultaneously, it's over. Our Qiyun group is finished. We are on the brink of collapse now, tomorrow, immediately. Chu Bo clutched the phone, stunned into silence, suddenly recalling Li Tianshu's earlier words about looking for work. If Qiyun group were to fold, he might indeed need to seek employment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yang struck something with his shovel with a loud thud. Hastily, he set the shovel down and began to dig with his hands. As he cleared away the dirt, a black coffin emerged, prompting Zhou Yang to burst into tears. He had found it. After a considerable time, Zhou Yang stood up, carefully refilling some of the earth before climbing out of the pit he had excavated. Director Li, he called, referring to Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu hurried over. Zhou Yang gazed at the distant lake, where a gentle breeze stirred the water into a shimmering dance. How has the verification of the materials I previously entrusted to you progressed? Zhou Yang inquired. The battery technology had been submitted to the state several days prior. If all went well, the verification products should have already been produced. After all, Zhou Yang had provided a comprehensive design plan, complete with data. While fabrication might pose some challenges in industry, it should be relatively straightforward in a laboratory setting. Li Tianshu's expression shifted, and he promptly replied, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Let me make a call to find out. With that, he took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, visibly excited. Very good. These two words were more than sufficient. This outcome was within Zhou Yang's expectations. You had previously asked me about my plans. I have now decided. Zhou Yang turned to face Gushan and stated, I wish to construct a laboratory here. Certainly, Li Tianshu responded without hesitation. Just moments ago, he had spoken with his superior, who briefly updated him on the battery verification results, concluding with a statement. All of Zhou Yang's requests would be accommodated. Thus, whether it was building a laboratory or demolishing the entire mountain, Li Tianshu would comply. Zhou Yang smiled. Director Li, I haven't even specified the scale of this laboratory, and yet you so readily agree? Li Tianshu replied, Mr. Zhou, you jest. No matter how grand the laboratory, it remains merely a laboratory, forever overshadowed by your presence. Therefore, as long as you desire, we shall construct a facility of any size you wish." Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. Sensing the weight of his words, it appeared that his second letter had indeed made an impact. "Very well, then let's begin by hollowing out this mountain," Zhou Yang said nonchalantly. Chapter 20. Infrastructure Capabilities, Excavation? Li Tianshu instinctively glanced up at the towering Gushin, which soared 400 to 500 meters high and spanned several dozen acres. "Is there a problem?" Zhou Yang inquired. Regaining his composure, Li Tianshu hastily shook his head. "No. You set the requirements, and I shall ensure their execution. Even if you wish to pierce through the earth, I will make it happen." Given the nation's current infrastructure capabilities, excavating a mountain or reclaiming land from the sea would be a trivial endeavor. "Excellent." Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the attitude he desired. During this return to his homeland, Zhou Yang's singular aspiration was to strengthen the nation, to see it ascend as the foremost country on Blue Star, and perhaps even venture into the boundless cosmos. Money and power seemed far too mundane, utterly insufferable to him. Take, for instance, the advanced battery technology Zhou Yang was prepared to offer. If he were to request 100 billion from the state, the government would undoubtedly acquiesce. Whether it was 100 billion, or even 200 or 300 billion, what difference would it make? Therefore, Zhou Yang harbored no concern for wealth. To him, money was merely a numeral. What he desired, the state would provide. Upon returning to the village that day, the group settled in. Zhou Yang commenced drafting blueprints, envisioning the laboratory nestled within Gushin, an idea that had suddenly materialized in his mind. His ambition was to construct the Mecha within 5 years. Such a formidable weapon could alter the global balance of power, and thus confidentiality was paramount. Concealing it within the mountain was absolutely essential. The next morning, Zhou Yang arose and presented an initial design blueprint of the laboratory to Li Tianshu. The entire laboratory was delineated into several major areas. The first was the auxiliary zone, responsible for the production and design of components surrounding the Mecha. The second was the assembly zone. The Mecha, as proposed by the system, would stand nearly 10 meters tall, necessitating a spacious area for assembly and experimentation. The third area was the experimental zone, where theoretical research and technological validation would occur. As for other related living quarters, there was no need for elaboration. The blueprint was merely Zhou Yang's preliminary concept. Converting it into detailed design and construction drawings would require consideration of the terrain and collaboration with a professional design institute, a task Li Tianshu would manage. "Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will make the arrangements," Li Tianshu promptly responded. The machinery of the state began to operate with a breathtaking efficiency. The following day, government officials entered the village, presenting an offer that was simply irresistible. The relocation of all villagers from Wanghu village. Moreover, it was not only Wanghu village. Several villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushin were also slated for demolition and relocation. Simultaneously, an engineering team had already arrived in Wanghu village to commence on-site measurements. That very day, large machinery rolled in, accompanied by a workforce of thousands, with the first task being the construction of a road. And not just any road. A highway was being built. Zhou Yang did not inquire about its destination. To him, the entire progress of the project felt as astonishing as moving mountains and filling seas. What may have been barren land one day was leveled the next, with concrete poured and foundations laid by the third day, transforming into a wide, straight highway by the fourth. Such investment was truly limitless, the costs incalculable. "Mr. Zhou, here is the first version of the design. What are your thoughts? If it does not meet your approval, I can have him revise it," Li Tianshu stated as he presented a video rendering of the laboratory's overall design in the conference room. The details were meticulous, with the entire laboratory designed within the mountain, incorporating all of Zhou Yang's prior requirements while adhering to the highest standards. Having previously worked at an internationally renowned physics research institute, Zhou Yang was well acquainted with laboratory design standards. The specifications before him were among the most advanced laboratories globally. "This is acceptable. Let us proceed with construction based on this design," Zhou Yang affirmed with a nod. Li Tianshu exhaled a sigh of relief. Producing a design within a few days was no trivial task. "Very well, the estimated construction period is 45 days. What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yang nodded. 45 days to excavate a mountain and construct a high-standard laboratory would be an impossible feat without the nation's extraordinary infrastructure capabilities. By the way, I wish to visit BYD. Is that permissible? Zhou Yang inquired. With the laboratory matters arranged, his sole focus now was on constructing the Mecha. The Mecha represented a systematic endeavor. Even a single screw on the Mecha could not be sourced from an ordinary hardware store. The technological sophistication of such a screw could surpass contemporary advancements. Moreover, the crux lay in industrial production. Zhou Yang did not intend to engage in experimental production. He planned to leap directly to industrial-scale manufacturing. This ambitious plan had yet to be disclosed to the state. Indeed, the government still believed Zhou Yang was merely pursuing battery research, unaware of his true intent to manufacture Mecha. No inquiries were made, and Zhou Yang remained silent. Fortunately, the state continued to offer unwavering support, alleviating the need for him to present a PowerPoint to request funding. In essence, he could proceed without hesitation. Li Tianqiu nodded. Of course, I will make the arrangements. The next day, Zhou Yang boarded a helicopter bound for the nearest airport. Accompanied by Li Tianqiu and Chen Ruoyun. Seemed the state had designated Li Tianqiu for routine matters, while Chen Ruoyun was responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Peering through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a newly established camp a few kilometers from Gushen. This will be a confidential research facility. These are some basic security measures, Li Tianqiu explained. Zhou Yang marveled quietly. Basic, indeed, seemed an understatement, as an entire military contingent had been stationed there. The journey remained silent, and that evening, Zhou Yang and his party arrived in City X. After a night's rest, they set out the next morning for BYD's assembly plant. Zhou Yang chose BYD because it stood as the undisputed leader in battery technology within the country, possessing unparalleled industrial production capacity and technical prowess. Having provided prior notice, the plant was festooned with decorations and balloons upon their arrival. "Hello, Director Li," greeted Wang Haoning, the chairman of BYD, who led the welcoming committee. Upon seeing Li Tianqiu, he promptly extended his hand in a gesture of welcome. Wang Haoning was well aware that Li Tianqiu was no ordinary individual. His rank commanded respect even from the highest provincial officials. Li Tianqiu nodded slightly, but quickly stepped back to introduce Zhou Yang. "Mr. Wang, allow me to present Mr. Zhou." Wang Haoning, having instinctively reached out, swiftly redirected his attention to Zhou Yang, saying, "Good day, Mr. Zhou." "Greetings, Mr. Wang," Zhou Yang replied, shaking Wang Haoning's hand, holding a deep admiration for the man who had propelled battery technology to world-class standards. Chapter 21. You should thank me. Only after retracting his hand did Wang Haoning find the leisure to scrutinize Zhou Yang. His first impression was that Zhou was exceedingly youthful, at most, barely 30 years of age. It was remarkable that such a young individual could compel Li Tianqiu to take a step back and relinquish the central position, underscoring the extraordinary nature of Zhou Yang's identity. Wang Haoning, an individual of discernment himself, noted that as their party's coaster came to a halt, it was the security personnel who disembarked first. Each of these guards exuded an undeniable vigor, clearly not mere decorative figures, and the bulges at their waists suggested they were armed with genuine weaponry. Who, after all, would embark on a journey while accompanied by such formidable security? Thus, Wang Haoning racked his brain, attempting to recall who Zhou Yang might be, yet after much contemplation, he remained at a loss. The pressing question was why Zhou Yang had come to visit his factory. Was it merely to extract benefits? Let it be, Wang Haoning mused internally. When faced with soldiers, one must wield weapons. I must not falter in maintaining appearances, lest I provide grounds for criticism. With this thought, his smile grew even more genuine as he guided Zhou Yang and his entourage into the factory for a tour. Zhou Yang, for his part, eschewed excessive pleasantries with Wang Haoning and engaged earnestly in the exploration of the facility. Throughout their visit, he posed various questions, and the tour extended for more than 2 hours, encompassing not only the assembly line but also the research and development center, as well as the latest lithium battery displays. As the group proceeded towards the administrative building, Wang Haoning lagged behind slightly to discreetly inquire of his CTO, Wu Chan. "What do you reckon their purpose is for this visit?" Wang Haoning asked. Wu Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. "I cannot ascertain their intentions, but I can affirm that this Zhou is undoubtedly knowledgeable." "Knowledgeable?" Wang Haoning echoed. Wu Chun nodded, explaining, during the tour, he asked several pivotal questions, all of which were core issues. "While I hesitate to claim he possesses intricate technical knowledge, It is clear he has a profound understanding of the battery industry and its technologies. Wang Haoning frowned. This implied that Zhou Yang might be a technical expert. The presence of someone of Li Tianxu's caliber accompanying a technical expert raised questions. What could possibly warrant such high-level security for a visit to his company? Confusion enveloped Wang Haoning's mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was conversing with Li Tianxu. He recognized that Li Tianxu served as a vital link between himself and the higher echelons of management. His intentions could be communicated through Li Tianxu. Thus, there were certain matters that could simply be discussed with him. Director Li, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianxu pondered for a moment before responding, quite impressive that I am aware of BYD. It stands as a paragon among private enterprises, renowned for its battery technology on an international scale and unmatched domestically. Zhou Yang smiled. In that case, what would you think of entrusting BYD? Zhou, are you suggesting that you intend to have your developed battery produced by BYD? Why? Li Tianxu's immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. Such advanced technology should, in theory, be produced by state-owned enterprises. Even if existing state enterprises were inadequate, establishing a new company should not pose insurmountable challenges. Wait. In the next moment, Li Tianxu suddenly grasped a more critical issue and urgently asked, Mr. Zhou, are you indicating that the battery is ready for production? This was not merely a matter still confined to the experimental stage, was it? The distinction between laboratory production and industrial-scale manufacturing is profound. Zhou Yang's assertion suggested a possibility. Had he already resolved the industrial production design for carbon nanotube batteries? Li Tianxu involuntarily gasped. This was no trivial matter. Some technologies may be validated in a lab or even yield prototype products, yet the leap to mass industrial production could span years, if not decades, before they could be transformed into a viable industry. Take aerospace engines as an example. While the nation might produce highly advanced engines in a laboratory setting, the direct industrialization of a production line is fraught with challenges, primarily due to the lack of necessary production technology. Technology is one aspect. Production technology is equally critical, particularly in modern society, where mass industrial production demands a robust industrial foundation. The technical requirements are elevated. However, as the developer of carbon nanotube batteries, it is indeed plausible that Zhou Yang had preemptively addressed the industrial design challenges. With this thought, Li Tianxu felt a surge of excitement. The nation had anticipated that this technology could take years, even a decade, to realize, yet now the prospect of immediate industrial production seemed almost fantastical. Zhou Yang smiled. The system had not only provided the battery technology, but also the corresponding industrial production techniques. This included everything from the industrial production of carbon nanotubes to the preparation of battery electrodes, the infusion of conductive agents, and finally, the packaging, comprehensively covered. With some breakthroughs in production processes and the design of specific machinery, it could indeed be mass-produced. Zhou Yang's smile only reinforced Li Tianxu's conviction that Zhou Yang might genuinely have completed the industrial design. Mr. Zhou, allow me to make a quick call to communicate with the higher-ups, Li Tianxu said hurriedly. Zhou Yang nodded. Such matters necessitated dialogue with senior management to secure their support. As for entrusting BYD with the production, it would present them with a golden opportunity for advancement. Consequently, Zhou Yang believed that Wang Haoning ought to express gratitude toward him. Upon arriving at the conference room in the administrative building, Zhou Yang seated himself, sipping tea, while Li Tianxu remained outside on the phone. Wang Haoning and several other senior executives from BYD exchanged glances, uncertain of Zhou Yang's intentions. At that moment, Li Tianxu returned. He approached Zhou Yang, lowering his voice. The higher-ups regard your thoughts with great importance. In principle, they agree to your proposal to have this technology produced by BYD, but the specifics of the collaboration may necessitate state involvement. After all, this technology was introduced by Zhou Yang, and he had not explicitly stated that it should be transferred to the state without compensation. Thus, from this perspective, how Zhou Yang chose to handle this technology remained at his discretion. In an instant, Zhou Yang understood. In simple terms, the state sought to acquire equity. That sounds agreeable, Zhou Yang replied, as his initial thought was indeed to have the state take the lead, while opting for BYD purely for their established and high-quality industrial production capabilities in the battery sector. Mr. Wang, I have been thoroughly impressed by BYD's battery technology. Today, I have another matter to discuss, namely, a potential collaboration with you to produce a new type of battery. Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward Wang Haoning as he spoke. Wang Haoning was taken aback. The many high-ranking officials from BYD present were equally astonished, none having anticipated that Zhou Yang would make such a request, a collaboration to produce a brand new battery. The initial thought that crossed everyone's mind was whether Zhou Yang was genuinely serious. Could such matters be approached so casually? Moreover, they were entirely unaware of what kind of battery technology Zhou Yang might present. In the realm of lithium battery technology, BYD undoubtedly stood as the nation's foremost leader. They had consistently monitored battery technology research across various institutions and universities. If any new technology emerged, they would be among the first to learn of it. Wang Haoning's thoughts raced, and his initial inclination was to decline politely, as he deemed the proposal implausible. However, just as he was about to voice his refusal, his phone suddenly rang. "My apologies, I must take this call," Wang Haoning said, offering a brief excuse as he stepped aside to answer. After exchanging a few words, Wang Haoning suddenly exclaimed, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai has agreed to come. What? He is already on his way? Excellent. I will go down to greet him immediately." Chapter 22. The question that was not asked. Wang Haoning, filled with excitement, dashed out of the conference room. It was only after he had exited that he remembered there were guests present, prompting him to hurriedly return with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, I sincerely apologize. A distinguished guest of mine is arriving shortly, and I must go to greet him. Please, take a moment to sit tight. I will be back shortly. Wu Chun, please ensure our esteemed guests are well taken care of, understood?" Wu Chun nodded vigorously. Wang Haoning offered a sheepish smile before rushing off. Zhou Yang remained impassive, his countenance devoid of any signs of displeasure at being neglected. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu, slightly taken aback, murmured, "It's academician Chen Tiankai. He is the one who assisted with the validation of your carbon nanotube battery." "Oh." Zhou Yang paused, intrigued at the prospect of engaging in a discussion later. Wu Chun, rising promptly to refill Zhou Yang's teacup, interjected, "I apologize. This guest has been invited by General Manager Wang for quite some time and has just now agreed to come. Thus, Mr. Wang is somewhat agitated. If there has been any oversight, I hope you will forgive us." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "Is there a blackboard?" "A blackboard?" Wu Chun blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded, "Yes, indeed." He hastened to summon a whiteboard. Zhou Yang stood up, grasping a marker, and remarked, "You are the CTO, correct? Allow me to jot down some notes for you to examine." With that, Zhou Yang began to sketch and write on the whiteboard. "Is this a process flowchart?" Wu Chun observed, his eyes widening with realization. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, continuing his work. Li Tianshu's expression shifted dramatically. His first instinct was to expel everyone from the room to prevent them from being exposed to the production process of the carbon nanotube battery. Yet, given that Zhou Yang was present and had chosen to write it out himself, Li Tianshu ultimately refrained from doing so. Instead, he stepped forward to scrutinize the board, despite his lack of understanding. "Mr. Zhou, what is the process flow for producing?" Wu Chun inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Batteries," Zhou Yang replied succinctly. "Batteries?" Wu Chun was taken aback, shaking his head. "That cannot be correct. The production process for lithium batteries generally comprises 6 steps. Preparation of electrode slurry, coating, punching of electrode sheets, stacking, assembly, and injection. Yours appears entirely different." Wu Chun was exceedingly well-versed in the production process of lithium batteries. "Of course it is different, for this is a revolutionary battery production process," Zhou Yang asserted, placing the marker down. "Estimate how many steps of the process requirements you could fulfill with your company's current production technology." The flowchart Zhou Yang had created not only outlined the production process, but also detailed the specific standards and requirements for each stage. Wu Chun, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized it for an extended period before responding, "Mr. Zhou, I cannot ascertain what kind of groundbreaking battery you are referring to, but based on the process flowchart you provided, we at BYD could likely meet approximately 40% of the process requirements." 40%? This figure exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. He had anticipated only 30% at most. After all, while they were both in the battery production realm, carbon nanotube batteries were fundamentally distinct. "What if we were to upgrade the process?" Zhou Yang inquired. Wu Chun shook his head. "That would require substantial investment. However, certain aspects could indeed be achieved through process upgrades. If we disregard the costs, we might reach about 70%. He quickly added, "I am referring to an ideal scenario without considering initial investments. In simpler terms, the costs and benefits were not proportionate. That aligns closely with my expectations, Zhou Yang replied with a smile, returning to his seat. BYD's technical prowess and production processes were undoubtedly top tier within the country. Choosing them was a prudent decision on his part. Naturally, some might argue that military enterprises should be superior to private enterprises. In theory, that is indeed the case, but in reality, military and private enterprises pursue entirely different technological paths. Take chips, for instance. Military research focuses on enhancing durability and stability, essentially ensuring functionality and usability. The size and nanometer specifications are of little concern, as their chip placement does not resemble the compact dimensions of a smartphone. Conversely, private enterprises prioritize performance, integration, and miniaturization, leading to divergent production requirements. Thus, the notion that military technology is simply 20 years ahead and can be readily applied to private enterprises is entirely unrealistic. In the realm of battery production, BYD is indisputably the leader, a fact that cannot be contested. Wu Chen looked at Zhou Yang with skepticism. At that moment, he found himself genuinely intrigued by Zhou Yang's mention of a new battery. Zhou Yang had even produced a detailed production process flowchart that appeared coherent, not hastily composed. Could it be that a new technology has indeed? Yet, he found nothing. After inquiring with some acquaintances, Wu Chen managed to gather some information. A colleague working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences sent him a message. Don't ask. The answer is simply no. Wu Chen's heart raced. It appeared there was indeed something afoot. Raising his gaze to Zhou Yang, Wu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. His intuition told him that Zhou Yang possessed knowledge of something significant. Zhou Yang paid no heed to Wu Chen, instead engaging in hushed discourse with Li Tianqiu. I can organize a team to tackle the remaining 30% of the process. The investment required will be considerable, but in the long run, it is essential, Zhou Yang stated. The greatest reward from overcoming a technology challenge is not merely the technical achievement but the cultivation of research talent throughout the process. Talent is invaluable. Li Tianqiu nodded in agreement, saying, Mr. Zhou, what is your preliminary estimate for the required investment in this endeavor? Zhou Yang pondered seriously for a moment, raising a single finger. 100 billion. Li Tianqiu nodded slightly, recognizing that it was not an excessive amount. If an investment of 100 billion could resolve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the nation would likely be overjoyed. For such strategic investments, 100 billion is merely a drop in the bucket. The government has already subsidized several hundred billion for the development of new energy vehicles. Zhou Yang cast a bemused glance at Li Tianqiu, remarking, Director, you truly seem to regard money as inconsequential. I mentioned 100 billion, not 1,000 billion. Even that should be more than sufficient. How much? Li Tianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, is 100 billion not too little? In Li Tianqiu's estimation, addressing a production process of such epoch-making significance would warrant an investment of over 1,000 billion. It was akin to resolving chip production processes, where an investment of such magnitude would be trivial. Not at all, Zhou Yang chuckled, for he had already acquired the detailed production processes from the system. Now it was merely a matter of translating those insights into reality. Chapter 23. Not a human, but a godly. Tianqiu nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. 100 billion, 1,000 billion, he decided not to argue with Zhou Yang any further. After all, the state was fully supportive in this regard. Whatever Zhou Yang required would be provided. Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts on this collaboration? Li Tianqiu inquired once more. Zhou Yang replied, we could establish a new company, separating BYD's battery production business, and integrate it into this new entity as a technological. Subsequently, the state would contribute funds proportionally for investment, and as for the profits, we can distribute dividends based on the ownership ratio. You may negotiate the specific shareholding proportions with BYD. The battery production. Zhou Yang's proposition effectively allows for the extraction of BYD's battery operations into a new company, thereby leveraging existing production technology while circumventing the complications of a disjointed division. I understand. Li Tianqiu nodded thoughtfully, then asked, and what about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company materializes, with BYD contributing production technology and the state providing funding, what would Zhou Yang's role be, given that he possesses the most critical technology? It is unnecessary, as I do not lack for funds, Zhou Yang responded nonchalantly, despite currently having no money to his name. However, he was not in want. His meals were arranged, transportation provided, and and even his clothing was managed by someone assigned to that task. Chen Ruiyun not only oversaw Zhou Yang's security but also took complete charge of his daily life. Thus, Zhou Yang had no need for money, rendering it superfluous. Li Tianshu smiled, opting not to elaborate further. His inquiry was merely to gauge Zhou Yang's perspective. While Zhou Yang could afford to decline, the state could not afford to overlook its contributors. This principle dictated that one must not neglect those who have rendered meritorious service. After a brief wait, Wang Haoning returned, offering his apologies before stating, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, it is nearly noon. Allow me to treat you to a simple meal at the company cafeteria. Coincidentally, Academician Qian is also present. We can sit together, converse, and become acquainted." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Li Tianshu also stood, saying, "That sounds splendid. I am familiar with Academician Qian as well." Oh. Wang Haoning was taken aback, unaware of the acquaintance between Li Tianshu and Chen Tiankai. The group proceeded towards the cafeteria, which was not the standard employee dining area, but rather an upscale facility reminiscent of a five-star hotel. Upon entering, they encountered a group exiting. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, flanked by an anxious individual attempting to restrain him. "I've made myself clear. I am pressed for time and cannot afford the luxury of dining with you," the elder expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Haoning's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Academician Chen, what is the matter? Why are you leaving so abruptly?" The elderly man was none other than Chen Tiankai. He cast a glance at Wang Haoning and replied, "Your kindness is appreciated, Mr. Wang, but I have more pressing matters to attend to, so dining is unnecessary. Just ensure that the discharge testing apparatus is made available to us on schedule. That is all that is required." Chen Tiankai's visit to BYD was to utilize a discharge testing device, a piece of equipment unique to BYD in the country. "Academician Chen, I have already assured you regarding the borrowing of the apparatus. It will be arranged. I understand you are busy, but even the most hectic of schedules necessitates a balance between work and rest. A meal will not consume too much time, and I can introduce you to a friend," Wang Haoning urged. "Let it be." Chen Tiankai stubbornly waved his hand, preparing to depart. At that moment, Li Tianshu stepped forward, saying, "Academician Chen, it has been a while." Chen Tiankai froze, scrutinizing Li Tianshu, uncertain. "You are Director Li. What brings you here?" The two had previously crossed paths, barely acquaintances. "By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? I would like to meet him, if possible." Chen Tiankai hurriedly inquired. In recent days, Chen Tiankai had been overseeing the validation of batteries utilizing carbon nanotubes. The more tests he conducted, the more astounded he became by the superior performance of this novel battery, which surpassed all existing technologies. Consequently, his curiosity about the developer of such a battery reached a peak, prompting him to submit numerous requests to meet the innovator. However, his appeals had been consistently denied. Nevertheless, Chen Tiankai managed to utilize his connections to discover that the developer bore the surname Zhou and was currently in the country, coincidentally accompanied by Li Tianshu. Finding Li Tianshu would lead him to Mr. Zhou. "I implore you, Director Li, I am truly eager to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his counsel." Chen Tiankai even resorted to begging. Wang Haoning and the other senior executives at BYD were momentarily stunned. Chen Tiankai, who had shown them no courtesy and dismissed even the prospect of dining, was now pleading with Li Tianshu to meet someone named Zhou. The audacity of his request was astonishing. He even wished to seek guidance from this Zhou gentleman. Wang Haoning's mind was in turmoil. How could an esteemed academician lower himself to such a degree? Beside him, Wu Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he discreetly glanced at Wang Haoning and subtly gestured toward Zhou Yang. Could it be that Mr. Zhou, whom Li Tianshu accompanied, is Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared at Zhou Yang, his mind racing. Since Zhou Yang's arrival, he had dismissed him as merely a privileged offspring of someone in power. Initially, he had thought Zhou Yang's proposal to collaborate on a new battery was nothing more than idle talk. Yet now, Wang Haoning realized that he had been the greatest fool. While he sought divine intervention, the most formidable presence had been standing right before him all along. With a smile, Li Tianshu gestured towards Zhou Yang, saying, "Academician Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Zhou Yang." "You are Mr. Zhou?" Chen Tiankai's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached Zhou Yang, scrutinizing him with palpable excitement. "Academician Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Yang extended his hand in greeting. Chen Tiankai eagerly shook Zhou Yang's hand, his enthusiasm overflowing. "Mr. Zhou, The carbon nanotube battery you developed is simply extraordinary. It is revolutionary, a world-changing invention. In that moment, Chen Tiankai found himself at a loss for words to accurately convey the technological marvel that was the carbon nanotube battery. To him, the innovation in battery technology was akin to the very heart of industry, capable of transforming the world. Wang Haoning and the others stood in stunned silence once more. Chen Tiankai's reaction was astonishingly humble. What was this carbon nanotube battery that could elicit such reverence from the nation's foremost battery expert, an academician of Chen Tiankai's stature? Wang Haoning recognized that this was not mere commercial flattery. It was sincere admiration. In an instant, Wang Haoning's perception of Zhou Yang shifted dramatically. By the way, I have heard that you also solved the NS equations. That is another significant achievement in the scientific community, Chen Tiankai added. The news of the NS equations being resolved had begun to circulate within limited circles, and Chen Tiankai was aware of it. Wang Haoning gasped, lowering his voice to ask Wu Chun, "What exactly are the NS equations? Are they a formula of some sort?" Wu Chun, fully aware of what the NS equations entailed, chuckled at Wang Haoning's ignorance. "Let's just say, they are immensely powerful. No, they are extraordinarily powerful. Solving such matters is the domain of a being that transcends humanity, verging on the divine." Chapter 24, Time is limited. Let us produce directly at this moment. Li Tianshu stepped forward. "Academician Chun, please do not be overly excited. Mr. Zhou is here and cannot escape. If there are any issues, the two of you may discuss them at your leisure. How about we enjoy a meal together?" Chen Tiankai was so agitated, akin to a fan meeting their idol, that Li Tianshu genuinely feared for the elderly gentleman's heart. Zhou Yang, too, was taken aback by Chen Tiankai's fervor and quickly added, "Yes, Academician Chun. I also have some questions I would like to discuss with you. Let us converse over dinner." "Discuss what?" "It is you who should instruct me. Your research on batteries far surpasses my own," Chen Tiankai humbly remarked. "Yes, let us eat. Let us eat," Chen Tiankai sighed, hastily urging everyone. Wang Haoning gaped in disbelief. After much persuasion, Chen Tiankai had no desire to stay for dinner. Yet now, with a mere statement from Zhou Yang, he was willing to remain. "Please, come inside," Wang Haoning promptly said, feeling inexplicably thrilled. On one hand, he realized Zhou Yang was the true technical powerhouse. On the other, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang had come seeking collaboration, as he had previously mentioned his intention to partner with BYD to produce a novel battery. At that time, Wang Haoning had dismissed it, but now he was awakening to the realization that this new battery was likely the carbon nanotube battery Chen Tiankai had referred to. Deliberately delaying, Wang Haoning covertly inquired of Wu Chun, "What do you think of this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun replied, "Carbon nanotubes have indeed been researched before, used as a conductive agent in grouting, significantly enhancing battery performance. However, this material is quite expensive." "Expensive?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded. "Yes, it is costly. The preparation process is rather complex, and to my knowledge, no domestic company has yet achieved industrial production, necessitating imports. For instance, the carbon black conductive agents we commonly use cost around 50,000 per ton, while those made from carbon nanotubes can exceed 500,000, multiplying the cost tenfold. Sometimes, superior technology does not guarantee. No matter how exceptional the product, if the production cost is prohibitively high, it cannot be sold, which is a significant issue." "I see," Wang Haoning mused, furrowing his brow, and refrained from further inquiries as he quickly followed along. Inside the private room, the host and guests took their seats. Chen Tiankai eagerly pulled Zhou Yang aside, wishing to delve into the technical aspects of carbon nanotube batteries. "Academician Chun, let us eat first. We can discuss this properly after the meal, shall we?" Zhou Yang suggested with a smile. Chen Tiankai, resigned, nodded, and the meal passed without much flavor. The group dined while engaging in casual conversation about local customs and culture. It was not until after the meal, when Wang Haoning ushered everyone into an adjacent lounge and served tea, that Zhou Yang remarked, "I have arrangements for tomorrow, so let us resolve as much as we can today." The attendees felt a chill run through them, glancing at Zhou Yang, unsure. Wu Chun nodded and quickly summoned a blackboard. "Mr. Wang, if it is convenient, could you have your associate step outside? The matters we will discuss may be rather confidential, and Wu Chun may remain, To clarify any technical issues you might not grasp, Zhou Yang stated somewhat bluntly. Several senior BYD executives exchanged worried glances, turning to Wang Haoning. Sensing that Zhou Yang was about to discuss something significant, likely related to the collaboration, Wang Haoning subtly nodded, indicating that the other executives should depart. Li Tianchu also exchanged a knowing glance with Chan Ruoyun, who promptly left to have security personnel guard the meeting room. Zhou Yang approached the blackboard, contemplated for a moment, and wrote down 2 phrases. Matrix energy, carbon nanotube battery. Turning to the group, Zhou Yang declared, "Here, Director Li represents the state. Mr. Wang represents BYD. Academician Chun symbolizes our research capabilities, and I shall oversee the technology. I cannot dedicate much energy to the battery sector, so I entrust it to you all. Battery technology constitutes merely a small part of the entire mech system, and Zhou Yang still had to traverse the nation to address all The system allotted him 5 years, and the time was indeed scant. Wang Haoning quickly raised his hand, asking, "Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about what this carbon nanotube battery entails? Is it simply a battery utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If that is the case, has it not already been developed?" Zhou Yang gestured towards Chen Tiankai. "May I suggest that academician Chen address Mr. Wang's query?" Chen Tiankai nodded vigorously, stepping up to the blackboard to begin writing data. "I shall not delve into overly complex details. This carbon nanotube battery is not merely about using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We have already synthesized it in our laboratory, and prototype units have been produced. These are the specific data of the battery. Aside from a few tests yet to be conducted, all basic assessments had been completed, and he was exceedingly familiar with the battery's data." "Impossible!" Wu Chan was the first to exclaim upon seeing the figures on the blackboard. Wang Haoning could not help but widen his eyes, exclaiming, "Academician Chen, did you perhaps mislabel the dimensions of this battery? The length and width cannot be 20 millimeters, but rather 20 centimeters, correct?" According to Chen Tiankai's data, a battery measuring 20 millimeters on each side, with a thickness of merely 1 millimeter, boasted a capacity exceeding 8,000 milliamp hours, an utter absurdity. Chen Tiankai anticipated Wang Haoning's reaction and, with a hint of pride, replied, "That is precisely why I claim this is a revolutionary battery. It will alter the entire world." Wang Haoning's jaw dropped. If everything before him were true, as Chen Tiankai suggested, it would indeed transform the world. A single charge could propel an electric vehicle for thousands of kilometers, or power a phone for an entire month, and such a compact battery could render devices lighter and incorporate additional functional modules. Changing the world was no idle boast. Zhou Yang signaled for Chen Tiankai to take a seat before continuing, "Mr. Wang, we will soon establish a new company, to be named Matrix Energy. Your company shall divest its battery production operations and contribute technology as an equity stake in Matrix Energy, while the state will provide the initial funding." Just as Chen Tiankai was about to sit down, he was jolted upright, urgently exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting we commence the production of carbon nanotube batteries directly?" Zhou Yang nodded affirmatively. "How can this be? With our current production technology, such a battery cannot After producing a finished battery in the laboratory, he had estimated that, given the current production standards, it would take several years to overcome the relevant production processes and achieve industrialization. Yet now, Zhou Yang was asserting that preparations for industrial production were already underway, even going so far as to have a name for the company. Was this a jest? Chapter 25. The first step of the long march, Zhou Yang halted, casting his gaze towards Wang Haoning. "I believe this is also a question lingering in President Wang's mind," Zhou Yang inquired. Wang Haoning nodded absent-mindedly, his mind still swirling with the implications of how the production and market release of such batteries would revolutionize the battery industry. Hearing Chen Tiankai's words jolted him back to reality. This battery remained in the laboratory stage, a far cry from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued, "Unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries possess unique characteristics. Not only is the conductive agent primarily composed of carbon nanotubes, but the battery itself is also fabricated from modified carbon nanotube materials. In my view, there are 2 significant challenges to industrial production. The first is the cost-effective sourcing of carbon nanotube raw materials. If memory serves me correctly, our country has yet to resolve the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, and domestic demand is entirely reliant on imports. Wu Chun nodded vigorously. This was indeed one of the most pressing issues hindering the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. Chen Tiankai concurred, stating, "Indeed, our theoretical research on carbon nanotubes is nearly on par with the world's best. However, the key lies in the production process, where we still face considerable gaps. The country's theoretical research has always been robust. To put it bluntly, not being able to produce something does not impede our ability to conceptualize it. Moreover, under laboratory conditions, expending substantial resources can yield results. Yet, when it comes to industrial production, we fall significantly behind foreign counterparts, a predicament rooted in the broader industrial environment, which cannot be swiftly amended." Zhou Yang asserted, "I will take responsibility for the economical fabrication of carbon nanotube materials. I will resolve it promptly." The assembled crowd was taken aback by this proclamation. Especially Wu Chun. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation. His system possessed comprehensive industrial production data for carbon nanotubes. This material was not only essential for battery production, therefore, the production process for this material must be addressed. However, explaining further would be futile. The results would speak for themselves once produced. This addresses the first challenge. The second challenge pertains to the production of the casing, as the entire battery comprises multiple layers with an exceedingly intricate structure. My proposal for mass production is to employ a chemical etching method. In simpler terms, we would segment the battery production into multiple tiers, with each tier being bonded layer by layer, and ultimately, we would use chemical etching to carve out the complete battery casing, followed by injection molding. Zhou Yang sketched a schematic on the blackboard. Chen Tiankai's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "Of course! How did I not think of that?" He had painstakingly crafted a prototype in the lab, utilizing numerous high-precision instruments, accumulating it piece by piece. Zhou Yang's approach resolved two critical issues. It allowed for the creation of the casing's complex internal structure in a single process, and it facilitated mass production, thereby reducing costs. Furthermore, the entire process was significantly simpler compared to the production of lithium batteries. Wu Chun was equally astonished. Zhou Yang's proposed method seemed almost fantastical, leaving him perplexed about how Zhou Yang conceived such an idea. Nevertheless, considering Zhou Yang was the developer of the carbon nanotube battery and had, Wu Chun pondered earnestly before giving a slight nod. If these two challenges were indeed surmountable, then, in Wu Chun's estimation, industrial production of the batteries could certainly be realized. Wang Haoning, feeling a sense of assurance, nodded gravely. "Very well." Zhou Yang set down his pen and turned to Wang Haoning, asking, "I believe I have conveyed my thoughts adequately. What is your perspective, President Wang? Are you willing to collaborate?" The support from the government was unequivocal, leaving only the matter of BYD to be addressed. Wu Chun watched Wang Haoning. Wang Haoning, however, maintained a calm demeanor, having weathered many storms. After scrutinizing Zhou Yang for a moment, he replied slowly, "Certainly. How could BYD refrain from engaging in an endeavor that has the potential to transform the entire battery industry?" At present, all information regarding the carbon nanotube battery stemmed solely from Zhou Yang and Chen Tiankai's assertions. Wang Haoning had yet to see a prototype. It would not be an exaggeration to say their claims were less substantive than a mere PowerPoint presentation. Nonetheless, the pivotal factor prompting Wang Haoning's decision was the government stance. Li Tianshu represented the state, and with such backing, Wang Haoning felt undeterred. Moreover, he understood clearly that if this endeavor bore fruit, it would signify the future. Opposing it would only lead to obsolescence. Embracing the tide of progress was the path to brilliance. President Wang exhibits remarkable audacity, Li Tianshu remarked, though his tone held an air of melancholy. He had hoped Wang Haoning would decline. He preferred such fortuitous opportunities to be entrusted to state-owned enterprises. However, having recognized Zhou Yang's determination to collaborate with BYD, he opted to respect Zhou Yang's wishes, albeit begrudgingly granting BYD a chance to soar. Wang Haoning smiled, sensing that Li Tianshu's tone validated his decision. Rising promptly, he declared, "Mr. Zhou, our discussions have been fruitful. It is an honor for BYD to engage in such a collaboration. As the host, I must extend my hospitality. Why not stay a few more days, and I shall show you around X City." Zhou Yang, however, shook his head and replied, "There is no need. We shall have opportunities in the future." Both he and Chen Tiankai shared little interest in indulgent revelries. Having concluded, Zhou Yang stated, "Since we have reached an agreement, let it be known that BYD. As for academician, if possible, I hope you and your team can assist in resolving the industrial design and factory upgrades for carbon nanotube batteries through commercial collaboration. The intellectual property rights for specific research outcomes can be acquired in a lump sum by Matrix Energy or through cooperative development. The particulars can be negotiated among you. Chen Tiankai contemplated seriously before responding, I currently have no other projects, so that is feasible. Beside them, Wu Chen felt a surge of excitement. This was an outstanding opportunity to collaborate with Chen Tiankai. Then it is settled. Should any technical issues arise, feel free to reach out to me at any time, Zhou Yang concluded. Many matters may seem straightforward in theory, yet the practical execution harbors its own challenges, and overcoming them would undoubtedly require his involvement. However, armed with systematic production data, the overarching issues were manageable, which remained paramount. Having addressed the battery concerns, Zhou Yang did not allow himself to relax. The battery issue, in his quest to develop mechas, countless technical challenges awaited him. Chapter 26 Bold Investments. When a nation resolves to undertake a particular endeavor, the swiftness with which it acts is beyond reproach. The very next day, as Zhou Yang was preparing to depart for his next destination, Li Tianchu informed him that the preliminary terms of cooperation had been successfully negotiated. In the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD would partition its entire battery production business as collateral for a valuation of $400 billion, thereby acquiring a 40% stake in Matrix Energy. Meanwhile, the state would provide $600 billion in funding to secure a 51% share. Theoretically, with Matrix Energy valued at $1 trillion, the state should have received a 60% stake for its $600 billion investment. However, it only obtained 51%, as the remaining 9% of equity was allocated to Zhou Yang. This meant that Zhou Yang, without any effort, now possessed a 9% stake in a company valued at $1 trillion, amounting to $90 billion in tangible assets. Does that mean I have become a billionaire? Zhou Yang chuckled. Li Tianchu replied, Indeed. Once you sign the documents in 10 days, it will be so. Zhou Yang understood that this $90 billion might be a reward from the state. Initially, he contemplated declining it, but then decided against it. Feigning modesty would be disingenuous, and if it was granted by the state, he might as well accept it. Very well, let us expedite everything, Zhou Yang remarked. 10 days later, the signing ceremony took place as scheduled. BYD organized a special press conference. Being a publicly traded company, such a significant alteration in assets required disclosure. Numerous financial reporters were present at the event. Li Go, do you have any insider information? I'm not sure. I inquired with a familiar executive at BYD, but he claimed ignorance. Whether that was genuine or intentional obfuscation remains unclear. Familiar journalists exchanged insights. I truly don't understand what there is to conceal. It will have to be announced eventually. If they could give us a heads up, we could prepare our reports in advance. Perhaps they are holding back a significant surprise. It may be the launch of a new generation electric vehicle. Come now, if it were an automobile press conference, the scale would not. The venue was modest, with a banner reading Signing Ceremony between BYD Group and Matrix Energy. Why is it a signing ceremony? What is going on? Who is Matrix Energy? I've never heard of it. An energy company involved in batteries? Is BYD planning something major with its battery operations? Enough speculation. We will find out when the time comes. After a brief opening statement from the host, Wang Haoning and several senior executives from BYD made their appearance. Only 2 representatives from Matrix Energy attended the signing. A young man in his 30s, bespectacled and articulate, introduced by the host as He Ziyu. Accompanying him was a young woman, his assistant. Many reporters quickly retrieved their phones to search for information on Matrix Energy, but found nothing online. This is rather intriguing. It seems Matrix Energy has emerged from thin air, as there isn't even any industrial registration. BYD will completely partition its battery business, entering Matrix Energy as a technological investor, thereby acquiring 40% of its shares. Upon this announcement, the room erupted in astonishment. My heavens, what is BYD attempting to do? Are they selling off their battery business? That's impossible. The battery business is BYD's core operation. How could they sell it? Did you not hear? It's a technological investment into Matrix Energy. Yet that doesn't add up. BYD's battery business is worth several hundred billion. How could they only secure 40%? I see now. It's evident that BYD has attracted a significant investment while simultaneously partitioning the battery business. They previously announced intentions to separate the battery operations and establish a new company, rebranding to bring in this investment. If that is the case, then BYD's entire battery business must have secured 40% of the BYD's battery operations are worth approximately 400 billion. Who is behind this 600 billion investment? Such a substantial sum. The multitude of financial reporters buzzed with speculation, realizing that such an investment could only be described as a game changer. All eyes turned toward Zhou, eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic entity behind Matrix Energy, capable of such a monumental investment. Zhou remained composed, showing no inclination to speak. As the contract was prepared, Wang Haoning and Zhou signed simultaneously, thus concluding the press conference. The reporters were left bewildered. Is that it? No introductions? With an investment of hundreds of billions, at least BYD could clarify what they intend to do with it, what business they plan to expand. And what of Matrix Energy? It is exceedingly mysterious. With such a grand investment, they should at least introduce themselves. It's highly likely that a certain secretive giant is attempting to penetrate the battery industry, yet to reveal itself. Could it be Evergrande Group? Didn't they announce plans to manufacture cars? They are also in the new energy vehicle sector and lack battery technology. Directly investing in BYD's battery business would resolve that issue. The speculation was rampant among the reporters. However, Zhou offered no explanations and departed swiftly after the conference, denying journalists any opportunity for an interview. Meanwhile, BYD maintained an equally low profile. Wang Haoning and the other executives also declined any interview. The following day, as anticipated, this news dominated the front page of the financial section. Even some comprehensive media outlets reported extensively on it. The name Matrix Energy swiftly entered the awareness of many, yet its mystery persisted. Numerous media outlets scoured for information but could uncover nothing, as if the company had materialized from thin air. Consequently, many outlets resorted to conspiracy theories, capturing considerable attention. However, the most significant impact was felt by BYD's stock. The partitioning of the battery business, a monumental event, led to a staggering drop in BYD's stock price as soon as trading commenced, plummeting dramatically without any hope of recovery. Damn it, I've suffered. This is undoubtedly a black swan event. I've lost tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? That is nothing. I just increased my holdings last week, and now I've been wiped out, several million. My entire investment. The BYD stock forum was filled with lamentations, marking only the beginning of the stock's drastic decline. Chapter 27. What does it feel like to become a billionaire? Zhou Yang gazed at the contract before him. With a mere signature, he would secure 9% of Matrix Energy's shares, translating to a staggering 9 billion in cash. What sensation would accompany such a sudden transformation into billionaire status? Zhou Yang remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming tranquility, akin to signing a paycheck for $90. Indistinguishable in essence, Li Tianshu folded the contract with a smile, remarking, I've heard that BYD. It seems Mr. Wang will be quite distressed. A decline is to be expected, Zhou Yang replied. BYD had spun off its core battery business, exchanging 40% equity, effectively an investment, and notably, given such unfavorable news, a drop in share price was hardly surprising. However, this was merely a transient downturn. Once carbon nanotube batteries commenced production, BYD was bound to experience a meteoric rise. Thus, seizing the opportunity to purchase BYD, stock now would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. By the way, Section Chief Chen, what is your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly inquired of Chen Ruoyun, who stood nearby. Chen Ruoyun was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Zhou Yang would engage her in conversation. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, I'm not quite sure, perhaps around 20 to 30,000. You're impressive, not even aware of your own salary, Zhou Yang. He continued, if you have some spare cash, consider acquiring a few shares of BYD. In 3 months, I assure you, you'll reap tenfold returns. Should carbon nanotube batteries reach production, the ramifications would extend beyond the electric vehicle sector, impacting every industry reliant on batteries. At that juncture, it would be astonishing if BYD's stock did not soar. a tenfold profit, easily attainable. Chen Ruoyun pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No thanks, I'm not in need of money. Zhou Yang couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Ruoyun a bit longer. This young woman, like him, viewed wealth with remarkable nonchalance. Li Tianshu interjected. Mr. Zhou, does your statement imply that the production issues concerning carbon nanotube batteries can be resolved within 3 months? With the collaboration, Li Tianshu was uncertain how long the endeavor would take, but 3 months felt rather hasty. Approximately, Zhou Yang replied. His technical documentation was readily available, and with Chen Tiankai's team's capabilities, coupled with BYD's extensive experience in the battery sector, 3 months would suffice. However, this hinged upon the availability of raw materials. By the way, has Tianai Chemical responded? Zhou Yang inquired. Behind him stood a young woman named Li Ziyu, dispatched from higher-ups to serve as Zhou Yang's secretary, tasked with various administrative duties. It was said she was a high achiever with formidable qualifications. Li Ziyu shook her head. I'll reach out again for an update. During the past 10 days of negotiations, Zhou Yang had visited numerous companies, including bearing manufacturers, transmission system companies, hydraulic oil firms, and various machinery enterprises. He had also made a brief visit to Tianai Chemical, but had not met the CEO. After a cursory tour, he departed. Tianai Chemical was a leading enterprise in the domestic carbon nanotube production sector, holding numerous patents. Yet, despite their status as the industry leader in China, their products fell short when compared to international standards, at least not meeting the requirements for carbon nanotube batteries. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang's intention mirrored that of BYD's, to collaborate, impart technology, and elevate their capacity to produce high-quality carbon nanotubes. Before long, Li Ziyu returned, her expression somewhat grave. Mr. Zhou, Tianai Chemical has declined our proposal. Declined? Li Tianshu furrowed his brow. Did they provide a reason? Li Ziyu nodded. Their exact words were that they have confidence in their own products and do not require collaboration. Humph, such audacity. Li Tianshu scoffed. The CEO of Tianai Chemical is named Yang Bo, correct? I'll remember that. In Li Tianshu's view, seeking out Tianai Chemical was essential for addressing the raw materials issue concerning carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal was seen as defiance against the national agenda. Such insubordinate companies warranted a lesson. Zhou Yang, however, waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Since they are unwilling, we shall produce the materials ourselves. Let Matrix Energy establish a subsidiary dedicated to the production of carbon nanotubes. Here are the relevant production technologies I have compiled. Let us aim to commence production within 3 months. As he spoke, Zhou Yang extracted a document from a nearby folder and handed it to Li Tianshu. Regarding Yang Bo's dismissive attitude, Zhou Yang had little to say. Anger was unnecessary. For him, this was simply a minor issue. Initially, he had intended to support a local enterprise, but if they rejected the opportunity presented to them, then so be it. Should low-cost carbon nanotubes begin production, the direct impact would be on Tianai Chemical. With their current technology, lowering prices would only lead to losses, while maintaining their prices would render their products uncompetitive. Pivot or face closure. Understood, Li Tianshu replied, opening the document to find it utterly incomprehensible, yet he felt a sense of relief. Earlier, Zhou Yang had expressed confidence in resolving the raw materials issue, and now he was entirely reassured. It appeared that, as Zhou Yang had claimed from the outset, he had not only developed carbon nanotube batteries, but had also tackled the industrialization of their production. Mr. Zhou, where shall we head next? I can make the arrangements, Li Tianshu inquired. Zhou Yang had visited a multitude of mechanical companies over the past few days, leaving Li Tianshu somewhat perplexed about Zhou Yang's true intentions, as none of these seemed relevant to battery production. Next, we shall return to Wanghu Village. I need to prepare some materials for our upcoming plans, Zhou Yang stated. Having toured several of the leading enterprises in the domestic machinery industry, Zhou Yang had gained a general understanding of the nation's manufacturing capabilities. The next step involved preparing the pertinent information and addressing issues one by one. However, there were several core challenges Zhou Yang needed to meticulously prepare for, such as issues regarding chips, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. In comparison, even the battery itself seemed trivial. Wanghu Village. Li Tianshu blinked in surprise but nodded. refraining from further inquiries. The following day, Zhou Yang returned to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu did not accompany him, as Zhou Yang indicated that he no longer required assistance with arrangements. He intended to return to report on the progress of this phase. However, Chen Ruoyun chose to accompany Zhou Yang, tasked with his security. Though only 10 days had passed since his last visit, Wanghu village had undergone a remarkable transformation. The thunderous roar of machinery filled the air. At the foot of the mountain, the original village had been entirely dismantled, and new constructions had begun. The excavation of the mountain was progressing rapidly, showcasing the nation's formidable infrastructure capabilities. Zhou Yang settled into a temporary residence at the mountain's base, commencing preparations. Along the way, he resolved several technical issues related to BYD.in the blink of an eye. 3 months had elapsed. Li Tianshu called. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has come off the production line. Chapter 28. The most meritorious individual at BYD headquarters. The entire factory was adorned with colorful decorations, and a carpet was laid from the entrance all the way to the administrative building, stretching over 2 kilometers. Hurry, the guests are arriving, by the way. Is my appearance satisfactory? Wang Haoning, accompanied by several senior executives from BYD, hurriedly made his way outside while inquiring about his image from his assistant. The assistant, barely managing to keep pace, gasped for breath and nodded. No problem, you look incredibly handsome. What good is being handsome? It's all about the aura. That's the most important thing. Never mind, let us proceed as is. Quickly now, Wu Chun, weren't you organizing the research and development team to prepare a welcome party? Are they in position? Wu Chun quickly nodded and replied, they are already in place. I had them waiting since 8 this morning. Good. Without further ado, Wang Haoning and his entourage rushed to the entrance. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a luxury bus finally approached. They VE arrived. Anxious Wang Haoning and the others hurried forward to greet them. Wu Chun discreetly waved his hand, and the 30-odd research and development members, who had been standing in formation outside the gate, immediately began waving their bouquets and cheering, while others unfurled a banner welcoming Chief Engineer Zhou Yang. As the bus came to a halt and the doors opened, Chen Ruoyun stepped out first, scanning the surroundings cautiously before stepping aside. Only then did Zhou Yang exit the vehicle. Mr. Zhou, welcome. Wang Haoning eagerly approached, extending his hand in excitement. President Wang, congratulations. Zhou Yang shook Wang Haoning's hand and offered his congratulations. Wang Haoning's smile was nearly ear to ear as he said, congratulations to you as well. The successful rollout of the Longshin battery is largely due to your efforts, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, I merely provided some documentation. The real work was accomplished by you. So, if we are to speak of credit, it belongs to you. Zhou Yang then shook hands with Qin Tiankai and Wu Chun beside him. Over the past 3 months, while Zhou Yang had provided the relevant technical documentation, the successful upgrade of the production line and the development of several key pieces of equipment were also attributable to the hard work of Qin Tiankai's team and Wu Chun's team. Qin Tiankai shook his head, saying, I cannot take credit for this. The design of several key production devices was largely guided by you, Mr. Zhou. Therefore, if we are to assign credit, it ultimately belongs to you. Wu Chun quickly nodded in agreement. The upgrade of the production line was no simple task. It required a significant overhaul based on the existing setup. Zhou Yang provided the direction for the modifications, while Qin Tiankai and Wu Chun executed the specifics. However, when it came to the design of several critical devices, they faced repeated failures and were unable to meet technical requirements until Zhou Yang provided the necessary design concepts, leading to the final successful design. Thus, despite Zhou Yang's absence from BYD over the past 3 months, the completion of the production line was inextricably linked to him. Mr. Zhou, please don't be so modest. Let us proceed inside swiftly, Wang Haoning urged. Zhou Yang nodded. Over the past 3 months, he had resolved the battery issues, which pleasantly surprised him. Although he had seen the prototype, this was his first encounter with the official product. Just then, a land cruiser approached from a distance. Notably, the vehicle bore military license plates. The land cruiser came to a slow stop, and a middle-aged man in a Major General's uniform stepped out, The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings before striding toward them. Although he did not introduce himself, the commanding aura he exuded compelled those in his path to step aside. The middle-aged man approached Zhou Yang and smiled, saying, "You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person." After a brief pause, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department." "The General Assembly Department?" Wang Haoning exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yang was also taken aback. The General Assembly Department was no ordinary division, overseeing equipment procurement and logistical support for the domestic military, directly liaising with major defense. "Greetings, General Gao," Zhou Yang said, shaking his hand. If he was not mistaken, Gao Jianjun's visit was most likely related to the Longshin battery, presumably informed by high-level disclosures. At that moment, another bus arrived. Wang Haoning was taken aback. More guests. He distinctly remembered notifying Zhou Yang and Li Tianqiu, but he had not informed anyone else. Had he known such a large crowd would gather, he would have organized a more grandiose welcoming ceremony. The bus came to a gradual stop, and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with graying temples stepped out. "Minister Ling." Wang Haoning's eyes widened in astonishment. He was no stranger to this man, the current head of the Ministry of Energy. Given BYD's primary business in the battery industry, interactions with the Ministry of Energy were inevitable, and Wang Haoning was certainly familiar with its leader. Following the elderly man, Li Tianqiu also stepped out, and behind him trailed He Ziyu, the legal representative of Minister Ling. Wang Haoning hurried to greet him. Minister Ling, named Ling Hongjun, warmly shook hands with everyone before finally approaching Zhou Yang. Smiling, "Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your name. It is a pleasure to meet you in person today." During this period, although Zhou Yang had been in Wanghu village, his reputation, especially within high-level circles, had grown tremendously. The state's keen interest in Zhou Yang stemmed from his development of the car. Initially, the government believed that the Longshin battery would be a long-term project, potentially taking several years to yield results. Nevertheless, the state unhesitatingly invested in it. Zhou Yang requested funding in the tens of billions to establish his research facility. When he sought collaboration with BYD, the state allocated 600 billion for investment. They were even prepared for the possibility of failure. However, the government did not anticipate that within a mere 3 months, Zhou Yang would bring the Longshin battery to fruition. When Li Tianqiu conveyed the news, high-ranking officials were left astounded. The entire process had been remarkably swift and seamless. The state leadership had previously discussed the transformative impact of the Longshin battery's emergence. It could be said that the government was not yet ready to embrace the arrival of the Longshin battery. All of this was orchestrated by Zhou Yang. Consequently, his significance to the state soared to an unprecedented level. Thus, even Minister Ling approached Zhou Yang with utmost courtesy. Chapter 29. Astonishing endurance outside the gate. The group engaged in courteous exchanges. Ultimately, Li Tianqiu remarked, "Minister Ling, General Gao, and Mr. Wang, let us not linger here in conversation. We have all come for a singular purpose today, so it would be best to proceed directly to the factory." Everyone nodded in agreement. The visitors had all come for the Longshin battery. Gao Jianjun represented the military, while Ling Hongjun was there on behalf of the nation's high-ranking officials. The group made their way to the factory. Building upon the original battery production line, BYD had upgraded and transformed it, working overtime to complete the construction of 3 production lines. The group arrived at the first production line. Given that the entire factory was a dust-free environment, they proceeded directly to the control room on the 2nd floor, where a large window offered a clear view of the production line below. Wu Chen introduced, "This is our first production line. Aside from a few critical positions, we can achieve approximately 80% automation, and the entire line can produce up to 130,000 units daily." "Oh, 130,000 units, quite impressive," Minister Ling replied with a smile. With 3 production lines, they could produce 390,000 units in a single day, an efficiency that was indeed remarkable. Wu Chen continued, "The primary reason for this is our newly designed chemical etching equipment, which allows for mass production in a uniform manner, followed by slicing and subsequent processes. As he spoke, Wu Qing glanced at Zhou Yang and added, "These..." Zhou himself? Ling Hongju nodded slightly and remarked, "I have long heard of this. Not only is Mr. Zhou exceptional in theoretical research, but his industrial design skills are also top-notch. I hold him in high regard." Zhou Yang humbly downplayed the compliment. Wang Haoning interjected, "Esteemed leaders and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, we will officially launch the production line and observe the output of the first batch of Longshin batteries." Ling Hongjun and the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang was indifferent. Having seen the facility, he felt he had grasped enough. The battery issue had been resolved. Subsequently, a ribbon-cutting ceremony took place outside the factory. There were no reporters present, but this moment would undoubtedly leave an indelible... Returning to the control room, the production line was ready, and all workers were in position. They awaited the signal to commence operations. "Mr. Zhou, please," Ling Hongjun smiled, cutting off Wang Haoning before he could speak. Gao Jianjun also nodded in agreement. Among those present, only Zhou Yang had the authority. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yang stepped forward and pressed the main control switch. Low-cost carbon nanotube raw materials began to flow in, and as the production line operated, various processes commenced. Approximately half an hour later, the first batch of Longshin batteries was produced. The workers promptly brought the first products forward. Zhou Yang picked up a Longshin battery, measuring 2 centimeters on each side and only 1.5 millimeters thick. The battery had its positive and negative terminals located on the front and back. When 2 batteries were stacked together and secured with a specialized slot, they could be connected in series. The same simplicity applied to parallel connections. In essence, the square batteries could be easily linked to form battery packs tailored to various requirements. Ling Hongjun held a Longshin battery and exclaimed, "I can hardly believe that such a small battery possesses such immense capacity." Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement, adding, "This is truly an epic-making product. We often hear about foreign black technologies, but I believe this Longshin battery is the real deal." Wang Haoning was equally exhilarated. Over the past 3 months, his excitement had only grown, grateful for his decision to collaborate with Zhou Yang. He could foresee the tremendous impact this innovation would have on the world. "By the way, what about the cost?" Ling Hongjun inquired. Gao Jianjun also looked on, recognizing the significance of cost. Wang Haoning raised a finger, speaking proudly, "We have conducted calculations. If we operate all 3 production lines at full capacity, with monthly output exceeding 100 million units, a high-quality unit typically retails for around 20 yuan. Yet, the Longshin battery outperforms any existing lithium battery in terms of capacity and performance, while maintaining such a low price. This is astonishing. How did you achieve this?" Wang Haoning explained with a smile, "The cost is so low primarily because we utilized Mr. Zhou's method for the low-cost preparation of carbon nanotubes, significantly reducing raw material. Additionally, we have not factored in R&D costs. Typically, high-quality lithium batteries are associated with certain patents and extensive research and development, which inflate their costs. As for our battery, all the R&D and production line modifications were spearheaded by Mr. Zhou, and this contribution is nearly impossible to quantify. Hence, it was not included in the cost calculations." Ling Hongjun nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, the credit rightly belongs to Mr. Zhou." As he observed Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, Ling Hongjun felt a deep sense of awe. The successful production of the Longshin battery could largely be attributed to Zhou Yang's efforts. In terms of contributions, none could surpass Zhou Yang's. At that moment, Zhou Yang inquired, "Have you produced any sample battery packs yet?" The individual Longshin batteries were merely the foundation. To ship them, they needed to be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning grinned mysteriously and said, "Gentlemen, let us change locations. I have a surprise in store for you." "Oh, what surprise?" Minister Ling asked, intrigued. However, Wang Haoning said nothing further, leading the group away from the factory and driving them to a building within the industrial park. Zhou Yang smiled. If his memory served him correctly, this was BYD's automotive battery assembly plant. He had already surmised what Wang Haoning's surprise might be. Please take a look. Upon opening the building, a brand new car came into view. Oh, a car. Ling Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Wang Haoning nodded and explained, Gentlemen, this is our new model Han DM, initially slated for release in the second half of the year. However, with the advent of the Longshin battery, we have redesigned the vehicle, with the primary modification being a reduction in the battery compartment size. Given that the Longshin battery was significantly smaller than the 18,650 battery, while also offering greater capacity, the final battery pack would undoubtedly be compact. What about the endurance? Gao Jianjun inquired eagerly. Zhou Yang was also curious, believing BYD must have conducted tests long ago. Indeed, Wang Haoning raised a finger once more. 1,000 kilometers. Gao Jianjun gasped in astonishment. 1,000 kilometers of endurance was indeed remarkable. Wang Haoning shook his head and replied slowly, No, it is 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. Everyone present was stunned. Zhou Yang, however, remained composed. He had anticipated this figure. Chapter 30. The press conference, Zhou Yang remarked, Mr. Wang, the estimation of 10,000 kilometers you mentioned should be based on the original battery compartment capacity, correct? Under equivalent conditions, utilizing 18,650 batteries, the range could reach 400 to 500 kilometers. Even with BYD's self-developed blade batteries, it would only amount to around 500 to 600 kilometers. However, within the same volume, several times the number of Longshin batteries can be accommodated. Not to mention, the capacity of Longshin batteries is astonishingly large. Thus, achieving a tenfold increase in endurance seems quite reasonable. Yet, the audience was left wide-eyed in astonishment. My goodness, 10,000 kilometers? That seems utterly exaggerated. With just one charge, wouldn't that mean one could go half a year or even a year without recharging? Exclaimed Ling Hongjun. Gao Jianjun nodded vigorously, acknowledging that 10,000 kilometers indeed sounded somewhat far-fetched. What about charging efficiency? Assuming a range of 10,000 kilometers, how long would it take to fully charge? Gao Jianjun probed further. Wang Haoning pondered for a moment and replied, If we consider a range of 10,000 kilometers, it might take 1 or 2 days to reach a full charge. The capacity is substantial, and as of now, charging efficiency has not improved, making it no simple task to fully recharge. Gao Jianjun commented, Even so, that is still quite impressive. Spending 2 days to charge and then being able to go for months or even a year without recharging is remarkable. Wang Haoning smiled and said, Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I referred to is merely a theoretical maximum. In reality, after considering discharge decay and charging efficiency, we have ultimately decided to design the battery's endurance at 3,000 kilometers. In this case, with a dedicated fast charger, it could be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours, while also preventing prolonged storage from causing slow discharge. Any battery, when left idle, will inevitably experience gradual discharge. Even Longshin batteries cannot circumvent this issue. Thus, we can strike a commendable balance between efficiency, economy, and endurance. The others nodded in agreement. Even with a range of 3,000 kilometers, it remains quite impressive. Moreover, requiring only 4 to 5 hours to charge means it can easily be done overnight, potentially allowing for a month without a recharge. For those commuting daily, it might mean several months without needing to recharge. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianchu exchanged glances, already envisioning the tremendous impact such a new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive industry. Subsequently, the group took the opportunity to test drive the vehicle. Wang Haoning had even prepared another car for Zhou Yang, intending to gift it to him. After all, this is the first car to utilize Longshin batteries, and it holds significant commemorative value. Zhou Yang contemplated for a moment and accepted the gesture. After all, it's just a car. It truly isn't a big deal. Once the visit concluded, Zhou Yang promptly returned to Wanghu village. Over the past 3 months, he had not been idle. He had been diligently addressing a matter of great importance, chip design. Specifically, the Bionic cellular chips intended for Mechas. The laboratory in Wanghu village had long been operational, though still not in full-scale use, with only a few assisting graduate students. Zhou Yang was primarily focused on preparing for chip design and industrial production. Particularly, the system software for certain equipment was something no one could assist him with. It was solely up to Zhou Yang to write it himself. The system had provided complete code, but thoroughly understanding and writing it was no simple feat. Current large-scale production equipment often entails millions, if not billions, of lines of code. Over the past 3 months, a significant portion of Zhou Yang's time had been spent coding. Now, with the preparatory work nearly complete, he was ready to move on to the implementation phase. Zhou Yang's inclination remained towards collaborating with domestic companies, akin to BYD. This would not only yield results but also cultivate talent, directly translating to product development. If the state were to reinvest in a company for production, it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. However, Zhou Yang had yet to decide which specific company to collaborate with. There are indeed several domestic chip companies, and the level of domestic chips is not as dire as portrayed online, with a significant gap only in high-end chips. Thus, Zhou Yang felt that this warranted his own support. After returning to Wanghu village, another 10 days passed, and Zhou Yang had completed all preparatory work. At this juncture, an invitation arrived, an invitation to the launch event for BYD's Longshin batteries. Wang Haoning even personally called Zhou Yang, wishing to invite him to witness this historic moment. In fact, Wang Haoning had initially intended to visit in person, but after inquiring around, he was unable to ascertain which research institute Zhou Yang was affiliated with. The laboratory in Wanghu village remained under a high level of confidentiality. After some consideration, Zhou Yang ultimately decided to attend. As Wang Haoning stated, witnessing history is still about creating it oneself. The press conference was scheduled to take place in BJ City, at the largest venue available, with BYD extending invitations to nearly all mainstream media in the country. Additionally, all companies related to batteries, particularly those within the top tier of the industry, received invitations. A massive promotional campaign had also been launched in advance. The entire internet was abuzz with advertisements for BYD's press conference. On September 9th, BYD New World, we shall not be absent. The sheer volume of advertising made it nearly impossible to overlook. What kind of press conference is BYD holding? Is it for a new vehicle? Unclear. BYD has typically been quite low-key. Why are they so ostentatious this time? The scale of this advertising investment must be in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions is a conservative estimate. Everywhere I go, I see ads for this press conference. The investment is astonishing. The key question is, what exactly is BYD going to announce? They are merely a car manufacturer. Even if it's a new vehicle, it hardly warrants such a spectacle. Not even Mercedes-Benz goes this far. Whatever the case, there's no use speculating. We'll find out on the 9th. I heard CCTV is going to broadcast it live. It's astounding how much BYD must have spent to secure a live broadcast with CCTV. Amidst the curiosity and anticipation of countless netizens, September 9th arrived. On this day, the weather was splendid, bathed in sunshine. The National Conference Center was adorned with vast promotional banners for the press conference. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the slogan, "Encounter the Future." At 8 in the morning, with 2 hours remaining before the press conference, invited journalists, corporate representatives, and various guests began to arrive in succession. Any insider information? Familiar reporters whispered among themselves. Don't even think about it. With BYD making such a grand spectacle, how could any insider information possibly leak? It's almost certainly about cars. Not necessarily. Guess who I just saw? Lei Jun from Xiaomi. Who? Lei Jun. Why is he here? That's why I suspect BYD's announcement may not be limited to vehicles. It could also involve batteries. Remember 3 months ago when BYD suddenly announced the separation of its battery business and its collaboration with a matrix energy company? At that time, I surmised that BYD was preparing something significant, and now, that something is about to be unveiled. Chapter 31. The exclusive C-Position A sedan gradually glided into the parking lot of the National Conference Center, taking quite some time to find a parking spot. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people here, and the safety risks are considerable. My suggestion is, if you insist on attending this press conference, I will summon the support team to reconfigure the security measures, Chen Ruoyan said with a grave expression. At this moment, they were in the same vehicle, and apart from Zhou Yang and herself, there were merely 3 security personnel. Zhou Yang inquired. Do you think many people recognize my face? Chen Ruoyun hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Although Zhou Yang was engaged in work that aimed to change the world, it must be said that he was exceedingly low profile. Then that settles it. No one knows who I am, so what danger could I possibly face? Besides, I am in my own country. Why would anyone attack me without cause? Zhou Yang chuckled. This was his homeland, not his country. Chen Ruoyun had no retort and could only nod in agreement, saying, very well, then. The car came to a halt. Zhou Yang alighted and, alongside Chen Ruoyun, made his way toward the press. Arriving discreetly, Zhou Yang did not inform Wang Haoning and the others. The venue's entrance. The crowd surged like a tide, with 3 security check lanes open, yet the throngs were so numerous that everyone was waiting in line. Zhou Yang initially intended to queue, but before he could approach, he was halted by Chen Ruoyun. Mr. Zhou, the crowd is too dense. Queuing is unsafe. Let us enter directly, she asserted, and with that, she and a few others surrounded Zhou Yang and proceeded toward the entrance. Make way! Chen Ruoyun coldly intercepted a young man who was about to conduct a check. The young man was promptly shoved aside. Zhou Yang quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, immediately erupted, exclaiming, apologies are all well and good, but do you know who I am? How dare you push me aside? And you, how dare you cut in line? Where is the authority to manage this? Step aside, move to the back, the young man demanded, advancing to push Zhou Yang aside. However, a robust arm reached out and intercepted him. The 3 burly security personnel stood like sentinels, coldly regarding the young man, their mere presence rendering him speechless. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow, feeling that Chen Ruoyun's actions were somewhat inappropriate. Just as he was about to apologize to the young man again, Chen Ruoyun tugged at Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, let us proceed inside. With that, she guided Zhou Yang through the security checkpoint. Beep, 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 the security alarm began to blare wildly. Several security guards responsible for the checks were startled and quickly converged. One of them asked, Miss, please remove any prohibited items from your person. Keys and such should be placed in the box. The young man continued to shout from behind, well, cutting in line is one thing, but pushing me, fine. I'll remember you all. Do you know who I am? I am with Tianai Chemical and I have plenty of money. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Initially, those in line had supported the young man, believing Zhou Yang should not have cut in. However, as the young man continued to raise a ruckus, many began to frown. Compared to Zhou Yang's queue jumping, the young man was becoming increasingly irksome. Chen Ruoyun appeared oblivious to the young man's outcry, retrieving an identification document from her pocket and presenting it to the security guard. Zhou Yang observed closely. It was a firearm permit. The guard also noticed it, opened it, and was instantly dumbfounded, swallowing hard and hastily saying, My apologies, please, go ahead. Chen Ruoyun nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and led Zhou Yang straight inside. The 3 security personnel swiftly followed suit. Each individual passing through the security gate triggered the alarm to blare frantically. The guards were astonished, swallowing hard. If he was not mistaken, each person was armed. Legal firearm holders were not ordinary individuals, were they? Hey, what's the matter? Why did you let them through? They have prohibited items on them. Why not detain them and conduct a search? The young man exploded upon seeing the guards allow Zhou Yang and his companions to pass. The guard's expression shifted slightly, and he replied sternly, Sir, please line up for a security check. The young man was furious. Not only had Zhou Yang and his group cut in line, but they also bypassed the checks. Such differential treatment was unacceptable. Just as he was about to protest further, a man behind him, wearing a camera around his neck, tapped him on the shoulder, saying, Hey, man, calm down. Do you have any idea who those people are? What do you mean? The young man was taken aback. The man smiled mysteriously and replied, If I'm not mistaken, that beautiful lady just presented a firearm permit, legal possession of a firearm. She is not dressed like a police officer. Think about it. With that, he bypassed the young man and proceeded to undergo the security check. The young man felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his complexion paling. A firearm permit, Legal possession? Legend had it that was akin to a license to kill. This meant that had he caused too much of a scene, the other party could have shot him without hesitation. The young man swallowed hard, hardly able to fathom that he had danced on the edge of life and death. Zhou Yang followed Qin Ruoyun into the venue and could not help but remark, "Director Qin, this is rather ostentatious, isn't it? We could have just queued slowly. There was no need for all this." Qin Ruoyun shook her head, responding, "Mr. Zhou, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding of what it means to be ostentatious? I believe we were quite low-key just now, and this is for your safety." Cutting in line? Was that truly ostentatious? Not having a dedicated escort and opting for the regular entrance was already being modest to an extreme. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, refraining from further discussion as he followed the crowd into the venue. His seat was in the very front row. "I will go on my own," Zhou Yang stated. Qin Ruoyun slightly nodded, signaling the 3 security personnel, who quickly dispersed to form a protective perimeter around Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang handed his invitation to a staff member on site. The individual accepted the invitation, glanced at it, and his expression subtly shifted, though he quickly regained his composure, leading Zhou Yang to a seat in the very center of the front row. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. It seemed his invitation was rather extraordinary, as he had been directly placed in the C position of the press conference. Indeed, the moment Zhou Yang sat down, numerous fervent gazes turned toward him. Today, many prominent figures had arrived from various industries, alongside government officials and special guests, all seated in the front rows. Yet, due to the crowd, they occupied 4 rows in total. Among these, there were distinctions in status. Those seated in the first row were undoubtedly of the highest rank, and seated in the very center of the first row, there could be no doubt, was the most honored guest. Major automotive manufacturers had all sent their high-ranking executives, including the president of Mercedes-Benz Asia-Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group, as well as leaders from the tech industry, such as the CEO of DJI and Leiju. These industry titans did not occupy the C position, yet a young man had taken their place. At that moment, a singular thought arose in the minds of all the eminent figures present. Who exactly is this young man? Chapter 32. The Longshin battery in the face of the curious gazes from numerous dignitaries, Zhou Yang remained remarkably composed, sitting confidently. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly Zhou Yang's calmness and aloofness stifled any further remarks from Yu Changhong, who could only manage an awkward smile and withdraw his gaze. However, Zhou Yang suddenly turned and inquired, "Is Huawei designing chips, specifically the high-silicon Kirin?" Yu Changhong was taken aback. He did not anticipate Zhou Yang would initiate a conversation. He quickly responded, "Indeed. I am surprised that Mr. Zhou is aware of the high-silicon Kirin." As soon as the words left his mouth, he mentally chastised himself for his folly. Who in the country was unaware of the Kirin chips, especially in light of the recent news? With the battery issue resolved, the next focus was on the chip problem. Following the traditional approach, he intended to collaborate with domestic enterprises to foster their development. There were indeed several semiconductor companies domestically. However, due to varying business scopes, only HiSilicon was genuinely involved in high-end chips capable of aligning with international standards. Crucially, though Huawei was not a state-owned enterprise, it was a responsible. Thus, Zhou Yang's first prospective partner for collaboration was HiSilicon. Yu Changhong was momentarily stunned. He still had no clear understanding of Zhou Yang's identity or profession. Yet, given his prominent position, I would be more than welcoming. "Whenever you are free, please feel free to contact me," he said, handing over a business card. Zhou Yang accepted it, patting his pocket only to realize he had no card of his own. He waved to Qin Ruoyun in the distance. She hurried over, and upon learning what Zhou Yang needed, swiftly produced a business card to present to him. Yu Changhong stared blankly at the card he received, watching as Qin Ruoyun walked away, taking a considerable time to register the situation. Zhou Yang was accompanied by bodyguards, and Qin Ruoyun's demeanor clearly indicated she was not an ordinary protector. Glancing at the card in his hand, it was a remarkably simple one, with Zhou Yang's name on the front and a mobile number on the back. Such a card further convinced Yu Changhong of Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Just as Yu Changhong was about to continue the conversation, the lights in the venue unexpectedly dimmed, signaling the commencement of the press conference. At precisely 10 o'clock, CCTV's financial channel and various major news platforms commenced live broadcasting of the event. The invited guests took their seats, and the atmosphere was filled with hushed conversations. Suddenly, A beam of white light illuminated the space above, revealing a holographic projection of a countdown starting from 10. Goodness, is this a press conference organized by BYD? The technological flair is remarkable, isn't it? In the online streaming room, the viewership surged past 10 million, with many engaging in discussions. BYD is clearly going all out this time. I'm even more curious about what they are about to unveil. Could it be the legendary electric supercar? There is a possibility, isn't it? Haven't there been rumors that BYD is preparing to manufacture supercars? Only a high-end, sophisticated press conference would befit a supercar. The audience predominantly speculated that BYD was set to unveil a new automobile, given that BYD was fundamentally a car manufacturing company. As the countdown concluded, the beam of light settled onto the stage. Accompanied by stirring music, a figure ascended the stage. Wu Qian. In an instant, all attention was drawn towards him. Millions of viewers in front of their screens, along with industry leaders and journalists present, were all curious about what this grand spectacle organized by BYD was truly about, and the mystery was about to be unveiled. Wu Qian, undeterred by the spotlight, delivered a brief opening statement before a video began to play on the large screen behind him. Dear audience, have you ever encountered such a scenario in your life? For instance, while traveling on the highway, when your electric vehicle has only a few dozen kilometers of range left, yet you are far from the next service area. When you are fortunate enough to reach the service area, you discover that the charging station is out of order. As these words were spoken, countless audience members exhibited expressions of déjà vu. It was evident, BYD was indeed about to launch a brand new electric vehicle, and the primary focus would surely be on ranged. Wu Qian continued, moreover, when your mobile phone is nearing depletion, you find yourself without a portable charger. Or when you are using a drone to capture the breathtaking landscapes of our motherland, but are hindered by battery life. Yet, amidst the amusement, several individuals harbored questions. Initially, discussing electric vehicle range seemed relevant, but as the conversation shifted to mobile phone batteries, drones, and various battery-related scenarios, it appeared to stray from the main topic. Goodness, why so much rambling? Let us get to the new car already. Exactly. I came here to see the new vehicle, not to listen to idle chatter. Calm down, everyone. Such press conferences often meander through various topics. Meanwhile, industry leaders and reporters in the electric vehicle sector, BYD was undoubtedly a formidable competitor to Tesla. However, as the absolute leader in the global electric vehicle industry, Tesla did not regard BYD with much concern. It was not due to underestimating them. It was simply that they had no worthy adversaries. Furthermore, with Tesla having localized production and reducing prices, they had left many electric vehicle manufacturers in a state of disarray. As the video concluded, Wu Qian proclaimed, "Have you ever imagined a world where an electric vehicle could run for a month, or even months on a single charge, where a mobile phone could last for several months on a single charge? What would such a world look like? Now, let us together embrace the future." With an enthusiastic gesture, the countdown appeared once more on the large screen, accompanied by pulsating music, ultimately revealing a chip-like battery. This is the Longshin battery, the new generation carbon nanotube battery produced in collaboration between BYD and Matrix Energy, possessing independent intellectual property rights. At this revelation, the audience was left utterly stunned. No one had anticipated that BYD would orchestrate such an elaborate event only to unveil a battery rather than an electric vehicle, a mere battery, and yet the presentation was this grand? Chapter 33. Small battery, great capacity. In the live broadcast room, the moment the Longshin battery was revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. What on earth is happening? Wasn't this an automotive launch? Why are they presenting a battery? Exactly. I was looking forward to seeing supercars. I hope BYD can drive down the prices of supercars, enabling everyone to experience the thrill of driving a Ferrari. The crowd gazed curiously at the Longshin battery displayed on the large screen, their faces a tapestry of confusion. What's with the appearance of this battery? It's so square, resembling a chip. By the way, what was Wu Qian saying earlier about the battery? It's supposed to be a lithium battery. I'm not sure. I didn't catch it clearly. Perhaps it's a new battery developed by BYD. Judging by its appearance, it doesn't seem much different from a blade battery. The screen did not indicate the size of the Longshin battery, leaving the audience unable to ascertain its dimensions. Speculation filled the air. Wu Qian, intentionally prolonging the suspense, finally produced a Longshin battery from his pocket, raised it high, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Longshin battery." The camera. At this moment, both the live audience and those watching online were engulfed in disbelief. Is this really the Longshin battery? Why is it so small? I expected a much larger piece. It truly resembles a chip. Regardless of its form, if this is indeed a battery, are you joking? At this size, it couldn't possibly exceed a few dozen milliamp hours. So, BYD has orchestrated this grand event just to unveil a button battery. They simply could not discern what technological advancements could be contained within such a small battery. The crucial factor remained capacity. No matter how flashy the design, the capacity was paramount. Did BYD genuinely believe that such a tiny battery could address the range issues of electric vehicles? It was utterly absurd. The discussions continued. Sitting beside Zhou Yang, Yu Changhong couldn't help but murmur, "What on earth is BYD trying to sell us? Could there be something extraordinary about this Longshin battery?" However, given its size, if it had a larger capacity, it would indeed be quite suitable for mobile phones. After saying this, Yu Changhong turned to Zhou Yang and inquired, "What is your perspective?" "What perspective?" Zhou Yang thought to himself. He was merely observing, but after a while, he too felt that BYD had perhaps gone a bit overboard. This was not the way to build suspense. In his view, a simple PowerPoint presentation would have sufficed. The extravagant display seemed entirely superfluous. At that moment, Wu Chen announced, "I believe the primary question on everyone's mind is, what is the capacity of the Longshin battery? I can assure you, it will exceed your expectations. How about we invite a few friends to make some guesses? Mr. Lei, what do you think?" Zhou Yang felt exasperated. Here we go again with the suspense. He was on the verge of leaving. The camera turned to Lei Jun, who pondered briefly before stating, "Based on its size, I estimate it to be in the range of dozens to a couple of hundred milliamp hours. However, considering the magnitude of this launch, there must be some special technology involved. Therefore, I would guess around 300 milliamp hours." Some individuals from the battery industry present nodded in agreement upon hearing Lei Jun's estimation. As Lei Jun pointed out, if BYD were indeed launching a button battery, it would be laughable. Thus, 300 milliamp hours seemed quite plausible. The idea that such a sizable battery could possess 300 milliamp hours was already astonishing. Wu Chen smiled and said, "Well, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I wish to reveal that this tiny Longshin battery boasts an astounding capacity of 8,450 milliamp hours." The screen simultaneously a profound silence enveloped the room. The live broadcast audience was equally hushed. Everyone stood in awe. "Are you serious? Over 8,000 milliamp hours? This must be a dream. Get out of here. I can't believe it." The online audience erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Tesla's Asia-Pacific president could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible." The prominent figures in the front row shared similar reactions. Lei Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, and Yu Changhong, sitting beside Zhou Yang, wore an expression of utter shock, muttering, "Is this some kind of joke? A battery of such diminutive size, yet possessing over 8,000 milliamp hours of capacity. This was nothing short of a miracle." Suddenly, a journalist stood up and boldly asked, "Mr. Wu, can you stand by your statement?" Many in the audience nodded in agreement. The figure was too outrageous. Who could ascertain if BYD was exaggerating? Wu Chen chuckled and replied, "My dear journalist, I assure you, I stand by my words. This data comes from a reputable institution's battery testing." A testing document appeared on the screen, issued by the Energy Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, complete with a vivid red stamp, affirming its reliability. "But this is simply incredible." The questioning journalist sat back down, dazed. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present and countless viewers online. A mere battery, yet possessing over 8,000 milliamp hours, was truly unfathomable. Wu Chen continued, "The theme of this launch is the specific configurations of this new vehicle will be announced later, but I can tell you now that the Han DM will achieve a remarkable range of 3,000 kilometers, with a full charge taking just 4.5 hours. Moreover, there will be a high-spec version of the Han DM, boasting an impressive range of 8,000 kilometers, fully charged in 12 hours. Although Wu Chen did not elaborate on the specific configurations and pricing of the Han DM, the announced range was enough to convey a significant message. Range has always been a critical pain point for electric vehicles, and the emergence of the Longshin battery addressed this issue. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. 5 hours to full charge and a range of 3,000 kilometers. Am I dreaming? And the high-spec version has an 8,000-kilometer range? My goodness, BYD is embarking on an unprecedented journey. Does this mean that a single charge could last half a year? With my daily commute being less than 10 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers would suffice for 10 months. I have nothing more to say. I hereby declare that if BYD delivers on a true 3,000-kilometer range, I will immediately purchase a vehicle. Count me in. I'm going for the high-spec version, 8,000 kilometers. This world has gone mad. The online audience erupted into a frenzy, and the live audience mirrored their enthusiasm. The most vocal reaction came from the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific division, who was nearly beside himself, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible." A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-spec range of 8,000 kilometers. This was poised to obliterate all other electric vehicle manufacturers. Chapter 34. Output and pricing. Not only Tesla, but the representatives from various electric vehicle companies present, such as NIO, Xpeng, and Geely, were equally taken aback. The astonishing range offered by the Longshin battery is akin to a nuclear weapon, capable of annihilating any electric vehicle currently on the market. In terms of configurations, most manufacturers are comparable. The sole factor hindering electric vehicles from catching up with their gasoline counterparts is endurance. Consequently, electric vehicle manufacturers have explored. Without a breakthrough in battery technology, electric vehicles will never attain mainstream status. Now, BYD has been the first to transcend battery technology, and as touted at this press conference, it promises to alter the world profoundly. Wu Chun continued, the advent of the Longshin battery will not only transform the electric vehicle industry, but will also impact every facet of life. Soon, we shall witness the emergence of ultra-slim smartphones boasting battery capacities exceeding 100,000 mAh, capable of lasting an entire month on a single charge. As he spoke these words, Wu Chun glanced at several representatives from smartphone manufacturers present, including Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and others from Vivo. In contrast to the electric vehicle manufacturers, the smartphone industry also expressed their unease. Just as the limited range constrains the development of electric vehicles, battery capacity similarly poses a significant limit. Who wouldn't desire to craft a sleeker phone with extended battery life? However, with the battery size being what it is, achieving a thinner design invariably compromises capacity, leading to diminished endurance. The emergence of the Longshin battery, with its remarkably compact size and substantial capacity, perfectly resolves this dilemma. Thus, the representatives from various manufacturers were equally exhilarated. Finally, in every application where lithium batteries are employed, the Longshin battery will bring about monumental changes. The applications of lithium batteries in modern society are exceedingly vast, ensuring that the Longshin battery will find no shortage of demand. Wu Chun elaborated on potential applications before adding, now, before we transition into the next phase, we have some time to address your questions. Upon hearing this, reporters in attendance eagerly raised. Everyone understood that the launch of the Longshin battery marked a truly epoch-making technological advancement. At this juncture, some reporters had already begun drafting articles for their media outlets. However, numerous representatives from various companies. Lei Jun raised his hand. Very well, let us hear from Lei Jun. What questions do you have? Wu Chun inquired with a smile. Lei Jun took the microphone and asked, I am particularly interested in two matters: the production capacity and the pricing of the Longshin battery. Would you be able to disclose that information? Many manufacturers nodded in agreement. Pricing and production capacity are always paramount concerns. Despite the Longshin battery's diminutive size, while BYD has announced that mass production has commenced, it remains uncertain whether this is on a small or large scale. Additionally, if the price is exorbitant, the cost-effectiveness may not be favorable. In the electric vehicle sector, high battery costs are somewhat expected. Consumers are willing to pay a premium for superior performance. However, the situation differs for smartphones. Domestic manufacturers engage in fierce price wars, often competing against their own. If costs are elevated, the implications could be significant. Wu Chun chuckled. You've certainly caught me off guard, Lei Jun. Since you raised the question, I believe it is one of great concern for many enterprises. After a brief, this figure left many in awe, particularly the Asia-Pacific president of Tesla, who appeared pale and sank back in his seat. A monthly production of 100 million units signifies that BYD is not merely engaged in small-scale production, but rather, it has truly embarked on large-scale manufacturing. Provided the pricing is appropriate, this product, which is guaranteed to sell, could be produced in limitless quantities. Coupled with the highest profit margins in the world, the speed at which BYD will expand its production lines is easily imaginable. In fact, BYD has already commenced the construction of new production lines. Lei Jun nodded with a smile. A monthly output of 100 million units is neither insignificant nor excessive, and given Xiaomi's stature, it should be able to secure a considerable share of the market. As for the price, Wu Chuan raised the Longshin battery in hand and stated, the factory price. Numerous electric vehicle manufacturers wore expressions of despair. It appeared that BYD was poised to dominate the market. Impossible. How could it be so inexpensive? The Tesla Asia-Pacific president exclaimed again, incredulously. With superior performance at a more affordable price, it is evident that the Longshin battery is set to sweep across the nation and even the globe. While the electric vehicle sector trembled with apprehension, representatives from other industries were visibly elated. BYD's primary business is electric vehicles, placing them outside the competitive landscape with these other firms. This remarkably affordable and high-quality Longshin battery is bound to revolutionize the entire industry. A spark of excitement. Replace the existing battery with the Longshin battery using our current smartphone layout, and concurrently, redesign the space for the battery compartment to minimize its size. Get me a new design proposal as soon as possible. In that moment, Lei Jun was brimming with enthusiasm. In comparison to the price, Lei Jun was more concerned with the compact nature of the Longshin battery. Given the limited size of smartphones, every inch of space is precious. Traditionally, a battery pack occupies nearly one-third of the internal space. However, with the Longshin battery, this space could be reduced to the size of a chip. The reclaimed space holds tremendous potential. Various compromises and sacrifices previously made in configurations need no longer be debated, as they can be directly implemented. Setting down his phone, Lei Jun cast a glance to his left at Yu Changhong, who was also on a call. Lei Jun believed that the changes within the smartphone industry would be even more profound than those in the electric vehicle sector. Chapter 35. A matter of words. Subsequently, Wu Chuan addressed several additional inquiries regarding the Longshin battery, such as its charging efficiency and other related aspects. The atmosphere in the venue was fervent, resembling an In Zhou Yang's view, this press conference could have been as simple as a public announcement on the official website or a PowerPoint presentation. Beside him, Yu Changhong was on a phone call, seemingly speaking directly to Wang Haoning. President, it's simply 1T suffice. How about we negotiate the price to 17 yuan per unit? Yu Changhong's request was met with disappointment, his face reflecting a sense of regret. Zhou Yang could not help but interject, Zhou knows President Wang? The moment the words left his mouth, Yu Changhong realized the absurdity of his statement. Zhou Yang was seated at the center of the press conference. How could he not know Wang Haoning? That would be... I truly appreciate your help, Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong exclaimed, hastily handing over his phone. It's a trivial matter, Zhou Yang replied as he took the device. President Wang, this is Zhou Yang speaking. By the way, how many units do you require each month? Zhou Yang inquired of Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong promptly stated, at least 3 million. Ideally, we could negotiate up to 5 million units. Given Huawei's shipment volume, even 5 million units might not be sufficient. Although the capacity of a single Longshin battery had reached 8,000 mAh, its diminutive size made it necessary to incorporate several units. A single phone would require multiple batteries, and even 1 million units shipped in a month might not be adequate. Zhou Yang smiled and addressed Wang Haoning, President Wang, let us set the quota at 10 million units per month for Huawei, and let us offer a more favorable price. Yu Changhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that all? He had anticipated that Zhou Yang would take the time to cultivate a relationship with Wang Haoning, perhaps even plead on their behalf, especially since it was evident to everyone that the Longshin battery was in high demand. There was no concern about sales, as supply would match demand. Yet, with a single command-like assertion, Zhou Yang had managed to secure 10 million units for Huawei, which seemed utterly outrageous. Why Yu Changhong almost thought Zhou Yang was jesting. However, upon picking up the phone, Zhou were acquainted. Very well, 10 million units per month it is, and we shall go with the price you proposed, 14 yuan per unit. With the current shipment volume, Once production lines were expanded, the cost of 10 yuan per unit would decrease, ensuring that Moreover, Zhou Yang was aware that the price of 15 yuan was likely a governmental decision. Otherwise, in business terms, BYD could easily sell the batteries for 20 to 30 yuan each without anyone deeming it exorbitant. Yu Changheng set down the phone, staring blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind racing with one question. Who on earth was Zhou Yang, so young yet wielding such immense influence? Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You have been an immense help, Yu Changheng said, hastily employing formal language. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter. I will reach out to you, President Yu, when I return to SC. Yu Changheng promptly rose to escort Zhou Yang out. As Zhou Yang departed, flanked by Chen Ruoyun and several bodyguards, Yu Changheng's curiosity about Zhou Yang's identity only deepened. In the following segment, Wu Chen elaborated on other characteristics of the Longshin battery and the battery products centered around it. However, no one paid attention. All were far more concerned with the potential global impact of the Longshin battery's emergence. Major media platforms swiftly reported the developments. Groundbreaking advancements in battery technology. The Longshin battery makes its debut, compact yet powerful, heralding a new era of technological innovation. Penguin News. BYD's years of dedicated research culminate in a transformative breakthrough. The Longshin battery, a sci-fi marvel made real, a battery from the future. Sina News. Similar reports proliferated astonishingly, each proclaiming the dawn of future technology. For those who had witnessed the press conference or learned about the Longshin battery through reports, it was perceived with a size comparable to a button battery yet boasting an astonishing capacity of over 8,000 mAh. Who could dare to believe? Specialized threads emerged on technology forums, discussing the profound changes the most frequently mentioned applications, aside from electric vehicles, were smartphones. Domestic smartphone manufacturers reacted with remarkable swiftness. Following the press conference, Lei Jun posted a Weibo update announcing that President Lei exudes authority. 130,000 mAh. This means charging once a month with no need to plug in again. My mother will no longer worry about my phone dying. I sense the power bank industry may soon face extinction. With such capacity, who needs a power bank? That assertion is flawed. Considering the size of a power bank, just imagine how many Longshin batteries could fit inside. You could have a 1,000,000 mAh power bank that lasts a year. Power banks might soon be classified as regulated items. 1,000,000 mAh is practically a small bomb. Forget about power banks. With 100,000 mAh, phones are on the verge of becoming explosives. Samsung batteries with only a few thousand mAh could cause injuries. Imagine the potential of over 100,000 mAh. It's no joke. People could be obliterated. Has anyone from upstairs even watched the press conference? Please look up the video. BYD has conducted. The materials used are quite unique, so safety concerns should be alleviated. I'm curious, how long does it take to fully charge a phone with over 100,000 mAh? Enough already. Holding this 2,800 mAh iPhone 12 now feels lackluster. Following Xiaomi's announcement, other smartphone manufacturers were quick to respond, issuing statements about the imminent release of high-capacity new models. Among them, Huawei's announcement was particularly audacious. The statement read, "First and foremost, we express our gratitude to BYD for enabling Huawei to secure a monthly quota of 10 million Longshin batteries. Additionally, we will be postponing the Mate 40 launch event, originally scheduled for the 18th of this month, to the 1st of next month, during which the all-new Mate 40 series will be unveiled." Huawei had boldly integrated the Longshin battery into a flagship model that had yet to be released. Fans of various smartphone brands erupted in excitement, while other manufacturers found themselves disheartened. The news of Huawei obtaining 10 million units directly incited envy, as their own efforts had only garnered a meager. Huawei's acquisition was tenfold, leaving the other manufacturers feeling utterly dismayed. Chapter 36. Expanding production capacity. Much like the mobile phone industry, the electric vehicle sector has experienced a profound reaction. Stocks of major electric vehicle manufacturers have plummeted in response. Notably, companies like NIO and XPeng, which are new entrants to the automotive arena, saw their stock prices drop sharply following their press conferences. In stark contrast, BYD's stock has surged, defying the downward trend. One witnessed a ceiling on gains while the other faced a floor on losses, an almost surreal divergence. Previously, when BYD announced its decision to split its battery business and collaborate with Matrix Energy, its stock suffered a consecutive decline, leading countless retail investors to liquidate their holdings, incurring significant losses. Who could have anticipated that merely 3 months later, BYD would unveil such a spectacular development? Financial news channels are now speculating that BYD stock is poised for an extraordinary upturn. Those with quick reflexes and access to timely information began acquiring BYD shares during the press conference. By the time the majority of investors grasped the situation, BYD stock had already begun its meteoric rise. Those who had previously sold their BYD shares now lamented their decisions, filled with regret. Conversely, some astute individuals seized the opportunity to buy in when BYD's stock was at its nadir, now reaping. However, the ultimate victor remains Wang Haoning. During the stock's decline, BYD had initiated a share buyback, acquiring a significant number of its own shares. At that time, financial experts analyzed this move as a market support strategy to maintain its stock price. But now, with this grand revelation, no one dares to speculate further. Instead, they begin to calculate the potential profits BYD stands to gain from the forthcoming stock price surge. In comparison to the rampant discussion, BYD itself stated during the press conference that its monthly production capacity stands at 100 million units. It remains unclear what connections Huawei utilized, but they managed to secure 1/10 of that amount. As a significant player in the automotive industry, BYD's demand for batteries is undoubtedly substantial. Furthermore, once the BYD vehicles equipped with Longshan batteries hit the market, they are sure to experience robust sales, which will inevitably 100 million units per month is simply insufficient. Presently, various enterprises are fervently leveraging their connections, striving to procure batteries from BYD. However, after countless inquiries, the conclusion remains the same. There is no inventory available, at least for the next 3 months. Securing even a single unit is out of the question. At BYD's headquarters, Mr. Lee, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate you. You are aware of our long-standing relationship. How could I disregard your requests? The truth is, we simply have no stock available. 200,000 is truly our limit. You cannot fathom how many companies are vying for supplies and yet cannot obtain any. How about this? In 3 months' time, I can assure you that we will provide you with 10 million units per month. Wang Haoning concluded the call, his expression rife with frustration. Across from his desk sat a young officer, a mere middle-ranking colonel, who smiled and remarked, "Mr. Wang, you should be the one feeling elated at this moment. Why the long face?" Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer and replied, somewhat dejectedly, "How can I not be troubled? The demand is so great, yet I have no inventory. Our new production line will require at least another month or 2 to be operational, which is why I am concerned." The young officer stifled a laugh, thinking to himself that Wang was lamenting the slow pace of profit accumulation. "Mr. Wang, as for other companies, I am indifferent. However, for our military's initial order of 50 million units, you must ensure quality and timely delivery." Wang Haoning nodded, still feeling disheartened. The military has emerged as the lithium batteries are widely utilized in military applications, such as communication systems, underwater robots, and drones. Thus, when the product was ready for launch, Gao Jianjun's presence was to inspect the finished goods and prepare for the order. Thankfully, the price offered to the military was also 15 per unit. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would be even more distressed. Yet, even so, with the limited monthly output, allowing the military to take half was a painful concession. He harbored grand ambitions of dominating the electric vehicle sector, but the current shortfall in battery production would directly impact vehicle output. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," the young officer said as he stood to depart. After seeing him off, Wang Haoning did not sit idly for long before his assistant approached, reporting on business invitations. To secure supplies, countless company executives were lining up to inform them that there is no stock available. They must wait, Wang Haoning replied, visibly vexed. He had anticipated the booming demand for Longshan batteries, but had not foreseen such an overwhelming response. The assistant nodded and added, By the way, Mr. Wang, a representative from Tianai Chemical is here, wishing to meet with you to discuss potential collaboration on carbon nanotubes. Who? Wang Haoning inquired, momentarily taken aback. He recognized the name Tianai Chemical. Initially, Zhou Yang had intended to collaborate with them, utilizing their cost-effective carbon nanotube production methods to ensure that Longshin batteries could be manufactured with affordable raw materials. However, Tianai Chemical had rejected Zhou Yang's proposal, stating it was unnecessary. Consequently, Matrix Energy had directly invested in constructing a carbon nanotube factory to produce large quantities of inexpensive carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD's use. The factory played a significant role in enabling mass production of Longshin batteries, thus leaving a lasting impression on Wang Haoning regarding Tianai Chemical's initial refusal to collaborate with Zhou Yang. Where is he? Bring him in. I would like to see him, Wang Haoning instructed. He was curious to discover what sort of individual would dare to turn down Zhou Yang's overtures. Before long, a young man was ushered into Wang Haoning's office. Had Zhou Yang been present, he would have recognized this young man as the one who had interrupted him during the press conference. Greetings, Mr. Wang. My name is Zhang Yun, the Deputy General Manager of Tianai Chemical. By the way, my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical. The young man introduced himself, extending his hand. Wang Haoning did not reciprocate the handshake, but silently scrutinized the young man. Zhang Yun awkwardly withdrew his hand and hurriedly continued, Mr. Wang, I attended the press conference and learned that our Longshin batteries are produced using carbon nanotubes. Therefore, I believe we could collaborate, as Tianai Chemical is the industry leader in domestic carbon nanotube production. Wang Haoning chuckled inwardly. Just as he suspected, Tianai Chemical was indeed here for carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had the foresight to establish a factory, or else they would be at the mercy of others for their carbon nanotube raw materials. By the way, when we launched the Longshin battery, I assume Tianai Chemical stock must have risen significantly? Wang Haoning suddenly inquired. Oh, not at all. It only increased slightly, Zhang Yun modestly replied, though inwardly, he was quite pleased. Thanks to the momentum generated by Longshin batteries, not only did Tianai Chemical benefit, but all companies involved in carbon nanotube production saw their stock prices skyrocket. As the industry leader, Tianai Chemical had enjoyed consecutive trading limits for several days. Wang Haoning scoffed lightly, gesturing to his assistant, go, find a few journalists and issue a statement, announcing that BYD has constructed its own carbon nanotube factory. However, to meet the production demands of Longshin batteries, we will be expanding our capacity to produce 5,000 tons per month. Any excess that we cannot utilize will be sold externally at a price of 80,000 per ton. Hearing this, Zhang Yun was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 37. The great man of the nation Zhang Yun abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Mr. Wang, you must be jesting, 80,000 per ton? You would be incurring tremendous losses. The prevailing market price for carbon nanotubes was approximately 550,000 per ton for high-quality imports, while domestically produced ones, which were of inferior quality, generally fetched around 400,000. Yet now, Wang Haoning was proposing a sale price of 80,000 per ton. Even at the lowest estimate, selling a ton would result in losses exceeding 300,000. 5,000 tons in a month, Mr. Wang. This is not how one jokes. Carbon nanotubes are a novel material, challenging to produce with a low yield. Thus, their prices have remained exorbitantly high. Furthermore, domestic demand is limited. Tianai Chemical, as the industry leader, possesses the keenest understanding of domestic requirements. Last year, the total domestic trading volume of carbon nanotubes barely exceeded 1,000 tons, and the combined production of all manufacturers was merely around 2,000 tons. Yet now, Wang Haoning audaciously claimed he would produce 5,000 tons in a month. This was sheer nonsense. Joking? Wang Haoning cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yun and retorted without hesitation, You, a mere youth, think yourself significant enough for me to jest with? Let me make it clear, even if your father were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. In the domestic business realm, Wang Haoning was a well-known magnate, and his sudden fury rendered Zhang Yun's face pale with fear. Mr. Wang, please calm your anger. I meant no disrespect, I merely wished to understand how this could possibly not result in a loss. Zhang Yun hastily defended himself. Wang Haoning scoffed. Loss? How can you presume we would incur losses? Allow me to enlighten you. Our self-produced carbon nanotubes have a factory price of 61,000 per ton. What? Zhang Yun gasped in disbelief, momentarily stunned. 61,000 per ton for carbon nanotubes? This was inconceivable. If such a price existed, Tianai could dominate not only the domestic market but the global one as well. Wang Haoning continued, Mr. Zhang, let me remind you that Mr. Zhou previously offered you an opportunity to collaborate on producing affordable carbon nanotubes, but you foolishly declined. Do you comprehend who you rejected? That was Mr. Zhou, a small Tianai chemical, and you dare refuse him? I can assure you that starting tomorrow, our carbon nanotube factory under BYD will expand its production capacity. Consider the implications. Assistant, see our guest out? Wang Haoning waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for Tianai Chemical's prior rejection of Zhou, Wang Haoning would have had no inclination to meet with Zhang Yun at all. The decision to expand production had long been settled due to the overwhelming demand for Longshin batteries, necessitating an increase in carbon nanotube output. Zhang Yun stumbled out of the office, his face ashen. 5,000 tons a month at 80,000 per ton. Repeating these phrases in his mind, he felt as though he were plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled to the core. If all this were true, the impact on Tianai Chemical would be utterly catastrophic. Within 2 months, Tianai would either pivot to another industry or face inevitable closure. Mr. Zhou? Zhang Yun? Zhou? The assistant glanced at Zhang Yun, smiled, and gestured toward the elevator before turning away. How could this happen? Zhang Yun was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered as to how he had offended this Mr. Zhou to provoke such fierce opposition from BYD. Wang Haoning claimed Tianai Chemical had rejected Mr. Zhou, yet Zhang Yun could not recall any instance in which Tianai had declined any offer from a Mr. Zhou. The repercussions of Longshin batteries were only beginning to unfold. The day after the press conference, the national news broadcast dedicated 10 uninterrupted minutes to introducing the Longshin battery. This unprecedented move ensured that the entire nation became aware of the Longshin battery's existence. The advertising impact was undeniable, but more significantly, it signified official endorsement and support in the broadcast. The authorities did not hold back in their praise, asserting that the advent of the Longshin battery would bring about unimaginable transformations for both the nation and the world. Initially, there were skeptics regarding the authenticity of the Longshin battery, despite BYD's grand unveiling and various certification documents. However, such technology seemed almost extraterrestrial, with a mere chip-like object. Yet, following the news broadcast, doubts evaporated. Anything that garnered such official recognition and extensive promotion could not be questioned. Moreover, it was noted in the report that this was a collaborative effort between BYD's research team and academician Chen Tiankai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In an instant, the Longshin battery became the most talked about topic, with discussions erupting across the internet, in the media, and even among the elderly in the streets. This fervor propelled news of the Longshin battery to spread around the globe at lightning speed. All media outlets reported that the mysterious Eastern nation had achieved a breakthrough in battery technology. Some critics argued that Country C's scientific research lagged, rendering it impossible for them to lead in battery technology. Numerous internationally renowned research institutions and energy experts vehemently accused Country C of fraud, declaring it impossible to develop such a battery. These voices predominantly originated from the mainstream Western media, who believed that such groundbreaking technology could not possibly emerge from Country C, dismissing its research capabilities. Fortunately, domestic netizens were oblivious to these foreign reports. Otherwise, it would have been infuriating. A crucial point was that BYD had merely hosted a press conference. Although state media reported on it, the most significant product had yet to roll off the production line. It might take the launch of electric vehicles boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers or smartphones with tens of thousands of milliampere hours before people truly believed that the Longshin battery had integrated into their lives. Zhou Yang also watched the CCTV report. Mr. Zhou, I believe you have been too modest, remarked Chen Ruoyun, who accompanied him. This news report failed to mention Zhou Yang at all, attributing the Longshin battery solely to BYD and Chen Tiankai. Yet, Chen Ruoyun knew that Zhou Yang had single-handedly developed the Longshin battery and had managed the mass production himself. While Chen Tiankai's team certainly contributed, their contribution was likely less than 1%. Now, all the accolades belonged to Chen Tiankai, while Zhou Yang remained in obscurity. Modest? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ruoyun and replied, "What do you suggest I do? As you say, be ostentatious and let the entire nation know that I developed the Longxin battery. What would that change? Would my meals taste better, or would I live longer? Zhou Yang switched off the television and stood up, stating, I do not seek others' praise. Their opinions of me are inconsequential. I merely wish to pursue what I am passionate about, ensuring that I can hold my head high. Chen Ruoyun was deeply moved, murmuring, Mr. Zhou, you are a true great man of the nation. A great man, a figure of national significance, is not a title just anyone can bear. Chapter 38. What a joke, Zhou Yang chuckled and inquired. Have the arrangements for tomorrow's itinerary been finalized? Chen Ruoyun nodded in affirmation. Tomorrow, Zhou Yang planned to visit SC, the headquarters of High-Silicon. The High-Silicon headquarters, nestled in the picturesque outskirts of SC City, represented a significant investment by Huawei. At 10 o'clock that morning, Yu Changhong was already at the entrance of the park, accompanied by the technical director of the R&D Center, Kong Lu, a prematurely balding young man, donned spectacles and exuded an air of refinement. Despite his youthful appearance, he was a genuine prodigy and a technical powerhouse. Old Chin, why is President Yu here so early, waiting right at the entrance? This is quite the spectacle, Kong Lu murmured to his colleague. His colleague, equally puzzled, shook his head. I have no idea. Could it be some high-ranking official from the city? That seems unlikely, Kong Lu replied, shaking his head. If it were a leader, we would have been informed in advance. As they were conversing, Yu Changhong suddenly turned and declared, a distinguished guest is arriving. You all must maintain your composure, understood? The group nodded earnestly, their curiosity piqued. Someone deemed a distinguished guest by Yu Changhong could not be an ordinary individual. At that moment, a Hongqi sedan glided into view. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up, and he hurried to greet it. Kong Lu and his colleagues exchanged glances before following suit. Hey, what model is this Hongqi? It looks rather impressive. I've never seen it before, one colleague asked, intrigued. Kong Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, goodness, that's an L5. And look at the car's body. It appears quite substantial. Could it possibly be the rumored bulletproof version? Who on earth could be riding in such a vehicle? Is this car? Kong Lu lowered his voice, stating, it's a vehicle for leaders. What do you think? Instantly, the others fell silent. The car came to a halt, and Chen Ruoyun was the first to alight, subsequently opening the door. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong greeted him with a smile. President Yu, Zhou Yang responded, shaking Yu Changhong's hand. I hope my visit isn't disrupting your regular operations. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head, calling for an electric vehicle from the park to escort Zhou Yang, all the while providing an overview of the entire facility. They eventually arrived at the R&D Center. President Yu, may I have the opportunity to observe your chip design? Zhou Yang inquired, why Yu Changhong was taken aback, puzzled as to why Zhou Yang wished to examine the chip design. He was still unaware of Zhou Yang's true identity. Chip design was a closely guarded secret at High-Silicon, typically not shared with outsiders. However, considering Zhou Yang's stature, Yu Changhong nodded and accompanied him into the research center. The entire facility exuded a sense of futuristic innovation. According to Yu Changhong, the R&D Center boasted over 3,000 researchers, not counting the supporting staff, making it a top-tier force in the domestic landscape. As Zhou Yang followed Yu Changhong and others through the center, they spent 2 hours touring, gaining a comprehensive understanding of High-Silicon's chip design capabilities. The company was a leader domestically and among the best globally. Although the nation faced constraints with lithography machines and could not produce cutting-edge chips, its chip design capabilities were not inferior to the world's finest. As the saying goes, I may not be able to manufacture it, but that does not hinder my ability to conceive it. In a laboratory, what cannot be created? Mr. Zhou, here is our latest chip. The Kirin 9000.IT is built on a 5-nanometer process with an octa-core design, housing 15.3 billion transistors. Compared to Apple's A14, it's not lacking. Kong Lu proudly pointed to a chip. By how much is it lacking? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Kong Li's expression shifted, and after a pause, he replied, perhaps around 20%. Zhou Yang nodded. That's quite significant. 20% was indeed considerable. Kong Lu and his colleagues turned crimson. Zhou Yang's remark had inadvertently offended them. One individual could not contain himself, retorting, what do you know? Exactly. A mere 20% difference is still impressive, another chimed in. Kong Le clenched his fists. Had it not been for Yu Changhong's presence, he would have eagerly confronted Zhou Yang, demanding he retract his statement. The Kirin 9000 was the result of the tireless efforts of thousands of individuals at HiSilicon and numerous global R&D centers, culminating in a joint endeavor of tens of thousands. Zhou Yang's single comment seemed to dismiss all their hard work. Why Yu Changhong cleared his throat and remarked, "What are you all whispering about?" Mr. Zhou may not be well versed in chips. It's natural for him to perceive a difference. I believe that a difference is a difference, regardless of how small it may be. Even if it's just 1%, it's still a difference. Let us not forget the original intention behind the establishment of HiSilicon. To create the world's leading chip. Just because you have developed the Kirin 9000 does not mean you can rest on your laurels. I think Mr. Zhou is quite right. You still have a long way to go. His words left Kong Lu and the others feeling humiliated and casting increasingly hostile glances at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong in surprise and asked, "Are you sincere in what you just said, Chairman Yu?" Yu Changhong nodded, affirming, "Of course, it's genuine. President Ren founded HiSilicon with the goal of becoming #1 in the world. He once told us, if others can develop it, why can't we? Are we somehow lacking in intellect?" Well said, Zhou Yang applauded. Why Yu Changhong smiled, glancing at his watch. "Mr. Zhou, shall we go to lunch? I have already made arrangements." Zhou Yang reached out to Chan Ruoyun, who promptly stepped forward to present a small encrypted case. Zhou Yang opened it to reveal a solid-state drive. He handed the SSD to Kong Lu, stating, "Kong Lu, right? Please review the contents thoroughly and provide me with a prompt response." Afterward, Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong. "Shall we head to lunch, President Yu?" Yu Changhong cast a curious glance at the solid-state drive, contemplating a question, but ultimately decided against it and led Zhou Yang away. Meanwhile, Kong Lu and his colleagues remained behind. One individual shook his fist at Zhou Yang's retreating figure, saying, "That guy speaks too provocatively. If it weren't for President Yu, I would have definitely confronted him. Come on, did you not see the bodyguards? And a beautiful female bodyguard at that. She is stunning," another replied. "Forget it. President Yu is right. He isn't a specialist in this field." When Kong said there was a 20% difference, it's not unreasonable for Zhou Yang to express a greater discrepancy. Kong Le huffed, contemplating the solid-state drive in his hand. After a moment's thought, he handed it to a nearby colleague, saying, "Open it and see what it contains." The colleague connected it and opened his computer, exclaiming, "Wow, 1 TB. Quite substantial, and it's almost full. I wonder what it contains." "Stop wasting time and open it," Kong Lu ordered. Upon opening the drive, there was only a single file, titled Design Principles of Biochip Simulation. Kong Li's mouth dropped open and 1,000 billion for you in the opulent private room of the Yuezhang Grand Hotel. Yu Changhong raised his wine glass and remarked, "Mr. Zhou, your assistance in securing 10 million Longshin batteries for us has been immensely helpful. On behalf of Huawei, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." The Longshin batteries were in high demand, with BYD needing most of their supply, leaving very little available for distribution to other enterprises. Lei Jun had boldly proclaimed that a substantial number of Xiaomi 10 devices utilizing Longshin batteries would be launched for sale, all readily available without the need for a scramble. However, in reality, Xiaomi had only managed to procure 1 million Longshin batteries. According to Lei Jun's calculations, with each phone requiring 16 Longshin batteries, the 1 million units would suffice for the assembly of merely 62,500 phones, an utterly insufficient quantity. Thus, Yu Changhong was acutely aware that Lei Jun was likely to face disappointment once again. Only Huawei, thanks to Zhou Yang's intervention, had secured 10 million batteries, an amount that would undoubtedly be adequate in the short term. He was quite satisfied with the research capabilities of HiSilicon. However, HiSilicon's strengths lay solely in chip design. When it came to production, they still relied on other companies. The domestic chip manufacturing capacity was still far from adequate, and enhancing it was no simple endeavor. Even if Zhou Yang possessed detailed technical documentation for advanced lithography machines, producing them directly was out of the question. A single lithography machine comprised over 100,000 components, many of which could not be produced domestically. To develop a lithography machine from scratch required a complete overhaul, from materials to lenses to electronic signals, necessitating an industry-wide upgrade to reach world-class standards before any production could commence. Therefore, some things truly could not be manufactured even with the blueprints in hand. Zhou Yang had not received the production data for lithography machines from the system, leaving him helpless regarding the enhancement of silicon-based chips. However, this did not prevent Zhou Yang from considering a leapfrog approach, bypassing silicon-based chips altogether to produce biomimetic cell chips. Furthermore, with silicon-based chip development nearing its physical limits according to Moore's law, akin to battery technology, achieving further breakthroughs would be exceedingly challenging. A new path must be forged. The biomimetic cell chip represented this new avenue. Does Huawei lack funds? Zhou Yang inquired, setting down his glass. This question momentarily stunned Yu Changhong, who quickly contemplated, "Are you suggesting you wish to invest in Huawei?" Otherwise, Yu Changhong could not fathom Zhou Yang's motive for such an inquiry. Given that Huawei had yet to go public, securing investment stakes was no easy feat. Zhou Yang shook his head, stating, "No, I merely wish to ascertain how much you can allocate for research and development." Yu Changhong frowned slightly, pride evident in his voice as he replied, "Last year, our investment in R&D amounted to over 90 billion. That figure was indeed substantial. And for chips specifically?" Zhou Yang pressed further. The various departments within Huawei had diverse primary businesses, and the 90 billion encompassed all R&D expenditures combined. After some contemplation, Yu Changhong responded, "Approximately over 100 billion. That seems a bit lacking," Zhou Yang remarked thoughtfully. "What if I were to offer you 100 billion to facilitate your chip research and development?" Yu Changhong erupted in astonished laughter, choking slightly. This was an astounding sum, not merely 1,000 yuan. "Mr. Zhou, are you jesting?" he stammered, bewildered. Did Huawei truly lack funds? While Huawei was indeed prosperous, it was perpetually in need of more capital. In the realm of research and development, no amount was ever deemed excessive. Hiring 1,000 researchers versus 10,000 was an entirely different concept. Nonetheless, Zhou Yang's casual mention of 100 billion was enough to shock you. Zhou Yang, observing Yu Changhong, asserted, "I never engage in jest." Despite having no personal wealth to speak of, given his 9% stake in Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang was still a billionaire. However, he believed that if he presented the production data for biomimetic cell chips to the state, securing 100 billion would be a straightforward endeavor. The nation required advancements in battery technology, but it also sought progress in chip technology. Investing 100 billion into the development of a revolutionary chip that could leapfrog to global leadership was not merely feasible. Even 1 trillion would be justifiable for the state to invest. Yu Changhong's jaw dropped, his mind momentarily paralyzed. For the first time, he began to seriously contemplate Zhou Yang's identity. Not just anyone could casually propose an investment of 100 billion. Just as Yu Changhong was about to inquire further about Zhou Yang's background, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Entering were Kong Lu and 5 others. "Mr. Yu," they insisted on barging in. "We could not stop them," the 2 anxious waitstaff outside explained. "Why?" Yu Changhong, taken aback, exclaimed, "What brings you here?" He had not invited Kong Lu and his party, nor did he understand how they had learned of their dining arrangement. Kong Lu, however, seemed oblivious to Yu Changhong's presence, striding directly toward Zhou Yang. Yet, as he approached, a firm arm intercepted him, easily restraining Kong It was Chen Ruoyun. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Ruoyun stated coldly. Kong Lu, pinned firmly to the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment, weakly replied, "We meant no harm. We simply wish to consult Mr. Zhou on a few questions." "Director Chen, it's fine," Zhou Yang interjected, waving his hand. Only then did Chen Ruoyun release her grip. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Chen Ruoyun. A director? An official? If a bodyguard held such a rank, it suggested a significant level of authority. What, then, could be Zhou Yang standing? Yu Changhong hesitated to contemplate further. Kong Le scrambled to his feet, casting a fearful glance at Chen Ruoyun before hastily approaching Zhou Yang. The 6 individuals lined up before Zhou Yang in unison. "Now, apologize to Mr. Zhou," Kong Le commanded. The 6 bowed deeply, declaring in unison, "We sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhou." "What is the meaning of this?" Yu Changhong stood aghast. Kong Le rose and explained, "We implore your forgiveness for our ignorance and impulsiveness. To be frank, It was only upon examining the content within your hard drive that we comprehended the true meaning of there's always someone better. This time, we genuinely respect you, in complete admiration. You are indeed a true genius. The remaining 5 nodded vigorously in agreement. In the realm of technology, they believed in the supremacy of skill. Those who surpassed them were rivals to be overcome. Yet, for individuals whose technical prowess was leagues ahead, beyond their wildest aspirations, they could only revere and regard them as deities, and the contents of that hard drive were more than sufficient to elicit such reverence. Zhou Yang glanced at Kong Lu and inquired, "Did you comprehend everything?" Kong Lu hastily shook his head, replying, "I grasped the surface concepts, but the deeper theories eluded my understanding." "And the outcome?" Zhou Yang pressed. The information on the hard drive was akin to a textbook. It was perfectly normal not to understand it all, but if one merely recited the material without comprehension, that would be truly futile. What Zhou Yang sought was a definitive conclusion. Kong Lu replied earnestly, "Grant us 3 years, and we will undoubtedly achieve results." 3 years? Zhou Yang shook his head, finding that time frame excessively lengthy. Chapter 40. I have great expectations for you. 3 years to resolve the chip issue seemed excessively protracted to Zhou Yang. 2 years. In 2 years, we will definitely be able to develop it, Kong Lu asserted, gritting his teeth. Zhou Yang merely shook his head. Beside them, Yu Changhong, thoroughly confused, interjected, "Kong Lu, Mr. Zhou, what on earth are you discussing? 2 years? 3 years? Kong Lu explained, "It pertains to the chip, the bionic cellular chip, Mr. Yu. This is an entirely new design, with both materials and architecture being unprecedented point. One could say it is a chip that has never before existed in the world. And that is not even the crux of the matter. The essence lies in its performance. According to the design blueprint provided by Mr. Zhou, a chip the size of a fingernail will encompass 26 trillion cellular touch structures, essentially elements akin to transistors. Mr. Yu, can you fathom the power of a chip housing 26 trillion transistors? Its performance would surpass the most advanced chips by over 100-fold. As Kong Lu spoke with increasing fervor, he felt as if this innovation belonged to the realm of science fiction. Opposite him, Yu Changhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Having ascended from a technical background himself, he was well aware of the implications of a completely new chip boasting such formidable capabilities. It was a rhythm that could outpace the entire world. Kong Lu, are you suggesting that this bionic chip is based on the design blueprint provided by Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong gazed blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind flooded with questions. Where could Zhou Yang have acquired such knowledge? Even Chen Ruoyan perked up her ears, committing the term bionic cellular chip and the surrounding conversation to memory. For the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had been occupied, but Chen Ruoyan was unaware of the specifics, as it was beyond her comprehension. Yet, her intuition suggested that Zhou Yang was engaged in a significant research endeavor. Now, she felt she was on the verge of understanding. It was highly likely that Zhou Yang had been researching this bionic cellular chip all along. Kong Lu nodded vigorously, stating, "Indeed, previously, Mr. Zhou provided us with all the relevant design blueprints and theoretical foundations. Why you? You were not present at that time." "That hard drive," Yu Changhong exclaimed, realization dawning, though disbelief lingered. "All the content?" Kong Lu confirmed with a nod. The hard drive contained everything related to the bionic cellular chip, the design blueprints, theoretical foundations, and corresponding system and instruction sets. It was essentially an encyclopedia of the bionic cellular chip. Once understood and reviewed, it could be manufactured. Admittedly, the manufacturing process was complex, but Kong Lu believed that with 2 or 3 years of dedicated research, they should be able to produce it in the laboratory. Yu Changhong was even more astonished, taking some time to regain his composure before asking, "Mr. Zhou, what exactly does this signify?" The unprecedented availability of bionic cellular chip materials, devoid of any encryption, was directly handed over. Was Zhou Yang not concerned that Huawei might appropriate these findings and claim them as their own? Moreover, having previously mentioned a sum of 100 billion, Yu Changhong was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Zhou Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang replied, It means simply that the design and production of this chip will be entrusted to you at Huawei. Upon hearing this, Yu Changhong was even more bewildered. There is no hatred without cause, nor love without reason. Why was Zhou Yang extending such generosity to Huawei, providing research outcomes and funding? It was incomprehensible. Mr. Zhou, you must be affiliated with the government. As far as I know. Since there is such research output, why allocate it to us at Huawei? Is the government intent on assimilating our company? Yu Changhong inquired. Huawei remained a private enterprise, not yet publicly traded, and was not averse to capital. Who could deny the allure of money? Everyone knows that with more funds, one can pursue their ambitions. However, capital is hard to come by, especially when it involves external investments. Accepting capital means compromise and subjugation, even if the counterpart is the state. Only a private enterprise can retain autonomy and allocate every cent judiciously. Zhou Yang chuckled, Mr. Yu, you are overthinking it. No one wishes to absorb Huawei. The reason this is entrusted to you, I have chosen Huawei. Chosen by Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong was taken aback once more. Who was Zhou Yang to wield the power to decide on an investment worth hundreds of billions? Zhou Yang nodded, stating, Huawei is impressive. I have great expectations for you. Is that all? Yu Changhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Just because Zhou Yang had faith in Huawei, he was prepared to hand over invaluable chip designs and provide them with 100 billion in funding. Yu Changhong found himself utterly confounded. Then, Mr. Zhou, what do you seek in return? Yu Changhong countered, if the Bionic cellular chip was genuine, what was its worth? 100 billion, 200 billion, perhaps even a trillion. It was incalculable. Not to mention Zhou Yang was directly offering them 100 billion in funding. Given such a substantial exchange, what did Zhou Yang hope to gain in return? Shares in Huawei. What do I want? Zhou Yang pondered before responding, I desire nothing. Mr.Yu, do not harbor any concerns. My actions are driven by my own considerations. From Yu Changhong's perspective, he might still be contemplating commercial interests, equity, and monetary gain. However, at Zhou Yang's level, such trivialities were far beneath him. For Zhou Yang, money was too mundane, too pedestrian. His focus lay on technological advancement and the future of the nation. Collaborating with a private enterprise was a conscious choice on Zhou Yang's part, akin to BYD, enabling a swifter market launch of products for the benefit of countless people. It is not that state-owned enterprises are incapable of spearheading these endeavors, but they tend to be slower and encumbered by certain constraints, unable to act with full freedom. Of course, all of this hinged on the condition that everything remained within the state's controllable scope. For instance, the security of this information. Huawei had consistently excelled in technological confidentiality, having experienced pressure from country and understanding the significance of research. Therefore, Zhou Yang believed that in certain aspects, they performed even better than the state. Yu Changhong fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with his thoughts yet unable to unravel Zhou Yang's true intentions. However, with the chip materials before him and the promise of 100 billion in investment, it seemed that with a mere nod, he could secure it all. At this juncture, Konglu could no longer contain his curiosity. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you some questions regarding the chip? The Bionic cellular chip was proposed by Zhou Yang, and no one was more qualified than him to elucidate its principles. Zhou Yang replied, the theoretical aspects should be comprehensible to you quite quickly. The critical challenge lies in the production technology. How to achieve mass production? I will assist you in gradually resolving these issues. Hence I am allocating. Within this time frame, I hope you can accomplish mass production. Similar to the Longshin battery, 3 months, in Zhou Yang's view, was ample time. However, Kong Lu and the others were utterly speechless. Was 3 months even feasible? Chapter 41. Astonishing the high UPS after the meal. Zhou Yang departed first. However, Chun Ruoyun deliberately lagged behind and returned to the private room. Mr.Yu, regarding today's discussion and the materials obtained by Director Kong, I trust you will. Shortly, the National Security Bureau will arrive at your facility to conduct background checks on all your employees. I hope for your full cooperation, Chun Ruoyun stated, and without waiting for a response, she turned and left. Kong Lu and the others stood agape. Who is this stunning woman, and why is the National Security Bureau involved? This is rather exaggerated, one remarked. Indeed, we haven't done anything wrong. Why should we be subjected to a background check? Kong Lu furrowed his brows and said, I understand now. It's likely because we have seen that confidential document, which must be classified, extremely classified. Do you comprehend? If leaked, it would be catastrophic. He gestured dramatically around his neck. Several colleagues rolled their eyes, but considering the value of such technology, they dared not voice further protests. As for Yu Changhong, he remained in a state of shock, pouring himself a glass of wine and downing it in one gulp, his mind beginning to clear. Konglo, tell me plainly, is this bionic cell chip feasible? Is its development particularly challenging? Konglo replied gravely, it is indeed feasible, but it is also quite arduous, far from being a simple task. How so? Konglo pondered. Zhou is impeccable. It can be said that he has completed the entire design of the chip. As long as we thoroughly grasp the underlying principles, within a week, at most a week, we can fabricate the chip in our laboratory. With the substantial R&D funding that HiSilicon invests annually and the top-notch capabilities of the entire research center, producing such a chip is not insurmountable. After a brief pause, Konglo added, however, akin to silicon-based chips, the crux lies in the production technology. Although this bionic cell chip does not require photolithography, I've scrutinized the production challenges, which are notably high. The main difficulties involve the preparation of bionic materials, utilizing nanoparticles similar to thermochemical psi. I've encountered this material in recent foreign scientific journals, but it is still in the laboratory preparation phase. No industrial-scale production techniques have yet been developed. Secondly, there is the matter of material solidification and constructing the bionic cell structure. Moreover, the most daunting task is the internal structure of the cells, which employs a technique. I reviewed the design requirements, and they are exceedingly difficult. Yu Changhong fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke, Konglu, upon your return, assemble a task force of 100 individuals, maintaining absolute confidentiality. Dedicate yourselves to thoroughly studying the materials you obtained. Grasp the theoretical knowledge as soon as possible. Since Mr. Zhou has directly provided you with these materials without reservation, it signifies his confidence in you. You must not disappoint his expectations, understood? Konglu nodded vigorously. After reviewing the data on that hard drive, they regarded Zhou Yang as a deity, specifically, the deity of chip design. Konglu was unaware of the vast research team that had painstakingly developed this material. He even believed that Zhou Yang might have conducted the research single-handedly. The unique narrative style and marking methods indicated that it was an individual recording the entire process. If it were indeed the work of Zhou Yang alone, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. According to Konglu, Zhou Yang could indeed be considered divine. Understood. I will take action, Konglu affirmed with determination. Yu Changhong stood up and said, I shall return to discuss this with President Ren. You need not concern yourselves with other matters. With that, Yu Changhong hurriedly departed. During this period, Huawei found itself under was no longer willing to manufacture for Huawei. Thus, even if Huawei designed the most advanced chips, production would remain impossible. Currently, HiSilicon was merely a chip design company, not a manufacturer, and domestic chip manufacturers had yet to reach world-class levels. Consequently, the upcoming Kirin 9000 was often referred to as the last gasp of Kirin chips. The future appeared grim, yet Zhou Yang's introduction of the bionic cell chip sparked a glimmer of hope in Yu Changhong. However, Zhou Yang's mysterious demeanor and his generosity left Yu Changhong feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing there might be ulterior motives at play, necessitating a thorough discussion upon his return. The next day, an old acquaintance arrived at the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying. Is Mr. Zhou busy? Li Tianchu inquired with a smile. Zhou Yang, seated before his laptop, was engrossed in coding and did not pause, seemingly oblivious to Li Tianchu's presence. Li Tianchu, undeterred by the oversight, quietly took a seat nearby, patiently awaiting Zhou Yang's attention. This waiting period extended for a full 2 hours. Zhou Yang finally stretched, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds, and stood up, acknowledging, Director Li has arrived. Li Tianchu nodded, smiling as he said, Mr. Zhou, though you are still young, it is essential to pay attention to your health. I notice you have been working for extended periods. Allow me to arrange for a professional therapist to assist in alleviating your fatigue. As Zhou Yang settled back down, Li Ziyu promptly approached with a cup of tea, its temperature just right, exuding a delightful aroma. Zhou Yang did not inquire about the type of tea. It was undoubtedly a non-branded variety, available only through internal channels, unattainable for outsiders regardless of the price offered. Here to discuss the chip? Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, surmising that Chen Ruoyun had informed the higher-ups. Li Tianshu nodded, stating, "Mr. Zhou, the higher-ups have sent me to inquire about your thoughts." The document had reached the authorities promptly, and experts had been summoned overnight for evaluation. The outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Similar to advancements in battery technology, chip technology had long posed significant challenges. The prior setbacks had been severe, and now, addressing these gaps would require immense investment. Other nations had developed their industries over decades, establishing extensive patents and production techniques that created formidable. Currently, domestic chip technology, after years of catching up, could only be deemed barely adequate. Moreover, the urgency to close the gap was not as pressing as it seemed. The country lacked only the most cutting-edge chips, while mid to low-end chips were relatively sufficient. Especially in the realm of military chips, self-sufficiency was already achieved, as the unique nature of military applications did not necessitate the pursuit of the highest tiers of technology. The government had resolved to invest heavily in this pursuit. Now, with Zhou Yang suddenly presenting a chip design, the nation's leadership was left utterly astounded. Chapter 42. New car launch. Zhou Yang cast a glance at Li Tianshu. "What is the intention behind that?" he inquired. Li Tianshu replied, "The implication from above is to either have a state-owned enterprise take the lead or to directly establish a new company to spearhead the promotion." Zhou Yang anticipated this consideration from the government. From the state's perspective, retaining control over critical technologies is undoubtedly more reassuring. Moreover, the state has a broader array of concerns to contemplate. For instance, with this groundbreaking battery technology, if it were to be fully deployed, it could potentially disrupt the existing petroleum energy landscape, leading to significant changes. This could mean that the nation would no longer find itself subject to coercion over crucial oil pipelines, having to concede to numerous favorable conditions imposed by certain countries. Additionally, former allies might shift to opposing sides due to the transformation in oil energy dynamics. The ripple effects of such a shift are far from trivial. In fact, the government's swift support for the Longshin battery production exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. It was precisely this action that revealed the nation's resolve, a fervent desire to grow stronger and face. Given this, Zhou Yang thought, let the storm come even fiercer. As long as one's capabilities are robust, no issue is insurmountable. With this in mind, Zhou Yang smiled and remarked, "There's no need for that. I visited High-spec, and their team is quite impressive. Moreover, supporting private enterprises is certainly a commendable approach." Li Tianshu nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. I will discuss this with Huawei." Chen Ruoyun had relayed all the conversations from the previous day's dinner to the higher-ups, so they were aware that Zhou Yang proposed allocating 100 billion to High-spec, akin to the investment collaboration with BYD, thereby gaining leverage and control. This method could indeed be as Zhou Yang suggested, supporting private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded and added, "By the way, this time, please refrain from giving me any shares. They would serve no purpose for me." Li Tianshu was taken aback, but left with a smile. After bidding farewell to Li Tianshu, Zhou Yang returned to his notebook to resume coding. The chip matter was essentially settled, and next, Zhou Yang resolved to tackle another crucial issue. The control system, the power system, chips, and control systems are the core components of the mech and must be prioritized, while less critical elements such as materials and transmission systems could be addressed subsequently. The mech's control system, metaphorically speaking, resembles Jarvis from Iron Man's armor, an artificial intelligence core that serves as the controlling nucleus. In reality, the system's specifications indicate that it incorporates a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence at its core. However, this artificial intelligence is not the simplistic version often discussed in modern technology, limited to playing chess or similar tasks. Instead, it possesses astonishing computational capabilities and a genuine degree of cognitive ability, capable of autonomously resolving issues. Much like in the movies, where Jarvis can assist Iron Man even when he is incapacitated. In contrast, contemporary so-called artificial intelligence systems merely trigger specific behavioral patterns based on predetermined conditions. This endeavor represents a vast software development project, with code so extensive it could evoke despair. Zhou Yang estimated that, working tirelessly day and night, it might take him 3 to 5 years to fully complete it. Thus, Zhou Yang was not focused on writing specific code at this stage, but rather on crafting the architecture and algorithm framework. Like a towering tree, he first delineated the trunk, leaving the foliage to be filled in by. Yet, even this filling-in process is not something just anyone can accomplish. It requires expertise in software development, preferably with a specialization in artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang envisioned establishing a solid framework and then entrusting it to private enterprises for refinement, ultimately sharing and promoting this technology. The potential applications of true artificial intelligence in daily life are boundless. Smart homes, intelligent vehicles, and various facets of life could all be enhanced with intelligence. One can imagine owning a smart car that, upon entering, can autonomously navigate to a specified destination merely by stating the location. Additionally, a smart home could respond like a friend, allowing you to control every aspect of your living space at your whim. Current technology has made strides in this direction, yet the intelligent core remains rudimentary and far removed from genuine. Zhou Yang was already contemplating which company to collaborate with. The domestic software development landscape is robust, bolstered by a favorable environment with numerous internet giants. For instance, the 3 major players, BAT, possess a vast pool of IT talent and exceptional research and development capabilities. There are also specialized software companies in the country, such as ZTE, Newsoft, and Yanyu, among others. Zhou Yang found himself leaning towards a partnership with one of the BAT companies, given their extensive involvement in various aspects of daily life. However, he had yet to finalize which entity to choose and intended to conduct further research. After a couple of days, news arrived from Li Tianshu. The negotiations with Huawei had concluded, and as Zhou Yang had anticipated, the state would lead the investment in High-spec to gain control. However, what surprised Zhou Yang was that the investment entity would be Matrix Energy. This means that the state had injected an additional 100 billion into Matrix Energy, first diluting the shares of both BYD and Zhou Yang, and subsequently, under the name of Matrix Energy. The government's maneuver could be seen as a double-edged sword, further diminishing BYD's stakes and influence within Matrix Energy to acquire greater control while simultaneously investing in High-spec to achieve its objectives. Consequently, Matrix Energy grew stronger, likely prompting BYD's agreement to this arrangement. Li Tianshu smiled and said, "This is beneficial for you too, Mr. Zhou, isn't it?" By utilizing Matrix Energy as a conduit, Zhou Yang indirectly held shares in High-spec, leading to an appreciation of his assets. Zhou Yang waved his hand, dismissing the need to calculate the value of his shares. It would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures. In mid-September, BYD hosted a grand launch event for their electric vehicle, unveiling the Han DM with a range of 3,000 kilometers, and commenced pre-sales on their official website. At Tesla's headquarters, CEO Elon Musk watched the entire BYD car launch live-streamed. "They're stirring things up," exclaimed Simmons, the president of Asia Pacific, pounding the table in frustration. The domestic Model 3 has a minimum price of 269,700 yuan, while the standard version. This is clearly an indication of intent to engage in direct competition with Tesla. Musk furrowed his brow and remarked, "I never expected they would actually bring a real vehicle to market. However, a range of 3,000 kilometers. Could that truly be feasible? I remain quite skeptical. A range of 3,000 kilometers is indeed fantastical. Recently, there has been a plethora of news regarding Longshan batteries, yet tangible products have yet to emerge." Musk has been closely monitoring the situation, still suspecting it may be mere exaggeration or misleading claims. Regardless, Musk scoffed lightly, stating, "Over the years, many have sought to challenge Tesla, yet they ultimately all faltered, including BYD. Chapter 43. It turns out we are poor. The Han DM is generally divided into 2 versions, the standard model with a range of 3,000 kilometers and the performance version boasting an impressive 8,000 kilometers. The standard version, comparable to the Model 3, starts at 269,700 yuan, while the high-end variant begins at 359,700 yuan, and the premium configuration ascends to a staggering 399,700 yuan, nearing the 40,000 mark. It is indeed a remarkable first for a quasi-C-class electric vehicle to command such a price in the domestic market. Upon the announcement of this pricing, various manufacturers expressed their relief, with the prevailing thought being that BYD has become overly ambitious. Despite the prowess of their batteries, daring to price at such a level seems a path to self-destruction. The largest automotive forum in China, AutoHome, also conducted a special report, meticulously analyzing the configurations of the Honda and ultimately concluding that, given its price, it may face a significant setback. Although the range is impressive, the price is undeniably exorbitant. According to AutoHome, a starting price of 190,000 yuan for the standard version and 290,000 yuan for the high-end version might still facilitate sales. As for netizens, they were not shy in their discussions. BYD has truly inflated their expectations. Who would dare to sell at such a steep price? For 300,000 yuan. If it were reduced by 100,000 yuan, it would be more reasonable. I would purchase one immediately. While BYD has indeed made strides in battery technology, bringing pride to our nation, this pricing is simply unfriendly. At 300,000 yuan, it is simply unaffordable. Such overwhelmingly negative sentiments online have left BYD questioning its own confidence. The marketing department sought the opinion of Wang Haoning. Mr. Wang, do you think our suggested price is set too high? Wang Haoning, having perused various reports, can we retract them and redefine? Let us hold steady for now and assess the situation. Just then, the marketing vice president burst in. Mr. Wang, we have a massive hit. The marketing vice president was practically beside himself with excitement. What massive hit? Wang Haoning exclaimed, startled, fearing an explosion at the factory. The marketing vice president quickly clarified, it's our new car's pre-sale. It's been a phenomenal success. 1,000 vehicles, completely sold out. What? Wang Haoning gasped in disbelief. However, to his astonishment, all had been sold within just half an hour of opening pre-sales. It's true. The marketing vice president nodded excitedly. I, too, was skeptical, fearing, look, they're all gone, go. Tally the sales figures, and publish an announcement on our official website stating that within half an hour, we generated 300 million yuan in sales. To express gratitude to our customers, let us offer a grand gift package or something. Make your own decisions. Understood, Mr. Wang. The marketing director was equally ecstatic. Although the pricing had been set by Wang Haoning, had the new vehicle encountered a lack of interest, he would have borne the brunt of the blame. Now that it was selling well, he felt a great sense of relief. Following BYD's opening of the new car pre-sale, not only the marketing department but also other automotive manufacturers and various media outlets closely monitored the pre-sale status, particularly Tesla. What's the update? Simmons, the Asia-Pacific president, inquired anxiously of his assistant. The assistant refreshed the webpage, and once the pre-sale of the 1,000 vehicles concluded, a notification would indicate its end.as. He continued refreshing. Suddenly a pop-up appeared. Pre-sale concluded. The assistant was momentarily stunned, staring blankly as he reported, President, it appears all 1,000 vehicles have been sold. What? Simmons exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? It has only been half an hour since the pre-sale began. It's absurd. There's no way they could sell out so quickly. This must be a fabrication. Surely, BYD has either faked the numbers or repurchased the cars themselves to create a facade of high demand. Yes, it must be something like that. I refuse to believe they sold out completely. Simmons raged, nearly smashing his desk in frustration. Just then, the phone rang. It was Musk calling. Simmons, how are sales for BYD's new vehicle? Tell me, is there no one buying? They are absolutely insane to position themselves against us at Tesla. Who do they think they are? I want them to know that BYD is nothing more than a joke. Musk said excitedly. However, Simmons remained silent for a moment before finally responding, Boss, all 1,000 pre-sale vehicles from BYD have sold out within half an hour. Musk, who had been animatedly speaking, fell silent immediately. This is absurd. It must be a conspiracy. They must have bought the cars back themselves, Musk screamed. Abruptly ending the call. BYD's official website promptly announced that within half an hour, the new car pre-sale had concluded, generating 300 million yuan in net sales. This announcement sent shockwaves through many. My goodness, are there really that many wealthy individuals in the country? 30,000 yuan for an electric vehicle? This must be a joke. Indeed, aside from the battery upgrade, I fail to see what merits the Honda. It simply cannot compare to Tesla. 9 times out of 10, this is fabricated data. Perhaps BYD bought the cars back themselves to create a hot-selling illusion. It's undoubtedly true. Countless individuals raised doubts, and that day, BYD stock continued to surge, while shares of various electric vehicle manufacturers continued to plummet, especially for companies like NIO and XPeng, which had seen continuous declines over the years. Their market values had evaporated by hundreds of billions. Even Tesla's stock in the US experienced slight declines, resulting in a loss of over $1 billion. With the pre-sale concluded, BYD promptly arranged for customers to collect their vehicles. INSH City, Douyin influencer Daming immediately began a live stream. Hello, dear followers. Do you know where I'm headed right now? Daming, a prominent figure with 5 million followers, is a quintessential second-generation rich kid, known for filming videos of himself dining at various 4S dealerships, from Wuling to Rolls-Royce. Of course, his ability to dine at the Rolls-Royce dealership without being thrown out is not merely due to excellent service. He actually owns a Rolls-Royce. Recently, the BYD Honda DM has been quite the sensation online, boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers, with the high-end version reaching 8,000 kilometers. I simply couldn't miss out on such a miraculous vehicle, so on the very first day of the pre-sale, I secured one. Which version did you get? What a question. It had to be the top-tier high-end version. Chapter 44. The Live Stream Endurance Challenge. In the live stream room, over 3,000 viewers flooded in, creating an atmosphere of great excitement. Daming, have you lost your mind? You actually bought it. I've seen this car. It's merely a gimmick to ride the wave of popularity and attacks on intelligence. Whoever buys it is a fool. 300,000 for a shabby electric vehicle? Even if it has a range of 3,000 kilometers, I could just buy a gasoline car instead. I truly didn't expect someone would actually buy it. I thought BYD's claim of sold-out pre-sales was a fabrication. Perhaps they bought them themselves. Daming, holding his phone, arrived at the BYD dealership in his grocery getter, a Panamera. This is the only flagship store in SH where one can pick up the car. The text message stated 10 in the morning. We arrived a bit early, and now it's 9:30. I want to debunk an online rumor that all 1,000 pre-sold vehicles were purchased by BYD themselves. Let's see if there are any other owners here to... Daming paid little attention to the comments, stated his purpose, and was led into a spacious VIP lounge, which already accommodated 7 or 8 individuals. Hey guys, are you all here to pick up your cars? Daming inquired. The attendees nodded in unison. After explaining that he was live streaming, and with a few consenting to appear on camera, he addressed the audience. You see, there are indeed people buying it. I just wonder if they are genuine buyers. The chat erupted in astonishment. It was still before the designated pickup time. Yet 8 individuals had already arrived, indicating actual purchases were made. I watched the launch event and heard this car can achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers, allowing me to charge once and not worry about it for a month. I thought that was quite appealing, so I came to purchase it. And what about the price? Do you think it's too high? Daming probed, posing a question of utmost concern for his followers. Price. The young man smiled slightly. It's only around 200,000. Is that high? Upon hearing this, the live stream chat exploded with reactions. What in the world? That's a critical hit to my heart. 20-some thousand isn't high. What is happening in this world with so many tycoons? So it's not that BYD's pricing is exorbitant, but rather that we are too impoverished. Tears are flowing. Daming chuckled and asked, would you mind sharing your annual income, brother? The young man pondered for a moment before modestly replying, not much, just a little over $1 million. Just a poor guy. This statement sent shockwaves through the live stream audience. Daming turned to another young man to inquire about his reasons for buying the car. This fellow was quite straightforward, stating, I couldn't get a license plate for a regular car, but with new energy vehicles, I can get registered. Plus, with such a high range and reasonable price, why wouldn't I buy it? Daming asked another participant, who responded, I heard this is the first domestically produced electric vehicle with an incredible battery. I wanted to try it out and see what an 8,000-kilometer range feels like. After all, it's only around 300,000, a small investment. The audience in the live stream was on the verge of... Daming stated, I just confirmed with the sales manager that a total of 89 vehicles have been pre-sold in the entire SH city. 89 cars for a city. It seems the claim of 1,000 being sold out might indeed be true. Brothers, we are about to see this legendary vehicle with an 8,000-kilometer range. Let us go. Before long, Daming arrived at his car.it was washed, fully charged. The high-end version has decent features. It's rather luxurious. Now, let us get straight to what you're most concerned about, the range. Daming started the car, which emitted hardly any noise upon ignition. He immediately focused on the dashboard. Wow, the range shows 8,632 kilometers. Incredible! I need to post this on my social media immediately. This range looks utterly exhilarating. But seeing the actual car's display is a bit terrifying. For someone like me who hardly drives, barely covering 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers a year, this means I wouldn't have to charge for an entire year after just one charge. That's quite alarming. Exactly, 8,000 kilometers gives the impression that you could drive endlessly without running out of power. It's unsettling, yet I find it appealing. Alas, if only I weren't financially constrained. Forget the 8,000-kilometer model. Even the 3,000-kilometer version is worth contemplating. The live stream audience buzzed with discussion. Daming continued driving. As for the configuration and driving experience, there's not much to say. BYD claims this is their flagship model for the year, and it has all the necessary features to it's just average. The crucial point is the range. It's extraordinarily impressive. The car parked by the roadside. Daming exited and greeted a young man. Then, "This is my buddy, whom I affectionately call Dasud. We're about to initiate a challenge." We checked, and the distance from SH to LS is approximately 4,175 kilometers if we drive on the highway. Thus, Dasud and I plan to embark on a challenge to drive this Honda DM from SH to LS and back, covering just over 8,000 kilometers in total. Let us see if our Honda DMs truly possess an 8,000-kilometer range, or if the claims online are merely exaggerated. But if they succeed, this car will be even more impressive, 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. Can someone calculate how much this costs per kilometer? BYD has already announced it. It's less than one. I just realized, if this thing is used for ride-hailing, the cost would be virtually zero. I regret not getting one to drive for ride-hailing. Ride-hailing? Have you lost your mind? You should be using it for freight. A heartfelt plea for BYD to produce an electric truck. With this range and efficiency, it would be phenomenal. Meanwhile, Daming and his companion had already hit the road. As the first live streamer to challenge the 8,000 Douyin officials also began to amplify their reach, and by the time the duo departed SH, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100,000. Chapter 45. The Compromise of Tesla, BYD Marketing Department. MR.HU, there's a video I would like you to see. The assistant found the marketing director and played a live stream. It was from a Douyin host named Deming. The camera focused on a moving vehicle. "Oh, isn't that the Honda DM?" Marketing director Hu Shuang remarked with surprise after glancing at the video in the live stream. Deming was speaking. "Brothers, we have been on the road for a day and a night since leaving Shanghai. It is now 8 in the morning, and the odometer shows we have traveled 1,400 kilometers. The key point is our range. Forgive my vulgarity, but this car still has 7,200 kilometers of range left. Goodness, this car feels incredible. It's that sensation where you never have to worry about running out of charge. You can drive however you please." Deming was somewhat exhilarated. They had indeed kept their word, live streaming the entire journey from Shanghai to Lhasa, driving nonstop for a day and a night. The live stream was generating immense interest, with online viewers surpassing 300,000. What kind of car is this, with over 7,000 kilometers of range? Did they attach a fuel tank to the back? Is the person above just connecting to the internet? They don't know about BYD's latest generation of electric vehicles? Let me inform you. This is the high-end version with a range of 8,000 kilometers. It will blow your mind. I had my doubts about this being mere advertising, but now I genuinely believe it. 8,000 kilometers of range is simply astonishing. If you buy it, you might only need to charge it once a year. Hu Shuang exclaimed, "What is going on here?" The assistant responded excitedly, "This is a live streaming host who is showcasing one of our high-end models. I believe this presents an excellent opportunity to promote our Honda DM." Hu Shuang nodded. Although pre-sales had quickly sold out, they were still contemplating how to counteract the negative online sentiment, and this situation presented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate that their Honda DM genuinely offers a range. After a moment of thought, Hu Shuang instructed, "Contact Douyin. Invest some money to help them draw in more viewers." The assistant promptly complied. Soon, Deming noticed the online viewer count skyrocketing. "Haha, brothers, who helped me with this influx of viewers?" "BYD, did you pay for this?" Deming laughed joyfully, feeling he had done right by this live stream. After the pre-sale, there would undoubtedly be evaluations of the Han DM's range, but he was the first to make an impact. It was clear that BYD had given him a push behind the scenes. All right, brothers, let us head to Lhasa and see the Potala Palace. Following the monetary investment to increase viewership, Deming's live stream garnered astonishing attention, further amplified by media coverage, which sent the hype soaring. Even various manufacturers tuned into Deming's broadcast, particularly Tesla, who grew increasingly alarmed. Goodness, did they tow a fuel tanker behind them? Simmons shouted in frustration. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Musk. Simmons, go to BYD and see if you can establish contact to acquire the Longshin battery. Musk's words left Simmons momentarily stunned. Boss, are we compromising without even After all, it is still a car. This is just the beginning. I believe BYD's pricing is excessively high. Their vehicles are not worth that price. We could lower our prices and compete direct. This is the future. Do you understand? The future. Their batteries will be in demand if other electric vehicle manufacturers in China acquire those batteries and a vehicle with an astonishing range appears on the market priced at over 100,000. What do you think? How significant of an impact will that have on us? Thus, we must adapt and embrace the future. Go ahead. Regardless, first reach out to BYD and see if we can obtain the Longshin battery. I have heard it is in high demand with limited production. After hanging up, Simmons felt utterly disheartened. Once upon a time, Tesla's pride rested in its battery technology, dismissing Chinese electric vehicle manufacturers. Now, they found themselves seeking cooperation with a domestic electric vehicle manufacturer, leaving Simmons feeling as though his arrogance had been thoroughly trampled. Deming's livestream continued uninterrupted for an entire 6 days. Brothers, the range is undoubtedly over 8,000 kilometers. Perhaps the continuous high-speed driving contributes to its efficiency. We are still 200 kilometers away from Shanghai, and we have 800 kilometers of range remaining. I can hardly believe that electric vehicles can reach this level. Brothers, there is no question. Just based on this incredible range, buy it and enjoy the freedom of driving without ever needing to charge. By the way, I heard that Xiaomi is about to release a phone with a battery capacity of over 100,000 mAh. No doubt, I'm ready to buy it. Haha, having power is wonderful. Ultimately, the vehicle arrived at Deming's villa in Shanghai. After disembarking, Deming felt utterly exhausted yet exhilarated. We did it. The dashboard shows we traveled 8,476 kilometers, and we still have over 300 kilometers of range left. Brothers, I believe this car could keep going for another week. BYD, incredible. Domestic products, rise up. I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep. Deming wearily waved his hand and ended the live stream. Meanwhile, the peak online viewer count soared past 6 million. It was nothing short of a live streaming extravaganza, with countless viewers experiencing the formidable 8,000 kilometers of range firsthand. I wonder if other electric vehicle manufacturers are trembling at this moment. While they are still grappling with 400 or 500 kilometers of range, BYD has leapfrogged to 8,000 kilometers. Impressive. Looking at it this way, it suddenly seems that BYD's pricing isn't so high after all. Exactly, the battery is outstanding, the configuration is top tier. At this price, it's quite appealing. When will BYD officially commence sales? I'm just in time to switch cars and prepare to pick one up. Just my luck, I can't get a number. So I might as well buy a new energy vehicle. Let us reserve the high-end version. Just wait patiently. I heard the Longshin battery has limited production, so it might be quite a while before large-scale sales begin. Even Lei Jun took the opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, posting a photo of the Xiaomi 10 with a 13,000 mAh battery on Weibo, claiming a surprise would be unveiled by the end of the month. Chapter 46, High-Strength Crystalline Steel Wanghu Village, Research Base. After passing through several layers of security checks, Li Tianchu finally met Zhou Yang in the laboratory. Zhou Yang was directing several researchers engaged in experiments. Li Tianchu chose not to interrupt Zhou Yang and patiently waited to the side. It was over an hour later that Zhou Yang finally paused and greeted Li Tianchu. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianchu approached, casting a curious glance towards the laboratory, where it appeared a successful outcome had been achieved, as several researchers were celebrating exuberantly. Mr. Zhou, what experiment are you conducting? It seems successful. Congratulations. Li Tianqiu said with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded, explaining, "We are in the process of preparing a crystalline material. Zhou, I have prepared the list you requested. Would you like to take a look?" Li Tianqiu opened his briefcase and handed over a document. Zhou Yang accepted it, scrutinizing the contents earnestly. Li Tianqiu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Zhou, why do you require a batch of metal smelting experts?" The precise nature of the research being conducted at the base remained a mystery to Li Tianqiu, as Zhou Yang had not reported to superiors. With unlimited funding at his disposal, Zhou Yang had no need to seek approval for research projects or financial resources. Consequently, Li Tianqiu was left in the dark about Zhou Yang's current endeavors. Just yesterday, Zhou Yang had unexpectedly requested a list of domestic experts in metal smelting and materials, further baffling Li Tianqiu. Was Zhou Yang delving into metal research? As Zhou Yang perused the document, the materials for the exoskeleton of the Mecha, the core propulsion system, and various transmission structures were crucial components, akin to the skeletal framework of the entire Mecha. Li Tianqiu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "How strong is this high-strength crystalline steel?" The country is a major steel producer, generating more steel annually than all other nations combined. However, in the realm of high-end steel, significant gaps remain. Though strides have been made in recent years, the research involved is a gradual accumulation of knowledge. Ultimately, steel production hinges on the careful introduction of various elements in precise ratios, necessitating extensive experimentation. Foreign countries have been researching this since the industrial era, conducting countless experiments over many years to develop various high-strength steels. The late start of the country in this field, coupled with recent emphasis on high-end steel research, means that catching up is no simple task. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianqiu and stated, "Its strength will surpass that of aircraft carrier deck steel by tenfold, while being lighter in weight, impact-resistant, possessing a high melting point, and maintaining structural stability at extremely low temperatures." With each attribute, he scarcely retained the details that followed, fixating instead on Zhou Yang's declaration that the strength would exceed that of aircraft carrier deck steel by 10 times. The steel used for aircraft carrier decks is critical, as it must endure the tremendous impacts of launching and landing aircraft. Despite its relatively thin profile, it must possess extraordinary strength. Remarkably, a 1 centimeter thickness can withstand impacts exceeding 10 tons. This steel is exceptionally specialized, with only countries E and M possessing the technology to produce it, and exports to country C are strictly limited. The nation has invested significant effort to develop it, yet remains at a disadvantage compared to country M, producing steel that is merely adequate. Thus, the technological prowess involved in such materials is unparalleled. Now, Zhou Yang claimed he was researching a steel with strength exceeding existing deck steel by tenfold, leaving Li Tianqiu utterly astonished. "Mr. Zhou, are you truly serious?" The emphasis on lightweight materials was particularly compelling. Should steel overcome the challenges of lightweight construction, the applications would be vast. Tank armor, various naval vessel casings, and even ballistic steel plates could all benefit from this new material. Zhou Yang smiled, adding, "Let us not be too selective. The individuals listed in the document number approximately 100. Please invite as many as you can. I welcome all who come. Also, please arrange for a construction team. I need to build a blast furnace." With Zhou Yang's determination, it was clear he intended to resolve the production process for this high-strength crystalline steel. Although he could not establish a full-scale steel factory due to constraints, a small Moreover, assembling mechas on-site would facilitate the immediate fabrication of any necessary components. Understood, Li Tianqiu eagerly nodded, eager to return and report on the high-strength crystalline steel project. By the way, he paused as he was about to leave. "I met with them, and they indicated that the fastest completion would be in 3 months, with a maximum of 6 months. By the end of this year, they will ensure the chip production is finalized." 3 to 6 months? During his last meeting in SC, Zhou Yang had mentioned 3 months to Konglu, primarily to exert some pressure, without genuinely expecting that all issues would be resolved in that time frame. 3 to 6 months was an acceptable timeline for Zhou Yang. "That works," he nodded, redirecting his focus back to the experimental data. Without delving into how Li Tianshu would report the high-strength crystalline steel project to the higher-ups, the momentum surrounding the Longshin battery continued to gain traction. Following Daming's live broadcast, numerous automotive review forums and media outlets began testing the Han DM and the Longshin battery, evaluating their capacity and safety. The results were astonishing. The Longshin battery not only boasted remarkable safety features but also far surpassed existing lithium batteries in various performance metrics. Moreover, the battery's international reputation grew, attracting increasing attention. Seizing this opportunity, BYD announced plans to add 6 production lines to enhance the output of Longshin batteries, with intentions to further expand capacity based on demand. Following this favorable news, BYD's stock price surged once more, along with related sectors and enterprises. The only exception was the stock price of carbon nanotube suppliers, whose shares plummeted, with Tiannai Chemical suffering the most severe decline. Chapter 47. Exposure. Tiannai Chemical was shrouded in a cloud of despair. Bid. Zhang Yun exclaimed, slamming his palm against the table in a fit of rage. During this period, Zhang Yun felt as though he was trapped in a hellish nightmare. Following his last encounter with Wang Haoning, BYD swiftly announced the expansion of their carbon nanotube factory. Consequently, the stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers, previously buoyed by the influence of Longshin batteries, surged dramatically. Many manufacturers were filled with ambition, preparing to scale up their production. However, no one anticipated that BYD would resolve the production issues surrounding carbon nanotubes themselves, devising an inexpensive manufacturing method with astonishing output. This announcement plunged carbon nanotube manufacturers into disarray, with Tiannai Chemical suffering the most. Their stock prices plummeted, suppliers demanded payments, and their financial chain snapped, leaving this industry leader on the brink of collapse within a mere month and a half. Zhang Yun's father, the chairman of Tiannai Chemical, fell into a deep depression, nearly contemplating suicide. Zhang Yun's hatred for BYD reached a fever pitch, yet his animosity was primarily directed towards one individual. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on a photograph. This was an image of Zhou Yang entering security at the National Conference Center. During that time, Zhou Yang had cut in line to enter the venue, inciting a dispute with Zhang Yun, who was accompanied by a man with a camera, capturing the moment surreptitiously. Zhang Yun had purchased this photograph, driven by his relentless pursuit to uncover Mr. Zhou's identity. In subsequent photos from the press conference, Zhang Yun discovered some clues. Despite the presence of numerous influential figures, the inconspicuous Zhou Yang was positioned prominently at the center, suggesting his extraordinary status. Zhang Yun speculated that Zhou Yang might indeed be the Mr. Zhou mentioned by Wang Haoning. Zhang Yun also investigated the matter of Tiannai Chemical's refusal to collaborate with Mr.Zhou.it, was confirmed that they had received a cooperation invitation from a particularly unique source. A government department. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Yang had armed bodyguards during the security check, it was evident that he was a high-ranking official. Zhang Yun surmised that Tiannai Chemical's refusal of Zhou Yang's collaboration request had led to BYD teaching them a harsh lesson, culminating in their current predicament. So you wish to conceal your identity, do you? Then I shall expose you. Even if I cannot bring you down, I will ensure you are thoroughly disgraced. Zhang Yun's eyes gleamed with vengeful intent as ideas began to surface. Soon, a post began to circulate wildly on forums. The most audacious line cutter in history declares that cutting in line is notably, it included a video and accompanying images, particularly a close-up of a firearm license and a shot of the perpetrator's waist, uttering that this line cutter was not merely boasting but possessed the means to carry out such threats. With the assistance of interested parties, the post gained tremendous traction across forums, Weibo, and other platforms, rapidly escalating in popularity. This person is incredibly arrogant, cutting in line and then threatening to kill the other party. The key here is that this person is not ordinary. This was at the BYD press conference, right? And did you see the firearm license? That's essentially a license to kill. That woman's waist looks bulging. She must be carrying a Who on earth are they? So what if they're impressive? Just because they have power and influence doesn't mean they can cut in line and threaten lives. We live in a society governed by law. Let's amplify this video so everyone can see, and let this individual understand the strength of the people. Exactly. Let's push this forward. In this day and age, the arrogant are falling from grace. This person is next. As this discussion heated up, another post emerged, revealing the identity of the line cutter IT, noted that the individual was seated at the front row during the conference, occupying the central position. The post speculated wildly about the individual's identity from a conspiratorial perspective. IT first conjectured that this person held a significant status. Otherwise, they would not occupy such a prominent position as a guest of BYD, yet they were not present as an organizer. Ultimately, the conclusion was drawn that this individual was likely the owner of Matrix Energy, the mysterious company poised to absorb BYD's battery business. The Post further fabricated various identities for the line cutter, suggesting that they might not only be the owner of Matrix Energy but also a scientist who developed Longshin batteries, invited to attend the press conference. It was posited that as a scientist, they could warrant protection from armed plainclothes officers, akin to scenarios depicted in films. This expose was evidently crafted by a skilled hand, with eloquent phrasing that lent it an air of credibility while stirring emotions and intertwining various conspiracy theories, capturing the public's attention. My goodness, this person's identity is extraordinary. Indeed, they are undoubtedly a behind-the-scenes mogul. I am scared. Let us stop discussing this, or we might be invited for a cup of coffee. However, I did some digging, and Matrix Energy is quite enigmatic. It seems to have emerged out of nowhere. Exactly, just like Longshin batteries, they both appeared unexpectedly. It is all too mysterious, suggesting our country has been quietly preparing something monumental. Opinions were abuzz online, yet the public sentiment began to shift from an initial wave of condemnation to a more neutral stance. This person's identity is significant. Perhaps they had urgent matters. What is the big deal about cutting in line? Airports have VIP lanes. Exactly. The poster claims the individual threatened to kill them, but I don't believe that. Given their status, even if they were arrogant, they wouldn't utter such words in public. It's just a video. There is no sound. Who knows what actually transpired? There are far too many instances of misinterpretation these days. Zhang Yun closely monitored these comments. Upon witnessing the shift in public opinion, he was taken aback. How could this happen? Zhang Yun was left speechless. All of this had been orchestrated at a cost, with the original plan to expose Zhou Yang and link him to the currently trending Longshin batteries, fabricating the narrative without concern for accountability. This would render Zhou Yang's line-cutting behavior even more reprehensible. However, Zhang Yun did not anticipate that events would unfold in such an unexpected manner. He immediately contacted the individual responsible for the expose, angrily demanding, "What have you done? Why has it turned out this way?" The other party, equally perplexed, replied, "Boss, I believe the direction of your publicity strategy is flawed." The gossip mill seems to view the Longshin battery angle positively, considering it a commendable development. By associating this individual with Longshin batteries, it has backfired. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "So now you're blaming me?" The other party remained silent. Zhang Yun, growing agitated, pressed on, "What do we do now? Do you have any solutions?" The other party chuckled, "Don't worry, boss. This is our line of work, and we will find a way in a couple of days. Once the heat dies down a bit, we can retouch some photos, fabricate a few hot topics, and ensure the buzz returns." "Fine, let us proceed with that. If you manage this well, I can offer you an additional 100,000. Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Boss, you're generous. Just leave it to us." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yun, his expos had not only Chapter 48, Capturing the Big Fish in Country M. The CIA operates as an international intelligence agency dedicated to investigating foreign intelligence, particularly from adversarial nations. The intelligence from Country C has always been a focal point of concern for Country M. At this moment, Intelligence Officer Jack is remotely scouring the networks of Country C for pertinent information regarding the Longshin battery. Following the revelation of the Longshin battery, Country M promptly escalated its scrutiny. Particularly in recent days, after the pre-sale of BYD's new vehicle, various technological aspects of the Longshin battery have been validated, heightening Country M's interest to an urgent level. This urgency translates into an unwavering commitment to uncover every possible piece of intelligence. The entire CIA has transformed into a specialized intelligence group tasked with gathering information on the Longshin battery. Although Jack is not a member of this group, he has been assigned an external intelligence investigation role, responsible for amassing relevant data online. What valuable information could possibly surface on the internet? Jack harbors doubts about the worthiness of any findings. He envies those who operate under aliases, covertly embedded within Country C. Perhaps a prominent business figure or a politician, who, through casual conversations over drinks, managed to extract the sought-after intelligence. These individuals embody the elite operatives, while Jack considers himself merely a blue-collar worker. Proficient in computing, Jack has developed a web-crawling software to gather key terms related to the Longshin battery from major websites in Country C. Once information is collected, it will alert him, significantly enhancing his efficiency. After brewing a cup of coffee, Jack inputs today's search terms, Longshin battery, along with its developers. The developers of the Longshin battery have consistently been a primary concern for Country M. As soon as the crawler is deployed, it immediately triggers an alert. How can it be so fast? Jack murmurs, lifting his coffee to examine the data retrieved. Upon seeing the information, he finds himself unable to set the cup down again. What Jack discovers is a post revealing information about Zhou Yang. The post, filled with accusations and threats, does not faze Jack. Rather, he is captivated by the revelation that Zhou Yang is indeed the developer of the Longshin battery. Although Jack quickly discerned that the post is entirely fabricated, he ponders that it may inadvertently contain some useful insights. A few key points, Jack mutters to himself. The armed plainclothes officers from Country C indicate an extraordinary identity, and sitting in the most prestigious position at the press conference suggests a significant relationship with BYD. Moreover, this individual, Jack fixates on the photograph of Zhou Yang, embarking on a quest for information about him. Yet, he finds nothing but the revealing post. No other data exists regarding Zhou Yang. I may have caught a big fish. Even if this individual is not the developer of the Longshin battery, he is likely a high-ranking official at Matrix Energy. Jack leaps up in excitement and rushes to the Longshin battery intelligence group. The group is led by Senior Agent Roberson, who, upon hearing Jack's report and examining the photograph, is momentarily taken aback. This person, Roberson murmurs, his expression peculiar. What's wrong? Do you know him? Inquires an agent beside him. Roberson nods and quickly approaches his computer, opening an investigation file. Upon seeing the photograph, he slams his hand on the... Roberson points to the information on his computer, stating, "This individual is Zhou Yang, a physicist who was imprisoned for stealing confidential research materials. However, 4 months ago, he was suddenly rescued by a group from our FBI branch headquarters." What? Rescued from the FBI branch headquarters? How is that possible? Gasps an agent. With armed security personnel and agents numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, who could manage such a rescue? I am aware of this matter. It is quite serious. We have investigated it thoroughly, but there has been no conclusion. Another agent recalls the highly publicized incident. Roberson continues, "This situation is grave. We have been investigating for an extended period and can basically confirm that it was orchestrated by individuals from Country C, but we lack evidence, and since the person has been rescued, it remains unresolved. Yet, in hindsight, this issue has grown significantly. This Zhou Yang was incarcerated for 2 years. If he were truly important, Country C would have extracted him long ago rather than delaying until now. Furthermore, they employed such a radical method, seemingly at any cost. What does this imply? It suggests that Zhou Yang was not significant 2 years ago, but now he is of utmost importance. During that time, Zhou Yang had minimal communication with the outside world, but suddenly began frequent interactions with individuals from Country C, leading to his aggressive rescue. Why? Because he must possess something of value. Initially, we speculated that Zhou Yang had divulged experimental data he had stolen from the research institute, but upon reflection, it may not be that at all. It could very well be the Longshin battery. Roberson is startled by his own hypothesis. The surrounding agents share his astonishment, holding their breath in anticipation. Roberson's thoughts flow freely as he continues to analyze. This scenario is highly plausible. We have been investigating the Longshin battery for a long time, yet have uncovered no useful intelligence. It seems to have emerged out of nowhere. Even if Country C's secrecy is impeccable, there must be some trace of information, yet nothing has surfaced. And shortly after Zhou Yang's rescue, the Longshin battery was unveiled. Excitement flickers in the eyes of those present. They have indeed caught a big fish in Country C, the 6th Bureau of Special Operations. Chun Ruoyun stands before Director Han Haining, standing at attention. What on earth have you done? Han Haining slams the table, shouting loudly. On the table lies a photograph depicting Zhou Yang's transgression. How did you arrange this? Why did you take the ordinary route? Was there no secure passage? You could have taken that route, But why were you still photographed and exposed? And a murder license? Chen Ruoyun, you're quite impressive, acquiring a murder license. Who issued that to you? After a lengthy tirade, Han Haining finally sits down, stating, disciplinary action. A severe reprimand. Return and write a reflection on this, deeply contemplate your actions. Chen Ruoyun bites her lip, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After a moment's thought, she asks, Director, what shall we do about this matter? What else can we do? Do you need to ask me about such a situation? Han Haining slams the table once more. The 6th Bureau of Special Operations promptly deleted all online content related to the exposure and swiftly apprehended the individual who posted it. As the fervor surrounding the incident began to wane, it gradually faded from public view. According to Han Haining, it has not resulted in any serious consequences. Otherwise, Chen Ruoyun would face even harsher disciplinary actions. At that moment, someone suddenly burst through the door, placing a document before Han Haining. Upon reviewing it, Han Haining's expression shifts dramatically. You imbecile, suspend him. Go home and reflect on your actions. Han Haining berates Chen Ruoyun vehemently. Chapter 49. Erasing Sparks. Chen Ruoyun was taken aback. Director, has something happened again? Han Haining threw the document in front of her, shouting furiously, take a look for yourself. As Chen Ruoyun picked up the document and glanced at it, cold sweat immediately broke out. It was an intelligence report from M country's undercover agents, revealing a single piece of information. The intelligence agency had confirmed that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Longshin battery. Knowing Zhou Yang's name meant that this intelligence could not be false. The crucial point was that at this critical juncture, M country's intelligence agency had suddenly learned of this. The reason was likely tied to Zhou Yang being exposed online. Perhaps some subtle clues had led M country's intelligence to deduce that Zhou Yang was indeed the developer of the Longshin battery. Now, Chen Ruoyun understood why Han Haining was so furious. Director, I realize my mistake. She bit her lip. In her career, she had never experienced such a monumental professional blunder. Go back and reflect on this. Han Haining waved his hand irritably. Chen Ruoyun gritted her teeth and could only leave. She had been suspended and would swiftly be reassigned away from Zhou Yang, leaving him with no opportunity for remedy. Zhang Family Villa.no. This villa would soon have its name changed. There was a knock on the door, but Zhang Yuan chose to ignore it. Get lost? I don't have any money? He cursed, thinking it was a debt collector. However, the knocking persisted, prompting Zhang Yuan, in annoyance, to grab a blanket and cover his head. Just then, the knocking ceased. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to enjoy a peaceful sleep, an explosive sound erupted. With a crash, the window glass seemed to shatter, and the next moment, 2 fully armed Special Forces soldiers broke through the window, dragging Zhang Yuan roughly from his bed, one on each side. The door was kicked open, and several more soldiers stormed in. That's him. Take him away. A black hood was forcibly placed over Zhang Yun's head, and he was dragged out of the villa. Through the hood, Zhang Yuan hazily saw that outside the villa, police cars lined the road, their flashing lights blindingly bright in an instant. Zhang Yuan was so frightened that he wet his pants. The Special Operations 6th Bureau acted with thunderous efficiency, capturing Zhang Yuan immediately for interrogation. However, nothing of value was revealed. The sequence of events was thoroughly investigated. Zhang Yuan had not voluntarily disclosed any information to foreign spies. Yet, the Special Operations 6th Bureau analyzed that it was likely Zhang Yun's unfounded conjectures that inadvertently led M country's intelligence agency to some conclusions. In any case, Zhang Yuan had vanished, and he would never again see the outside world. Wanghu Village Research Base. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I will be responsible for your security from now on. My name is Lu Jun. A young man standing straight appeared before Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was taken aback and asked, what happened to Section Chief Chen? It seems I haven't seen her for 2 or 3 days. Zhou Yang had been entirely engrossed in his research on high-strength structural steel and had not noticed Chen Ruoyun's absence. Lu Jun's voice was somewhat stiff as he replied, it's confidential. I cannot disclose that information. Confidential? Zhou Yang chuckled. What secrets could there possibly be in front of him? He took out his phone and called Li Tianshu. Director Li, I would like to... On the other end, Li Tianshu was momentarily taken aback and replied, I am unaware of this matter. Please hold on, I will inquire. After hanging up, Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Jun and tossed the phone onto the table. Lu Jun, feeling awkward, suddenly realized he had misspoken and quietly said, "Mr. Zhou, it's not that I wish to conceal this from you. Actually, Section Chief Chun made an error and has been suspended." Error? Suspended? Zhou Yang was taken aback and hastily asked, "What happened?" For the past few months, Chen Ruoyun had been by his side, managing all aspects of his life. Suddenly losing her presence left Zhou Yang feeling quite unsettled. Lu Jun, no longer daring to conceal any details, quickly recounted the sequence of events. "Someone exposed me. Who was it?" Zhou Yang frowned. Lu Jun replied, "It should be Zhang Yuan from Tianai Chemical, the one you had a dispute with during the security check." Zhou Yang immediately recalled the young man he had encountered during the security check. Tianai Chemical, so it was him? Zhou Yang suddenly understood many things. At that moment, Li Tianshu called again, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I have inquired about the situation. Section Chief Chun made a mistake and has been suspended by the Special Operations 6th Bureau." Zhou Yang interrupted, saying, "I already know the details, but I believe the fault does not lie with Section. If possible, I hope she can continue to be responsible for my security." Li Tianshu was taken aback, a thought inexplicably flashing through his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yang and Chen Ruoyun had developed romantic feelings for each other? If that were the case, it would be splendid. During this time, Zhou Yang had continually produced results. The Longshin battery, bionic cell chips, high-strength crystallized steel. The more achievements he presented, the more the nation valued him, and they were inevitably concerned. Treating him with the utmost respect was essential, but beyond that, humans are driven by emotions and desires. Zhou Yang seemed indifferent to money and appeared to have little interest in women, which made the country somewhat uneasy. The allocation of shares in Matrix Energy was not merely a reward for Zhou Yang. It was also an attempt to keep him. Yet, at Zhou Yang's level, money was of little concern. It was about emotional connection. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang was orphaned, with few relatives in the country. Li Tianshu then thought, if Chen Ruoyun and Zhou Yang were to spark a romance and eventually marry and have children, it would be perfect. With such ties, Zhou Yang could truly settle down with peace of mind. "All right, I understand," Li Tianshu promptly replied. By the way, as he was about to hang up, Li Tianshu recalled something else and said, "Mr. Zhou, I have contacted all the metal smelting experts you requested. Aside from those currently involved in projects, nearly all are willing to come, totaling 85 individuals. In about a day or two, I will arrange for them to be sent to the Research Institute." "Good. Let them come as soon as possible," Zhou Yang said as he hung up, glancing at Lu Jun and stating, "I apologize. My displeasure is not directed at you." Lu Jun quickly shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, but inwardly he couldn't help but grumble that it was precisely because Chen Ruoyun was beautiful. Zhou Yang signaled for Lu Jun to leave and refocused on the experimental data before him. He genuinely hadn't given much thought to Chen Ruoyun's situation. He was merely accustomed to her presence. Suddenly losing her felt quite disconcerting. Moreover, in Zhou Yang's perspective, being recognized by M-Country as the developer of the Longshin battery was not a significant concern. Now that he was in his homeland, could his country not protect? As for Chen Ruoyun's beauty, Zhou Yang had not given it much thought. Of course, having a beautiful woman around daily would undoubtedly lighten one's mood. Chapter 50. The metallurgical experts. A bus slowly rolled into Wanghu village, carrying. The colleagues beside him nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Not only is there a highway, but I also spotted a military camp. It seems this research institute is quite prestigious. The question is, projects with ample funding are often substantial undertakings, thus heightening their interest. Participation in such an endeavor would certainly enhance their credentials." "Old Su, do you know anything about this?" Ma Jingchun inquired, turning to an elderly gentleman seated in the front who had graying hair. This elder, Su Chun, is a distinguished figure in the field of metallic materials research and an academician. Su Chun glanced back at Ma Jingchun, recognizing him from a previous collaboration. "I do not know, which is precisely why I intend to investigate what sort of project could boast unlimited funding. While my own high-strength yield steel project has yet to secure even 10 million, Su Chun retorted with a slight huff. The others exchanged knowing glances, sensing Su Chen's discontent. Ma Jingchun was aware of Su's grievances, having heard that Su had made some advancements in his own research on high-strength yield steel, but had been denied funding from higher authorities. The sudden emergence of a project with seemingly boundless financial resources would naturally incite Su Chen's ire. As the group continued conversing, they arrived at their destination, peering out the windows in anticipation. "Wow, This research institute isn't located within a mountain, is it? It's quite possible. Goodness, what caliber of research institute could this be? They gasped in astonishment. An institute that excavates an entire mountain for its base is indeed a rarity. Now, they found themselves increasingly convinced that this could genuinely be a project devoid of financial constraints, stirring excitement within them. Such projects are undoubtedly monumental. Su Chun scoffed, muttering, extravagant and wasteful. Must they hollow out an entire mountain, causing unnecessary distress and expense? The group disembarked, and Ma Jingchun, gazing into the distance, suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a blast furnace under construction? It appears rather modest in scale. It couldn't possibly be for research purposes, could it? What an extraordinary project this is." The others looked on, their faces painted with disbelief. Constructing a the cost of such a facility is no trifling matter. Moreover, to build a steel plant in such an isolated location, only for it to be rendered obsolete once the research concludes, seems an utter waste. Such ostentation, Su Chun remarked, his expression darkening further. Just then, representatives from the research institute appeared, led by Li Ziyu, accompanied by a military major. "Thank you, esteemed experts, for your presence. I imagine you must be weary from your journey. Perhaps you would like to rest at the guest house first?" Li Ziyu suggested. Su Chun, however, waved dismissively, stating, "No need for that. We are here to work, are we not? You mentioned a significant project for us to engage with. Please take us to see it. I am eager to discover what kind of project this entails." Li Ziyu hesitated briefly before responding, "Very well. The first-generation sample has just been completed and is currently undergoing testing in the back. Mr. Zhou is there as well. Shall we proceed directly?" Su Chen nodded in agreement. The remaining experts were left astonished. That was fast. The first-generation sample has already been completed. Then why did they summon us? They suppressed their curiosity as they boarded an electric sightseeing vehicle and made their way to the rear mountain. The group soon arrived at the testing site. Even from a distance, they could hear a thunderous noise. Ma Jingchun perked up, somewhat astonished. "It sounds like cannon fire." He quickly turned to the accompanying major, inquiring, "Excuse me, are they firing cannons?" The major smiled but remained silent. Suppressing their intrigue, they reached the testing area. It was an expansive testing ground. Behind the drum-shaped mountain lay a depression that had been filled with rubble excavated from the mountain, creating a vast open space designated for experimentation. As they listened to the booming sounds, they entered the inner area and immediately grasped the situation. "My goodness, is that a tank?" they exclaimed in surprise. A tank, positioned over 1,000 meters away, was firing continuously at a target approximately 3,000 meters distant. The target remained indistinct due to the distance, but the tank's relentless firing sent plumes of smoke skyward. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Lizu led the group toward an observation tower adjacent to the Today, we are testing its penetration resistance using armor-piercing rounds. The group turned their attention, intrigued. High-strength crystalline steel. What is that? I haven't heard of it before. Is it the crystallization of alloy steel? Has research on this begun domestically? This is remarkable. Since our arrival here, they must have fired dozens of rounds. If they are all armor-piercing, and it hasn't penetrated yet, the strength is indeed impressive. Their expressions reflected excitement. Su Chan, however, coolly interjected, even several meters thick, it would not be easy to penetrate. Li Ziyu smiled, replying, Academician Su, you may not be aware, but this high-strength crystalline steel possesses extraordinary strength. The target you see measures 2 meters in length and width, but crucially, it is only 50 centimeters thick, affixed to a concrete wall. Our anticipated testing goal is for it to withstand 100 impacts from the latest armor-piercing rounds. At this revelation, Su Chen exclaimed, Impossible! 50 centimeters thick? Are you joking? Ma Jingchun and the others stared in disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock. The notion of a steel plate 50 centimeters thick enduring 100 impacts from armor-piercing rounds defied reason. Li Ziyu continued, "This is merely the first-generation sample. According to Mr. Zhou, our research goal is to reduce the thickness of the steel plate by 3/4 under equivalent conditions, aiming for around 10 centimeters." The group gaped, speechless in astonishment. Su Chun, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Impossible! No steel in the world possesses such strength." "You mentioned Mr. Zhou. Who is he? Is he the one overseeing this project? I refuse to believe such a material exists. Take me to meet him immediately." Su Chen, agitated, understood well the implications of Li Ziyu's claims and recognized that the standards he described bordered on extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 51 The launch of high-capacity smartphones. Li Ziyu smiled lightly and chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, the cannon fire abruptly ceased. Faintly, voices could be heard shouting about something being penetrated. Everyone turned their gaze, and indeed, the tank had halted its bombardment. Just then, a group of individuals descended the stairs, led by a handsome young man accompanied by several researchers and military personnel. "Mr. Zhou," Li Ziyu exclaimed, hurrying over and gesturing towards Su Chen's group, "these are the first batch of metal smelting experts to arrive." Zhou Yang was taken aback, stepping forward to greet them. "Welcome, welcome." "Hello, I am Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute." Ma Jingchun and the others promptly extended their greetings to Zhou Yang. Su Chun intended to confront Zhou Yang, but upon seeing how youthful he was momentarily stunned. Moreover, Zhou Yang's enthusiastic welcome made it difficult for Su Chun to express his irritation. He merely nodded slightly and said, "So, you are Mr. Zhou. My name is Su Chen. I heard from this young lady that your goal for the high-strength crystalline steel is to withstand 100 impacts from armor-piercing rounds at a thickness of 10 centimeters. That is utterly impossible. No one in our country, nor in the world, has succeeded in developing such an alloy steel." "This must be academician Su," Zhou Yang remarked, his memory serving him well as he recalled the information. He quickly approached Su Chun and shook his hand. Zhou Yang's warm demeanor left Su Chen feeling somewhat out of place. After a brief, somewhat sullen handshake, Su Chen stated, "Director Zhou, please address my question." Zhou Yang noticed, after all, he was an esteemed academician and a prominent figure in the domestic metal smelting industry, having made significant contributions to the nation. A true national hero. "Su Lao, the testing has just concluded. Why don't we go see the results together?" Su Chen nodded, his curiosity about the test results piqued. The group boarded vehicles and proceeded to the target site. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they disembarked to find a robust concrete structure. On one of its walls, a 2-meter by 2-meter jet-black steel plate had been cast in cement. At that moment, a colossal dent was visible at the center of the steel plate, with remnants of smoke still lingering. "Mr. Zhou, it hasn't been penetrated." An excited researcher rushed forward, examining the wall behind Ma Jingshun and the others were taken aback. They quickly realized that the steel plate's thickness was indeed, as Li Ziyu had mentioned, merely 50 centimeters. 50 centimeters, if it had truly withstood 100 impacts from armor-piercing rounds, indicated an astonishing strength. Su Chen hurried to inspect the wall behind it. He found that the concrete wall was an impressive 1 meter thick. However, at the corresponding point of impact, the concrete had erupted into a large cavity. While the steel plate had withstood the bombardment, the force had still transmitted to the concrete wall, resulting in a significant breach despite the steel plate remaining intact. "Indeed, it has not." Zhou Yang and his entourage approached. Zhou Yang glanced at it and remarked with a smile, "Not bad. We have met our expected target, but we are nearing the limit. I estimate that with another 10 rounds, it would likely be penetrated. However, the first-generation sample has been successfully prepared, and now we shall formally enter the second phase of our research," Zhou Yang continued. The researchers on site erupted in cheers. Ma Jingshun and the others were equally inspired and began to applaud. Each one of them was an expert in metal materials, well aware of what this high-strength steel represented. They felt an innate joy at the prospect of their country growing ever stronger. Su Chun suddenly turned to Zhou Yang and said, "Director Zhou, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Your ability to develop such an alloy steel commands my utmost respect, and considering your youth, I now comprehend the meaning of young and accomplished. I may be aging, yet age does have its merits. Please feel free to assign us our next tasks. I will lend my full support." Su Chen's words evoked a sense of reverence in Zhou Yang. The elder generation of researchers, akin to one's parents, had all devoted themselves tirelessly. Zhou Yang estimated that within a few months, the industrial design for high-strength crystalline steel would be finalized, paving the way for mass production. Simultaneously, the excitement surrounding the Longshin battery continued to escalate. Following BYD's announcement of the large-scale launch of the HonDM in early October, Xiaomi, as Lei Jun had anticipated, unveiled the Xiaomi 10 Special Endurance Edition at the end of September. The battery capacity soared to an impressive 130,000 mAh. Aside from that, it bore little distinction from the concurrently released Xiaomi 10.3 days after the launch event. The phone officially went on sale. However, to everyone's surprise, the Xiaomi 10 Endurance version was sold out across all major e-commerce platforms, and even Xiaomi's own website was under a limited purchase scheme. This led to an explosive response for the Xiaomi 10. Various forums and social media outlets buzzed with discussions about the matter. What on earth is Xiaomi doing? Didn't they say it was going on sale? Why is it now a limited purchase, releasing only 500 units a day? With so many people nationwide, those 500 units sold out in seconds. I specifically bought software to snag one, yet still missed out. Damn. I suspect it was all snatched up by scalpers. This is utterly ridiculous. Lei Jun is treating us like fools once again. Some media outlets began to expose the situation. Everyone disperse. This is merely a gimmick. It's not that Xiaomi doesn't want to sell stock, but rather that they have none to sell. The production of Longshin batteries is far too low. Xiaomi only managed to secure 1 million Longshin batteries. With 16 batteries per phone, do the math on how many phones can be assembled. If you want a true according to insider information, Huawei has secured a whopping 10 million Longshin batteries from BYD, making it feasible to produce several 100,000 phones. Furthermore, the latest news indicates that Huawei intends to utilize Longshin batteries in their upcoming flagship model. Many had already learned that Huawei had procured 10 million Longshin batteries. Moreover, this month, Huawei had previously announced a new product launch event. Under normal circumstances, leveraging this wave of excitement, Huawei should have capitalized on the hype surrounding their new device. However, unexpectedly, Yu Changheng posted a message on his Weibo account, announcing that the latest flagship, the Mate 40, would be delayed for release, promising that it would come equipped with high-capacity Longshin batteries across the entire lineup. Additionally, he teased an enormous surprise, accompanying his message with a dark-themed image that appeared to feature a chip. This Weibo post instantly garnered massive attention. Chapter 52. Airport Assault. Beneath Yu Changheng's Weibo post, comments surged past 1,000 in an instant. Is Chairman Yu gearing up for something monumental? A delayed release? Could this be an elaborate ploy? With the entire range equipped with Longshin batteries, just look at how formidable Huawei appears. Compared to Xiaomi, it truly chills the hearts of us Mi fans. But why not mention that Huawei secured 10 million Longshin batteries, while Xiaomi only managed 1 million? Huawei is hardly short on batteries. This is an external factor. What does it have to do with Xiaomi? The previous comment has missed the point. The image in question. Are we talking about chips? The US is fully sanctioning Huawei, and it's rumored that the Kirin 9000, which Huawei is set to unveil, will be its swan song. Never again will we see the Kirin. How tragic. What does it matter? If the technology falls short, one can only be constrained by others. Fortunately, we have made breakthroughs in battery technology in recent times. I have observed foreign reports and commentary, all dripping. They simply refuse to believe we have developed such impressive batteries. BYD is formidable. A single Longshin battery dominates the globe. What does BYD have to do with it? BYD has stated they collaborated with academician Chen from the Chinese Academy of Sciences on the development. Most likely, its roots lie in the academy. Academician Chen Tiankai is incredible, a national treasure. An image shared by Yu Changheng resonated with many. Everyone was aware that Huawei was currently under U.S. sanctions, and the Kirin chips were destined to become a relic of the past. The further postponement of the release only suggested that there were once again issues in chip production. Time flew, and before long, November arrived. Over in Wanghu Village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel was proceeding according to schedule. Under the leadership of Zhou Yang, a research team of over 100 was making rapid progress, successfully producing the second generation of high-strength crystalline steel by the end of the month. In practical tests, the yield strength of the second-generation high-strength crystalline steel reached an astonishing 7,200 MPa, This level was extraordinarily high. Currently, the strongest deck steel in the world is a special alloy steel produced by Country E, with a yield strength of 1000 MPa, which is inferior even to that of Country E. In contrast, Zhou Yang's second-generation high-strength crystalline steel boasts a yield strength 7 times that of Country E's strongest alloy steel. In practical tests, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate could withstand 100 shots from armor-piercing rounds without penetrating. Such results left the entire team elated, truly a sight to behold on the global stage. Yet Zhou Yang remained unsatisfied, stating, "While we have essentially resolved the issue of yield strength, our next step must be to continue advancing. In other words, our goal is the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, which is also the ultimate aim of our project." Zhou Yang's words rendered the experts present speechless, each one incredulously gazing at him. Such remarkable research results were not enough. He sought further breakthroughs. "Mr. Zhou, is this truly necessary?" Ma Jingchun inquired. The second-generation high-strength crystalline steel already commanded global superiority, and this was not merely a marginal advantage. It was several times stronger, several generations ahead. Was it worth the expenditure of additional resources for further research? Zhou Yang replied, "I determine the course of this project. If I say it is necessary, then it is indeed necessary." The third-generation crystalline steel would meet the design requirements for Mecha. Using the current second generation would at best be a half-finished product. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yang was resolute in his commitment to develop the third generation. The many experts exchanged glances. After all, the project belonged to Zhou Yang, and he had procured the funding. If Zhou Yang was determined to proceed, then they would follow suit. Su Chun sighed softly, amused, recognizing the youthful spirit, forever restless and striving for betterment. If it were him, he would have long since rested on his laurels. On November 5th, Li Tianshu made an unexpected visit. "Mr. Zhou, Hisilicon has successfully manufactured the sample of the Tianxin 100. Li Tianshu reported this good news to Zhou Yang with a smile. This biomimetic cell chip, after consulting Zhou Yang's opinion, had been named Tianxin, with 100 serving as its designation. "Oh, quite fast," Zhou Yang rejoiced. Since September, it had been less than 3 months. Of course, Hisilicon had only produced a laboratory sample, and there was still some distance to go before formal production. Li Tianshu continued. "Yu Changhong has contacted me, wishing to invite you for guidance. Do you have time?" Zhou Yang readily agreed. Such a significant matter was not one he could afford to miss. On the 6th, Zhou Yang boarded a plane bound for SC. This time, Chen Ruan learned from past experiences and opted for the VIP passage upon departure. At the VIP exit, Yu Changhong, accompanied by Kong Lu and several senior executives from Hisilicon, eagerly awaited. "Boss, what time is the flight?" 9:50. "He should be out by 10 at the latest." "It's been over 2 months since we last saw Mr. Zhou. I am truly thrilled to finally meet him. Indeed, I can't believe I will see my idol at last." During this time, after deeply researching the biomimetic cell chip, Zhou Yang had achieved a near-mythical status among the Hisilicon research personnel. Kong Lu was equally anxious. They felt akin to students awaiting their teacher's evaluation after achieving some results. Their entourage was quite the spectacle, drawing attention as they traversed the VIP passage, populated by business elites, many of whom recognized Yu Changhong. "Isn't that Chairman Yu from Huawei?" In SZ, few were unfamiliar with Huawei or Yu Changhong, especially within the business community. Such a colossal entity permeated the city, influencing every aspect of life, rendering Yu Changhong's visage more renowned than that of many celebrities. "Is Chairman Yu here to pick someone up? Who could warrant such personal attention?" Needless to say, they must be someone extraordinary. Just then, individuals began to emerge from the VIP passage. Yu Changhong and his party spotted a young man clad in a woolen overcoat, accompanied by a tall and elegant woman, and were instantly captivated, rushing forward. "Mr. Zhou." Yu Changhong quickly extended his hand in greeting. Kong Lu and the others, equally excited, hurried to offer their salutations. "Hello everyone. You need not come all this way to greet me." "It's no trouble at all," Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands with each of them. Turning to Kong Lu, he praised, "You two managed to produce a sample in just over 2 months. Impressive." Such praise nearly brought Kong Lu to tears. Over the last 2 months, he had led his team, often sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a night, wholly devoted to the development of Tianjin 100. The hardships of this journey were known only to him. "All right, let us discuss this outside," Yu Changhong suggested. The group set off toward the parking lot. However, as they walked, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd ahead, drawing a handgun from their coat and aiming it at Zhou Yang, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. The moment the gunfire erupted, Zhou Yang felt something splatter against his face. Simultaneously, a figure collapsed onto him, pinning him down. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the airport. Chapter 53. Your safety is more important than theirs. Bang. Bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted, the assailants intent on lethal force from the outset, showing no signs of cessation. Yu Changhong and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded in the moment. However, the two special agents accompanying Chen Ruoyun remained unfazed. In an instinctive reaction to the gunfire, they swiftly drew their pistols and fired simultaneously. Two resounding shots rang out. The gunman, as if struck by lightning, was hit by 2 bullets, one to the forehead and the other to the eye, mortal wounds that sent him crashing into a pool of blood in an instant. The entire exchange transpired in a matter of mere seconds, a flash of action that left onlookers in disbelief. "The target has been neutralized," declared the two special agents as they quickly crouched down. Zhou Yang, having fallen to the ground, finally regained his senses, realizing that Chen Ruoyun had thrown herself over him, pinning him to the floor. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps approached from 20 meters away as 5 or 6 individuals sprinted forward, each brandishing a firearm. Surrounded Zhou Yang, forming a protective ring, while one dashed to the gunman's side, swiftly kicking his weapon away. "Quickly, retreat to the lounge," Chen Ruoyun exclaimed, rolling over and pulling Zhou Yang up, instructing him to keep his head down as they hurried back to the lounge. Blood. Where did this blood come from? Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a warm pool of blood spreading across his chest, yet he felt no pain. "Move," Chen Ruoyun urged, her voice steady as she and the surrounding agents shielded Zhou Yang and rushed into the lounge, 30 meters away. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong and the others, their faces ashen with fear, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Blood. There's blood on the floor," one executive gasped. It was only then that Yu Changhong noticed the bloodstains. "Did Mr. Zhou get shot?" Kongla screamed. Yu Changhong's mind reeled, overwhelmed by the realization. The special agents stormed into the lounge, immediately securing the area and guarding the entrance. At that moment, Chen Ruoyun's knees buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Zhou Yang abruptly noticed blood on her back. "You've been shot," Zhou Yang exclaimed, recalling the events that had transpired mere moments ago. In that critical instant, as the gunman raised his weapon, one of the 5 special agents who had just arrived promptly tossed her a small walkie-talkie. These agents had been discreetly assigned by the local government to protect Zhou Yang and his companions. Chen Ruoyun quickly commanded, "This is Chen Ruoyun. Immediately mobilize personnel and coordinate with airport police to seal off all airport access points, restricting entry and exit for anyone." Also, in having completed these urgent tasks, Chen Ruoyun turned to Zhou Yang, saying, "Mr. Zhou, please remain calm and do not panic. We assure you that your safety will be our utmost priority." Zhou Yang, noticing the cold sweat on Chen Ruoyun's forehead and her stoic demeanor, grew anxious. "I'm fine, but what about you? You've been shot. There's a medical room at the airport. We need to get you there, and this is a gunshot wound. You need to go to a hospital. Let us go." Chen Ruoyun shook her head. "I'm fine. The situation outside is uncertain. There may still be lurking enemies, so we cannot venture out. We must wait for reinforcements here." As she spoke, a series of footsteps echoed outside, and the next moment, 7 or 8 armed agents appeared, surrounding the lounge completely. "Director Chen, I am Captain Chao Yushing of the action team." A middle-aged man approached Zhou Yang, glancing at him before exhaling with relief and reporting to Chen Ruoyun. Upon realizing the situation, Captain Chao Yushing paused, exclaiming, "Director Chen, you've been shot." Chen Ruoyun rose, asserting, "I'm fine." Chao Yushing, establish a defensive perimeter. We must guarantee the VIP's safety. There are so many of us. My safety is not in question. Captain Chao, right? Will you heed my words? Chao Yushing was taken aback. He knew Zhou Yang's significance and nodded. Of course, you are a leader. I will certainly comply with your directives. Then arrange for a vehicle immediately to take her to the nearest hospital. Zhou Yang pointed at Chen Ruoyun. Chao Yuxing's expression changed dramatically. Chen Ruoyun urgently interjected, Chao Yuxing, I dare you to. Zhou Yang declared, he won't dare. I will. Chen Ruoyun, are you disregarding my words? Chen Ruoyun fell silent, taken aback. Chao Yuxing, why are you hesitating? Have your men take action? Chao Yuxing snapped to attention, signaling several agents who promptly advanced, lifting a chair to carry Chen Ruoyun away. Zhou Yang pointed at Chao Yuxing, saying, Chao Yuxing, I'll remember this. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off easily. Chao Yuxing shivered and commanded, what are you waiting for? Quickly get her out of here. The special agents swiftly escorted Chen Ruoyun away. At that moment, Yu Changhong and the others arrived outside the lounge. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? Let us in. I want to see Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong called out, but the special agents blocked his entry. Let them in, Zhou Yang urged. Chao Yuxing shook his head, asserting, no, their identities have not been verified. They cannot enter. Zhou Yang frowned, I trust them. And if there are gunmen outside, they are not safe either. Chao Yuxing remained resolute, shaking his head, Mr. Zhou, your safety is paramount. With no other option, Zhou Yang called out loudly, Mr. Yu, I'm fine. Please wait outside and follow the arrangements. All right, as long as you're safe. Yu Changhong sighed in relief. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong, of his rank, understood the gravity of Zhou Yang's importance and what it meant for the nation. If anything were to happen to Zhou Yang, it would spell disaster for many. Chapter 54. Hostile forces. The entire airport was bustling with a considerable influx of people. However, at the command of Chen Ruoyun, the personnel from the airport branch, under the direction of the security department, swiftly collaborated with the airport security to seal off the entire premises. Every entry and exit was assigned a dedicated officer, prohibiting any individual from entering or leaving. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Why am I not allowed to leave? I have urgent matters to attend to. Could you please allow me to exit first? The multitude of travelers, hindered from proceeding, began to express their dissatisfaction vocally. The leader, stationed at the largest exit, proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. An emergency situation has arisen at the airport. We kindly ask all passengers to wait patiently in place. The airport's announcements echoed throughout the terminal. Emergency situation. What does that mean? I have no idea. Could it be a terrorist attack? Is that true? I need to leave immediately. This place is too dangerous. Many travelers, bewildered by the circumstances, surged towards the exits. What should we do? The leader, feeling overwhelmed, reported the situation via the walkie-talkie to Chao Yuxing. Chao Yuxing, equally anxious, replied in a low voice, What do you mean? What should we do? We wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, not far from the airport, an emergency response team was on standby. With a single command, over 100 personnel promptly boarded vehicles and arrived at the airport within 5 minutes, effectively sealing off the area. The fully armed officers exerted a significant deterrent effect, gradually calming the previously agitated travelers. Let us just wait. Something serious must have happened. Indeed, if something were to occur, it might not be safe outside either. The initial turmoil among the travelers was quelled, and the staff began to direct everyone into the waiting hall. 15 minutes later, a number of passengers observed several large trucks arriving outside the airport, from which armed personnel disembarked, quickly forming ranks to secure the entire area. Goodness, this is serious. That is quite an exaggeration. Countless individuals gasped in astonishment, whipping out their phones to capture the moment. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong, although relieved to ascertain that Zhou Yang was unharmed, still felt a sense of unease. It seems that individual was targeting Mr. Zhou. It's terrifying. Don't be ridiculous. Who would be aiming at us? We are merely ordinary individuals. Mr. Zhou holds a significant position. Mr. Zhou's bodyguard is truly remarkable, taking a bullet for him. Such things are only seen in movies, yet here we are witnessing it in reality. Yu Changhong, feeling increasingly agitated, exclaimed, Enough! Let us be grateful that Mr. Zhou is safe. Otherwise, we'd be in deep trouble. At that moment, a team of individuals rushed in, immediately establishing security around the lounge. The leader, while advancing, shouted into the walkie-talkie, "All entrances and exits within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport are to be sealed off. Not even a fly is permitted to escape." Following closely behind, another group hurried towards them. "Minister." The individuals at the lounge entrance immediately greeted the newcomer. The middle-aged man who arrived was Gao Kun, the head of the security department in SC City. "Old Lin." Gao Kun exchanged pleasantries with him. Old Lin nodded solemnly, stating, "Let us head inside." The two entered the lounge. Inside, Zhou Yang sat composedly, though concern gnawed at him, particularly regarding Qian Ruoyun's injuries. "Mr. Zhou, it is a relief to see you unharmed," Gao Kun remarked hurriedly. Old Lin approached Zhou Yang and said, "Mr. Zhou, we should leave at once." Zhou Yang nodded, replying, "That's fine, but I need to go to the new district hospital." "This?" Gao Kun hesitated. "That may not be very safe. It's not as if the sky is falling." After a moment of hesitation, Gao Kun could only acquiesce, instructing Chao Yuxing, "Chao Yuxing, you head to the new district hospital to keep watch." Chao Yuxing nodded and promptly departed. "Then let us go." Zhou Yang stood and made his way outside. Upon reaching the lounge entrance, he spotted Yu Changhong and his companions cornered. "Old Lin, could you bring my friends along?" Zhou Yang requested. After a moment's thought, Old Lin nodded in agreement. The group, under escort, swiftly proceeded to the underground parking lot. The security department had arranged 2 vehicles. Zhou Yang entered one, while Yu Changhong and the others boarded the other, slowly exiting the airport en route to the new district hospital. "What exactly is Mr. Zhou's identity?" Kong Lu inquired. Why Yu Changhong, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Let us refrain from asking questions that don't concern us." With the state intervening, Yu Changhong understood that Zhou Yang's status was extraordinary. He harbored his own suspicions, especially since the collaboration involved Matrix Energy. The parallels between BYD's battery division and Matrix Energy's cooperation mirrored his own situation. Why Yu Changhong boldly speculated that Zhou Yang might indeed be the developer of the Longshin batteries. Such a national figure would naturally warrant exceptional treatment. The group arrived safely at the new district hospital. Zhou Yang stood before the operating room, where Qian Ruoyun had already been admitted for surgery. "Mr. Zhou, I have inquired with the doctors. Chief Chen arrived just in time. There should not be any significant issues," Gao Kun spoke softly. Zhou Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had Chen Ruoyun perished while shielding him, he would never forgive himself. Yet, this young woman was remarkably resolute, taking a bullet without hesitation. Was it truly necessary for a mere bodyguard to go to such lengths? By the way, who was the assailant? Zhou Yang inquired. Gao Kun's expression shifted, and after contemplation, he responded, "We have conducted a preliminary investigation, ruling out various possibilities. We have identified the assailant's identity. It appears to be orchestrated by hostile forces." "Hostile forces?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. Chapter 55. You have no idea how important you are in contemporary society. The velocity of information dissemination is astonishing. The news regarding SZ Airport being cordoned off by a substantial number of special police and military personnel was almost instantaneously shared online, with a plethora of videos readily available at a simple search. The real-time trending on Douyin surged rapidly, claiming the top spot. The comments soon surpassed hundreds of thousands in number. "My heavens, what is happening?" The commotion is immense, and the military has been deployed. It is said that gunshots were heard at the airport, prompting the authorities to detain all Just moments ago, the expressway leading to the airport was put under traffic control. I heard that the area 3 kilometers from the airport has been entirely sealed off by the police, with vehicles being turned back. Are they conducting a counter-terrorism drill? That seems unlikely. If it were a drill, there would typically be prior notification, and they wouldn't restrict so many passengers. It's more probable that a genuine incident has occurred. Didn't they mention gunfire? Perhaps there are criminals causing trouble. But isn't there security screening at the airport? How could someone bring a firearm inside? Even if it were a robbery, who would target an airport? And if there were truly a threat, the police would suffice. Why would the military be involved? I'm at the airport and can assure you, at least a battalion has arrived. It is utterly terrifying. The online discourse was fervent, with various media outlets rushing to cover the event as if they were cats drawn to the scent of fish, only to be thwarted at every turn. Soon, it was discovered that a significant military presence had also gathered at the nearest new district hospital, with an entire building cordoned off and on high alert. The media outlets, struggling to find news, flocked to the new district hospital. A subordinate reported to Gao Kun, "Director, there are numerous reporters outside." Gao Kun frowned. The rapid spread of information was a double-edged sword. Everyone possesses a smartphone, and any incident can be captured and uploaded in an instant. A moment's delay could see the footage proliferating. Zhou Yang overheard and remarked, "Director Gao, this matter should not escalate further. The repercussions could be severe. If there is no issue at the airport, we should expedite the evacuation and restore normalcy. As for this location, there is no need for such a large contingent to remain. Zhou, we may withdraw, but you must accompany us to a safer location. We are still uncertain if the adversaries have further plans. Thus, ensuring your safety is paramount before any security personnel can be dismissed." Zhou Yang wished to remain at the hospital until the surgery concluded, yet he recognized that Gao Kun would not agree to withdraw without him. After some contemplation, he acquiesced, "Very well, I will go with you." "Excellent." Gao Kun nodded vigorously, then suggested, "Colonel Lin, I believe the ground may not be secure. Since you have an air assault regiment, could you send a helicopter to transport Mr. Zhou to your camp? I doubt the adversaries would dare to attack your base." Colonel Lin nodded in agreement, stating, "That is a sound plan. I will make the arrangements. Give me 10 minutes. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, responding, "There is no need for a helicopter. It would be an unnecessary strain on resources." "No, it is indeed necessary, Mr. Zhou. Even if you are unaware of your significance, we are well aware. For your safety, such measures are imperative," Gao Kun insisted. Zhou Yang opened his mouth to argue but ultimately nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, he rose and approached Yu Changhong and the others. "Mr.Yu, I apologize for the inconvenience caused by this incident. It seems our meeting with Haisher will have to be postponed for a couple of days. Let us aim for the day after tomorrow. I will ensure that someone notifies you in advance," Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head, responding, "Mr. Zhou, please do not say such things. No one wishes for events like this to occur. I should be the one apologizing for any distress caused to you." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and turned to Kong Lu, stating, "You all performed admirably this time. I hold shares in Matrix Energy, which makes me something of a leader among you. Therefore, I will take the liberty of granting you all a 2-day leave to rest and recuperate. In 2 days, I shall return to review your research outcomes." Kong Lu nodded dumbfoundedly, still processing the events, as they were all rather dazed. After a brief wait, Colonel Lin informed them that arrangements were complete. "There is a helipad on the hospital's roof. Let us proceed to the top floor." Zhou Yang nodded and waved farewell to Yu Changhong and the others. Kong Lu leaned out the window, soon spotting a military helicopter soaring away, his mouth agape in astonishment. However, considering Zhou Yang's status, departing via military aircraft hardly seemed out of the ordinary. Upon arriving at the camp by helicopter, Zhou Yang was assigned to the guest house. 4 hours later, Li Tianchu hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, his first words were, "Mr. Zhou, this incident represents a serious oversight on our part that has caused you distress. Rest assured, we will ensure that such an occurrence never happens again." Li Tianchu, who was away on business, nearly choked upon hearing about the gunfire incident at the airport, fearing for Zhou Yang's safety. The advancements brought by Zhou Yang, including Longshin batteries, biomimetic cellular chips, and high-strength crystalline steel, addressed several critical issues in national technology and given Zhou Yang's youth, who could predict what further breakthroughs he might achieve. Should anything happen to him, Li Tianchu would bear the burden of national disgrace. The higher-ups were equally furious upon receiving the news. Li Tianchu was the first to arrive, with more senior officials soon to follow and offering their condolences. Zhou Yang, however, remained remarkably composed, stating, "It's nothing to worry about. I had anticipated such incidents when I returned to the country for research. My parents were killed by hostile forces. They never divulged any intelligence, and neither shall I forsake my research out of fear of death." Li Tianchu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had investigated Zhou Yang's family history and understood the sacrifices they... "Has the surgery concluded?" Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianchu nodded, replying, The surgery has been completed successfully, with no lasting repercussions. That is a relief, Zhou Yang exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Should anything happen to Qin Ruoyun, he would never forgive himself. Have we determined the details surrounding this incident? Zhou Yang asked. Was it the hostile forces from Country M? The crux of the matter was why they would target him. Was it merely due to his prior imprisonment? That seemed implausible. That incident had occurred long ago, and Country M would hardly resort to assassination in Sea Country over such matters. Li Tianshu replied, I am not fully informed on the specifics, but Director Han from the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs is here. Perhaps we should have him brief you. It was only then that Zhou Yang noticed Han Haining, who had followed Li Tianshu into the room. Chapter 56. The public chip. Han Haining stepped forward. This time, he was drenched in cold sweat. Chun Ruoyun was one of his subordinates, directly responsible for Zhou Yang's security. If anything were to happen to Zhou Yang, a multitude of people would inevitably be implicated. And Han Haining began. We have yet to fully investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident, but we can surmise a general outline. The catalyst appears to be the launch event for the Longshin battery, during which Shan Ruoyun brought you in line, causing a stir. Oh, Zhou Yang replied, surprised that this matter was still connected. Han Haining promptly recounted Zhang Yun's situation. They from the Special Operations 6th Bureau had conducted a thorough investigation and were aware of certain intelligence from the M country, which revealed that this very incident had drawn Zhou Yang into the sights of their intelligence agencies. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and sighed. So that is how it is. He had not anticipated that such grievances lay behind the events involving Tiannai Chemical. What happened next was that the intelligence agency of M country speculated that I was the developer of the Longshin battery, which led them to attempt my assassination, Zhou Yang stated. Han Haining nodded, saying, that appears to be the case. Zhou Yang scoffed. If M country desires my demise, then I shall endeavor to develop even more formidable innovations, transforming our nation into the strongest in the world. Excellent, Li Tianshu exclaimed, applauding. Mr. Zhou, I admire your resolve. Rest assured, from now on, the research will be entrusted to you, while we will handle the remaining matters. Han Haining vigorously nodded, declaring, Mr. Zhou, I hereby vow that should you suffer any further harm, I shall present myself to answer for it. Online videos about the airport incident continued to circulate wildly. The authorities swiftly issued a statement to dispel rumors, asserting that it was an extreme criminal who, due to personal grievances, had attempted to assault an adversary with a homemade firearm, but had since been subdued. Simultaneously, through technological means, the situation was gradually suppressed. However, Zhou Yang understood that M country would not simply let the matter rest. Yet, he had little to fear. The following day, Zhou Yang visited the headquarters of HiSilicon to inspect the samples of the Bionic cell chip. He was once again greeted by Yu Changhong, who immediately began to apologize upon seeing Zhou Yang. Enough, the matter is behind us. Let us proceed to review the research results from the past 2 months, Zhou Yang replied. Yu Changhong nodded and led Zhou Yang to the laboratory. Kong Lu and others had been eagerly waiting and rushed forward to greet Zhou Yang with excitement. After the customary pleasantries, Zhou Yang turned his attention to a chip on the experimental table. The chip was quite small, measuring 1.5 centimeters in length and width. Excluding the external packaging, the actual chip measured merely 1 centimeter in both dimensions, with a thickness of around 1 millimeter. Can I hold it? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu nodded vigorously. Zhou Yang then picked it up. At first glance, it bore no significant difference from existing silicon-based chips, yet its internal structure was remarkable. Have you tested its performance? Zhou Yang queried. Kong Lu replied, we have conducted tests, and the data indicates that its performance is 112 times that of the A14. Theoretical designs had projected the Tianxin 100's performance to exceed 100 times that of the A14. However, the actual results were even more impressive. Wow, 112 times. That is utterly astonishing. Li Tianshu, who had accompanied them, exclaimed in surprise. Kong Lu, it is not an exaggeration to say that this diminutive chip possesses computational power comparable to that of a small supercomputer. Li Tianshu nodded enthusiastically. Though he did not fully comprehend it, the Tianxin 100 was exceptionally powerful, capable of outclassing chips from around the globe. Zhou Yang set the chip down. After 2 months, HiSilicon had produced a sample, which left him thoroughly satisfied. Let us move on to the next phase, industrial production, Zhou Yang stated with a smile. Kong Le and the other researchers present erupted in jubilant cheers. Although the chip had been successfully developed, Zhou Yang's acknowledgement of its success was essential for Kong Le and the others. Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong and asked, "How is the preparation for the supporting factory coming along?" The design of the chip was one aspect. The ability to produce it was crucial. The entire production process, from raw materials to slicing, guiding with electric needles, curing, and packaging, involved hundreds of intricate steps and was no simple matter. Zhou Yang had provided the necessary production process designs. Thus, while the chip was being developed, HiSilicon had allocated a substantial number of researchers to work on industrial design. Yu Changhong replied with a smile, "Thanks to the design materials you provided, nearly 80 of the issues have been resolved, especially regarding the crucial electric needle equipment, which has been successfully developed. I believe that within a month, we can complete all designs, followed by a month for equipment installation and debugging. If everything goes smoothly, we should resolve production issues within 2 months." The entire project lacked funding constraints. Consequently, HiSilicon had aggressively recruited numerous personnel, significantly enhancing their research capabilities. However, the most critical factor was that Zhou Yang had already completed the entire industrial design, detailing how the equipment should be designed and the process requirements, even developing the control systems for these machines in advance. Without considering funding and investment, completing industrial design and commencing production within 4 months was indeed feasible. Li Tianshu, astonished, widened his eyes, not expecting the Tianxin 100 to enter. Nevertheless, he believed that just as with the Longxin battery, Zhou Yang's contributions had made this rapid progress possible. Without his solutions for industrial design, such speed would have been unattainable. Excellent. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. Zhou and Director Li are here. I would like to discuss whether we should hold a launch event for the Tianxin 100 to unveil it to the world. The announcement of such a high-end chip would undoubtedly cause a stir worldwide. Moreover, Yu Changhong was uncertain about the government's stance. Whether they intended to continue concealing their capabilities or to expose them. It was worth noting that even after HiSilicon separated from Huawei to join Matrix Energy, they had not disclosed this to the public. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment before stating, "This matter is significant. I must report to the higher-ups and seek guidance. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts?" Li Tianshu turned to Zhou Yang, whose perspective was of, "Furthermore, our nation fears no threat. There is no reason to hide. We should employ honorable means to instill fear in our adversaries and compel their submission." Li Tianshu's expression grew serious as he promptly stated, "I understand. Your sentiments will be conveyed to the higher-ups." Chapter 57. The press conference. A few days later, a decision was made from above to go public. As Mr. Zhou stated, our nation now stands unafraid of any challenge. There is no longer a need for concealment. If we aspire to be the world's leader, we must exhibit the audacity befitting such a status. We shall become the core of technology, leaving our competitors with nothing but admiration from afar, proclaimed Li Tianshu. Yu Changhong nodded enthusiastically. Having developed such a remarkable product, it would be utterly unsatisfactory to keep it hidden. Coincidentally, during this period, Huawei had been enduring severe constraints imposed by country M, and the Tianxin 100 represented the perfect counterstrike. On November 20th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo account. On December 1st, at the Qingtian Center, the future awaits your encounter. As the saying goes, the brevity of content often amplifies its impact. This Weibo post quickly ascended to the headlines, garnering widespread attention. President Yu seems poised for something monumental. Previously, President Yu shared an image of a chip, and I speculated that Huawei was preparing a grand reveal. Well, the moment has finally arrived. I suspect Huawei has resolved the production issues with the chips. If so, that would be splendid. Unlikely, TSMC would not undertake manufacturing for Huawei. Who else could? Relying on domestic semiconductor manufacturers is a pipe dream. Perhaps it is a new device launch. The Mate 40 has been postponed for quite some time and is bound to be announced. If it's merely a Mate 40 equipped with after such a long delay, to present the same old model, how is that fair to us fans? Indeed, The production issues with the Lungsan battery have been resolved, with numerous phone manufacturers already acquiring substantial quantities. Companies like Xiaomi have begun massive distributions, and I expect flagship models featuring the Lungsan battery will launch next month. To be frank, the Lungsan battery is truly impressive, boasting over 100,000 mAh. I now only need to charge my device once a month. Online discussions were rife, with major media outlets striving to uncover information about the upcoming press conference. However, Huawei's confidentiality was impeccable. Not a single detail emerged until the day of the event in Wanghu village. A knock resounded at the door. Zhou Yang, engrossed in coding, remained oblivious. The visitor entered stealthily, opening the door themselves. At 9:40, the visitor spoke up, "Mr. Zhou, it's almost time." Zhou Yang instinctively responded with a grunt, suddenly realizing the voice wasn't that of Li Ziyu. He turned around, meeting a pair of beautiful eyes. Chun Ruoyun. Zhou Yang widened his eyes, surprised to see Chun Ruoyun. "Mr. Zhou," she greeted with a smile, a rare sight from this icy beauty. "Good," Zhou Yang said, excitedly rising to embrace her in welcome, but hesitated, opting instead to extend his hand. "Welcome back." As they shook hands, "My life can truly be attributed to you." Had she remained at the airport during that perilous moment, it would have led to grave consequences. Zhou Yang's insistence on taking her to the hospital undoubtedly saved her life. Zhou Yang chuckled, "Let us not exaggerate. You shielded me from a bullet as well, so we're even. By the way, let us not let this happen again." Chun Ruoyun smiled. If faced with a similar situation again, she would undoubtedly act without hesitation. "By the way, what did you just mention to me?" Zhou Yang inquired. "Your schedule indicates you are to attend Huawei." CCTV was broadcasting live. Compared to the last BYD press conference, this one was of an even higher caliber. The significance of the Tianxin 100 overshadowed even the Lungsan battery. "Please, pour me a cup of tea," Zhou Yang requested as he settled in. This time, security would not allow him to attend the event in person, and Yu Changhong would not dare to extend another invitation on television. A reporter was outside the Qingtian Conference Center, providing updates. The entire Qingtian, in addition to enthusiastic members of the public, Huawei has invited numerous industry insiders. Now, let us turn our cameras to the interior of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but various mainstream media outlets were. The viewership on Douyin exceeded 10 million. What a grand affair. I heard CCTV is broadcasting it. I heard President Yu attended the last BYD press conference. Perhaps seeing CCTV cover it inspired. Broadcasting something like the Lungsan battery, a technology beneficial to the nation and its people, is acceptable. But what merit is there in live-streaming Huawei launching a smartphone? Numerous netizens engaged in animated discussions. As the clock struck 10, the press conference commenced punctually. Huawei's press conferences were characteristically straightforward, devoid of excessive embellishments. Once again, Yu Changhong served as the presenter. He briefly recounted Huawei's recent accomplishments before announcing, "Next, we shall welcome a special guest." As he spoke, a young man emerged from backstage. Many financial journalists in attendance quickly recognized him. "No way, I know that guy. It's Ziyu from Matrix Energy." It really is him. This Matrix Energy is rather enigmatic. The battery division of BYD was acquired by them. Analysts have long speculated that the state is behind. How could such a strategic technology like the Lungsan battery be entrusted to a private enterprise? The critical question, however, is why Matrix Energy is present at Huawei's press conference. Could it be? Some reporters had already surmised the reason. On stage, Yu Changhong unveiled the details. "Let us welcome He Ziyu, General Manager for Matrix Energy. I will now represent Huawei to announce a significant decision." In fact, this decision was made over 2 months ago. We are only revealing it now. This decision entails the independent separation of Silicon Kirin from Huawei, merging it into Matrix Energy as a subsidiary through a technology equity stake. Specific details regarding the acquisition plan will not be disclosed here. Yu Changhong's words, though succinct, sparked a wave of astonishment among the audience. Kiran, a semiconductor enterprise that Huawei had invested heavily in, was among the top chip design companies in the country. Huawei allocated hundreds of billions annually to Kiran, and it had long been estimated that the valuation of Hizilicon's semiconductor alone exceeded $1 trillion. The direct acquisition of such $1 trillion enterprise by Matrix Energy was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 58. Debut. The atmosphere was abuzz with fervent discussions. This Matrix Energy it's invincible. You ought to credit the nation. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should comprehend that this is merely the national team stepping in. Indeed, if it weren't for the national team, how could Matrix Energy maintain such an air of mystery? To this day, aside from its name, there's scarcely a shred of corporate information available. The attendees were all luminaries from the business world, seasoned journalists, and well-informed individuals, so it came as no surprise that Matrix Energy managed to absorb the $100 billion valued Kiran. With the might of the national team, one could confidently assert that whether Kiran was valued at $100 billion or even $1 trillion, it would be but a matter of moments to swallow it whole. Their sole astonishment lay in the fact that Kiran was willing to sell itself. Kiran is, after all, the core of V's operations, and V is not a publicly traded company. It is a private enterprise. Countless investors have sought to pour capital into them, only to return empty-handed. What does this signify? It indicates that Huawei has no need for external investment, and importantly, they are not short on funds. Yet, they have suddenly chosen to submit themselves to the national team. The eyes of many reporters sparkled with intrigue. The implications of this development were profound. Conversely, the onlookers on various live streaming platforms lacked such discernment. Wow, Matrix Energy is it has even swallowed Kiran. Could someone please enlighten me on how much Kiran is worth? How much, you ask? At the very least, it's worth 1,000 billion. I'm flabbergasted. What exactly is the origin of Matrix Energy? It seems they previously absorbed a certain D as well. Not absorbed a certain D, but rather its battery division. Yet, even so, that's quite impressive. The battery division of that D is valued at no less than several hundred billion. At the press conference, after announcing the Zhou was merely a mascot, and certain matters were not suitable for public disclosure. Now, let us proceed to the next phase. After Zhou exited the stage, Yu Changhong continued, as many of you are aware, we have been sanctioned by the United States, and our chip business has suffered a significant blow. Many speculate that our next generation of chips will be stillborn. Upon uttering these words, a hush fell over the audience. Meanwhile, the comments on the live streaming platforms erupted with indignation, filled with curses aimed at the United States for its unscrupulousness. The United States is utterly despicable. First, it was Star, and now it's V. Ultimately, it boils down to our lack of mastery over core technologies. Our skills simply cannot match theirs. When one is lagging behind, one must endure the consequences. When will this cycle come to an end? V is still faring better than Star, which was completely annihilated. At least V has managed to hold on until now. I've said it before, regardless of what V announces today, I must show my support. Indeed, support domestic products. At the press conference, Yu Changhong declared, however, amidst such adversity, our diligent R&D personnel have persevered and successfully developed the next generation of chips, which is the 1000. An image of the 1000 appeared on the big screen, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. The live streaming platforms were flooded with comments of approval. Indeed, it is a brand new generation of chips. Rumors have circulated that Huawei has already secured the next generation of chips, marking the most powerful chip in history. The crucial issue lies in production. It seems TSMC will no longer manufacture for V. With the 5-nanometer process, domestic companies are unable to produce it either. Even if the chip is developed, without production, it remains futile. Don't be so pessimistic. The fact that they were able to research it is already quite impressive. The applause resounded throughout the conference hall. One could easily imagine how arduous it was to develop the 1000 under the heavy pressure of U.S. sanctions. Yu Changhong waved his hand, signaling for silence, and then stated, there should be applause here. However, I want to convey to everyone that our ambitions at V extend far beyond this. Pausing momentarily, Yu Changhong gestured emphatically, and as inspirational background music played, the screen suddenly transformed to reveal an entirely new chip. Confusion spread across the faces of all present. Another chip? Yu Changhong explained. We have taken a moment to reflect deeply and resolve to fundamentally alter our research and development approach. Here, I extend my gratitude to an individual who has ushered in a new future. For reasons of confidentiality, I cannot discuss the solemn introduction of this individual by Yu Changhong, coupled with the insistence on confidentiality, raised questions about who this person was and what they had accomplished. All right, Yu Changhong declared with a booming voice. Now, allow me to grandly introduce to you this chip, which possesses. Everyone appeared bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be introducing the chip 1000? How did it suddenly transform into the chip 100? Moreover, what on earth is a biomimetic cellular chip? And when did they start producing chips themselves? Hadn't they always merely designed chips? However, the astute among the audience quickly grasped that Yu Changhong was about to unveil something monumental. Skipping over the introduction of the 1000, he instead placed great emphasis on the chip 100, suggesting that, in the eyes of high silicon, the chip 100 was the flagship product. Yu Changhong continued, the biomimetic cellular chip is an entirely new type of chip, distinct from any currently available in the world that IT employs novel foundational materials and boasts a groundbreaking internal structure. Regrettably, I cannot disclose specific details about the chip. However, I can reveal that within this chip, measuring 1 square centimeter and 1 millimeter in thickness, there are an astonishing 26 trillion transistor-like structures. Indeed, that is 26 trillion, 100 times the number of transistors in the Apple A14 chip. Boom! The atmosphere in the venue seemed to explode, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 26 trillion transistors, 100 times that of the A14. The A14, renowned as the most powerful chip on Earth, while the Tianxin, Yu Changhong's statement landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in a state of mental paralysis. Simultaneously, the live streams across various platforms fell into stunned silence, as all were engulfed in shock. Yet, as if seeking to amplify the impact further, Yu Changhong proclaimed, the chip 100 will feature a clock speed of 340 GHz. What does this number signify? Think of it this way. Its computational power is akin to that of a small supercomputer. My heavens, a clock speed of 340 GHz. Am I hearing this correctly? Just this diminutive chip can possess such an extraordinary clock speed. Unbelievable. From the audience below, many had already begun to scream in sheer excitement. A clock speed of 340 GHz is simply outrageous. Chapter 59. Intel, are you alarmed? Within the myriad of live-streaming platforms, an atmosphere of stunned silence prevailed. Why Yu Changhong refrained from elaborating on the materials and designs utilized in the Tianxin 100. Instead, he articulated in terms comprehensible to the layperson. The transistor structure boasts an astonishing 26 trillion units, rendering it 100-fold more powerful than the most formidable chip currently available. With a clock speed of 340 GHz, it surpasses the A14 by over 100 times. In summary, the performance is a staggering 100 times that of the world's most potent chip, the A14. This is not merely an incremental improvement. It represents a direct enhancement of 100-fold. At this moment, Moore's law has utterly lost its significance. At the venue of the press conference, the murmurs of astonishment were incessant. Prior speculation by experts suggested that the performance of the Kirin 1000 would likely fall short of the A14, but it might rival the Snapdragon 865. After all, Apple's A-series chips have long stood as the pinnacle of technological prowess. Yet now, as Huawei unveiled the Kirin 1000, they astonishingly introduced the Tianxin 100 as well. The key point is that the performance of the Tianxin 100 is nothing short of black technology, an existence that feels extraterrestrial. While a doubling or tripling of performance might be palatable, a 100-fold enhancement is simply surreal. Mr.yu. Is what you are saying truly credible? The Tianxin 100 couldn't possibly be a... These figures seem almost too incredible to be real, a reporter exclaimed, unable to contain his incredulity. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present. It is no wonder they found it hard to believe. The Tianxin 100's capabilities are so extraordinary they verge on the absurd. At that moment, an individual stepped onto the stage, presenting Yu Changhong with a smartphone. Why you raised the device high and proclaimed, "This is our upcoming flagship smartphone, the Mate 40 Pro, which will be..." However, the salient details have already been extensively covered by various media reporters, leaving little to elaborate upon. After all, the star of today's presentation is our Tianxin 100. To introduce the Tianxin 100, the latest flagship phone was deemed unworthy of mention. Yet, the crowd was undeterred, their attention wholly captivated by the device in Yu Changhong's hands, the smartphone powered by the Tianxin 100. Yu Changhong remarked, "To articulate just how formidable this smartphone is, delving into technical jargon may bewilder many. Therefore, let us be straightforward and commence with a benchmark test." He activated the phone, stating, "Let us begin with the Antutu benchmark." The large screen projected the phone's display, revealing Yu Changhong launching the Antutu testing software and initiating the benchmark. The latest Apple 12, equipped with the A14 chip, achieves a score of 570,000. Now, let us see how our Tianxin 100 performs. The software commenced its calculations. Moments later, the results flashed on the screen, causing everyone present, along with countless viewers online, to collectively gasp in astonishment. What score is this? 8 digits. I can hardly believe it. Over 65 million points. This is absurd. Is the Antutu data erroneous? Over 60 million points? Are you serious? The crowd was enveloped in disbelief. Yu Changhong continued, "Some may doubt this score, suspecting it to be fabricated. You are welcome to check your own devices for the Antutu rankings, which should reflect our phone's data." Many promptly retrieved their phones to verify. Indeed, the Antutu leaderboard revealed an unexpected entry, the Huawei Mate 40 Pro, boasting the exact score Yu Changhong had just presented, over 65 million. Why, Yu Changhong added, "If anyone perceives Antutu's scoring as insufficiently rigorous, let us switch to another software. We shall conduct a test with it." As far as I know, the A14 scores 1583 in single-core and 4198 in multi-core benchmarks. In contrast, the Snapdragon 865 scores merely 845 in single-core and 3106. The audience held their breath, eagerly watching the software process. Shortly thereafter, the results emerged. Again, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Geekbench failed to recognize the chip, the scores were nonetheless displayed. Over 181,000 in single-core and over 478,000 in multi-core. This figure, when compared to the A14 scores, was not merely a crushing defeat. It was an annihilation. Why, Yu Changhong smiled, stating, "You should now be aware of the astonishing capabilities of the Tianxin. What do you think a chip of such caliber could accomplish? Running hundreds of applications simultaneously may be constrained by memory limitations, possibly not meeting your expectations. Or perhaps playing the most graphically demanding mobile." Not at all. I can confidently assert that the Tianxin 100 can run any mobile game at maximum settings with seamless fluidity. In this regard, I see no need for further testing. Many in the audience exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, the Tianxin 100 was extraordinarily powerful, likely capable of effortlessly handling any game. Why, Yu Changhong declared, "The Tianxin 100 possesses performance 100 times greater than the most advanced chips available today." It is likely that once you purchase this phone, you will never fully utilize the CPU's capabilities due to its sheer surplus of power. As this is being 100 times stronger than the A14, even if desktop CPUs are superior, they would still lag behind by a substantial margin. I am eager to know if the toothpaste factory is watching this launch. If so, I wonder how they feel right now. With a wave of his hand, a laptop was presented to him. As you may know, smartphone chips primarily utilize the ARM architecture, while desktop CPUs employ the x86 architecture. The fundamental differences in architecture render them incompatible. However, this has changed with the new generation of biomimetic cellular chips. It features a novel architecture that is backward compatible with both ARM and x86. In essence, our Tianxin 100 can be utilized on both mobile and desktop platforms. The audience erupted once more, each revelation striking like a roller coaster ride, their emotions soaring to new heights before they had a chance to settle. Yu Changhong pointed to the laptop before him, saying, "Many professionals present should be aware of certain fundamental truths, such as why Intel does not manufacture graphics cards, and why NVIDIA does not produce CPUs. Is it due to a lack of expertise? Certainly not. For instance, Intel is the largest chip manufacturer, yet they are also the leading graphics card producer, with their integrated graphics commanding a market share that dwarfs NVIDIA. Is it merely a matter of profit? Not at all. It is due to patents, a veritable fortress of intellectual property built over many years by NVIDIA and AMD. Chapter 60. The ambition of Huawei. The words spoken by Yu Changhong may not be fully grasped by those lacking expertise. The live streaming platform was rife with confusion. Does Intel still produce graphics cards? Isn't NVIDIA the largest graphics card manufacturer in the world? It seems we have redefined the concept of a chip. He opened his laptop. The Tianqin 100, due to its unique design, boasts exceptional compatibility. In essence, the CPUs for mobile and the distinction lies primarily in energy consumption. The same chip can be universally applied across different platforms. For instance, this laptop, equipped with our Tianqin 100, features a motherboard designed for mobile platforms, yet due to its underlying architecture, it is compatible with the current desktop platform's x86 architecture. Moreover, Huawei seemed determined to challenge several realms simultaneously. At the press conference, Yu Changhong had already opened his laptop, still running Microsoft's operating system. Observing this, numerous professionals nodded in agreement, confirming that Yu Changhong's assertion of the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong stated, "Let us first test video rendering. This segment of video was prepared by our design team. Observe the rendering capabilities of the Tianqin 100. As is well known, modeling relies on graphics cards, while rendering demands CPU power. CG rendering and video rendering are the ultimate tests of a CPU's computational prowess. Sometimes, a mere few seconds of video might require hours to render." He launched a professional rendering software and began the rendering process. The original model commenced rendering at the pace of video playback, with light and shadow emerging, textures materializing, and within a mere 10 seconds, the video was fully rendered. Under normal circumstances, rendering such a segment on a workstation-grade computer would likely take several hours. Yet as you can see, many professionals involved in film post-production and video rendering experienced a tingling sensation at the back of their necks while observing Yu Changhong's testing process. They understood just how laborious video rendering could be. With the advent of the Tianqin 100, it would not be an exaggeration to say it revolutionized the entire industry. That's outrageous. For a segment of this length, using mainstream configurations, it would typically take at least a day and a night to render. Indeed, you have no idea how slow. Given its immense performance, such results are to be expected. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the atmosphere at the press conference was electric. Why, Yu Changhong added, "By the way, let us play a game for further testing." My employees inform me that the most demanding game currently is one called Cyberpunk, which places extreme demands on graphics cards. Let us give this laptop a try. Yu Changhong launched the pre-downloaded game. On the large screen, everyone could clearly see the game loading in an instant, with virtually no loading time, while Yu Changhong promptly set the graphics to the highest settings. This game is notorious for being a graphics card killer. Even the mightiest graphics card, the 3090, struggles to maintain 60 frames per second. However, the audience was astonished to see that Yu Changhong's laptop ran the game smoothly at the highest graphic settings. Witnessing this, many gamers could hardly contain their excitement. Damn, I feel like the 3090 I just purchased is about to become an intelligence tax. Why didn't Huawei? My 3090 just arrived. Putting everything aside, I just want to know when the Tianqin 100 will be released. I can hardly wait. At the press conference, the Tianqin 100's performance truly left many in awe. Reflecting on its formidable capabilities, no one was surprised. This device was a veritable powerhouse. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, "Mr. Yu, what about heat dissipation? With such powerful performance, the heat generation must be significant." This remark caused many industry insiders to awaken to the reality. The stronger the performance, the more terrifying the power consumption. Desktop-grade CPUs outpace mobile chips in performance, and theoretically, a desktop-grade chip could fit within a mobile device's dimensions. However, the small batteries in mobile devices and their cramped internal spaces severely limit their cooling capabilities. Everyone turned their attention to Yu Changhong, awaiting an answer. Yu Changhong seemed to anticipate this question and replied, "Well, we can now enter the QA session." Many may be wondering, as performance increases, so does heat generation, but in reality, all your perceptions are based on existing silicon-based chips. The Bionic cellular chip is an entirely different entity. I mentioned it has a structure similar to transistors, yet it is not the same. Its operational mode and internal structure are unlike what you might expect. I cannot disclose too much, but I can assure you that its heat generation is not as severe as you might think. We have conducted tests, and at full power operation, its temperature hovers around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. With appropriate thermal management design, there is no need to worry about overheating. As for power consumption, while it is indeed substantial, thanks to breakthroughs in battery technology, I believe this level of consumption should not pose a problem. Upon hearing this, indeed, with the emergence of the Longshin battery, it is anticipated that starting next year, mobile battery capacities will rapidly exceed 100,000 mAh. At that point, even with significant chip power consumption, it will be entirely manageable. Chapter 61 with unparalleled performance and controllable power consumption, coupled with the Longshin battery, the Tianxin 100 is truly invincible. There is simply no competitor on a global scale. At the press conference. Therefore, I shall now address some of the inquiries that have garnered your attention. Instantly, a journalist raised their hand to pose a question. Yu Changhong casually pointed to one of them. "Mr. Yu, may I ask, who was the individual you referred to earlier? Is it true that the Tianxin 100 was developed by this person?" All eyes were fixed intently on Yu Changhong. The Tianxin 100 is extraordinarily powerful, almost akin to a piece of black technology. While the crowd has faith in Huawei's research capabilities, the Tianxin 100 does not seem to align with what one would expect from Huawei. Its sudden emergence, without any prior indication, raises eyebrows. Despite stringent confidentiality, some information usually leaks, such as news about Huawei secretly developing a mysterious chip. Yet, there has been nothing, making the arrival of the Tianxin 100 initially, when Yu Changhong expressed gratitude towards an enigmatic figure, without divulging a name or even the gender, it was impossible not to speculate that this mysterious individual was indeed the creator of the Tianxin 100. With a smile, Yu Changhong replied, "I cannot disclose that." Next question. Another journalist stood up, eager to inquire about the mysterious person, but after a moment's consideration, opted for a different question. "Mr. Yu, you previously mentioned that the Tianxin 100 is set to enter mass production and will be featured in the Mate 40 Pro. Have you resolved the issues surrounding chip mass production? How did you manage it, and where did you acquire the lithography machine?" Everyone was aware that Huawei has primarily been a chip design company, relying on foundries like TSMC for actual chip production. Had Huawei possessed in-house production capabilities, they would not have suffered so severely under the sanctions imposed by the United States. Yu Changhong responded, "First and foremost, I must clarify a fact. I have been very clear that the Tianxin 100 is not a chip in the traditional sense. It is an entirely new design, with novel materials, production methods, and architecture. Everything is completely innovative. Consequently, we do not require a lithography machine, as it is unnecessary. As for the mass production question, yes, we have resolved it, and we expect to commence production as early as January next year." Yu Changhong's words elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Meanwhile, the live streaming platform was abuzz with excitement. "Wow, Huawei is incredible. They are going straight to mass production. And they don't even need a lithography machine. Is this what they meant by, if you don't play with me now, it seems we don't need one?" I wonder how ASML will react to this news. If production is set to begin in January, does that mean we can purchase phones equipped with the Tianxin 100 then? I just hope the price won't be exorbitant. Such a remarkable chip must come at a steep cost. At the press conference, The next journalist also inquired about the price of the Tianjin 100. Why, Yu Changheng stated, the pricing for the Tianjin 100 has yet to be determined. However, I can assure you that the shipping price will not exceed that of the A14 or Qualcomm's flagship chips each year, meaning it will be around 700 yuan. The cost of an A14 has yet, the performance of the Tianjin 100 is 100 times that of the A14. While being offered at the same price in an instant, it felt as though the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Huawei was clearly poised to deliver a staggering blow to Apple.as for the live streaming platform. It was inundated with comments praising Huawei's prowess in Wanghu village. Zhou Yang signaled for Chen Ruoyun to turn off the television. Chen Ruoyun inquired, Mr. Zhou, the press conference has not concluded. Are you not interested in watching? Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, there is nothing more to see. He had little concern for the pricing details. The pricing of the Tianjin 100 was not a decision for Huawei to make. It had to align with national strategy, aimed at establishing a global presence and engaging in a technological battle against high-end foreign chips. Thus, even if it means selling at a loss, the nation will extensively promote the Tianjin 100. Fortunately, Zhou Yang is aware that the cost price of the Tianjin 100 is merely around 400, leaving ample profit margins. However, when Yu Changheng mentioned the matter of the mysterious individual, Zhou Yang felt a twinge of doubt. Is this an instruction from the state? Yu Changheng would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing the identity and existence of such a figure. The press conference held by Huawei has concluded, yet its aftershocks persist, resembling a tidal wave sweeping across the nation and even the globe. The Tianjin 100 has swiftly surged to the top of the trending charts. Major media outlets and forums are fervently discussing the Tianjin 100, whose performance surpasses that of the A14 by a staggering hundredfold, driving audiences into a frenzy. That very evening, the 7 o'clock news dedicated a full 5 minutes to elaborately detailing the scientific achievements of the Tianjin 100. Once again, the authorities stepped forward to validate the authenticity of the Tianjin 100. In that moment, the nation erupted with excitement. First it was the Longxin battery, and now the Tianjin 100. Everyone could genuinely feel the country's growing strength. Furthermore, reports on the Tianjin 100 transcended oceans, reaching the shores of the United States, specifically the headquarters of Apple. Apple executives convened to watch the recorded launch event from Huawei, complete with subtitles that surely they jest. However, the subsequent benchmarking segment rendered all present speechless. Benchmark scores, it seems, are not easily fabricated. With an N2 achieving over 60 million points in Geekbench, one executive remarked, I have already inquired with Geekbench. They have reviewed the back-end data, and this score should be legitimate. Those words plunged the room into silence, and no one dared to utter a sound as they continued to watch. When they witnessed Yu Changheng retrieve a laptop to test video rendering capabilities and gaming performance, the gravity of their expressions deepened. They had uncovered another critical point, GPU. Huawei had not only mastered the CPU but had also triumphed in GPU technology. How is this possible? Someone gasped. Theoretically, GPUs and CPUs are fundamentally similar, both being chips with differing computational focuses. A technical supervisor furrowed his brow and stated, we should all recognize that developing a GPU is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in circumventing existing patent barriers to create a GPU compatible with contemporary software. NVIDIA and AMD, for their own interests, have erected a formidable patent wall, making it exceedingly difficult for any company to breach. Consequently, designing the Tianjin 100 and subsequently creating an equally capable GPU is not an insurmountable task. The technical supervisor's explanation did little to the astonishing video rendering capabilities exhibited by the Tianjin 100 weighed heavily on their spirits. Apple's desktop systems constitute a significant portion of their business, particularly their workstation-grade machines, which are the quintessential choice for video rendering. The emergence of the Tianjin 100 directly pressed their machines to the ground. Chapter 62. A grave dilemma. Subsequently, during the question-and-answer session, Yu Changheng confirmed that they had resolved the mass production issues, with production expected to commence as early as January next year. FUCK? exclaimed a senior executive, unable to contain his frustration. Without the need for lithography machines, how could the United States impose sanctions on V? It seemed that any attempts to do so would be futile. Following this, Yuchonghong announced that their chip, the Chip 100, would not be priced higher than the A14, which further unsettled the executives present. "They are declaring war on us," one executive shouted. With performance surpassing that of the A14 and a lower price point, this was undeniably provocative. Cook cleared his throat, silencing the commotion. Casting a grave glance around the room, he said, "Gentlemen, we are in deep trouble." Indeed, a significant predicament loomed over the company. The advent of Chip 100 would undoubtedly deliver a staggering blow to their operations. Cook continued, "V is an exceptionally formidable company. I have heard they are also planning to develop an operating system. While we possess a comprehensive mobile ecosystem, their challenge cannot be overlooked." The room filled with nods of agreement. V was poised to confront them head-on, and it was a genuine threat to their interests. "What shall we do?" inquired one executive. Silence enveloped the room. Cook resumed, "V's ambitions are immense. They not only wish to challenge us but also Intel and AMD. Therefore, I propose that we unite and exert pressure upon them." V's recent press conference should V succeed, neither they nor Intel or AMD would let V escape unscathed. In essence, V had provoked three of the most powerful companies in the tech industry simultaneously. "Yes, that is precisely what we should do. Let us ensure their downfall," many executives concurred. Cook stated, "Very well, I will visit Intel tomorrow." CIA, Longshin Battery Intelligence Team. Jack had recently been assigned to the intelligence team, tasked with gathering information. "Chief, I would like to..." Roberson was in a foul mood. Not long ago, their team had confirmed that Zhou Yang was the developer behind Longshin Battery. After reporting to superiors, Roberson had proposed an assassination plan targeting Zhou Yang. After consideration, the higher-ups had approved it. However, the execution of the plan had failed, and in retaliation, another Earth's intelligence agency had dismantled numerous positions, eliminating several undercover operatives, resulting in substantial losses for the CIA. Roberson faced criticism as a consequence. "What is it?" Roberson asked distractedly. Jack began to play a video, the footage from V's press conference. "What is this?" Roberson said, watching for a moment before impatiently stating, "Get to the point." Jack hurriedly fast-forwarded the video, saying, "The crux of the matter lies here." The mysterious individual mentioned by Yuchonghong, who spun off from HiSilicon and was acquired by Matrix Energy, as you should know, shortly after Matrix Energy acquired HiSilicon suddenly developed the Chip 100. Thus, I suspect this mysterious person might be the developer of the Chip 100, and he is also the developer of Longshin Battery, Zhou Yang. The mention of Matrix Energy alone was sufficient to capture Roberson's attention. After analysis, the intelligence team had essentially confirmed that Matrix Energy represented the government of another Earth. Now, with Matrix Energy intervening again in the chip sector and achieving immediate results, it was hard to dismiss the suspicion that Zhou Yang, closely associated with Matrix Energy, was indeed the developer of the Chip 100. "Is this Chip 100 really that formidable?" Roberson inquired. Jack nodded vigorously, declaring, "It is not just formidable. It is akin to extraterrestrial technology, much like Longshin Battery. Hence, I have reason to suspect that Zhou Yang is behind the development. Based on the information I have gathered, Huawei is likely not yet capable of such development." In Jack's view, if V possessed the capability to develop the Chip 100, they would not have been left in such a dire state due to sanctions from the M country. Roberson gasped, exclaiming, "Zhou Yang was not a battery developer? How did he venture into chip development?" Jack shrugged, responding, "Who knows? But I've always said that this guy is a genius, a true genius. Sigh, we should never have let him go." "Enough," Roberson waved his hand, stating, "Let bygones be bygones. Come with me. We need to see the director." Half an hour later, Roberson reported their conjectures to the current CIA director, Ferguson. Roberson concluded, "Director, Zhou Yang is becoming increasingly formidable. Now he has developed chips as well. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated." Ferguson's expression turned serious as he raised his hand to signal, "I am heading to the White House now. We will decide on everything upon my return." A few hours later, Ferguson returned. Director, what is the plan? Shall we take action? Roberson inquired. Ferguson nodded, stating, yes, we must act. However, rather than assassinating him, we should find a way to bring him to the United States. Such a genius should serve our nation. Ah, bring him to the United States. Roberson's eyes widened, nearly doubting his own hearing. Director, is that even feasible? Ferguson replied, nothing is impossible. For now, let us focus on bringing him over. You are responsible for intelligence gathering, as you are most familiar with Zhou Yang. The specifics of the operation will be overseen by Adrian. Who? That lunatic? Roberson exclaimed. Adrian was notorious at CIA headquarters for his erratic methods, not in terms of his sanity, but for his audacious actions, often resorting to extreme measures to achieve his objectives. For instance, in a small Middle Eastern country, he had orchestrated a rebellion to eliminate a target, leading to the target's assassination by the insurgents. However, this insurrection had cost many civilian lives, resulting in severe repercussions. Thus, he was dubbed a madman. The ramifications of the Chip 100 were still unfolding, while in Wanghu village, research on high-strength crystalline steel advanced steadily. Zhou Yang estimated one day, Li Tianqiu unexpectedly paid him a visit. Mr. Zhou, may I ask you a question? Li Tianqiu's expression was somewhat serious. Oh, what question? Zhou Yang replied. Li Tianqiu continued. I understand that the research on high-strength. My question is, can this material be utilized in aerospace engines to address material challenges? Aerospace engines? Zhou Yang was taken aback, pondering whether he meant the revered jewel of industry, the aircraft engine. Chapter 63. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Aerospace propulsion, the crowning jewel of industrial technology, represents the pinnacle of human ingenuity. To describe its complexity as akin to scaling the heavens would be no exaggeration. Across the globe, among more than 200 nations, merely 4.5 countries, namely M, E, F, Y, along with our own nation, are capable of producing such technology, and due to our insufficient expertise, the challenges inherent in this field primarily reside in two major realms, design and production. Crafting a superior engine is far from a trivial endeavor. Our nation possesses considerable prowess in this domain. Historically, we have never lagged behind in intellectual pursuits. The crux of the matter lies in the intricacies of actual production, which involves exceedingly complex processes and materials that must withstand high temperatures, exhibit exceptional strength, resist corrosion, and be lightweight. Attributes that are not easily fabricated by the average nation. Zhou Yang gazed at Li Tianqiu, perplexed, and inquired, what is the matter? Li Tianqiu sighed deeply and replied, here's the situation. Just yesterday, E-country abruptly conveyed to us a message, unilaterally terminating the negotiations for the introduction of the AL-41 series engine. The AL series engines are indeed renowned, particularly the AL-31, which was extensively exported to Z-country, alleviating their urgent engine issues prior to their own resolution. Are we still pursuing the AL-41? What about the domestically produced WS engine? Zhou Yang asked in confusion. Z-country has been diligently developing its engines, striving for self-sufficiency. Li Tianqiu explained. Our capability for mass production is still lacking, which is why there were plans to introduce the AL-4. Discussions had been underway for quite some time and were essentially nearing conclusion, but at this critical juncture, E-country unexpectedly reversed its stance and abandoned the negotiations, likely in connection with the Longshin battery. Zhou Yang was taken aback and queried, how does this relate to the Longshin battery? Li Tianqiu offered a wry smile. Zhou, consider the implications. E-country exports a substantial amount of oil to us annually. Now that we have advanced battery technology and are signaling our intent to vigorously develop electric vehicles, the most immediate consequence is likely a reduction in oil imports. E-country seizes this opportunity to issue us a warning, which is not difficult to comprehend. A warning? Zhou Yang suddenly chuckled, pondering what E-country could possibly have to threaten Z-country. In that moment, Zhou Yang grasped why Li Tianqiu had inquired about the applicability of high-strength crystalline steel in aerospace propulsion. Since you have asked, allow me to clarify. The third generation of high-strength crystalline steel can indeed be utilized in. As for the completion of the third generation, it should be ready within a month at the most. Li Tianqiu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly responded, Mr. Zhou, are you certain? With the AL-41 introduction off the table and the domestically developed WS engine still not operational, And with the J-20 already in service, the pressing engine issue had become a source of national urgency, prompting them to seek Zhou Yang's expertise in applying his high-strength crystalline steel to aerospace propulsion. Zhou Yang nodded, suggesting, "Let us proceed this way. Arrange for a research team focused on aerospace propulsion to collaborate with us, ideally those familiar with the WS design, so we can explore solutions to the specific challenges." Following the materials issue, Zhou Yang also had two additional critical problems to address. The control system and the propulsion mechanism. The Mecha is equipped with a propulsion system capable of short-distance flight. However, this propulsion system would not be a conventional fuel engine, but rather akin to a particle propulsion system similar to a hall thruster. Thus, incorporating engine research into the agenda would not be unreasonable. "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately," Li Tianshu replied promptly. In truth, the government had tasked Li Tianshu with approaching Zhou Yang not only to inquire about high-strength crystalline steel, but also to explore whether Zhou Yang could assist in resolving the aerospace propulsion challenges. Zhou Yang's research capabilities are beyond question. Every outcome he has produced qualifies as cutting-edge technology. Meanwhile, in the E-country consulate in BJ, Dmitriev had been waiting for several days. "Have they not contacted us again?" he inquired of his assistant. The assistant shook his head. This was the 100th time Dmitriev had asked. A few days prior, as an envoy from the Kremlin, he had communicated the Kremlin's decision to unilaterally cease exports of the AL-41 engine to Z-country. During the initial 2 days, Z-country had actively sought to engage Dmitriev in discussions to restart negotiations. At that time, Dmitriev had been in high spirits, though his demeanor had been less than cordial, often making sardonic remarks to Z-country's negotiating team. The Kremlin's intention was to issue a warning to Z-country. Exports would continue, as Z-country was in need of funds, and Z-country possessed wealth. This maneuver was merely designed to compel Z-country to reconsider its demands, ideally to negotiate for greater concessions, such as an increased share of oil trade. However, to Dmitriev's astonishment, Z-country had abruptly ceased all communication with him 2 days prior. Feeling anxious, Dmitriev contemplated, "Arrange a vehicle for me. I must pay a visit to General Gao." The assistant nodded, swiftly making the necessary arrangements. An hour later, Dmitriev arrived at the General Assembly Department and, after notifying the staff, sought an audience with General Gao Jianjun, who was responsible for military procurement. Securing an audience with General Gao would effectively finalize the matter of the AL-41X. To his dismay, however, he was informed that General Gao was unavailable. "Unavailability to meet me? Are you certain?" Dmitriev exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The assistant affirmed, stating, "His secretary conveyed this message." It was a slight to receive no audience despite his personal visit. "Let us go. They will regret this," he declared, preparing to leave. Yet after taking a few steps, he paused, realizing that if this matter fell through, he would certainly face repercussions upon returning. "Go back and inform them that I will wait here," Dmitriev insisted through gritted teeth. And so he waited, enduring for a full 3 hours. Dmitriev was thoroughly convinced that General Gao was deliberately disregarding him in retaliation. "Humph, merely a negotiation tactic. I shall not be angered. After all, we are the ones in the driver's seat this time. You may treat me with disdain now, but at the negotiation table, I will reclaim tenfold what you owe me. You will come to regret this." Dmitriev seethed, forcing himself to suppress his ire. At long last, General Gao's secretary approached to inform Dmitriev that General Gao was now available to meet. Dmitriev strode into General Gao's office, his expression a mask of frustration. However, General Gao exhibited an unusual coldness, seemingly preoccupied with paperwork, and without looking up, remarked, "Mr. Dmitriev, I have another meeting to attend shortly. You have only 5 minutes. What is it that you wish to discuss?" 5 minutes? Dmitriev felt profoundly humiliated, but managed to contain his indignation. "General Gao, the negotiations regarding the AL-41 engine could indeed—" "Dmitriev, did my secretary not inform you? We have already decided against procuring the AL-41 engine." "What?" Dmitriev exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. In that moment, he felt as though he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. It seemed that E-country had utterly botched the situation. Chapter 64. "We no longer require it, General Gao, are you jesting?" Dmitriev exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Jianjun glanced up at Dmitriev and replied, Mr. Dmitriev, I work over 12 hours a day. Do you truly believe I have time for frivolous banter? But AL-41, are you truly no longer interested? Dmitriev pressed urgently. If this negotiation fell through, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, causing him to feel an overwhelming urge to assert that a mere nod. Gao Jianjun shook his head slightly, stating, I have already addressed this matter. We no longer require it. If Mr. Dmitriev has no further inquiries, I shall proceed to my meeting. Once Gao Jianjun exited the office, Dmitriev sank heavily onto the sofa, his visage turning a ghastly pale. As he stepped out, his assistant rushed over, inquiring, How did the discussion go, sir? They said they no longer want it, Dmitriev replied, his demeanor resembling that of a man who had lost his very soul. The assistant stood in shock, exclaiming, They don't want it. Why? Dmitriev shook his head, as this was a question he too wished to unravel. The assistant hastily continued, Could there be others? That seems implausible. Apart from us, who else would supply them with engines? To curtail the development of Country Z, the world's major powers have exerted relentless efforts. The notion of selling engines is simply fanciful. Upon exiting, the biting cold wind jolted Dmitriev back to reality. He slapped his face twice, muttering, Something is amiss. This is far too strange. Initially, we proposed to terminate negotiations. Even if they were unaware of our ulterior motives, they should comprehend that this is merely a tactic in negotiations. From a broader perspective, they require the AL-41, and we are the only ones capable of providing them with engines of this caliber. Yet, they suddenly no longer desire it, and this does not appear to be a mere negotiating tactic. Therefore, the reason must either be as you suggested, new sellers have entered the fray, or they genuinely no longer need it. Something must be occurring that we are unaware of. Quickly, utilize all connections to ascertain the reason behind this. The assistant, visibly anxious, hurried away. This transaction involved not only the substantial monetary figure of several $1 billion for the engines, but, more critically, the goodwill demonstrated by Country Z, comprising hundreds of billions in oil transaction shares, which constituted the real prize. Should this deal collapse, the repercussions would be incalculable. In Wanghu village, Li Tianchu promptly arranged for a group of experts to arrive. 8 individuals in total, led by Li Bingxian, an engineer from the Dawn Engine Group and an aerospace propulsion expert. Originally an engineer at Shifei Group, he had overseen the preliminary research and initiation of the WS project before being poached by Dawn, where he organized a team for engine development. However, in the final procurement evaluation, Li Bingxuan's team, which had been working on the TS engine, fell short against the WS. This setback had profoundly affected him, leading to a somewhat obsessive demeanor. Upon hearing from superiors that someone could assist them in resolving issues regarding aerospace materials, his initial response was skepticism. He felt he was being deceived. If the materials issue had truly been resolved, Li Bingxian adjusted his glasses and gazed out the window, spotting a small mountain in the distance. As the bus came to a halt, realization struck him abruptly, and he exclaimed, This research institute isn't located within the mountain, is it? The welcoming party, led by Li Ziyu, Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou is already awaiting your arrival. Let us proceed. Passing through the heavy alloy gates, flanked by armed guards, Li Bingxian understood that this was no ordinary research facility. The level of confidentiality here was undoubtedly among the highest in the country, and the cost involved was staggering, as they had excavated an entire mountain, an opportunity rarely afforded to typical research institutes. Yet, he had never heard of this establishment before. Initially burdened with resentment, he now felt it dissipate entirely, akin to a commoner stepping into the presidential palace, instinctively feeling a sense of intimidation, suppressing any urge to protest or express anger. He even subconsciously perceived that the owner of this research institute was no ordinary individual. This research institute is immense. It seems as though an entire mountain has been hollowed out. How extravagant! Kong Ning and the others marveled. Silence, Li Bingxian admonished. They proceeded into a spacious laboratory. Greetings, Chief Engineer Li. I am Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute, Zhou Yang said, smiling as he approached Li Bingxian and his team. Li Bingxian quickly stepped forward to shake Zhou's hand, feeling his authority diminished, suppressing any frustration he harbored. After exchanging pleasantries with the remaining members, Zhou Yang led Li Bingxian to the experimental platform. On the platform rested a square block of what appeared to be alloyed metal. Chief Engineer Li, the material before you is the latest research achievement of our institute. High-strength crystalline steel. What you see is merely the second generation. The third generation, which will be the final product, should be developed within a month. By the way, here are the experimental data for the second generation. You may peruse it. Zhou Yang handed over a document. Li Bingxian instinctively accepted it, flipping through the pages. After only a few glances, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. These data must be fabricated. This strength, this heat resistance, how could this be? When did the nation acquire such materials?" The data presented before him surpassed even the most advanced materials known to Li Bingxian from abroad. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Whether it is fabricated or not, the evidence lies before you. Chief Engineer Li may conduct tests himself." Pausing for a moment, Zhou Yang continued, "I have been quite busy lately, so while we provide the materials, the relevant information has already been sent over from Shifei, and we have all the necessary large-scale experimental instruments here. Should you require anything, feel free to approach him." Zhou Yang gestured towards Li Ziyu, stating, "Whatever you need, and do not worry about financial matters. The funding is limitless." "Well then, I must return to my work and cannot linger. We shall forego the welcome dinner. As researchers, we need not engage in such hollow." Chapter 65. A visit to Bat. The welcome ceremony was undeniably simple yet unconventional. It left Corning and his colleagues somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that Zhou Yang had not accorded them the respect they deserved. Despite the impressive credentials of this research institute, Corning believed they were not to be underestimated. Being treated with such disregard was particularly irksome. "Chief Engineer Li, is Mr. Zhou really this dismissive of us?" Corning murmured, lowering his voice. However, Li Bingxian appeared oblivious, shoving the materials into Corning's hands and instructing, "Take a look at these first." He then turned to Li Ziyu and inquired, "Secretary Li, is this high-strength crystalline steel truly developed by your institute? Was it Mr. Zhou who led this research?" Li Bingxian racked his brain but could not recall any prominent figure in domestic materials research named Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu nodded and shook her head, saying, "I'm not too well versed in research matters either. This high-strength crystalline steel was indeed proposed and developed under Mr. Zhou's guidance, but he has since stepped back from this project. Currently, the R&D of the third-generation product is primarily overseen by academician Su Chen." "Who?" Li Bingxian's eyes widened in surprise. He knew Su Chen well, a true heavyweight in the domestic metallurgy industry. "Secretary Li, are you saying that academician Su is also here?" Li Ziyu nodded and replied, "Yes, just in the adjacent laboratory. Would you like to meet him? Is it permissible?" Li Bingxian felt a twinge of apprehension, considering the stature of an academician. Li Ziyu smiled reassuringly. "Why not? Academician Su is very amiable. I believe he would be pleased." At that, Li Ziyu led the group to the neighboring laboratory. Inside a spacious lab, Su Chen was leading his team in conducting experiments. As Li Bingxian arrived, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. "We did it, teacher. We succeeded." Someone cheered. An elderly voice then remarked, "Excellent, excellent. We've overcome another hurdle. But to be honest, this breakthrough owes much to Mr. Zhou's guidance." Li Bingxian hurried into the lab and immediately spotted Su Chen. Li Ziyu stepped forward to introduce Li Bingxian to Su Chen and the others. "Ah, it's you? I recall we met once at a Ministry of Industry conference," Su Chen said to Li Bingxian. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Bingxian replied, "I'm astonished that academician Su remembers me." "It's such an honor," Su Chen remarked. "You've done remarkably well too. I've heard that you excelled at Shifei, and your efforts were crucial in launching the WS project." Mention of the WS project brought a hint of melancholy to Su Chen's expression. "Let us not dwell on it's my fault for being overly ambitious and jumping ship to Liming, thinking I could develop an even more formidable engine to rival Shifei. Reality, however, dealt me a harsh blow." Li Bingxian sighed deeply, reflecting on how his departure from Shifei had been driven by a desire to prove himself, yet had instead led him into a personal nadir. Su Chen, noticing Li Bingxian's reaction, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Life is full of ups and downs. But now that you're here, perhaps this is a new starting point for you." Li Bingxian nodded vigorously, having witnessed Su Chen's work, and he was now convinced of the experimental data regarding high-strength crystalline steel. With such a material at hand, there was no doubt they could develop superior aero engine components. Su Laoshi, I shall undoubtedly seek your counsel in the future. Please don't find me bothersome, Li Bingxian said earnestly. Su Chen chuckled. Not at all, to be honest. You might benefit even more from consulting Mr. Zhou. If he is willing to offer you some guidance, you'll be quite fortunate, Mr. Zhou. Li Bingxian paused in astonishment, suddenly enlightened. The entire institute revolved around Zhou Yang, with Su Chen serving under him. As Li Ziyu mentioned, the high-strength crystalline steel was indeed a product of Zhou Yang's efforts, and only now that the project had matured was it entrusted to Su Chen. The true core remained Zhou Yang. Understanding this, Li Bingxian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his prior frustrations dissipating. In Zhou Yang's office, Li Ziyu knocked on the door. It was Chen Ruoyun who opened it, nodding at Li Ziyu before quietly retreating to a corner. In that corner, there was a chair, a coffee table, a bottle of Sprite, and a romance novel. Chen Ruoyun could easily spend an entire day there. Across from her, Zhou Yang remained engrossed in his work at the computer. Mr. Zhou, Chief Engineer Li and the others are all set, Li Ziyu informed him. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Knowing Zhou Yang was busy, Li Ziyu prepared to leave when Zhou Yang suddenly called out to him. Please arrange a visit to Bat within the next couple of days. Li Ziyu was taken aback and instinctively asked, Bat? Which one? Naturally, Bat referred to Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba. Zhou Yang replied, all of them. You can decide the order of the visits. He had nearly finalized the preparations for the Smart Core project. The basic R&D outline should be completed today, and the remaining tasks would be delegated to specialists. Among the eligible private enterprises in the country, only BAT fit the bill. Li Ziyu hesitated to ask further questions and simply nodded, then added, in what capacity should we approach them? Zhou Yang contemplated for a moment and said, let us go as representatives of matrix energy. The Smart Core, in simpler terms, was akin to artificial intelligence, similar to Jarvis from Iron Man, possessing a certain level of intelligence to assist mecha pilots in resolving various issues. Given the multitude of systems within the mecha, managing them could be exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, it was most fitting to entrust these control commands to artificial intelligence. Ultimately, the pilot should only need to issue commands and perform simple operations, ideally simplifying the process akin to playing a game. Understood. I'll go make the arrangements right away, Li Ziyu responded before departing. Chen Ruoyun followed suit, aware that Zhou Yang's upcoming trip necessitated robust security measures. The following day, at the SC Tencent headquarters, a middle-aged man arrived, presenting his credentials. My name is Chao Yuxing. Here are my credentials, and I need to meet with your company's head. The receptionist was immediately startled by the official-looking credentials. Months prior, someone had entered with the same credentials. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The receptionist, not daring to be negligent, quickly began contacting superiors. Soon, Group President Lin Haoning hurried down with several aides to Captain Chao. What a pleasure to have you here. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lin Haoning appeared somewhat tense. Chao Yuxing was no ordinary individual. He was from the National. Previously, agents from the Bureau had barged in and unceremoniously deleted certain data from their data center. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. By the way, our General Manager Ma will be returning shortly, Lin Haoning added, as a precaution. Chapter 66. A warm reception. Chao Yuxing rose and exchanged a brief handshake with Lin Haoning. Since M.A is returning shortly, let us wait a while. 10 minutes later, Chao Yuxing encountered Ma Hu. The authority represented by Chao Yuxing commanded a level of respect that even Ma Huading dared not dismiss lightly. For any infringement upon national security, regardless of one's identity, power, or wealth, there would be no mercy. This was the red line. Good day, Mr. Ma, Chao Yuxing acknowledged with a nod, then continued, I am here to inform you that tomorrow, a guest will be visiting your esteemed company. My presence here is to conduct a preliminary security assessment to ensure there are no safety hazards. In the afternoon, our security personnel will be stationed here to take full control of your company. Upon hearing this, the accompanying security chief could not help but exclaim, full control? Such an action seemed rather overbearing. Huading shot him a glare and quickly responded, very well, we will fully cooperate. By the way, who was this guest? Why was there no prior notification? The nature of the security arrangements indicated that the visitor must be a person of significant stature. Zhou Yang smiled and replied, I came to notify you, but as for the identity of the guest, they are from Matrix Energy. I cannot disclose further details. Matrix Energy? Ma Huading was taken aback. Zhou Yang then summoned the security chief to inspect the building's security measures. Lin Haoning interjected, Mr. Ma, isn't Matrix Energy the company that acquired HiSilicon? Not only HiSilicon, but also BYD's battery business, came the response. In recent times, Matrix Energy had become a household name in the business world. I've heard that Matrix Energy is backed by the state. I wonder how true that is. Need you even ask? It is undoubtedly true. If it weren't for the national backing, who could possibly compel BYD to relinquish its battery division, or Huawei to surrender its HiSilicon Kirin? What does Matrix Energy want with us at Tencent? The group speculated. Ma Huading, equally perplexed, pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to dial a number. Hello? Mr.Yu. It's me. He reached out to Yu Changhong. It seems Matrix Energy is sending someone to visit Tencent. What are your thoughts on this matter? On the other end of the line, Yu Changhong paused before responding, Mr. Ma, there are some things I cannot express openly. I can only give you 4 words. Oh. What are those 4 words? Ma Huading inquired, surprised. Give them a warm reception, was Yu Changhong's terse reply before he abruptly hung up. Huading stood momentarily in contemplation, a dawning realization upon him. What did Mr. Yu say? Lin Haoning pressed eagerly. Snapping back to the present, Ma Huading instructed, gather the senior executives for a meeting to discuss how best to prepare for tomorrow's reception. Furthermore, since they are coming for a visit, notify everyone to be on high alert. We cannot afford any slip-ups that would tarnish Tencent's reputation, understood? A warm reception is certainly a positive sign, Ma Huading thought, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. With Matrix Energy's acquisition of Now that Matrix Energy was arriving, Ma Huading understood this was a fortuitous opportunity, hence Yu Changhong's insistence on a warm reception. That afternoon, many employees at Tencent headquarters noticed a number of unfamiliar faces, followed by an influx of special police officers. Coupled with the internal announcement of an impending visit, it became clear that a prominent figure was on their way. Initially, Ma Huading contemplated organizing a welcoming ceremony and even considered going to the airport to greet the guest. However, out of safety concerns, no prior notification regarding the visitor's arrival or mode of transport was issued. At 1 o'clock the following afternoon, a car discreetly entered the underground garage of Tencent's building. The entire garage had been cleared, and all employees and executives had received advance notice not to drive in. Even if they had to, parking in the underground garage was prohibited. The expansive underground garage was heavily secured, with guards stationed every few steps. 10 minutes prior to the arrival, Ma Huading and others, who had just received the notification, hurried downstairs to wait in the garage. As the car door swung open, Chen Ruoyun stepped out first, followed by Zhou Yang, who was then ushered out by her. The senior executives at Tencent craned their necks, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. However, upon realizing it was a young man, they were all taken aback. Zhou Yang appeared exceedingly youthful, likely no older than 27 or 28. Yet, such a young individual commanded this level of attention. The mere thought of Zhou Yang's identity left them in awe. Hello, I am Zhou Yang. I appreciate your patience. He approached and extended his hand toward Ma Huading. Despite Ma Huading being one of the country's wealthiest individuals, Zhou Yang appeared unfazed, treating him as though he were an ordinary person. At Zhou Yang's level, wealth and power held little allure. Money was merely a string of digits. Greetings, Mr. Zhou, Ma Huading responded, momentarily startled, as he returned the handshake. Although he was unaware of Zhou Yang's profession, the circumstances spoke volumes. Leading Zhou Yang upstairs, Ma Huading inquired, Mr. Zhou, welcome to Tencent. I have arranged a small welcoming ceremony upstairs, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Let us discuss that after the tour, Zhou Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively, then asked, how many research and development personnel does Tencent currently employ? Ma Huading, these are our elite core members. Zhou Yang nodded inwardly, An 8,000-strong core RD team was no small feat, not to mention. These 8,000 individuals generally earned annual salaries exceeding 500,000. Ma Huading's eyes lit up with realization, a thought forming in his mind. Could it be that Matrix Energy intended to collaborate on an artificial intelligence project? Although Tencent was primarily a gaming company, it did not preclude them from exploring artificial intelligence, which could facilitate targeted advertisements or intelligently analyze users' spending habits to enhance customer service. Chapter 67A question: Could you take me to have a look? Zhou Yang inquired. Of course, Ma Huading replied promptly, leading the way, with a surge of excitement in his heart. The direction of their collaboration was highly likely to be artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is undeniably the future of technological development, and Tencent had already made early arrangements, organizing a team of hundreds for research and development. This is Wu Yinming, the head of our artificial intelligence division, Ma Huading introduced, gesturing towards a middle-aged IT professional. Zhou Yang scrutinized Wu Yinming, noting nothing particularly remarkable about him aside from his thinning hair, and asked, "Could you elaborate on your RD projects?" Wu Yinming glanced at Ma Huading, who gave a slight nod, before leading Zhou Yang to a workstation, where he pulled up a program and explained, "Mr. Zhou, this is an artificial intelligence customer service program we have developed. Once operational, it can monitor the game's performance in the background, and if a player contacts customer service, it will respond immediately, with replies almost indistinguishable from the... Initially, there was a 13% chance that players would recognize it as AI. Now, less than 1% can discern that they are conversing with artificial intelligence." After the introduction, Wu Yinming looked at Zhou Yang with a sense of pride. This was the culmination of their division's extensive efforts and dedication. Zhou Yang withheld any commentary and asked, "Is there more?" Wu Yinming was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Zhou Yang's query, but quickly responded, "Indeed, we have developed an intelligent program that can be applied in various contexts. For instance, in gaming, if a server experiences a high number of logins, the program can automatically redirect traffic from other game servers, and conversely, if there are fewer players, it will optimize the usage of idle servers." Zhou Yang remained silent, smiling amiably. Wu Yiming's expression turned anxious, especially under Ma Huading's increasingly stern gaze, and he added, "Oh, we have also created an intelligent game development program that can generate a game based on general requirements inputted by the user." Zhou Yang finally spoke up, chuckling, "You truly are a gaming company." Ma Huading felt a jolt of concern and shot an intense glare at Wu Yinming, swiftly asserting, "Mr. Zhou, we indeed began as a gaming company, and our expertise in this field is substantial. However, our overall RD capabilities are exceptionally strong, undoubtedly among the finest in the country." Zhou Yang nodded, believing this to be true, given their financial resources. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will present you with a challenge, and you will have 1 week to provide me with a solution." As he spoke, Zhou Yang approached the computer, opened a blank document, and inscribed the task. The attendees gathered around to observe. The task was as follows: create a program that allows the program to draw a picture. "All right, that will be all for today, Mr. I shall take my leave now," Zhou Yang said with a smile, extending his hand. Ma Huading was momentarily taken aback. Was he leaving already, having seen so little? Nevertheless, he quickly shook Zhou Yang's hand, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we will diligently work to solve the challenge you have presented." Zhou Yang nodded and turned to depart. As the car drove away, the executives stood in place, their expressions peculiar. Who is this Mr. Zhou? Wasn't he just here for a visit? Why did he leave after only a brief glance? One executive inquired. Who knows? He only visited the Artificial Intelligence Division. Could it be that he intends to collaborate on an AI project? That is a possibility, Ma Huading replied slowly. His focus on the Artificial Intelligence Division suggests a desire for collaboration. However, I sense he was not entirely satisfied with our department. Throughout the visit, Zhou Yang had not uttered a single word of commendation. What is Wu Yiming doing? We allocate several hundred million to him annually, yet this is all he has to show for it. If he cannot deliver, he should be removed. We cannot entirely blame Wu Yiming. The field of artificial intelligence is an endless pit. Investing hundreds of millions over a year might not yield even a ripple. Ma Huading remarked, "Let us return and examine that task." The group reconvened in the Artificial Intelligence Division. Wu Yinming, what are your thoughts on this task? Ma Huading inquired immediately. Wu Yinming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. News had circulated among the higher-ups that a significant figure would be visiting today. Wu Yinming had thought that since their Artificial Intelligence Division was only a year or two old and lacked noteworthy achievements, such a figure would likely not come to their area. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Yang had chosen to visit, and reflecting on the entire experience, Wu Yinming could only think of 4 words: utterly disastrous. Particularly at the end, Ma Huading's expression had soured to the utmost degree. Isn't it just about writing a program to draw a picture? It seems quite simple to me, an executive remarked. Many technically inclined executives nodded in agreement. To them, the task appeared straightforward: merely write a program, and it could be accomplished in no time. However, Wu Yinming shook his head, saying, "Esteemed leaders, I believe the essence of Mr. Zhou's challenge may not be so simplistic. It is not merely about drawing a picture. It is about how to draw it, to craft a quasi-artificial intelligence program that thinks like a human about how to create art." Ma Huading pondered for a moment and replied, "That should not be too difficult." Wu Yinming, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Mr. Ma, it is not that simple. I believe Mr. Zhou's first challenge is for the program to contemplate what it is to draw, rather than us providing it with a prompt." Ma Huading immediately grasped the distinction. Providing the program with a prompt to draw is entirely different from instructing it to create a painting by determining what it wishes to depict. The very notion of what to draw is not so easily resolved. Nevertheless, Ma Huading felt that professional matters should be left to the professionals to grapple with, and he promptly stated, "This task is of great importance. Mr. Zhou has allotted 7 days for it. Within this week, you are to assemble your team, and you may draw upon any and all R&D personnel within the company, utilizing all available resources to solve this problem. A successful outcome will be met with rewards, and substantial ones at that." Is that understood? Wu Yinming was taken aback. The ability to mobilize any R&D personnel and resources indicated just how much Ma Huading valued Zhou Yang's challenge. "Understood. I will do my utmost," Wu Yinming replied hastily. He sensed that failing to accomplish this task might spell trouble for him in the future. Chapter 68. Earning money from foreigners in the vehicle, Zhou Yang sat quietly. Opposite him, Chen Ruoyun inquired, "Are you dissatisfied?" This was perhaps the first time Chen Ruoyun had engaged in casual conversation with him. Their previous dialogues had predominantly revolved around work matters. With a slightly evasive glance, Chen Ruoyun replied, "I sensed a hint of dissatisfaction from you, so I thought I would ask." Zhou Yang smiled and said, "I cannot say I am entirely dissatisfied." "Well, to be honest, I am somewhat dissatisfied." Chen Ruoyun responded, "Actually, if you communicate with the higher-ups, you could easily establish your own company." Chen Ruoyun understood that Zhou Yang sought collaboration with Beck. However, if that were to happen, those reassigned individuals would likely return to their original research institutes or universities once the project concluded, thereby disconnecting from society and rendering any research output incapable of immediate transformation into practical results. In contrast, such a business collaboration, driven by profit, could swiftly yield tangible outcomes and directly alter society. "All right, you have your own reasoning. I cannot argue against you," Chen Ruoyun chuckled. This smile left Zhou Yang momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, he returned his gaze and said, "You could smile more often." Chen Ruoyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. The following day, Zhou Yang proceeded to HZ City as planned to visit Alibaba. He was received by Alibaba's vice president, as their esteemed leader was unavailable. Compared to Tencent, Zhou Yang observed much more at Alibaba. Their research and development capabilities were indeed formidable, primarily focused on data processing, essentially devising clever methods to push products to consumers. Zhou Yang refrained from commenting, leaving behind a question before departing HC. The day after Zhou Yang's departure, Jack Ma returned to the headquarters in Hangzhou. "I heard that the people from Matrix Energy came for a visit. What did they observe?" Jack Ma inquired. The vice president replied, "They merely took a casual tour, mainly examining the artificial intelligence research. By the way, before leaving, they left us a question, giving us 7 days to solve it." "Oh, what is the question?" "Bring it to me," Jack Ma said. Upon reviewing the problem before him, Jack Ma fell into deep contemplation. Matrix energy is quite significant. It would be ideal to collaborate, but if not, we must ensure we handle our own affairs meticulously, Jack Ma stated. As for this question, delegate it to the team below, assemble a project group, and conduct thorough research. Regardless, we should strive for potential collaboration opportunities. Who knows, we might secure an advantageous project. While Alibaba was occupied with these matters, Zhou Yang had already arrived in BJ City. Li Tianshu was at the airport to receive him. Mr. Zhou, are you looking to develop artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu asked. He had been briefed on Zhou Yang's itinerary over the past few days, knowing that Zhou Yang had recently visited Tencent and Alibaba, leaving behind a question. In fact, upon receiving the question, Li Tianshu promptly sought validation from relevant experts. Zhou Yang did not conceal his intentions, responding, "Yes, it is indeed artificial intelligence." Li Tianshu found it perplexing. From the development of Longshin batteries to chips and then to high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's research spanned remarkably diverse fields. The key was that Zhou Yang had produced astonishing results. Li Tianshu had every reason to believe that Zhou Yang could achieve significant breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, yet he struggled to comprehend why Zhou Yang was pursuing research in such a fragmented manner. Proposing a project, collaborating with a company, and yet already initiating other research before the results materialized. Much like Huawei, whose Tianjin 100 had yet to enter formal production while Zhou Yang had already embarked on new ventures. It seemed as if Zhou Yang was in a relentless pursuit of knowledge. Li Tianshu had heard that Zhou Yang often worked over 12 hours a day. Despite Zhou Yang's youth, Li Tianshu felt compelled to find an appropriate opportunity to advise him to take a breather and enjoy life. With Zhou Yang's current achievements, he could easily outshine 99% of domestic scientists. Mr. Zhou, as the weather turns colder and the year draws to a close, perhaps you should consider taking some time to recuperate in the south, Li Tianshu tentatively suggested. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. Over this period, he had tirelessly addressed several critical issues, fundamentally resolving the core challenges of the mech. In truth, a brief respite would not be amiss. The system had allotted 5 years, and given the current progress, that time frame was undoubtedly sufficient. We shall see, Zhou Yang replied noncommittally. Li Tianshu eagerly nodded, feeling he could now make arrangements. The vehicle gradually arrived at Baidu's headquarters. Li Yanhong and several high-ranking Baidu executives awaited them outside. Director Li Yanhong greeted while shaking hands with Li Tianshu, acknowledging his distinguished status, which was not typically accessible to the general public. Even Li Yanhong was somewhat cautious in his demeanor. "And you must be Mr. Zhou, welcome," Li Yanhong warmly approached Zhou Yang. Compared to the two Ma's, Li Yanhong exhibited a more understated presence, and being a person of technical background, he embodied the archetype of a typical engineer. "Hello, Mr. Li," Zhou Yang responded, shaking hands before following Li Yanhong into the Baidu building. "Mr.Li, to what extent has your autonomous driving technology developed?" Zhou Yang inquired. Among the 3 back companies, Baidu had delved the deepest into artificial intelligence research, persistently working on autonomous driving, an essential application of artificial intelligence. Li Yanhong glanced at Zhou Yang. He was aware that Zhou Yang was associated with Matrix Energy, but the specifics of his role remained unclear to him. "We have commenced road testing. However, we are still in the first generation, and our goals remain distant," Li Yanhong replied. Zhou Yang further probed, "How does it compare to Tesla?" Globally, Tesla was recognized for having the most advanced autonomous. Yet, during this period, due to the mass rollout of the HonDM, Tesla had been facing considerable challenges in the domestic market. However, Zhou Yang had heard from Li Ziyu that BYD planned to launch the HonDM internationally to capture. Zhou Yang wholeheartedly supported this notion. If one were to earn, they should not fixate solely on their compatriots. If one possessed the capability, they should venture forth to earn from foreigners. Zhou Yang's vision extended beyond BYD. He believed even Huawei should step out to seize opportunities in foreign markets. Chapter 69 Selection. Zhou Yang's question was quite incisive. Li Yanhong, however, responded candidly, stating, "We are likely not as proficient as Sila. There is still a gap in our algorithms." This answer left Zhou Yang feeling quite satisfied. Despite Baidu's notorious reputation and its chaotic operations, when it comes to technology, their leader is indeed commendable. Zhou Yang spent 2 hours thoroughly exploring Baidu's research and development centered. In the end, he posed the same question to all 3 companies. Zhou Yang was actually inclined to collaborate with Baidu, but he decided to wait for the results before making a final decision. In terms of the caliber of research personnel, The three companies did not exhibit a significant disparity that a few days later, Zhou Yang received responses from all three companies. Each provided an image and an open-source program. The Penguin's image was a realistic painting depicting a pastoral landscape, with brushstrokes that authentically conveyed the texture of an oil painting. At first glance, it appeared to be the work of a professional artist. In contrast, the cat's image was merely an assortment of interwoven color blocks, lacking any distinct imagery, embodying a quintessential postmodern expressionism. However, Baidu's submission was exceedingly simplistic, consisting of merely a circle, an imperfect one at that, resembling a child's hasty doodle. Director Chun, which painting do you think is superior? Zhou Yang inquired. Chen Ruoyan glanced at the images and replied, I believe the penguin piece is superior. It feels very genuine. Zhou Yang chuckled as he picked up Baidu's submission. He had yet to scrutinize the programs from the three companies, but he had already reached a conclusion. The three companies indeed had different focuses in their research and development, yet in the realm of artificial intelligence, Baidu remained the frontrunner. Ziyu, please make arrangements. I would like to invite Baidu's CEO to dinner, Zhou Yang instructed. The following morning, a Hongqi sedan came to a halt in front of Baidu's headquarters. Baidu's CEO had descended ahead of schedule. The driver exited the vehicle first, greeting him, Hello, Mr. L. I am your designated driver. Here is my identification. Mr. L was taken aback and quickly replied, There's no need to show me your ID. The driver said nothing further, opening the door for Mr. L to enter the vehicle. As the car set off, Mr. L recalled receiving a notification the previous day that Zhou Yang had invited him to dinner, and someone would be there to pick him up, leading to the current scenario. The vehicle traveled westward, swiftly leaving the urban area. Is it really this far? Mr. L couldn't help but ask. The driver nodded slightly. We should arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Mr. L suppressed his curiosity, unsure of what fine dining establishments lay beyond. He speculated that the collaboration with Matrix Energy might indeed be awarded to Baidu. Deep down, Mr. L felt a flicker of excitement. In recent years, Baidu had been in a state of decline, and Mr. L, who was not adept at management, felt anxious watching the company struggle to survive. Meanwhile, Matrix Energy was renowned, and the partnerships with them, including those with D and High Silicon Kirin, were currently profiting immensely. How could Mr. L not feel envious? 15 minutes later, the vehicle ascended a mountain. Upon reaching the mid-slope, armed guards halted the car. After verifying identification and checking Mr. L, they allowed them to proceed. Mr. L felt inexplicably tense, sensing that this was no ordinary location. Guards were stationed every few steps, and soldiers patrolled the area. The car finally fell through another security check before entering a courtyard. Here stood an ancient-style building resembling a manor, quaint and serene, exuding an air of elegance. Led by his guide, Mr. L arrived at the innermost part of a garden, where he met Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, Mr. L exclaimed, somewhat astonished. This place was clearly not one where an ordinary person could reside. Wealth and power alone would not suffice. Mr.Li, welcome. Please, take a seat. Zhou Yang had a laptop and several documents laid out before him. Ziyu, please have the kitchen prepare our meal, Zhou Yang instructed. Li Ziyu promptly complied. Zhou Yang then continued, I apologize for making you travel so far, Mr. Li. I prefer a quieter setting. Hence, they arranged this courtyard for me. The scenery is quite pleasant. After dinner, we can take a stroll. Mr. L quickly replied, It's no trouble at all. It isn't that far. Typically, Mr. L was a prominent figure in the business world, once a well-known billionaire, yet in such an environment, he felt inexplicably constrained. His curiosity regarding Zhou Yang's identity intensified. Zhou Yang turned the laptop toward Mr. L, saying, Here, this is my work. You may take a look. Mr. L, unsure of Zhou Yang's intentions, shifted his gaze to the laptop. Upon seeing the contents, he was momentarily speechless. Is this an artificial intelligence program? Mr. L exclaimed. Zhou Yang nodded in affirmation. Mr. L did not press further and eagerly began to examine the material. Being a technical expert, he found the content rather comprehensible. However, despite this, he realized there were many aspects he could not fully grasp. Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready, Li Ziyu announced. Zhou Yang set down his teacup and patted Li Yanhong on the shoulder, saying, Mr. Li, let us proceed to dinner. We can continue our discussion afterward. Dinner? Mr. L was taken aback and instinctively remarked, What dinner? This material is... L realized where he was and quickly corrected himself. I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I became too engrossed. Dinner, you say? Has it been prepared? By the way, how long have I been looking at this? Mr. L stood up, a look of bewilderment on his face. Zhou Yang replied, You have been at it for an hour. What? Have I truly been engaged for an hour? Mr. L exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, you mentioned that you authored these works. Mr. L gazed at Zhou Yang incredulously. He had always assumed Zhou Yang was a high-ranking official, but now, encountering these materials, he began to suspect that Zhou Yang might not be a mere bureaucrat. After all, such sophisticated work could hardly be produced by a typical official. Are you a researcher? Mr. L cautiously inquired. Zhou Yang nodded. Indeed, I am a researcher. Otherwise, what do you think I am? I assumed you were a high official, Mr. L chuckled, feeling an overwhelming wave of astonishment within. While the country had many researchers, only a figure of national significance could possibly receive such treatment. No wonder he is capable of producing such work, Mr. L mused inwardly. Could it be that the Longshin battery and the Xin 100 were also developed by him? Mr. L suddenly considered a possibility. It was not that he underestimated D and high silicon Kirin, but he believed that groundbreaking technologies such as the Longshin battery and Xin 100 could not have been developed by them. Zhou Yang, a little-known yet immensely esteemed scientist under the nation's patronage, seemed a far more credible candidate for such innovations. Chapter 70. Embrace purity. Upon entering the restaurant, one is immediately enveloped by its opulent. Adorning the walls are exquisite landscape paintings, and with a mere cursory glance, Li Yanhong discerned a piece valued at tens of millions, its authenticity unquestionable given its placement here. The several chairs before him, if he was not mistaken, appeared to be crafted from Huawei wood. The worth of these furnishings was incalculable. Such lavishness, even for someone like Li Yanhong, accustomed to grand spectacles, evoked a sense of pressure. As the host and guests settled into their seats, Zhou Yang remarked, I have heard whispers that the chef is adept at preparing state banquet cuisine. I must confess my ignorance regarding the specifics of the dishes, but should you find the flavors unpalatable, do not hesitate to inform me. I can arrange alternatives. Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand, saying, No need for concern. I am adaptable to all flavors. It was a jest, after all. A master chef of state banquets could hardly produce anything less than exquisite. The dishes presented were of unparalleled quality, their presentation akin to works of art, prompting diners to hesitate before taking a bite. Zhou Yang, however, remained composed, deftly using his chopsticks to open the belly of a fish without hesitation. For him, such delicacies were to be savored freely. Li Yanhong chuckled softly, before inquiring, Mr. Zhou, why did you show me that particular item earlier? Such matters were of utmost secrecy. Did Zhou Yang not fear the possibility of it being pilfered? Zhou Yang replied, That item was intended for you. Why else would I have shown it? For us. Li Yanhong exclaimed, taken aback. Was it truly an outright gift? Zhou Yang continued, As you observed, I have outlined a grand framework, but each detail requires individuals to flesh it out. This is not a task for a solitary person or even a handful. It necessitates the concerted efforts of thousands, even tens of thousands. Li Yanhong nodded in understanding. After perusing the material for an hour, he grasped its essence, recognizing it as a writing outline, with the narrative still needing to be developed. Completing the entirety of it was no trivial endeavor. It would indeed require the organization of a massive workforce. Zhou Yang went on, You are familiar with matrix energy, I presume? If you wish to collaborate, you must establish a whole... The latter two were domestic enterprises, whereas Baidu had foreign investment origins, registered in the Cayman Islands, with layers of holdings controlling domestic entities. Even now, Baidu's major shareholders remained foreign investment banks. Thus, any collaboration under such circumstances was untenable. Leadership must be taken by Matrix Energy to ensure that the core of artificial intelligence remains under national control. I comprehend, Li Yanhong acknowledged. Upon learning that Matrix Energy was considering a visit, potentially leading to collaboration, he took the initiative to inquire about the situations at BYD and HiSilicon. The findings revealed that both BYD and Huawei had spun off relevant departments into Matrix Energy or had been acquired by it. However, The complexity of Baidu's situation made such a split a formidable challenge. Noticing Li Yanhong's hesitance, Zhou Yang remarked, "My choice of Baidu stems from its rich heritage and the genuine advancements made in the field of artificial intelligence. In commercial matters, I am not particularly savvy. In truth, I believe that Baidu is overly diversified. If the focus is to be on artificial intelligence, then a resolute commitment is essential. One must burn bridges and forge ahead. The future of artificial intelligence provided that you excel in your endeavors, Matrix Energy will support you." Li Yanhong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Zhou Yang's words left him profoundly shaken. The remainder of the meal passed without flavor for Li Yanhong, and afterwards, he refrained from further examining the notebook's contents. He merely followed Zhou Yang on a brief tour before departing the estate. Lizu approached Zhou Yang, inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, do you believe he will acquiesce?" Zhou Yang shook his head, responding, "How could I possibly know? I am no oracle, able to divine his thoughts. Whether he agrees or disagrees bears little impact on the grand scheme." For Li Yanhong, ventures worth hundreds of billions carried immense implications. One misstep could jeopardize, yet for Zhou Yang, these were trifling matters. As long as the overarching direction was sound, all would be well. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yang remained at the estate, not awaiting Li Yanhong's response, but rather taking time to rest. After such relentless toil, he felt a degree of fatigue. On one particular day, Li Yanhong reached out to Lizu, indicating his desire for another visit. Zhou Yang acquiesced. At the same location, Li Yanhong greeted Zhou Yang with a smile, evidently in high spirits. "How has your contemplation progressed?" Zhou Yang inquired, engaging in pleasantries. Li Yanhong replied, "Over the past 3 days, I have given it serious thought. Ultimately, I am merely a technologist. It is indeed prudent, as you suggested, to pursue a more focused approach. I concur with your perspective on streamlining Baidu, yet there are challenges to address. The first is the complexities surrounding delisting from overseas markets, which entails cumbersome procedures. The second pertains to the shareholders, primarily foreign investors, which complicates matters. Baidu employs an AB share structure, and while Li Yanhong's management team may not hold the majority stake, their board possesses significant authority. However, ousting shareholders is no simple task." Zhou Yang chuckled, "This is a straightforward matter. Consider it trivial, I shall take care of it." With that, Zhou Yang beckoned to Lizu, instructing, "Please reach out to Director Li and explore options." As for the methodology, Zhou Yang was unconcerned. It would likely involve some form of reciprocal arrangement. Li Yanhong's eyes widened in disbelief. What he deemed a formidable challenge appeared to be effortlessly resolved by Zhou Yang. Crucially, Li Yanhong had faith that Zhou Yang was not merely boasting, but possessed the capability to effectuate the necessary changes. "Very well, there is a pond nearby. Shall we go fishing?" Zhou Yang proposed. "Certainly," Li Yanhong replied, still in a state of astonishment at how smoothly matters were progressing. Li Tianchu acted swiftly. On the third day following Li Yanhong's decision, the largest shareholder of Baidu, the American investment firm DFJ, submitted a request to the Baidu board to divest its shares. Li Yanhong was left utterly speechless, astonished that DFJ had agreed to divest so quickly and without demanding exorbitant compensation. With DFJ's departure, the remaining smaller foreign shareholders promptly followed suit, submitting their own divestment agreements. The final step remained: delisting from the U.S. stock market and re-registering the company domestically. Chapter 71. Delisting. A piece of financial news on Douyin suddenly ignited the entire internet, drawing an astonishing level of attention. Breaking news. Baidu has officially submitted a delisting application to Nasdaq, and the process is now underway. The delisting application is expected to be completed in as little as 7 working days. This video also showcased an announcement from the NYSE's official website, confirming the numerous financial-related video accounts have shared the news, causing its popularity to soar, quickly reaching the top of trending lists. The comments section was flooded with astonishing remarks. What on earth is happening? Why is Baidu suddenly delisting? Humph, it seems the American market can no longer sustain itself, hence the delisting. Among the Bat trio, Baidu is the most deteriorated. Come on, even if it's declining, it's still valued in the hundreds of billions. Especially domestically, as long as the internet exists, Baidu will not fall. Can such a company genuinely falter and delist? It's for the best. A foreign company making profits in our Z country should, if anything, list on our A shares. Stop joking. Would they dare come to A? Many journalists, alerted by the news, rushed to Baidu's headquarters for interviews. MR.LI, given the rumors circulating outside, should we not issue a response? MR.LI replied, let us arrange a press conference in 3 days to announce what we plan to do moving forward. 3 days later, after 3 days of brewing speculation, the delisting news had gained immense traction, with nearly all major media outlets in attendance. Some media even initiated live broadcasts on their respective Douyin accounts, drawing a large audience. The press conference has commenced. Oh, Mr. Li is here in person. With such a significant matter as delisting, MR.LI surely needs to explain the rationale behind it. As MR.LI and several executives took their seats, he stepped onto the stage and proclaimed, today, I will represent Baidu. Furthermore, this is merely an announcement. There will be no question and answer session, so I kindly ask all journalists to refrain from making noise and disturbing the order of the event. The gathered journalists exchanged glances. The simpler the process, the bigger the issue. MR.LI cleared his throat and declared, first, Baidu will delist from the US stock market, while simultaneously expelling all foreign shareholders and dissolving the company registered in the Cayman Islands. We will then re-register domestically, consolidating all operations under a new domestic entity. Upon hearing this, the journalists erupted in astonishment. The live stream was equally filled with speculation. Delisting and expelling foreign investors? Is Baidu planning to revert entirely to domestic operations? I don't understand. Even if the focus shifts to domestic matters, there's no need to eliminate foreign investors. The pivotal question is, how can foreign investors be so compliant? I recall that Baidu's largest shareholder is IDG Capital, a professional investment firm that has made a fortune from their investment in Baidu. How could they possibly relinquish their shares? However, reverting to domestic operations, what good is there abroad? The crowd buzzed with discussions. MR.LI continued. Additionally, I announced that Baidu will enter a phase of consolidation, streamlining and relinquishing certain operations while optimizing others. For instance, we will eliminate unnecessary advertisements from our search services and transition to a right-side advertisement model to create a cleaner search results page. At this statement, the journalists were left in a state of bewilderment. Everyone's initial thought was that Baidu was preparing to cripple its own core operations. The search bidding advertisements formed the backbone of Baidu's business, enabling it to earn its place among the BAT trio. However, in recent years, this service has garnered criticism for rampant advertisements, which have led to some astonishingly publicized lawsuits. Yet, Baidu remained unfazed, continuing its course, But now, Mr. Li's announcement of transitioning to a Google-like right-side advertisement model suggested that Baidu's advertising revenue would significantly diminish. All journalists were eager to inquire of MR.LI the reasoning behind this sudden benevolence. The live stream audience was similarly stirred. What is Baidu attempting to do? Are they reforming? I find myself perplexed by Mr. Li's actions. Could it be that they are genuinely abandoning their former ways? Regardless, I support this change. Baidu's advertising practices certainly warranted some reform. I'm just worried that Baidu might collapse as a consequence. Operating as a search engine entails substantial expenses for vast amounts of data and servers. If Baidu continues down this path and subsequently delists, it might not be long before it faces ruin. Everyone was left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend Mr. Li's maneuvers. MR.LI waved his hand, signaling for silence, and without further explanation for the business streamlining or self-sabotage, he continued, next, and most crucially, I announced that upon the completion of the consolidation, Baidu will be wholly acquired by Matrix Energy. The specific details of the acquisition will not be disclosed at this time. Boom! It felt as though a bomb had been dropped in the room, igniting a frenzy. Despite Mr. Li's earlier admonition against speaking and disrupting the proceedings, at that moment, no one could contain themselves. This is madness. What is Baidu thinking? Matrix Energy, again with this Matrix Energy, a complete acquisition of Baidu? My goodness. Just consider Matrix Energy's acquisition of BYD's battery business and HiSilicon's Kirin, valued at an astonishing $150 billion, and now adding. I recall experts speculating that they could be valued at trillions. The crucial point is the capacity of Matrix Energy to acquire these assets. Just think of the magnitude of their power. The journalists present were in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Is Baidu selling itself? What on earth is Matrix Energy? They seem incredibly formidable. The critical issue is that after acquiring BYD and HiSilicon, Matrix Energy has quickly introduced groundbreaking technologies like Longshin batteries and Chip 100, and now they have acquired Baidu. What could Baidu possibly unveil next? It's unimaginable. Contemplating it sends shivers down my spine. This world is utterly insane. Chapter 72. The recruitment advertisement made it to CCTV. The press conference, as Li Yanhong had remarked, indeed lacked a QA session. After announcing 3 pieces of news, Li Yanhong waved to the crowd and departed, leaving a multitude of reporters who were bursting with questions but rendered utterly powerless. The following day, as anticipated, the front-page headlines were dominated by the news of Matrix Energy's bold move to wholly acquire Baidu. To everyone's astonishment, Baidu truly began to transform as Li Yanhong had proclaimed. Nowadays, when one opens Baidu, they find nothing but a simplistic search box, devoid of any recommended news or trending topics. Moreover, upon searching for something, one is no longer inundated with a barrage of irrelevant advertisements. The search results are neatly aligned on the left side, with only a few advertisements on the right. The entire page is refreshingly straightforward. For how many years has it been? The Baidu I once knew has returned. Countless internet users exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, the much-maligned Tieba and Baijia, the powers of Tieba were entirely decentralized, while Baijiaheo was shut down altogether. Furthermore, users of Baidu's various software, including the security guard and other applications, suddenly received pop-up notifications claiming that these programs would be permanently discontinued, ceasing all services. Even Baidu Cloud lifted its speed restrictions and ceased selling memberships in a flash. Many were astonished, declaring that Baidu had turned over a new leaf on Douyin. An abundance of humorous anecdotes emerged overnight, with users commenting on how they opened Baidu only to find no pop-ups, feeling an unexpected sense of unfamiliarity. In summary, the incredulity of the masses was palpable. Baidu indeed underwent a streamlining process, as Li Yanhong had suggested, transforming from a profit-driven enterprise into what appeared to be a philanthropic organization. Some influential figures even proclaimed that the streamlined Baidu could survive for several years, asserting that under such a restructuring approach, Baidu would likely close its doors within 3 years. The remaining operations were hardly profitable and were merely scraping by with a modicum of advertising revenue. At Tencent's headquarters, Ma Huadeng regarded the middle-aged man before him, Hu Kun, a representative sent by Baidu. Hu Kun approached, representing Baidu in efforts to sell off its assets. Upon reviewing the list of assets Baidu intended to divest, which included HAO 123, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nuomi, and Baidu Maps, it was evident that apart from the core search engine business, all other operations were being put on the market. What remained operational could hardly be labeled as failures. They retained significant value. The entirety of the sale hinted at impending bankruptcy and a cessation of operations, leaving Ma Huadeng somewhat perplexed. Hu Kun chuckled, "Mr. Ma, I'm merely a junior vice president. How could I possibly know what MRLI is thinking?" After a moment of contemplation, Ma Huadeng suddenly asked, "By the way, what is artificial intelligence? Isn't it? However, I am genuinely curious about the nature of the project that necessitates such a significant transformation from Baidu, abandoning so many businesses. Are you not profit-driven anymore?" Li has acted impulsively. Ma Huadeng shook his head, feeling that whatever the project, it hardly warranted such a steep price from Li Yanhong. Reaching for the documents on the table, Ma Huadeng scrutinized the details. Since Baidu was selling, why shouldn't he seize the opportunity to buy? In the past, such an opportunity would have been inconceivable. A similar scene unfolded across the nation. Soon, it was revealed that the atmosphere within Baidu became rife with speculation. In the Tieba division, whispers circulated, "I heard the Aichi department has been disbanded, with many RD personnel sent on leave. Such a premium asset as Aichi, they can always lower the price. Our Tieba division should be safe, as it is one of Baidu's core businesses." Brother, it is one of, not the core. I genuinely envy those in the search engine sector. They won't be affected regardless. I really don't understand what is so appealing about Matrix Energy. Why acquire if you're just going to force us to streamline our operations? At that moment, the division head entered, clapping his hands to attract attention, then announced loudly, "All right, starting tomorrow, aside from essential maintenance personnel, everyone else will be on leave." Our Tieba has been sold to Alibaba. A chorus of lamentation erupted. This is madness. They sold even Tieba. Are they quitting? Stop complaining. What good will it do? This is a decision from above. No matter our dissatisfaction, let us find new jobs quickly. With so many departments being eliminated, there will be plenty of competition. Why not just join Alibaba? They bought us, and it would be perfect to use our original team. IVE heard Alibaba offers quite generous salaries. The room buzzed with subdued conversations, steeped in sorrow. The head glanced around and said, "Cheer up, the sky isn't falling, one is being laid off. There will be significant projects coming up, and everyone will be involved, I can assure you. Salaries will increase." What major project? The crowd was taken aback, pondering how, after selling off nearly all its operations, Baidu could still have any significant projects in the works. The head smiled mysteriously. "Don't rush. In 10 days, you'll find out." As Baidu publicly divested its operations, media outlets and onlookers buzzed with speculation, and headhunting firms sprang into action, anticipating layoffs following the sale of core businesses. Those who had previously joined Baidu were far from ordinary individuals. Yet, just then, 10 days later, a new announcement appeared on Baidu's official website. Major media outlets and numerous user apps received pop-up news related to the announcement. Baidu invests hundreds of billions to fully enter the artificial intelligence sector, now preparing for battle and standing ready, seeking to recruit computer-related talents nationwide, offering salaries well above industry standards and generous benefits. If you possess talent, feel free to apply. Upon this announcement, the industry was left in a state of shock. Even more astonishing was that on the evening of the announcement, the usual beverage advertisements before the 7 o'clock news were unprecedentedly replaced with a recruitment advertisement filmed by Baidu. This advertisement made Baidu's intentions to develop artificial intelligence widely known. Chapter 73, Nationwide Recruitment. This advertisement is not a crude production but rather a meticulously crafted piece, so much so that it hardly resembles a conventional. The advertisement opens with the male protagonist being awakened by a warm call, as the curtains of his bedroom automatically draw back. Accompanied by pleasant music, that he rises and makes his way to the bathroom. "Dahong, do I have any mail?" the man inquires while brushing his teeth. The mirror across from him displays scrolling information, including weather updates and the latest news. A voice chimes in his ear. "Master, you have an unread email, a response from Baidu." "Congratulations, Master, you have been accepted by Baidu." The man lets out an excited cheer. The camera pans as he changes into clothes recommended by the mysterious voice and steps outside, where a fantastical car awaits him. Upon entering, he discovers it is an autonomous vehicle. A holographic projection appears on the dashboard, depicting a towering mech, revealing the protagonist's enthusiasm for Gundam. "Master, 0EW reports, destination detected, requesting departure." "Commence," he commands, and the car speeds onto the road. The advertisement concludes with the protagonist joining Baidu, accompanied by a tagline, "Join us, and together we can change the world." This advertisement is evidently a grand production, exuding a cinematic quality. Notably, it is unprecedented for such a segment to air before the countdown of the evening news at 7. Discussions regarding this advertisement abound online. Baidu is going all out for artificial intelligence, isn't it? After selling off so many businesses, are they focusing their efforts? A bold decision indeed. Baidu has been involved in artificial intelligence for a while now. Weren't they previously working on autonomous driving? I wonder what they will accomplish this time. Who knows? Many have claimed they would pursue artificial intelligence, yet none have truly succeeded. What you all are pondering is speculative. As mere commoners, we should remain practical. I am curious whether Baidu's grandiose plans will indeed offer high salaries. I've already switched jobs and submitted my resume, eagerly awaiting the results. To be honest, Baidu is serious this time. I received an offer from them in advance, $120K a year for a 5-year coder. The compensation is indeed above industry standards, at $35K a month. Wow, is it really that high? A 5-year coder landing $35K? That's at least 40 to 50 above the industry average. I'm off to submit my resume right now. Not only are they throwing money around, But Baidu has also commenced recruiting aggressively. At Tencent headquarters. Old Wu, what do you mean by resigning? You've been doing well. Why would you leave? Wu Yinming, head of the Artificial Intelligence Department, hands in his resignation letter. I simply wish to change jobs, Wu Yinming replies somewhat bashfully. Change jobs? Humph. Don't tell me Baidu is trying to poach you. What are they offering? The superior's expression turned sour. In recent days, many have submitted resignations, and upon inquiry, it turns out they were all lured away by Baidu. Wu Yinming is the first senior technical personnel to be recruited by Baidu. Faced with a direct accusation, Wu Yinming's face flushes with embarrassment. Just say it outright. What's the annual salary? 60 or 70? It's all about the money. After all, Baidu isn't short on cash, and neither is Tencent. Just tell me how much they're offering, and I can guarantee I'll beat it by 10%. Wu Yinming hesitates before responding. They're offering me $2 million a year. How much? The superior's eyes widen in disbelief, choking slightly. Have they lost their minds? The superior exclaims. Wu Yiming's current salary is barely $500K a year, and Baidu has doubled it to $2 million, which is certainly tempting. As for the earlier claim of matching Baidu's offer with a 10% increase, that is now left unsaid. After a moment of hesitation, the superior asks in a low voice, by the way, was it a headhunter who contacted you, or someone from within Baidu? Could you help me reach out to see if they're hiring? All notions of ideals and responsibilities are cast aside. It all comes down to money. Wu Yiming scratches his head, bemused. Similar scenes unfold across major internet companies as Baidu, with money in hand, fervently recruits talent, successfully attracting a significant number of individuals. This has led some business magnates to publicly complain about Baidu's unscrupulous tactics, disrupting industry norms. Nevertheless, Baidu remains unfazed. After consolidating its operations, it possesses ample funds, further bolstered by a matrix of resources behind it. Within a month, Baidu completed its business integration, forming a substantial R&D team of over 23,000 individuals, diligently engaged in research and development. Meanwhile, news suddenly arrives from HiSilicon. The mass production issues of Tianqin 100 have been resolved ahead of schedule by nearly half a month. Yu Changhong has also reached out to Zhou Yang, inviting him to the commencement ceremony. Zhou Yang considers it briefly before declining. He is quite busy and sees no necessity. With the core control issue resolved, Zhou Yang's attention now shifts to another critical system of the mech, the propulsion system. The intricacies of this particle thruster are no trivial matter. Although the system has provided comprehensive technical documentation, many challenges regarding technological difficulties and production processes remain to be addressed. Zhou Yang plans to wait until Su Chun and Li Bingxian complete their current projects before integrating efforts to focus on the thruster's development. With Zhou Yang opting not to attend, Yu Changhong dares not press further. He understands Zhou Yang is no ordinary individual. In his eyes, the mass production of Tianqin 100 is a remarkable achievement, yet for Zhou Yang, it may not hold the same significance. On December 16th, Yu Changhong posts a message on his Weibo. December 24th, the eve of Christmas, Mate 40, do not miss it. This single Weibo post reverberates throughout the internet. The debut of Tianqin 100 is imminent. As the news spreads, Apple is also quick to react. Senior executives gather to review the collected information. Compared to the general populace, Apple possesses more detailed insights, all gleaned from suppliers of Huawei. Upon reviewing the configuration information, Cook finds himself overwhelmed. Everything that can be included is indeed present, one executive laments. Indeed, with a 120 Hz refresh rate display, dual stereo speakers, 3D structured light, an under-display camera, along with LPDDR5 and UFS 3.0, the flagship configurations that one would expect are all present in Huawei's offerings. Curse it, it's all due to the Longshin battery. The internal space of a smartphone is limited. Many features are not omitted by manufacturers out of desire, but rather due to spatial constraints, necessitating compromises. Today, thanks to the Longshin battery, much of the internal space can be liberated, allowing for greater capacity. Cook turned to the head of the supply department and inquired, how are the negotiations with BYD progressing? Will we be able to secure the supply? Apple also wishes to incorporate the Longshin battery, yet the critical issue remains the lack of availability, which persists to this day. Chapter 74. The launch of the M40, the head of supplier management, shook his head. No, still out of stock. As far as I know, D has allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Not only us, but even their own smartphone manufacturers are receiving a limited number of batteries. Damn it, what are they making electric cars for? Cook muttered in frustration. Utilizing such high-tech batteries in electric vehicles was nothing short of a waste. The current situation is that by next year, undoubtedly all smartphone manufacturers will unveil devices with large-capacity Longshin batteries, yet Apple has yet to secure any Longshin batteries. Just think about it. Smartphones on the market are all boasting tens of thousands of milliamp hours, even exceeding 100,000, while Apple remains stuck at a mere 3,000 milliamp hours with a 5W ultra-fast charge. They likely won't stand a chance. Regardless, we must obtain the Longshin batteries, understood? Cook commanded. After a moment of silence, an executive finally asked, "So what do we do now?" Cook gritted his teeth. "I have already conferred with Qualcomm, Intel, and Nvidia. This time, we will unite to fully target Huawei. This is a battle for survival. It's either their demise or ours. We cannot allow them to rise, or the order we have painstakingly maintained for so many years will be obliterated by them." The chip, the X100, presented by V, has the potential to revolutionize the entire industry. Should V succeed, it would spell disaster for them. Consequently, numerous enterprises have banded together to comprehensively suppress V. Apple, Intel, Nvidia, and a certain telecommunications company have united, boasting a market value exceeding $1 trillion. In Cook's eyes, V is no match for them. The first strike in this suppression will be initiated by Apple. Yu Chonghong announced the imminent launch of the M40 and began to generate momentum through online and physical advertisements, pouring money into the effort with astonishing intensity. The Qingtian Center was also busily preparing for the press conference. As the date of the 24th approached, an unfortunate piece of news reached Yu Chonghong on the 23rd. What? The venue in Europe is no longer willing to rent to us. How can this be? We've already signed the contract. What? They are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Sue them, demand compensation for our losses. What? They say they aren't afraid of our lawsuit. Fine. Find a lawyer immediately and sue them. This time, V intended to hold simultaneous launch events in both the domestic and European markets, as V smartphones had performed exceptionally well in Europe, particularly due to the potential for higher pricing and greater profits. However, Yu Chonghong never anticipated that just 2 days before the press conference, the exhibition center rented in Europe would suddenly breach the contract unilaterally, adopting a brazen attitude of indifference. They were willing to pay, yet refused to allow the press conference to proceed. With only a day left before the event, finding a new venue and setting it up in time was utterly impossible. Damn it, someone must be pulling strings. Yu Chonghong cursed inwardly, sensing the whiff of conspiracy. He understood that the release of the X100 had ruffled many feathers, and the previously silent forces were merely waiting for Huawei to make the first move. Now, the underhanded tactics had emerged. Humph, the more you try to undermine us, the less I will allow you to take pleasure in it. Yu Chonghong resolved that for Huawei, this would also be a counteroffensive. On the 24th, the Qingtian Center was filled to the brim with attendees in its spacious venue. Various live streaming platforms broadcasted the event in real time while numerous internet users fervently discussed the specifications. There's not much to say about the specifications. It's the X100 paired with the Longshin battery. All the essential features have been revealed. I'm now just concerned about the price. It seems only the Pro version will feature the X100, while the standard version will still use the Kirin 1000. No doubt, with the X100 on board, as long as the price isn't exorbitant, I'm buying it. Yes, this is our own chip developed in-house. We must support it. In the past, we could only rely on others' chips. Now, we finally have our own designed and produced smartphone chip, and its performance is 100-fold better. I can't wait to see Apple's and Qualcomm's reactions. They'll likely be infuriated. I heard it will officially launch on Christmas Eve. I've already decided on the perfect gift for my girlfriend. It's the M40. The discussions among netizens revolved primarily around the price. Specifications are a given for flagship devices. Any conceivable new technology would certainly be included. Otherwise, how could it be called a flagship? As the clock struck 10, the press conference commenced. Yu Changhong appeared and proclaimed, "After a month, we meet again." Following a brief opening statement, he delved straight into the main topic. Let us first take a look at the actual device. Yu Changhong retrieved a smartphone from the box. With a waterfall display and an ultra-slim body, Huawei has always excelled in industrial design. This phone is incredibly thin, measuring merely 6.5 millimeters. It's astounding. It's all thanks to the battery. Once battery technology breaks through, internal space expands. I previously read reports stating that Xiaomi plans to redesign the motherboard, moving away from the current 3-layer setup to integrate the Longshin battery directly into the motherboard, making the phone increasingly thinner. The ultra-slim body, combined with striking industrial design, made the phone in Yu Changhong's hands resemble a work of art. Next, Yu Changhong proceeded with the standard procedure, introducing the phone's features. As expected, it boasted a full array of top-tier specifications. Come on, this is so slow. Why not just announce the price directly? Exactly. What's the point of discussing specifications? We already know them. The crucial aspect is the price. Finally, after an hour into the press conference, Yu Changhong completed the introduction of the phone's entire specifications. The specifications were not only top-notch but also identical between the standard and pro versions, with the only difference being the chip. Yu Changhong set the phone down and stated, "Next, it's time to reveal the price," which I believe many are eager to know. In the conference hall and among the online viewers, excitement surged. How much would the world's first smartphone equipped with the X100 sell for? Yu Changhong smiled and said, "We will unveil this mystery a little later." At this statement, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of surprise, and online, the comments turned sour. Yu Changhong, enough already. Can't you just announce a price? Why drag it out like this? I'm about to lose my temper. However, Yu Changhong's next words left everyone in stunned silence. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Next, I wish to announce that the M40 will be equipped with our latest developed Harmony OS." Harmony OS. This system, long shrouded in legend, had finally been brought into the spotlight by V.in an instant. Both the venue and the livestream platforms erupted in chaos. Chapter 75. Digging one's own grave. Not long ago, Google issued an announcement severing its services from Huawei smartphones. This fundamentally undermined Huawei's presence in international markets, as foreign Android users are heavily reliant on Google's suite of applications, much like one would be compelled to abandon their device if it were stripped of access to WeChat. At that moment, countless individuals felt a profound sense of frustration and lamented Huawei's plight, fearing that the company might succumb to irrelevance. Yet, in that very instance, Huawei unveiled its Harmony OS. Recently, a strikingly similar situation unfolded as TSMC, under the direction of the M-Nation, ceased its production of Kirin chips. The counterattack from Huawei is embodied in the Tianjin 100. In the live stream, comments flooded in like a deluge. "Goodness, I thought the Harmony OS had already fizzled out, yet it has truly emerged." No doubt, Huawei is impressive. This is how it should be. They grow ever more resilient in adversity. Eventually, everything will be domestically produced. What does full domestication even mean? They should retaliate with sanctions as we have been subjected to. At Apple's headquarters, Tim Cook and other senior executives were also tuned in to the live stream of the conference. When Yu Changhong announced that the Mate 40 would be equipped with the Harmony OS, Cook and his associates were taken aback. Good grief, they have genuinely developed this system. Impossible. It must be a ruse. They lack the requisite technology. Stop deluding yourselves. They have declared the entire lineup will feature it, which means they have indeed made significant progress. Even if they have developed it, so what? The ecosystem is paramount. That is the crux of the matter. The core of a mobile operating system lies in its ecosystem. Just as Apple's greatest competitive advantage is not merely the iPhone itself, but rather the meticulously cultivated iOS ecosystem, wherein all software developers contribute to its growth. Creating a new system may be straightforward, but without the support of software developers, it will languish without users. Furthermore, there is the critical factor of habitual usage. At that moment during the conference, Yu Changhong announced that the Harmony OS would be compatible with all Android applications, and that extensive collaborations had already been established with prominent domestic developers, such as Tencent and NetEase, who would migrate their games to the Harmony platform and launch several new titles. This indicated that Huawei had successfully engaged software developers and the Harmony OS could seamlessly integrate with existing Android applications to IT, could be asserted that the Harmony OS and Android systems would be interchangeable. Back at Apple's headquarters, after Yu Changhong concluded his announcement, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Huawei was already constructing the ecosystem for Harmony OS, and should they succeed, the implications would be dire. All eyes turned to Cook, whose countenance was as dark as a storm cloud. The Harmony OS will inevitably be unveiled. Huawei harbors grand ambitions, of which I have long been aware. However, let us not panic. Rome was not built in a day, and creating an ecosystem is no simple feat. My primary concern now lies with the pricing of the Mate 40, Cook stated slowly. During the conference, Yu Changhong demonstrated the remarkable adaptability and flawless interface of the Harmony OS. Now, we arrive at the most eagerly anticipated segment, the pricing. In an instant, the conference hall fell silent, and online discussions dwindled. With such specifications, alongside the Longshin battery and the perfect pairing with the Tianqin 100, the Pro version will start at no less than $6,999. Let us not even discuss the standard version. It will top out at $4,999. The key is the Pro. Launching the Tianqin 100 globally, if it is priced at $7,000, it is hardly exorbitant. Are those calling for $7,000 merely dreaming? This is the Tianqin 100. The iPhone 12 dares to charge over $8,000 just for an A14 chip, while the Tianqin 100 boasts performance 100-fold greater. Why should it be priced over $7,000? Indeed, some have knelt for so long that they can hardly rise again. Our own phones, with superior configurations, should not be priced lower than theirs. I support a starting price of $9,000. Exactly, the unparalleled Tianqin 100 deserves a premium price. Mark my words, if the Tianqin 100 were developed by Apple, they would dare to charge you $20,000. Hence, not only should we price it above Apple, but we must also venture abroad to seize their market share. Yu Changhong, not one to keep them in suspense, directly announced the pricing. The standard Mate 40 would begin at $5,999. This price was not exorbitant. Although the Kirin 1000 cannot be compared to the Tianqin 100, it is still a top-tier 5-nanometer chip, comparable to the A14, and with high specifications, a price of $6,000 is already quite reasonable. Upon the announcement of the price, the audience erupted in astonishment. The online audience mirrored their shock. So expensive, I concede defeat. If the standard version starts at $6,000, how much will the Tianqin 100 version cost? $8,000 or $9,000? Let us not even speculate on 8 or 9. Let us just go for a clean $10,000. At the conference, Yu Changhong paused momentarily before revealing the Pro version's pricing. $8,499. This price took many by surprise. I thought it would be priced at $9,000. I didn't expect it to be only $8,499. Quite a bargain. The amount isn't what matters. Do you not realize that this price aligns with the iPhone 12 Pro? Good heavens, Huawei seems poised to stir the pot. Moreover, the standard version at $5,999 is comparable to the price of the iPhone 12. I now understand. Huawei has strategically set their prices to target Apple. Back at Apple's headquarters, as the price was announced, the executives erupted in laughter. Ha! They dare to sell at such a high price. Are they seeking their own demise? They truly believe themselves to be someone of significance. At this price point, who would even consider purchasing from them? If one were to buy, they would undoubtedly opt for our iPhone 12. How dare they sell at the same price as us? They are utterly unworthy of such a valuation. The numerous executives felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Their greatest fear was that Huawei would offer an exceedingly low price, one that would obliterate them in performance while simultaneously undercutting them in cost, thereby placing them in a precarious situation. Yet now, with Huawei pricing their product so high, they were essentially digging their own grave. A smile finally graced Cook's face as he remarked, Huawei has become overly arrogant. However, we must not let our guard down. Aren't they launching tomorrow? Let us issue a statement and reduce our price by 1,000. We shall utterly crush them. 1,000 seems excessive. I suggest a reduction of a few hundred would suffice to make a statement. Cook, however, shook his head resolutely, saying, No, it must be 1,000. This time, I intend to annihilate them completely, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Very well, 1,000 it is. After all, we still stand to profit. The profit margins for Apple are nothing short of extraordinary. Even a reduction of 1 or 2,000 would still yield substantial returns. The price of the Mate 40 was announced, generating a flurry of discussions online. Many opined that Huawei's pricing was indeed too steep, suggesting that a reduction of 1,000 could potentially enhance sales. Positioned against Apple, it seemed likely that Huawei would face a significant setback this time. Despite the criticism, Huawei chose to remain silent and unperturbed, promptly listing the new device on their official website, set to launch nationwide simultaneously both online and in physical stores at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 25th. Chapter 76, Discount Sales on the 25th at 7 o'clock in the morning. The tech blogger AI Fei Xiaomei, with millions of online followers, had already commenced her live broadcast. Following her announcement the previous night, thousands of viewers flocked to her stream as soon as she began. Xiaomei, with a sweet appearance and a bold personality, greeted her audience, saying, "Dear friends, as I mentioned yesterday, we are heading to Sanlitun. There lies Huawei's largest flagship store, and we shall see if the Mate 40 will indeed suffer a downfall as predicted online, with no one coming to purchase it." With her assistant capturing the moment on camera, Xiaomei drove, stating, "We still have 30 minutes to our destination, and we should arrive around 7:30. Let us hope there is no traffic. You ask if I intend to make a purchase. Hee, of course, I will. Moreover, if we surpass 1 million likes in this live stream, I will unveil the Mate 40 in a grand reveal, disassembling it to uncover the truth behind the legendary Tianqin 100 chip." As the viewer count surged, Xiaomei engaged with her audience until, over half an hour later, they reached Sanlitun. All right, ahead is Huawei's flagship store. I recall that directly across is Apple's flagship store. Some online chatters suggest that Huawei's high pricing is a direct competition with Apple. I wonder if Apple has felt the pressure since yesterday's launch event. By 8 in the morning, Sanlitun was bustling with activity. With a clear purpose, Xiaomei made her way straight to Huawei's flagship store. Suddenly, she spotted a queue ahead. "Goodness, are people really lining up?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With hundreds of thousands watching her live stream, the audience reacted in disbelief upon seeing the long line, engaging in fervent discussions. This must be a joke. Who in their right mind would spend over 8,000 on a Huawei? Perhaps they are queuing for something else. It doesn't necessarily mean they are buying the Mate 40. Exactly, it's not like it's an Apple product. What's the urgency? What do you mean by that? If people queue for Apple, why not for Huawei? We may have previously lagged behind, but now our technology is on par, if not superior. So why shouldn't there be a rush? Support Huawei, let us outshine Apple. Xiaomei quickly approached the front of the line and asked the young man, "Excuse me, what are you all here for?" The young man glanced at her camera and replied, "We're here to buy the Mate 40. Haven't you heard? Are all these people here for that?" Xiaomei asked, astonished. The young man nodded, saying, "I arrived at 6 and I'm still this far back. I heard some folks have been queuing since dawn." Xiaomei was taken aback. People were here at dawn? Is that for real? A man ahead turned and said, "Don't believe him. Anyone queuing at dawn is definitely a scalper." "Ah, right, scalpers too," Xiaomei realized, addressing her audience. It appears that the Tianqin 100 chip may have limited production capacity, resulting in a scarcity of units for the first batch. Of course, these are merely rumors. Who knows the truth? If there is indeed a short supply, it's not surprising that scalpers are hoarding stock. So, dear friends, if you are genuinely considering upgrading your phone, make haste. With that, Xiaomei declared, "Let us move forward and check it out." Accompanied by her assistant, she walked along the lengthy queue, which stretched for hundreds of meters. The live stream chat was buzzing with excitement. This can't be real. Huawei must have paid people to queue up and create a buzz. Seriously, queuing for a mediocre domestic phone? Ridiculous. Why shouldn't Huawei have a queue? I believe it's genuine. Just wait and see. I have faith that the Mate 40 will sell remarkably well. Absolutely, I think Huawei's pricing strategy against Apple is spot on. Why should our phones be overshadowed? Tensions flared in the chat as viewers debated fiercely. Meanwhile, Xiaomei had reached the front of the queue, where staff were maintaining order outside the Huawei flagship store. Nearby, several other streamers were also filming, seemingly broadcasting live. Xiaomei sighed, "With a line this long, how long will I have to wait? Let me have my assistant hold our place while I interview a few customers." Just as she was about to approach some of the patrons in line, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Everyone, I see an old friend." She rushed towards a man holding a DSLR camera. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, the esteemed guest blogger from the ZWell forums, the one and only Yao Dao. Come on, Yao Dao, say hello to our viewers. The man, somewhat amused, waved at the camera and said, "What brings you here?" Xiaomei replied, "You're here, so why wouldn't I be? As a tech blogger myself, I intend to buy one to dismantle. Look at this line. Some people are already queued up." Yao Dao smiled mysteriously. "Oh, you want to disassemble it? Seek me out, for I have already secured a Mate 40 Pro ahead of time. If all goes as planned, I should receive it via courier shortly." "What? How did you manage to get it early?" Xiaomei gasped. Yao Dao chuckled. "What kind of question is that? As a tech blogger with millions of followers, wouldn't I have the right to test a phone for reviews?" Pouting, Xiaomei retorted, "But I have over 10 million followers. Why the double standard?" Yao Dao smirked. "That's a question for Huawei, by the way. Let me show you something interesting." He led her across the street, pointing at the Apple flagship store. "Do you see that?" Xiaomei glanced over and gasped. "No way. Apple has dropped their prices. The entire iPhone 12 line has been reduced by 1,000. Is this real?" Yesterday, Huawei held their launch event and announced sales starting today, with prices aligned with the iPhone 12. In an instant, Apple slashed prices by 1,000. Could it be they are feeling threatened? The live stream audience erupted in excitement. "No way. Is this true? Apple has actually lowered prices. What a deal. If it's such a deal, go buy one then." I think Apple is scared and can only resort to price cuts. Regardless of how the Mate 40 sells, just the fact that it has made Apple anxious is enough for me to support it. Amid her shock, Xiaomei quickly asked, "Yao Dao, may I interview you? Do you think Apple is genuinely afraid?" Yao Dao shrugged. "Who knows if they are scared? Perhaps Apple aims to undermine the Mate 40 sales with this price cut. It's hard to say. However, one cannot deny that the Mate 40 has indeed posed a challenge to Apple, making them feel uneasy, a feat that is no small accomplishment. Time is running out. The sales are about to begin. Let us head over," Yao Dao said, giving Xiaomei a friendly pat on the shoulder as they made their way to the Huawei flagship store. Chapter 77. The first disassembly on the internet. As the clock struck 8, the Huawei flagship store officially opened its doors. "Please, no pushing, take your time. Customers wishing to purchase the Mate 40, please proceed to this designated entrance. If you are interested in other phones or wish to experience the Mate 40, you may enter the store freely. We have arranged demonstration units on this side." The store manager commanded the crowd with a loudspeaker, ensuring order amidst the chaos. Though he anticipated some queuing, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people. Initially, he intended to allow unrestricted entry, but given the current situation, a chaotic rush could lead to significant issues. Thus, the manager made a swift decision to designate an area specifically for customers queuing to purchase the Mate 40, where they could register their orders. The crowd began to stir. "Enough chit-chat. I've been waiting for 7 or 8 hours. My bladder is about to burst. Hurry up and bring me 10 Pro models quickly," a middle-aged man at the front shouted, clutching his belly. The manager cast him a quick glance. Anyone ordering 10 units was undoubtedly a scalper. Rumors had circulated regarding the insufficient production of the Tianxin 100 chip, leading to a lack of Mate 40 Pro units, prompting scalpers to swoop in and stockpile for profit. All right, please come in," the manager replied hurriedly, though inwardly he scoffed, knowing that if these scalpers were to visit their warehouse, they would surely abandon their hoarding plans. The line began to move. Xiaomei, astonished, asked, "Do these people not even want to experience the phone first before buying?" Yao Dao chuckled. "Think about it. When people rushed to buy iPhones, it was the same. They were afraid of missing out and bought immediately. Besides, to be honest, they've seen the launch event. So what more is there to experience? If they want it, they just buy it." As he spoke, Yao Dao patted Xiaomei and said, "Come on, let me show you the real device. Can we disassemble it?" Xiaomei inquired eagerly. Yao Dao nodded. "Of course we can disassemble it. Then why are we still talking? Let's go," Xiaomei exclaimed, pulling Yao Dao along. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Yao Dao's home and resumed their live stream. "Hey, everyone. It's the first disassembly of the Mate 40 on the internet. Are you all excited?" Yao Dao set up his camera, ready to film. As he unboxed the phone, he remarked, "I must say, the craftsmanship is truly top-notch, and the feel is exquisite, like a work of art." Xiaomei chimed in, "I heard that this time, the Mate 40 uses the finest materials available." Without further ado, Yao Dao powered it on to begin the experience. This smoothness is incredible. Fortunately, our community has 5G coverage. Let's see what it feels like to download 100 apps simultaneously. Yao Dao opened the App Store and began selecting apps at random for download. The Harmony OS feels quite nice, he commented, clicking on 100 applications, all of which remained in a pending download state due to the lack of Wi-Fi. Xiaomei remarked, Uncle Yao Dao, is 100 apps a bit too few? This is supposedly the most powerful mobile chip in history, the Tianxin 100, which boasts performance 100 times that of the A14. If we're testing it, let us up the ante and go for another 100. Yao Dao agreed, all right, let us go for 200. The live chat erupted in astonishment. Downloading 200 apps at once and installing them simultaneously. Can this phone handle it? I don't know about other phones, but if the Tianxin 100 is indeed as powerful as Huawei claims, it should have no problem. However, installing 200 applications at once. That's just insane. It won't install all at once, it still needs to download them. But at the very least, it should be able to install dozens of apps at once. At that moment, Yao Dao finished selecting 200 apps. Alright, everyone, pay attention. I am currently connected to 5G, and I've tested the speed beforehand. It's absolutely top tier. Now, let us get started. Yao Dao activated the data connection to begin downloading, and the 200 apps simultaneously entered the download status. He then watched as icons began popping up on his screen, and within less than 5 seconds, an entire screen's worth of apps was installed. Wow, where is the installation process? Was that a second install? Xiaomei exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, running her fingers through her hair. My scalp is tingling. It's instant install. Everything is instant install. I can't even see the installation process, and I feel like it's not just one app installing at a time, but rather 5 or 6 apps all at once. This is terrifying. Hurry, uncle. Open the apps. Keep opening them. Yao Dao quickly responded, tapping on the applications on his desktop. The apps opened instantly, with no noticeable lag, while installations continued in the background. Yao Dao opened a total of over 10 applications before pausing, not because he wanted to stop, but because all the apps had already been installed. All done. 200 apps installed in less than a minute. Yao Dao exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaomei was equally astonished, saying, I feel that if it weren't for the download speed limits, the installation speed would be even faster. Uncle, open the apps. Let us see if we can open all 200 at once. Yao Dao nodded, continuing to open applications. At this point, I'm not worried about whether the SoC can handle it. I am more concerned about whether there's enough memory. I initially thought that 16 gigabytes of RAM was already excessive, but now I feel like it's still too little. In front of the screen, Yao Dao kept opening applications. There are no background processes. Let us take a look at the chip's application efficiency. At the very beginning, he had installed an app to monitor the chip's performance. Upon opening it and reviewing the records, he shrieked, "Oh my." Previously, Huawei mentioned that the phone's chip performance would be excessive, and I now believe it. Look, from start to finish, the peak application efficiency of the SoC is only 5%. This is insane. I really want to see what conditions are required for this thing to operate at full power. The live chat was filled with gasps of astonishment. 200 apps installed in seconds. This performance is terrifying. And it can run so many apps in the background without any lag. Who would dare say Harmony OS lags? A performance beast, undoubtedly a performance beast. I'm suddenly tempted. I'm off to place an order on JD. Just for this Tianxin 100. I'm planning to buy one to try out. By the way, host, get to the disassembly. It's the first disassembly on the internet. Don't let someone else beat you to it. In front of the camera, Xiaomei promptly added, right, uncle, disassemble it. This Tianxin 100 is incredible. I want to see what kind of chip can deliver such powerful performance. Yao Dao nodded vigorously, intrigued by this formidable chip. Chapter 78. Reverse Engineering. The non-existent The Demon Blade possessed an entire set of professional disassembly equipment and was knowledgeable in its use, promptly setting to work on dismantling the device. After some effort, he removed the rear cover. Upon observing the internal components, the Demon Blade was taken aback, exclaiming, "There have been rumors circulating that major smartphone manufacturers will soon release fully encapsulated motherboards, wherein the Longshin battery is integrated into the motherboard like a chip. This design allows for a more rational motherboard structure, eliminating the need for multi-layered boards, enabling smartphones to become slimmer. Come, take a look. This is the world's first fully encapsulated motherboard." As the camera focused on the interior of the phone, it indeed revealed a seamless motherboard, devoid of a bulky battery pack that would otherwise occupy space, resulting in an exceptionally organized internal layout. As he continued disassembling, he noted, every component is of the highest quality. The advantage of ample space lies in the ability to accommodate superior configurations without the need for compromises. From this perspective, the advent of the Longshin battery fundamentally alters the smartphone landscape. In the future, phones will only become thinner and more powerful. Ah, this must be the Longshin battery, he mused. Its size resembles that of a chip, making it hard to believe it possesses a capacity exceeding 8,000 mAh. Undoubtedly, BYD is impressive. Xiaomei interjected, it should be credited to Matrix Energy. I came across an analytical post stating that both the Longshin battery and the Tianxin 100 were developed by Matrix Energy. Given the secrecy surrounding Matrix Energy, it is highly likely that it is backed by the state, indicating governmental support for these technologies. The Demon Blade refrained from elaborating further and continued with the disassembly, gradually furrowing his brow. This area should be where the chip resides, but the encapsulation appears rather challenging to remove. He pointed to a section of the motherboard that resembled a block of iron. Xiaomei leaned in closer, observing, it seems to be fully encapsulated. Is this to prevent unauthorized disassembly? After a moment of contemplation, the Demon Blade replied, that seems plausible. Perhaps they fear the technology might be deciphered. Consider this. It is not a silicon-based chip, but a completely new technology. Even if patents are filed, imitation can occur swiftly, and constructing a patent wall in the short term is no easy feat. Thus, I suspect that Huawei has employed a special encapsulation technique to maintain a competitive edge, rendering disassembly difficult, if not impossible, and even damaging upon attempts to do so. Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Does that mean if it gets damaged, the chip can only be replaced by swapping the entire motherboard? That appears to be the case, the Demon Blade reflected. For now, I shall refrain from further disassembly. If I force it, I am certain this device will be irreparably harmed. I must first conduct some research before considering how to proceed. Xiaomei looked visibly disappointed. Her greatest desire was to see the Tianxin 100. Folks, it seems we cannot proceed any further, she announced. The audience in the live stream did not voice any complaints. I understand. If disassembly risks damage, it is wiser not to proceed. Exactly, Huawei's intent is clear, to prevent any theft of their technology. It was once we who engaged in reverse engineering, imitating their technology. Now the tables have turned, and it is their turn to reverse engineer us. How gratifying. Indeed, the prediction proved accurate. On the day of the Mate 40's release, a unit was promptly sent to Apple's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Cook and other executives immediately initiated a video conference. So, can we disassemble it? Cook pressed. The engineer shook his head. It's quite difficult to disassemble. I suspect Huawei has utilized some special encapsulation technology, and if we force it, it will undoubtedly break. Cook contemplated. Let us attempt to disassemble it to examine the internal structure. When Huawei unveiled the Tianxin 100, they referred to it as a bionic cell chip, yet its true nature remained a mystery, the first of its kind worldwide, and no one knew what it truly was. Moreover, Huawei had not filed any patents, leaving its secrets undisclosed. Even now, Huawei had yet to apply for relevant patents, and Cook and his team understood this technology had likely been classified as a state secret, rendering public disclosure impossible. Thus, in the short term, acquiring relevant technical information was unfeasible. The only option was to analyze the released Tianxin 100 through reverse engineering. The engineers ceased their discussion and began the disassembly process. The first method involved applying high temperatures to melt the outer metallic layer, heating it to over 1,000 degrees before the metal shell finally melted. However, the internal chip was reduced to ashes. The second method involved milling away the metal shell layer by layer. This was a meticulous task, and after several hours, they had barely managed to expose the internal structure, revealing the encapsulated Tianxin 100 and its integrated GPU. Quick, conduct tests, Cook ordered without hesitation. However, when faced with the Tianxin 100, Apple's engineers found themselves at a loss. Upon microscopic examination, they discovered that the chip itself was also encapsulated. As they continued to grind away the outer encapsulation, a viscous black liquid began to ooze from within, ultimately rendering the chip unusable. A liquid? How can it be a liquid? Is this an imitation of cellular fluid? Cook exclaimed in astonishment. We need to analyze the composition of this liquid immediately. After a considerable amount of time spent testing, the engineers finally identified the substance. It appears to be nanometer particles of thermochemical PCIO, the engineer reported. Cook frowned, realizing after the engineer's explanation that this was a relatively new material, recently discovered. However, beyond this, there was nothing left within the chip. At this juncture, Cook understood everything, stating, "All right, no." In Wanghu village, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. "Mr. Zhou, the sales of the Mate 40 have been impressive. CEO, you even tweeted that the first day's sales surpassed 500,000 units, and they are ramping up production," Li Ziyu recounted, sharing significant domestic news with Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu had the task of gathering both domestic and international news, organizing it daily to present to Zhou Yang. "Oh, that's quite good," Zhou Yang replied with a slight nod, not overly concerned. He was indifferent even if they sold 1 million or 10 million units in a single day. Lizu continued. "By the way, Mr. Zhou, after the release of the Mate 40, I noticed a plethora of disassembly content regarding the Tianxin 100 online. Could this lead to a leak of the Tianxin 100's technology?" "Leak?" Zhou Yang chuckled lightly at Li Ziyu's concern, saying, "Let me put it this way. When Apple released the A14, did they not fear that others would disassemble their chip and reverse engineer it? The internal structure is visible under an electron microscope. What laboratory lacks the necessary instruments? But the crux of the matter is, even if you expend considerable effort to decipher its internal principles and structure, can you manufacture it?" Li Ziyu paused, her expression shifting to one of realization. "Do you understand now? Even if I were to disclose the technical principles of the Tianxin 100 right now, could they produce it?" "They are overestimating their capabilities," Zhou Yang replied with a dismissive smile. "This technology is akin to a nuclear bomb. The principles of manufacturing are documented in physics textbooks, but can you actually create one? If not, what use is it to know? Therefore, imitation and reverse engineering are simply non-existent concepts." After concluding his thoughts, Zhou Yang redirected his attention to the task at hand. Li Bingxian and his team were diligently occupied. Before Zhou Yang lay an engine that was nearly fully assembled. Chapter 79. Successful test run with all the information pertaining to WS at his disposal. Li Bingxian, who had also participated in the project initiation and preliminary research of WS, was quite familiar with the entire endeavor. However, the most crucial aspect remained the successful preparation of high-strength crystalline steel. Indeed, through Su Chen's diligent efforts, the third generation of crystalline steel, envisioned by Zhou Yang, had been synthesized in the laboratory. The small blast furnace, already constructed outside the research institute, was finally ready for operation. "Mr. Zhou, the assembly is complete," Li Bingxian announced as he approached. "We have conducted the final inspection and found no issues." At this moment, Li Bingxian felt a surge of excitement. The production of WS had ultimately been resolved under his guidance. "Then let us proceed with the test run," Zhou Yang replied. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. This next step was pivotal. Replacing the key materials with high-strength crystalline steel was relatively straightforward, yet whether this new material could meet the process requirements remained uncertain. A failure in the test run would spell catastrophic disaster. Standing behind Zhou Yang, Li Ziyu softly suggested, "Mr. Zhou, should we inform the higher-ups about the test run?" It was clear that if they were aware of the test, Gao Jianjun and his team would undoubtedly come to observe. Zhou Yang handed over a pair of noise-canceling headphones, saying, "There is no need. We do not yet know the outcome. It is better to inform them only after we achieve success. While I am confident that we will succeed, there is always a chance of unforeseen circumstances." With this, Zhou Yang donned the headphones and nodded to Li Bingxian, signaling that they could commence. "Clear the area. Inject fuel," Li Bingxian commanded loudly. The engineers on site began to work with palpable intensity. "Fuel injection complete." "Good." Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang and shouted, "Start the engine." The ignition system activated, and the aircraft carrier, codenamed Eagle One, erupted with a tremendous roar. A torrent of crimson flame burst forth from the nozzle, and the deafening noise enveloped the entire testing ground. "The system is functioning well," Kong Ning exclaimed with excitement. The engineers present erupted into jubilant cheers. Successful ignition marked the first significant milestone. Li Bingxian raised his fist in a silent triumph, glancing at Zhou Yang, who remained composed. Mr. Zhou is truly unflappable, Li Bingxian thought to himself, realizing that the successful ignition was likely within Zhou Yang's expectations, hence the lack of exuberance. Li Bingxian declared, "Proceed to the next step, increase thrust." As the engine began to exert its power, the exhaust plume transformed into a pale blue hue, indicating complete combustion and stable thrust. Subsequently, as thrust continued to escalate, the exhaust stream elongated, and the air behind it shimmered in a haze. The test stand securing the engine emitted a disconcerting metallic distortion sound, a consequence of the immense thrust reacting against the test platform. "Thrust data is available," Kong Ning announced. "What is it?" Li Bingxian inquired urgently. "The current data collected is 121 kilonewtons," Kong Ning reported. "Excellent," Li Bingxian exclaimed, raising his fist in celebration. Zhou Yang nodded subtly. 121 kilonewtons of thrust was indeed the design target for WS. The Eagle One before them was built according to WS's blueprints, with the sole distinction being the substitution of crucial internal materials. This substitution enhanced the engine's durability rather than its design parameters, which were intrinsically linked to the overall design of the engine. Engage afterburners, Li Bingxian instructed. WS's design parameters indicated that without afterburner activation, the thrust could achieve 121 kilonewtons, equating to 12 tons of thrust, while with afterburners, it could reach a maximum of 18 tons. This figure was comparable to the F-119 engines on the F-22 from M country, and in fact, slightly exceeded it. The only disparity lay in the longevity of the F-119, which boasted a lifespan of 8,000 to 12,000 hours, whereas the current production from WS at Shifei barely reached 2,000 hours. The disparity between 2,000 and 10,000 hours underscored a monumental difference in materials. As the afterburners ignited, the engine expelled a blue torrent. The fuel consumption under afterburner conditions was staggering. One could say that what was being expelled was no longer merely exhaust flame but aviation fuel itself. However, the use of afterburners inflicted significant damage on the engine. Theoretically, an aircraft in flight could only use afterburners for a brief duration of 2 to 3 minutes, as prolonged use would lead to irreversible damage. With a commanding shout from Li Bingxian, the engine unleashed an even more thunderous roar. The sound reverberated throughout the testing ground, causing the entire mountainside to resonate. Outside the research institute, a soldier on patrol remarked to his squad leader, "Squad leader, does it feel like the ground is shaking? Is there an earthquake?" The squad leader, sensing the tremors, pondered momentarily before responding, "Don't be ridiculous. It might just be an experiment. Focus on your duties and mind your own business." At that moment, an urgent voice, "You are the closest. Proceed to investigate and maintain communication at all times." "Understood." The squad leader's expression changed, and he barked, "Everyone, target 391 area, move out." A group of 8 swiftly advanced, and as they approached, the squad leader gestured for them to take cover. All members immediately dropped to the ground, expertly concealed. The squad leader retrieved binoculars and began scanning the target area. Meanwhile, hidden within a patch of grass, a man clad in green camouflage, a foreign Caucasian, lay quietly, observing the research institute's direction through a high-definition telescope. Occasionally, the foreigner paused to jot down notes in a notebook. The notebook contained a rudimentary sketch of the perimeter of the research institute, marking the positions of guards and the patrol routes. Perhaps overly confident in his camouflage skills, the foreigner remained oblivious to the second squad's approach, which had drawn within 200 meters. After a thorough search, the squad leader had successfully pinpointed the foreigner hidden in the grass. "This little rascal is quite well concealed," the squad leader muttered, turning to his deputy, 1 o'clock direction, 200 meters away. "Li, take Gongzi and the other 3 to flank him. Wait for my command." Li and 3 soldiers promptly retreated, utilizing the terrain for cover as they stealthily maneuvered behind the foreigner. A minute and a half later, Li was in position. "Move in. Capture him alive. If he resists, shoot to kill." The squad leader issued the cold command. The 3 soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, yet they followed the squad leader without hesitation. As they crawled within 100 meters of the foreigner, the squad leader rose and dashed forward with the speed of the wind. "Damn it, I'm exposed." The foreigner, startled by the sudden appearance of the 4 soldiers, sprang to his feet and fled. But upon turning, He was met with the sight of another 4 soldiers who had appeared behind him. In an instant, the 8 soldiers had encircled the foreigner. "Don't move." 8 weapons were simultaneously aimed at him. The foreigner, his knees buckling, fell to the ground, raising his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I yield. Don't kill me." Chapter 80. Afterburn. For half an hour, inside the research institute. The experiment was still underway, and after engaging the afterburner, the thrust data continued to ascend. 170, 178. Kong Ning exclaimed excitedly, "We've reached maximum thrust." Li Bingxian, equally exhilarated, clenched his fist and immediately stated, "Maintain this for 2 minutes before shutting off the afterburner." A 2-minute burst of afterburner was deemed sufficient. However, Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Forget 2 minutes. Let us keep it in afterburner mode and run it continuously." Li Bingxian was taken aback and quickly responded, "That would damage the engine?" Zhou Yang retorted, "This is an experiment, and we must ascertain the limits as thoroughly as possible. If it breaks, so be it. Let us first see how far it can go in afterburner mode, and then you can assemble another one for a durability test to determine if it can achieve a design lifespan of 10,000 hours. Li Bingxian opened his mouth but refrained from further protest. Zhou Yang spoke so casually, yet assembling a new engine would entail considerable expense. Fortunately, at the Wanghu Village Research Institute, monetary concerns were secondary, allowing for unbridled manufacturing. "Very well, let us proceed. I wish to see how long it can endure in afterburner mode," Li Bingxian stated, or perhaps this was a test to ascertain the limits of high-strength crystalline steel. The experiment continued, with personnel temporarily evacuated from the site, as such extreme tests posed significant risks. An explosion would be a cause for alarm in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes had elapsed. Typically, under afterburner conditions, irreversible damage to the engine would occur by this time. Yet, upon glancing at Zhou Yang, who remained unfazed, Li Bingxian chose not to halt the experiment. Since Zhou Yang had spoken, they might as well push forward. 5 minutes turned into 10, then 15. The temperature within the testing grounds had soared to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and the engine's exhaust nozzle glowed a fiery red. Half an hour has passed. Li Bingxian swallowed hard, his gaze somewhat glazed. Below, Kong Ning called out, "Chief Engineer Li, we are running low on fuel." In afterburner mode, the engine consumed nearly a ton of aviation fuel every minute, and the WS engine utilized high-grade kerosene, which was even more costly. In just 30 minutes, they had burned through 200,000 to 300,000. The critical issue was the exorbitant fuel consumption. They had not prepared sufficient aviation kerosene for this test. While there were reserves available outside, there was no time to refuel now. "Shut it down," Li Bingxian urgently commanded. Only Zhou Yang would dare to conduct a 30-minute afterburn test. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, and Li Bingxian was the first to descend to the testing ground to conduct an inspection alongside Kong Ning and others. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, removed his headset and remarked, "Let us go." Operating in afterburner mode was akin to pushing the engine to its limits under extreme conditions, comparable to driving a car in first gear and flooring the accelerator to 6,000 RPM. In such circumstances, if the engine could endure for 30 minutes without catastrophic failure, it spoke volumes about its capabilities. This engine could be deemed a success. Zhou Yang felt it was time to advance to the next stage. The particle thruster, Chun Ruoyan, approached Zhou Yang, stating, "Mr. Zhou, we have identified a spy outside." "A spy?" Zhou Yang paused, not overly concerned, and replied, "Is the security of the research institute intact?" Chun Ruoyan nodded. She had not initially intended to inform Zhou Yang, but given the circumstances, they would indeed enhance the security measures, and fearing Zhou Yang might inquire, she decided it best to mention it. Noting Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, she felt relieved and assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, the security of the institute will not be compromised." "That is good to hear." Such matters of security were best left to professionals. As for the presence of a spy within the institute, Zhou Yang had anticipated this. The emergence of the Longxin battery and the Tianxin 100 would undoubtedly attract attention. The previous assassination attempt at the airport demonstrated that adversarial nations had already set their sights on Zhou Yang. With reconnaissance satellites saturating the skies, the only course of action was to bolster security, limiting their ability to observe while leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. The following day, a group hurriedly arrived at the research institute, including Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and several accompanying personnel. "Mr. Zhou, has your research been progressing smoothly during this period?" Li Tianshu inquired with a smile. Quite well, Zhou Yang replied, casting a glance at the individuals behind him. You are well informed. It was remarkable that news of the test drive had reached them so swiftly. Li Tianshu chuckled awkwardly. Gao Jianjun interjected. You burned through dozens of tons of aviation kerosene in a single day. If we were unaware, that would be rather embarrassing, so how did the engine test go? Initially, the government had not anticipated Zhou Yang to produce results so swiftly. Yet, only a short time had passed, and they were already conducting tests, an unusually rapid pace. Zhou Yang nodded. I would say it was successful. They are currently assessing the damage, so let us go have a look. Damage? Li Tianshu was taken aback. Had the engine been damaged? Zhou Yang explained. I instructed them to run the afterburner for 30 minutes yesterday. It is likely that some damage has occurred. Cough, cough, cough. The individuals accompanying Gao Jianjun suddenly erupted in coughs. 30 minutes of afterburn? Surely you jest. Such an extended afterburn would not merely cause damage. It would surely render the engine inoperative. Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward the group, the leader being a middle-aged man with streaks of gray at his temples. And these individuals are? Gao Jianjun hastily interjected. I almost forgot the introductions. Mr. Zhou, these are engineers from Shifei, responsible for the WS project. This gentleman is the project leader, Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Ah, I see. Welcome, Zhou Yang greeted, extending his hand to Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had neither met Zhou Yang nor heard of him, yet he understood that Zhou Yang held a significant position, as even Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun treated him with utmost respect. However, Zhou Yang's claim of running the afterburner for 30 minutes left Yuan Haifeng somewhat incredulous, prompting him to state, Mr. Zhou, it is highly improbable that an aircraft engine can endure 30 minutes of afterburn. This was a rather diplomatic way of expressing doubt, as if he were on the verge of accusing Zhou Yang of fabrication. Zhou Yang remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, whether it is true or not, Engineer Yuan, we shall see for ourselves. By the way, General Gao, has the aviation kerosene been arranged? Zhou Yang inquired further. As the head of the General Equipment Department, Gao Jianjun was technically responsible for the allocation of aviation kerosene. However, this was a minor issue that would not necessarily reach Gao Jianjun's level. Gao Jianjun, however, responded cheerfully, it is already on the way. We have arranged for 2,000 tons to start with, and we can always procure more if needed. As they conversed, the group arrived at the previous testing site. Inside the testing grounds, Yuan Haifeng and his colleagues immediately spotted the tubular aircraft engine on the test stand, noting its striking resemblance to their WS model. Below the engine, numerous individuals were bustling about. Li Bingxian. Yuan Haifeng's gaze fixed on a central figure. Li Bingxian, sensing a presence, turned and immediately recognized Yuan Haifeng, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Yuan Haifeng? Chapter 81. Half-year mass production. Li Bingxian stepped down from the test platform and strode over. What brings you here? He inquired with a tone that lacked warmth. Zhou Yang was taken aback. It appeared that these two not only knew each other, but also harbored some grievances. Yuan Haifeng gazed at the engine ahead and remarked, Is this the engine you developed? It looks identical to ours. When you left Shifei, you were vociferous about creating your own engine, yet here you are, seemingly copying ours. Li Tianshu was about to intervene, but Zhou Yang shook his head. Clearly, this was a matter between the two of them. Li Bingxian replied, Indeed, this is a replica of your WS project. However, we have employed entirely new materials. I can assure you that aside from the exterior resemblance, the internals are fundamentally different. As for your claims of imitation, let me inform you, this is merely the beginning. I will design a completely new engine that rivals the M Nation's F-135. No, one that surpasses the F-135 in power. The F-135 is recognized as the most advanced and powerful engine in the world. Yuan Haifeng scoffed, anyone can boast, but the real challenge lies in execution. I heard that during your test yesterday, you ran the afterburner for 30 minutes. How did it fare? Is the engine now scrap? Scrap? Li Bingxian scoffed coldly and shouted, Kong Ning, refuel the engine and prepare for another test? Very well, I am eager to witness how your claims measure up, Yuan Haifeng retorted, equally confrontational. Zhou Yang suggested, let us move to a higher vantage point. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun nodded with smiles, following Zhou Yang to the upper level. Mr. Zhou, on the 10th of next month, there will be an aviation exhibition. Will this engine be ready for presentation? Gao Jianjun suddenly inquired. Zhou Yang cast a puzzled glance at Gao Jianjun. The WS, constructed from high-strength crystalline steel, had only just been assembled and had yet to undergo thorough testing. After all, this was an aircraft engine directly tied to the safety of fighter pilots, and it required prolonged testing to ensure it was 100% safe and reliable before being installed. Furthermore, even after installation, extensive practical testing would follow before final production could commence, which could take several years. It is worth noting that the engine used in the F-22, the F-119, is a product from the 1980s. Such engines are designed for longevity. However, since Gao Jianjun had posed the question, there must be a valid reason behind it. Zhou Yang, after some contemplation, responded, "Personally, I believe the concerns are manageable. Even if it is to be installed on an aircraft, I cannot guarantee it with absolute certainty." The WS engine had been in development by the nation for over a decade, and theoretically, there were no significant issues. The main challenge lay in the materials. Zhou Yang had complete confidence in the durability of high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded slightly and refrained from further comment, instead directing his gaze downward. Below, Yuan Haifeng and his engineers were already collaborating on the adjustments. "Yuan, the materials inside seem genuinely distinct," one engineer whispered to Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had also noticed this and was inclined to believe Li Bingshuan's assertion about the new materials, but he would not be convinced until he saw the actual test results. "Clear the area. Ignition." At the command, the engine roared to life, emitting a tremendous bellow. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. Achieving ignition was already a significant milestone. Li Bingxian shot Yuan Haifeng a proud glance and commanded, "Increase thrust, engage afterburner." Kong Ning, aware of the history between his mentor and Yuan Haifeng, was keen to demonstrate the prowess of the Eagle One. He promptly initiated the thrust increase, and upon reaching maximum thrust, activated the afterburner. Instantly, the roar intensified, resonating through the air. Those nearby could feel the engine's ferocious growl beneath their feet. "Excellent!" Gao Jianjun exclaimed, rising with excitement. "How does it feel?" Li Bingxian asked with an air of arrogance. Yuan Haifeng merely smirked, his voice low. "It's still too early to celebrate." As time passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes, Yuan Haifeng's expression began to shift. Meanwhile, Gao Jianjun beside Zhou Yang was brimming with exhilaration. 10 minutes of afterburner operation could reveal a great deal. "Continue," Li Bingxian gritted his teeth and ordered. "Kong Ning, today I intend to test the limits of this engine." Fortunately, they had urgently requisitioned 100 tons of aviation kerosene from the fuel depot the previous day. Otherwise, testing would have been impossible. Yuan Haifeng's expression underwent a transformation. The engineers behind him wore looks of incredulity. "How can this be? It's been 15 minutes, and under normal circumstances, the engine should have encountered issues by now." 15 minutes of afterburner operation was already alarming. It was no exaggeration to say that if an engine operated in such a manner, it would most certainly be rendered inoperative upon landing, if not explode mid-air. Moreover, based on the engine's fuel consumption, it was doubtful it could sustain 15 minutes of afterburner operation. Yet, the Eagle One had continued for 15 minutes, and externally, the engine appeared to be operating stably. Could it be they truly ran the afterburner for 30 minutes yesterday? What materials did they utilize to withstand such stress? Before long, 30 minutes had elapsed. Li Bingxian did not issue a halt. The experiment continued. Gao Jianjun asked in astonishment, "Is this high-strength crystalline steel truly that powerful?" Gao Jianjun understood that the Eagle One bore no structural differences from the WS engine, save for the materials used in its core components. Zhou Yang nodded, affirming that high-strength crystalline steel was not only exceptionally strong, but also renowned for its structural stability and resilience. "By the way, has the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel been completed?" Li Tianchu suddenly inquired. With the engine now resolved, it implied that the high-strength crystalline steel had also reached completion. Zhou Yang confirmed, "Indeed, it has been produced, and the next step is to tackle mass production. Academician Su and his team are currently advancing this process." Li Tianchu's eyes brightened. "This material has a multitude of applications: tank armor, ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks and fighter jet skins. If it enters mass production, it would be phenomenal." Gao Jianjun quickly added, "Mr. Zhou, how long do you anticipate it will take to resolve the mass production issue?" Once mass production commenced, this material would be akin to a universal metal, providing immense enhancements to weaponry and equipment. Zhou Yang reflected seriously before responding, I estimate it will be around mid-next year. Is it truly that swift? Gao Jianjun was taken aback. TO resolve mass production issues within 6 months was remarkably fast. However, considering Zhou Yang had previously assisted BYD in resolving the mass production of Longshin batteries in under 2 months and the Tianjin 100 within a few months, it seemed plausible that high-strength crystalline steel could also achieve mass production within a 6-month timeframe. Chapter 82 The honors that should be bestowed. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. The mature technical data was available, and resolving the mass production issues within 6 months was already quite slow. In fact, Zhou Yang believed that 3 to 4 months would be more than sufficient. The sluggish pace was largely attributable to the peculiarities of steel production. The equipment in steel mills was substantial, with numerous challenges to overcome. Li Tianshu murmured, 6 months to resolve mass production, Mr. Zhou? What scale are we talking about? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and replied, on the order of tens of millions of tons. How much? Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Shouldn't the output of such specialized steel be relatively low? Of course, given the current scale of domestic steel production, an annual output of tens of millions of tons would only classify as a medium to large steel mill, not a major one. Nevertheless, even this was astonishing. Gao Jianjun was equally taken aback and remarked, tens of millions of tons, Mr. Zhou, you must be joking. Zhou Yang responded, I assure you, I have no time for jesting. Therefore, preliminary work can actually commence now, such as selecting a site for the steel mill. A steel mill of that magnitude would require at least 20 square kilometers of land and a workforce nearing 10,000. If mass production were to begin in 6 months, planning needed to start immediately. Gao Jianjun nodded gravely, saying, very well, I will arrange this matter and ensure it does not impede your progress. Just then, an unusual noise emanated from the engine below. Shut it down quickly, Li Bingxian exclaimed, his expression changing rapidly. The engine gradually came to a halt. It was evident that the tail end of the engine had already sustained some deformation. This engine was most likely beyond salvage. However, Yuan Haifeng did not mock. Instead, he asked blankly, how long has it been? A nearby individual replied, approximately 45 minutes. To maintain an afterburner state for 45 minutes before issues arise. How is that even possible? Yuan Haifeng muttered to himself. The durability was simply extraordinary. What materials did you use? Yuan Haifeng hurriedly approached Li Bingxian for answers. Li Bingxian, with a proud expression, noted that the 45 minutes of afterburning had exceeded his expectations. Casting a glance at the observation chamber above, he said, the primary internal material is the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Mr. Zhou. Impressive, isn't it? Yuan Haifeng nodded fervently. This was beyond impressive. It was simply phenomenal. By the way, you mentioned that this high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Mr. Zhou. Is that true? Yuan Haifeng inquired, as he had assumed Zhou Yang was merely a manager due to his youth. Li Bingxian, anticipating Yuan Haifeng's thoughts, said, Yuan, you ought to be more respectful towards Mr. Zhou. He is the most remarkable scientist I have ever encountered. Are you familiar with the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100? Yuan Haifeng nodded, slightly dazed. These two were undoubtedly the hottest technological advancements at present. Those were developed by Mr. Zhou, Li Bingxian stated. Yuan Haifeng's mouth fell open in disbelief, muttering, how is that even possible? The breadth of research spanning batteries, chips, and specialized steel was simply too vast. While it is said that crossing fields can be fruitful, this level of mastery was astonishing. At that moment, Zhou Yang and Gao Jianjun approached. Engineer Yuan, what do you think? Gao Jianjun asked with a smile. Yuan Haifeng snapped back to reality, ignoring Gao Jianjun, and hurried to Zhou Yang, saying, Mr. Zhou, I heard from Li Bingxian that the high-strength crystalline steel was developed by you. Can we utilize this material at Shifei? The nation was not lacking in engine design and theoretical research. Even now, many design blueprints lay idle, gathering dust, not due to a lack of will, but because of inferior materials that hindered production. Moreover, Shifei had numerous research projects, such as civil engines and helicopter engines, all constrained by material issues, preventing breakthroughs. If they could acquire high-strength crystalline steel, all these problems would vanish. How could Yuan Haifeng not be excited? Zhou Yang replied with a smile, Engineer Yuan, there's no issue with that. The high-strength crystalline steel has completed its laboratory preparation phase and will enter mass production within 6 months. When production ramps up, you can use it however you see fit. Mass production? Is it already set to begin? Yuan Haifeng was left speechless, suddenly feeling as though he had awakened to a transformed world, as if he had stepped into the future. This astonishing material, which he had just learned about, was about to be mass-produced. Zhou Yang continued, how about this? Li, take Engineer Yuan to see Academician Su. There may be potential for collaboration between us and Shifei in the future. The particle propulsion system was no small project. Collaboration with leading enterprises like Shifei was indispensable. Li Bingxian shot a disgruntled glance at Yuan Haifeng, saying, what are you still standing there for? Come with me. After seeing them off, Zhou Yang led Li Tianshu back to the office. Mr. Zhou, regarding what I mentioned earlier, will you be able to attend the air show? Gao Jianjun inquired once more. Why would I not? Zhou Yang instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss, wondering, are you suggesting I participate? Zhou Yang thought Gao Jianjun was merely inquiring whether the Xiong one could be showcased. Gao Jianjun nodded with a smile. Yes, we would like you to attend. Zhou Yang was taken aback, saying, are they not concerned about my identity being exposed? Zhou Yang was already under scrutiny from hostile forces, with assassination attempts looming, and even spies appearing around the research institute's perimeter. Li Tianshu interjected, no, they are certainly concerned, but they believe you should not remain unnoticed. A person of your stature deserves to enjoy the honors befitting your contributions to the nation. In the past, it was often said that researchers should remain unnoticed throughout their lives, dedicating themselves to the country until death before enjoying any accolades. But that is unjust. They have made countless contributions to the country and deserve to enjoy the highest honors and treatment. Previously, our nation was weak and constrained by reality, preventing us from bestowing the honors they were due. However, things are different now. The nation has grown strong and fears no challenges. Why should these individuals, who have made tremendous contributions, have to hide their identities in obscurity? Your greatness should be chronicled in history, recognized by all citizens, and etched in their memories forever. Zhou Yang gazed at Li Tianshu in a daze. A torrent of emotions surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. In that moment, Zhou Yang recalled his parents, who had lived their lives in obscurity, dedicating themselves to the country. Though they had no regrets, Zhou Yang often felt a sense of injustice for them. Yet now, Zhou Yang felt that the country had not forgotten individuals like them. Very well. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously. Chapter 83. Invitation to the Research Institute's back mountain. A grove of cypress trees stands in stark contrast to the entire Research Institute. However, this area is heavily guarded. Mr. Zhou has entered, Chen Ruoyun inquired. Two soldiers nodded in response. With a soft sigh, Chen Ruoyun stepped into the woods. Deep within the grove lie two graves, the resting places of Zhou Yang's parents. At this moment, Zhou Yang stood quietly before the tombstones. Chen Ruoyun chose not to disturb him. Instead, she bowed respectfully to the graves before standing silently at a distance. After a while, Zhou Yang turned around, surprised to see Chen Ruoyun, and asked, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Chen Ruoyun shook her head and produced a pristine white handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to him. Zhou Yang's eyes were slightly reddened. He did not take it, casually wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and remarked, not many people use handkerchiefs these days. Chen Ruoyun replied, my mother embroidered it for me. She said it was blessed at a temple to ensure my safety and insisted I carry it with me always. Zhou Yang walked out, saying, by the way, New Year's is just around the corner, isn't it? Chen Ruoyun nodded in affirmation. Well then, I'll grant you a 2-day leave to go home and celebrate, Zhou Yang declared. Chen Ruoyun quickly shook her head, saying, no need. I usually don't return home for New Year's. Moreover, for someone like Chen Ruoyun, it was uncertain whether she could make it home even during the holidays. Zhou Yang inquired, I haven't asked yet. Where is your home? CS City, Chen Ruoyun replied. Zhou Yang responded, that's not too far, then. All right, it's settled. I'll give you 2 days off to visit your family and celebrate the new year. Afterward, he murmured to himself, and not just you, but Ziyu, Academician Su, and Engineer Li should also have some time off. Research is important, but everyone deserves a break. Chen Ruoyun wanted to say more, but Zhou Yang's expression turned serious as he stated, as the head of the institute, my word is final. Chen Ruoyun smiled wryly and conceded, very well. After a pause, she asked, and what about you? Knowing that Zhou Yang had no remaining family, she inquired further. Me? Zhou Yang replied, I still have matters to attend to. Chen Ruoyun suggested, Mr. Zhou, you just mentioned the importance of balancing work and rest. How about this? Why not accompany me back home for New Year's? Accompany you back? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ruoyun, speechless. Are you worried something might happen to me that will your family be agreeable? Zhou Yang hesitated. Chen Ruoyun assured him, what could they possibly object to? It would be our honor if you wish to join us. Well, fine then. Zhou Yang finally nodded. Chen Ruoyun smiled and stepped back a couple of paces, positioning herself behind Zhou Yang. By the way, how many family members do you have? I need to prepare gifts in advance, Zhou Yang asked, feeling it would be remiss not to bring something, especially since he regarded Chen Ruoyun not only as his bodyguard but also as his girlfriend. In preparation, Zhou Yang had asked Li Ziyu to assist him in selecting some gifts. Although personally purchasing them would have shown more thoughtfulness, Zhou Yang had been too busy to find the time, so he entrusted the task to her. Before long, New Year's Day arrived. On the morning of the 1st, Zhou Yang boarded the car, with Chen Ruoyun driving him back to her hometown. There was only one car nearby, but Zhou Yang sensed that additional security was discreetly following them. Since the assassination attempt, the security measures surrounding him had become almost excessive. While they hadn't reached the point of preemptively clearing every location, it was close enough. VIP is on the move. Falcon 1, maintain vigilance, came the communication from above. Falcon acknowledges, currently in pursuit. A military helicopter circled overhead. The pilot's focus remained on the vehicle below. The cabin doors opened, revealing two snipers poised and ready, while an observer used a high-precision telescope to monitor the situation below. Zhou Yang remained unaware of these security protocols. An hour and a half later, they arrived at their destination, a quaint village in the countryside of CS City. There aren't many cars on the road today, Zhou Yang remarked as he exited the vehicle. Chen Ruoyun suppressed a chuckle. It wasn't that there were few cars, but rather that someone had cleared the way. The residence was a modest two-story building at the edge of the village, with sprawling fields to the left and a small river across the street. In the courtyard, two flourishing osmanthus trees stood proudly. A BMW 3 Series was parked in the small space before the gate, indicating that guests had already arrived. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang opened the trunk to retrieve the gifts, all of which had been prepared by Li Ziyu. He wasn't entirely sure what she had selected. Chen Ruoyun's family was small. Her parents were present, along with an older sister who was already married, and a young niece. Let me carry that, Chen Ruoyun offered as she noticed Zhou Yang struggling with the gifts, but he declined. No, it's improper for the host to carry gifts. With that, he followed Chen Ruoyun inside. Auntie. In the courtyard, a 7- or 8-year-old girl was jumping rope. Upon seeing Chen Ruoyun, she exclaimed with delight and rushed over. Tong tong. Chen Ruoyun scooped the girl up in her arms. The little girl affectionately hugged Chen Ruoyun before shouting, Grandpa and Grandma, Auntie is back. This is my superior. The girl stared wide-eyed and asked, Auntie, what does superior mean? Oh, still playing innocent with me? Chen Ruoyun teased as she gently tickled the girl, at that moment. Here, it was Chen Ruoyun's parents, along with her older sister and brother-in-law. Ruoyun, what brings you back? Her sister, Chen Ruoshi, exclaimed in surprise. Their mother, Li Guizhi, hurried forward, her excitement palpable as she embraced Chen Ruoyun. In contrast, Chen Ruoyun's father, Chen Tao, after a moment of excitement, scoffed and remarked, It's a wonder you remembered to come back. Otherwise, we might have thought you were dead out there. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Our daughter rarely comes home. Why aren't you happy? Li Guizhi scolded. After chastising him, she turned her attention to Zhou Yang, her eyes lighting up as she asked, Ruoyun, who is this, your boyfriend? Chen Ruoyun's face flushed again as she stole a glance at Zhou Yang. Seeing that he did not react too strongly, she hastily shook her head, saying, Mom, don't say that. This is Mr. Zhou, my superior. Zhou Yang quickly added, Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Zhou Yang, and I am Chen Ruoyun's boyfriend. Li Guizhi smiled warmly, saying, Of course, he is clearly your boyfriend. Enough with the superior nonsense, I understand. All right, Xiao Zhou, please come in and make yourself comfortable. Chen Ruoyun's face turned beet red from embarrassment. Although Zhou Yang felt a bit awkward, he couldn't help but appreciate the warmth he had not felt in many years. Chapter 84. It's actually quite simple upon entering the room. Ah, you must be Xiao Zhou. Greetings, I am Zhangbo. Welcome to our home. Come, Tong Tong, Quickly greet your uncle, said Chen Ruoyun's brother-in-law, a refined middle-aged gentleman who greeted Zhou Yang with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoyun's complexion turned pale. Her mother referred to Zhou Yang as Xiao Zhou, which felt inappropriate to her, but now even her brother-in-law was calling him that. After all, this was Zhou Yang. Ask anyone around, and they would respectfully address him as Mr. Zhou. Who would dare call him Xiao Zhou? Zhou Yang, however, bore no signs of irritation and stood up to shake hands, saying, "Hello." Afterward, he presented his gift, stating, "Uncle and Auntie, I apologize for intruding. This is a small token I brought for you. I wasn't sure what you would prefer, so I chose something simple. I hope you like it." "Oh, your presence is gift enough. There's no need for any presents," replied Li Guizhi cheerfully, casting a stern glance at Chen Ruoyun, who stubbornly denied that Zhou Yang was her boyfriend, despite him arriving with a gift in hand. Chen Ruoyun wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. She truly regretted inviting Zhou Yang to her home. "Gift? Uncle Zhou, may I see mine?" Zhang Tong asked eagerly. The package was a large, hefty box. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a violin." Zhou Yang responded, "I believe you are learning the violin, so I thought you might enjoy having one of your own. Do you like it?" Zhang Tong nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I love it. I absolutely love it." Zhang Bo was taken aback. Violins are not inexpensive. As he picked it up, he gasped, "I recognize this brand. It appears to be a handcrafted Italian model. They produce very few each year, and one could easily be worth hundreds of thousands." He turned to Zhou Yang, saying, "This gift is far too extravagant. We cannot accept it." The mention of hundreds of thousands shocked Chen Ruoyun and the others present. Zhou Yang was also momentarily taken aback. This violin was purchased by Li Ziyu, and he was unaware of its specifics or cost. Now that it was in hand, returning it was out of the question. "It has already been purchased. Let us keep it. Tong Tong loves it," Zhou Yang insisted. Zhang Tong nodded earnestly in agreement. Just as Zhang Bo was about to speak again, Chen Ruoyun interjected, "Brother-in-law, since it is a gift from Mr. Zhou, you should accept it. Is that appropriate?" Zhang Bo hesitated. Li Guizhi, however, boldly declared, "After all, we are family now. There's no need for formality." The mention of family caused Chen Ruoyun to cough violently as she quickly clarified, "Mom, I've told you 100 times, he is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. I invited him over to celebrate the new year." I understand, Li Guizhi replied, seemingly oblivious, as she opened her gift to reveal a jade amulet. Chen Tao also opened his gift, revealing an inkstone, which piqued his interest. He enjoyed practicing calligraphy and had acquired a few inkstones, but this one was clearly of exceptional quality, an old mine product, likely a collectible of considerable value. As for Chen Ruoxu, she received a set of foreign cosmetics. Zhang Bo quickly calculated the value of Zhou Yang's gifts, realizing they exceeded 1 million. He was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Guizhi's admiration for Zhou Yang grew with every glance. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also quite handsome. "Xiao Zhou, what do you do for a living? Have you bought a house? Do you have a car?" Li Guizhi inquired. "Mom," Chen Ruoyun exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Let me reiterate, Mr. Zhou is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand," Li Guizhi replied, seemingly unfazed, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yang. Chen Ruoyun was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, feeling utterly helpless. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Auntie, I work in research and development. I should have both a house and a car." "Research and development is good. It is not exhausting," Li Guizhi remarked. Zhang Bo, curious, asked, "Xiao Zhou, what kind of research do you do?" Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment. He couldn't very well say he was researching mechas. "Artificial intelligence," he finally replied. Zhang Bo nodded approvingly, saying, "That's a promising field with great future potential." Li Guizhi was all smiles, telling Zhou Yang, "Please, make yourself comfortable. Old man, why are you just sitting there? Say something. I'll go prepare dinner." With that, she firmly dragged Chen Ruoyun out, evidently intending to interrogate her. Poor Chen Ruoyun, a capable female special police officer who could take down dozens, found herself utterly powerless against Li Guizhi. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. If he were to marry Chen Ruoyun, that wouldn't be so bad. He would finally have a family. However, the very next instant, He dismissed the notion, recognizing it as merely his unilateral desire. Who knew what Chen Ruoyun thought? Perhaps, in her eyes, he was merely a superior. Chan Tao, not particularly articulate, engaged Zhou Yang in awkward small talk until the conversation dwindled. In contrast, Zhang Bo was thoroughly engaged, discussing various topics with Zhou Yang. During their conversation, Zhou Yang learned that Zhang Bo was also in research and development, working as an engineer for a company named Huawei Electromechanical. Meanwhile, dinner was prepared, and Chen Ruoxu came to invite everyone to eat. Just then, Zhang Bo suddenly received a phone call. What? It's broken. How could that be? What exactly is happening? Zhang Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he answered the call. What's wrong? Chen Ruoxu inquired. Zhang Bo hung up and replied, Dear, I may need to return to the company. Return to the company? Now, your company is in SZ, over 1,000 kilometers away. Are you joking? Chen Ruoxu exclaimed. I don't want to either, Zhang Bo said, but the project I'm overseeing has encountered. The hydraulic pipe has ruptured. This order is worth millions, and if I mess this up, I might lose my year-end bonus. But Chen Ruoxu was at a loss for what to do. Zhang Tong clung to Zhang Bo's arm, pleading, Daddy, please don't go. Zhang Bo felt a pang of reluctance, but the situation demanded his attention. At that moment, Zhou Yang interjected, Brother Zhang, you mentioned the hydraulic pipe ruptured. Could you elaborate on the situation? Perhaps I could help resolve it. You? Zhang Bo glanced at Zhou Yang, thinking to himself that a fellow in artificial intelligence, who spent his time coding, likely wouldn't comprehend mechanical issues. Nevertheless, since Zhou Yang asked, Zhang Bo explained, our company specializes in transmission systems. We recently took on a project with high design requirements. One of the pumps had to withstand a pressure of 2,000 psi, but the pump diameter could only be 2 inches. We tried several materials, but all of them cracked. Initially, we switched to a nickel-chromium alloy, and it performed well during testing, but after a few hundred uses, it cracked again. I see, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. It's actually quite simple. Chapter 80. Zhou Yang inquired. Chen Tao, perplexed, handed him a sheet of rice paper and stood behind Zhou Yang to observe. Zhou Yang picked up a brush and inscribed a composition chart upon the paper. This denotes the ratio of the added elements, and this outlines the manufacturing process. If there's no steel mill to customize it for you, you may utilize nickel-aluminum high-temperature alloy directly, and then employ this method for processing. It will similarly meet the design specifications. Zhou Yang proceeded to write down several processing techniques. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang, harboring deep skepticism that Zhou Yang was merely scribbling nonsense. Will this actually work? Zhang Bo asked. Chen Ruoxu replied, whether it works or not, you'll find out by trying to. In any case, I want to allow you to return right now. Zhang Bo felt overwhelmed, about to argue further, when Chen Ruoyun interjected, brother-in-law, just give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou. After this, Chen Ruoyun leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, do these things need to be kept confidential? Zhou Yang shook his head. It was simply a basic high-strength alloy material. What need was there for secrecy? This Zhang Bo hesitated before snapping a picture to send to his colleagues. All right, let us hurry and eat. Even if you truly need to return, you should eat first, Li Guizhi called out. Zhang Bo deliberately lagged behind, grabbing Chen Ruoyun's arm and whispering, Ruoyun, isn't this young Zhou a computer expert? How does he know about metal materials? Can we trust what he has written? Upon hearing Zhang Bo refer to Zhou Yang as young Zhou, Chen Ruoyun felt a surge of frustration, gritting her teeth. It's Mr. Zhou, brother-in-law. If you keep calling him young Zhou, I will be upset. I've told you 100 times. He is my superior. Zhang Bo, however, appeared unfazed. What superior? Once you two are married, won't you be the one in charge at home? At that time, will he still acknowledge me as his brother-in-law? Chen Ruoyun was both amused and exasperated. By the way, you should quickly tell me, is what young Zhou wrote trustworthy? Does he even understand this stuff? Zhang Bo pressed on. Chen Ruoyun gritted her teeth and asserted, you can rest assured. If he isn't reliable, then there would be no reliable people left in this world. To have a national-level scientist resolve your technical issues, and you still question him? The meal was quite ordinary, consisting of home-cooked dishes, yet Zhou Yang found it immensely comforting. It had been many years since he had savored home-cooked cuisine. Once seated, Chen Tao promptly opened a bottle of Tianchuan and asked, Young Zhou, can you drink? Just as Chen Ruoyun was about to intervene, Zhou Yang replied, I can drink, uncle. Chen Ruoyun regarded Zhou Yang with skepticism. She had never witnessed him drinking, regardless of the company. Well, a man should be able to drink, Chun Tao declared, taking a small cup and filling it for Zhou Yang. Noticing Zhang Bo still engrossed in his phone, Chun Tao admonished, "It's time to eat. Put down your phones." Zhang Bo jolted, quickly silencing and stowing away his device. Chun Tao raised his glass and declared, "Today, I am very pleased. First, Ruoyun is back home, and second, we have young Zhou here with us. Young Zhou, on behalf of my family, I welcome you." Zhou Yang hurriedly lifted his glass in gratitude. Chun Tao downed nearly half his cup and casually remarked, "Ruoyun, you're not getting any younger. You reach 26 this year, right? Hurry up and pick a date for your wedding with young Zhou next year." With a loud crack, the wooden chopsticks in Chen Ruoyun's hand snapped. Zhou Yang nearly spewed out his drink, turning his head to cough violently. "You old fool, can't you keep your mouth shut even while drinking?" Li Guizhi scolded, rushing to pat Zhou Yang's back. "Auntie, I'm fine," Zhou Yang said, glancing at Chen Ruoyun. She was looking back at him, her eyes filled with apology and apprehension, and faintly, a glimmer of expectation. Throughout this meal, Zhou Yang felt somewhat uneasy. He drank quite a bit, finishing one cup only to be served another. As the drinking continued, he eventually lost consciousness. "You old fool, he is so young. Why are you forcing him to drink?" Li Guizhi scolded again. Chun Tao retorted, "What's wrong with a man getting drunk? I'll take care of him," Chen Ruoyun said, rising to scoop Zhou Yang up and exit the dining room. Zhang Bo shivered, commenting, "Young Zhou seems quite mild-mannered. I just worry he might get bullied by Ruoyun in the future." They were all aware of Ruoyun's formidable capabilities. When Zhou Yang awoke, it was already dark. As he reached out, he unexpectedly felt a hand. Turning his head, he found Chen Ruoyun lying beside him. The moment she felt his touch, Chen Ruoyun reflexively opened her eyes, quickly sitting up in a defensive posture. "Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Would you like some water?" Chen Ruoyun asked hurriedly. Zhou Yang nodded, took the cup, drank a bit, and then inquired, "What time is it?" "It's almost midnight," Chen Ruoyun replied. "Midnight?" Zhou Yang exclaimed, "Have I really slept for so long?" Chen Ruoyun had already turned on the light. Zhou Yang looked around and noticed many feminine items, quickly realizing, "Is this your room?" "I apologize for sleeping in your bed. It's no problem." Chen Ruoyun shook her head, then asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you feel all right? Should I call a doctor to check on you?" If something were to happen while drinking at home, Chen Ruoyun would be in deep trouble. Zhou Yang shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Chen Ruoyun quickly said, "Then you should rest a little longer. I'll be right here. Just call me if you need anything." Zhou Yang lay back down, intending to speak, but dizziness overtook him once more, and he fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoyun did not return to bed. Instead, she seated herself on the sofa across from him, quietly watching Zhou Yang. "It's a pity. I am not worthy of you." A low sigh escaped into the night. The following morning, Zhou Yang rose. "Young Zhou is up." Li Guizhi had prepared a toothbrush, clean towel, and other necessities for him at once. "Thank you, Auntie." Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude, warmth swelling within him. "Young Zhou," Zhang Bo burst into the bathroom, enveloping Zhou Yang in a huge embrace. Nearby, Chen Ruoyun nearly froze in shock, wishing she could rush over and kick Zhang Bo away. "Young Zhou, you're amazing. The thing you gave me worked perfectly. No leaks at all, not a single one," Zhang Bo exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement as if he wanted to plant a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Zhou Yang smiled and replied, "I'm glad it worked." Zhang Bo continued, "How should I thank you? How about a commission? I'll go speak to our superior about it right away." Zhou Yang quickly grasped Zhang Bo's arm, saying, "Brother Zhang, there's no need." "It wasn't a big deal," Li Guizhi interjected. "Yes, you should. Why decline? Young Zhou, don't be foolish. This money isn't coming from your brother-in-law, it's from their company. Zhang Bo, you should not only accept it but ask for a bit more. It's a contract worth millions. With young Zhou's significant help, you should at least request 100,000. Zhang Bo hung his head, while Zhou Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. Chapter 86. A series of setbacks. Zhou Yang had spent an entire day at the Chen residence and was now preparing to depart. On the way back, Chen Ruoyun drove in silence. Zhou Yang gazed out of the window, and after a moment of contemplation, suddenly inquired, "Ruoyun, if I were to propose to you, would you accept?" The car swerved abruptly, coming to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. In the sky above, Chaos ensued. "Something has happened. Move quickly," the driver shouted frantically over the communication channel. A helicopter swiftly descended, landing with precision. Simultaneously, several off-road vehicles surged forward, halting decisively in front of the sedan. Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed towards them. "Establish a defensive perimeter," commanded a major, his voice ringing out authoritatively. Immediately, the soldiers surrounded the sedan, creating a formidable first line of defense. Above, the helicopter hovered ominously, its 23mm cannon pod poised for action. The major approached without hesitation, opening the car door. Zhou Yang, clutching his head, had bumped it during the sudden stop. In the driver's seat, Chun Ruoyun appeared utterly stunned. "Mr. Zhou, are you all right?" the major asked urgently. In the distance, a doctor bearing a first aid kit hurried over from an off-road vehicle. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." He then turned to Chun Ruoyun, asking, "Ruoyun, are you okay?" Chun Ruoyun nodded vacantly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was taken away in a backup vehicle, leaving Chun Ruoyun to handle the situation. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Han Haining. As soon as the call connected, he launched into a tirade. "Chun Ruoyun, what on earth are you doing? This is the second time. Are you even capable of doing your job? If not, come back right now." After a full 5 minutes of scolding, Han Haining paused to ask, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Chun Ruoyun took a moment of silence before responding slowly. "He said he wants to marry me." "What did he say?" "No way," Han Haining exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. After 10 seconds of stunned silence, he lowered his voice and asked, "Chun Ruoyun, are you saying Mr. Zhou wants to marry you?" "Yes," Chun Ruoyun replied, still in a daze. "Did you agree?" Han Haining pressed eagerly. "I didn't," Chun Ruoyun admitted. "Are you out of your mind? How can you refuse such an opportunity? You're 26, my dear girl. In a few years, you'll be considered an old maid. Who knows who will want to marry you then? Mr. Zhou is willing, and you turned him down." "This is Mr. Zhou we're talking about, Chun Ruoyun. You ought to be grateful. If I were a woman, 30 years younger, I'd be clamoring to marry him. You have truly vexed me." Chun Ruoyun bit her lip and replied, "I never said I was unwilling. It was just so sudden that I didn't have time to react." "What? You didn't refuse?" "I knew it. There is no woman who can turn down a young talent like Mr. Zhou, a man of great stature." Han Haining exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "This is wonderful news. Chun Ruoyun, remember, our Special Operations Unit is your family. When you rise to success, don't forget us." "I won't forget," Chun Ruoyun said, somewhat exasperated. Han Haining continued, "All right, I approve of this. From now on, consider yourself on leave to prepare for the wedding with Mr. Zhou. I'll have Lu Jun take over security matters." With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Chun Ruoyun standing in a daze, her expression complex. That moment, Zhou Yang had already returned to the research institute. A few hours later, the office door creaked open, and a graceful figure slipped inside. It was Chun Ruoyun. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yang chuckled bitterly. "Chun Ruoyun, if you intend to reject me, you need not react so dramatically. You nearly drove the car into a ditch." Chun Ruoyun bit her lip and looked up, saying, "I never said I would refuse. I just didn't have time to react to your sudden declaration." Zhou Yang was taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment. "So you agree?" Chun Ruoyun nodded gently, revealing a shy demeanor that contrasted with her usual fierce persona. Zhou Yang, exhilarated, rose and embraced Chun Ruoyun tenderly. She did not resist, resting her head against his chest, her cheeks flushed. After a moment, Chun Ruoyun spoke, "Mr. Zhou, while your status is quite elevated, I am not one to be so easily swayed. If you wish to marry me, you must organize a grand wedding. And by the way, you still owe me a proposal." "Agreed," Zhou Yang replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. "But you still call me Mr. Zhou." "What of it? You are indeed my Mr. Zhou," Chun Ruoyun said, tightening her embrace around him, a hint of shyness lingering in her voice. In the following days, Zhou Yang received several congratulatory calls from high-ranking officials celebrating his newfound love. Meanwhile, Li Tianchu made a special trip to inquire about the wedding plans, asking how Zhou Yang intended to proceed. Ultimately, they decided to consult a fortune teller to select an auspicious date, settling on August 26th of this year. "Mr. Zhou, you need not worry about the wedding arrangements. I will assign a dedicated team to handle everything to your satisfaction, Li Tianchu assured Zhou Yang as he departed, as if completing a political mission. Zhou Yang found himself both amused and perplexed. He had envisioned a simple wedding, yet he felt it would be a disservice to Chen Ruoyun. She deserved a grand celebration that would evoke envy in every woman. On January 8th, Zhou Yang boarded a private jet bound for SC. Following the previous incident, the government decided against allowing him to travel on commercial flights, arranging for a luxurious Gulfstream G700 instead, and constructing an airport near the Research Institute for his convenience. The plane taxied to a stop on the exclusive runway at SC Airport. Zhou Yang held Chen Ruoyun's hand as they disembarked, their relationship solidified, and their feelings intensifying. A dedicated vehicle awaited them, whisking Zhou Yang away to an elegantly appointed villa. By the way, Ziyu, please invite General Yu over for dinner, Zhou Yang remarked. Since they were in SC, he felt it was essential to meet with Yu Changheng for a meal. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changheng exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Yang, his expression brimming with excitement. The two exchanged pleasantries before settling down to converse in a private garden. I believe your flagship model launched around Christmas. How has it been performing? Zhou Yang inquired, referring to the world's first smartphone equipped with the Tianxin 100 chip. Upon mentioning the Mate 40, Yu Changheng sighed deeply. Sales are good, but we've faced numerous setbacks. Oh, what do you mean? Zhou Yang asked, intrigued. On the second day of our launch, Apple slashed prices across their entire line by 1,000 yuan, clearly intending to engage in a price war with us. Yu Changheng chuckled. Unfortunately for them, they miscalculated. Even with the price drop, they couldn't outsell us. Chapter 87. Sanctions. The M40 made its debut on Christmas Day, resulting in an explosive launch. On that day, sales across all platforms reached 500,000 units. Although there was a decline the following day, an impressive 300,000 units were still sold. By the end of the first week, total sales had already surpassed 1 million units. In stark contrast, the fruit brand had slashed prices by $1,000, yet sales did not see a significant increase. This indicated that the fruit brand's strategy to undermine M40 sales through price reductions had utterly failed. Furthermore, while it is relatively easy to lower prices, reversing them poses a considerable challenge. Thus, this price cut is likely to become a permanent reduction. Isn't that quite favorable? Zhou Yang remarked. With such robust sales, one might wonder why Yu Changheng was still facing difficulties. Why Yu Changheng responded, the price drop is merely a minor tactic by the fruit brand to irritate us. Seeing that the price reduction did not yield the anticipated results, they are now prepared to escalate their approach. Intrigued, Zhou Yang wanted to hear what significant measures the fruit brand would take. The first move is a unilateral announcement from the fruit brand stating that any app developer wishing to release an iOS version on the fruit market will not be permitted to access the Huawei mobile market. Should they be discovered, their authorization will be revoked unilaterally, Yu Changheng explained. Typically, an app is designed to be compatible with both iOS and Android systems, especially many games that have separate versions. However, with this announcement, many developers are forced to choose between the Fruit platform and V. They must either launch on iOS or forfeit access to all Fruit users, effectively compelling software developers to take sides. Zhou Yang noted, this seems to have minimal impact on Android users. Even if all software refrains from entering your V market, users can still download applications from other markets. Moreover, delineating such boundaries for the Fruit brand is no simple task. Yu Changheng nodded, affirming, that is indeed the case, but the Fruit brand's actions signal a complete severance with us at V. The two entities are now irreconcilable, and there will be tangible effects on our users. At the very least, some software developers will undoubtedly choose to delist their applications from the V market. Moreover, as Yu Changheng stated, the Fruit brand's intentions are not necessarily to inflict harm but rather to send a clear message. V. I am prepared for a fierce confrontation. Is there more? Zhou Yang inquired with a smile. Such subtle pressures hardly seemed impactful. Why? Yu Changheng replied. This is merely the beginning. Under the influence of the Fruit brand, the U.S. Department of Commerce has reinitiated sanctions against us, and this time, the measures are more severe than before. Not only are chips affected, but no enterprise is permitted to engage in any business collaboration with V without prior authorization. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, astonished. How could the U.S. issue such a serious ban, effectively diminishing its own stature? This would amount to a comprehensive sanction against V, severely restricting any commercial activities within the U.S. And all of V's products would be barred from utilizing U.S. suppliers, even for the smallest components. For a nation as powerful as the US to shamelessly impose sanctions on a single enterprise, particularly a private one, would significantly tarnish the government's reputation, leading to perceptions of disgrace. Imagine, if they can sanction V today, they could just as easily target other enterprises tomorrow. Who would dare to conduct business in the US then? Yu Changhong sighed softly. We have gathered intelligence through various channels, and it appears that this latest wave of sanctions is not solely driven by the fruit brand, but also by companies like Intel, AMD, and even certain telecommunications firms. The entire Wall Street is behind this initiative. A single fruit brand likely lacks the influence to sway US government policy, but with such a multitude of colossal enterprises aligned, and given Wall Street's vested interests, it is plausible that their power could compel the U.S. government to act. Is the impact severe? Zhou Yang asked. Why Yu Changhong nodded, stating, Indeed, it is grave. Our North American operations are essentially in ruins, and many of our products now face the necessity of changing suppliers. Particularly in the case of smartphones, which are highly integrated, the M40, being a flagship model, has utilized the best components available, including lenses, motors, screens, and various internal suppliers from the U.S. With the issuance of these sanctions, all collaborations have been abruptly severed. Fortunately, we had preemptively stocked some inventory. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits, as there is simply no time to replace suppliers. However, some suppliers are subpar, which will still lead to significant repercussions. Zhou Yang frowned. While China is indeed powerful, it cannot excel in every domain, and many products will undoubtedly rely on foreign goods. Moreover, even domestically produced options may not necessarily be the finest available. While it may be acceptable for standard mobile phones, flagship models must utilize the very best, making them the most affected by these sanctions. Yu Changhong continued, this situation has stirred considerable commotion online, with many netizens rallying in support of our Huawei. Nevertheless, our smartphone sales have still seen a substantial decline due to the repercussions. Interestingly, amidst all this, something amusing occurred that unexpectedly boosted our smartphone sales. Oh, what was it? Zhou Yang inquired. Why Yu Changhong chuckled. This incident transpired last week and is, quite frankly, somewhat unbelievable. A week prior, on the website of the Hacker Alliance in Z country, an individual using the pseudonym Uncle Hedgehog posted a message. The content of the post read as follows: I have successfully acquired the M40P, which I reserved on the official Christmas website. The smartphone is indeed exceptionally crafted, and its performance is truly remarkable. However, what piques my curiosity even more is the 100 chip. I have perused several teardown videos online, yet none have succeeded in extracting the 100. This is somewhat disappointing, though one cannot fault the confidentiality requirements. They are understandable. At this juncture, a thought suddenly struck me. Could it be possible to install Windows 10 on this smartphone? To elucidate a fundamental fact, Android devices cannot accommodate the Windows operating system, not due to insufficient performance, but rather because of the differing underlying architectures. Microsoft employs an x86 architecture, whereas most mobile phones utilize an ARM architecture. Nevertheless, I recall Yu mentioning during the launch event that the 100 employs an entirely different architecture while maintaining backward compatibility with both ARM and x86 architectures. Furthermore, Yu personally demonstrated the 100 running on a laptop. Thus, could it be feasible to install Microsoft's operating system on a smartphone? I embarked on an exploration, scouring various resources and even consulting a few old acquaintances within HiSilicon. Ultimately, I discovered a method for installation. Without further ado, let us proceed directly to the testing video. Subsequently, Uncle Hedgehog released a video in which he wiped the original firmware of the phone and proceeded to install the Windows 10 operating system. Now, the fun begins. Uncle Hedgehog's voice resonated in the video. With the 100 being so powerful and integrated with the GPU, it is only fitting to utilize it for gaming. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog downloaded Cyberpunk 2077. Here, the game has been successfully downloaded. I am unsure whether V has intentionally left an opening for specific compatibility or what, but Windows 10 astonishingly recognizes the 100's GPU as an integrated graphics card. I suspect this may relate to V's future plans to incorporate the 100 into the PC platform, having made preparations in advance. So, those who wish to utilize it should act swiftly. Once V locks it down, it may no longer be accessible. Now, let us employ a Type-C adapter to connect a mouse and keyboard, and then wirelessly cast the screen. Thus, the gaming experience commenced. The video showcased Uncle Hedgehog playing Cyberpunk 2077 with remarkable fluidity. Therefore, why invest in a 3090 or a high-performance computer? 1M40p equates to owning not just a flagship smartphone but also a high-performance PC. Now I truly believe that the M40p, priced over $8,000, is a commendable bargain. This post, upon being shared, ignited a frenzy across the entire internet. Chapter 88. The ban on sales. Initially, this post circulated solely among hackers and numerous tech enthusiasts. However, it swiftly escalated as individuals began uploading related videos to Bilibili. From that moment on, it became an unstoppable phenomenon. The video debuted on Bilibili and its viewership surged past 5 million. The plethora of tech bloggers immediately followed suit, crafting eye-catching headlines, proclaiming that for merely 8,800 yuan, one could possess a flagship smartphone, a PS5, and a high-performance computer. Coinciding with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, amidst poor PS optimization and the exorbitant price of the 3090 graphics card rendering it unattainable for PC gamers, the news that a single smartphone could facilitate a seamless gaming experience of Cyberpunk 2077 soared to the trending charts. On Douyin, it captured the spotlight as well. Numerous gaming streamers promptly adopted this method for their broadcasts. The excitement escalated once Uncle Hedgehog uploaded a foolproof installation package, further amplifying the hype. This installation package circulated across various forums, accumulating downloads in the hundreds of thousands. On Douyin, a wave of challenges emerged, showcasing what one's smartphone could accomplish. Artistic designers contributed by releasing videos demonstrating artistic renders using the M40p with a modified system, unquestionably swift. In essence, this smartphone had been ingeniously repurposed. For the average consumer, possessing such formidable capabilities in a smartphone was tantamount to acquiring a computer, and at a price of just over 8,000 yuan, it felt almost like a windfall, prompting rapid follow-up purchases. This phenomenon rejuvenated previously waning sales figures, a development that utterly exceeded VS expectations. Zhou Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. He was aware that V had always intended to adapt the chip 100 across various platforms. He inquired, "How are you planning to address this? Have you managed to close this loophole?" From a technical standpoint, sealing this vulnerability was relatively straightforward. Yu Changheng shook his head and replied, "No. Many consumers who purchase the device to modify its system soon realize it remains fundamentally a smartphone. Few truly treat their phones as computers. Therefore, if this can boost sales, why should we not embrace it?" Zhou Yang chuckled, asking, "What are your intentions regarding the sanctions from Apple?" Yu Changheng sighed, "What can we do? We'll just have to endure for now." Zhou Yang contemplated for a moment and said, "Let me make a call on your behalf." Yu Changheng was taken aback. Although he hadn't voiced it, he had harbored a desire to seek Zhou Yang's assistance, considering Zhou Yang's influential position could significantly sway the higher-ups' perspective on the matter. Zhou Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Li Tianshu. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang asked, directorly, "What is the upper management stance regarding Apple's sanctions against V?" Li Tianshu was caught off guard by Zhou Yang's inquiry. "Has V approached you for assistance?" "Indeed," Zhou Yang confirmed. After a brief pause, Li Tianshu replied, "In truth, this matter has been under scrutiny at the higher levels. During the recent press conference, the journalists posed questions about it, and the consensus was to refrain from engaging in commercial activities that would exacerbate tensions. The implication was clear. The upper management would provide only nominal support but would likely refrain from taking substantial action." Zhou Yang reflected and remarked, "I understand their approach, but this time, it is the government of the United States that is acting shamelessly. Should we allow them to bully us without consequence? I believe we must demonstrate through our actions that our enterprise is not to be trifled with. I have learned a profound lesson during my years abroad. If you remain overly benevolent, they will perceive you as weak. Only when you resist and make them aware of your capabilities will they come to fear you. While it is acceptable to conceal one's strength, I believe our nation should no longer do so. Our goal is to become the world's foremost superpower. To put it bluntly, we aspire to conquer the entire planet and establish ourselves as the preeminent force on Blue Star. When they strike us, we cannot simply smile and do nothing. We must retaliate, and with greater ferocity. For instance, we could initiate a complete ban on Apple products." Zhou Yang voiced these sentiments in front of Yu Changheng, who felt a surge of fervor welling up within him, almost to the point of tears. Having faced sanctions from a nation twice, Yu Changheng felt deeply wronged. If the government were to take action, it would indeed be a timely boon. On the other end of the line, Li Tianshu fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand your perspective. I will relay your message to the higher-ups. After hanging up, Yu Changheng gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, a ban on Apple products. Mr. Zhou, you are truly formidable, Zhou Yang replied. Who initiated this shamelessness in the first place? Yu Changheng laughed heartily, feeling an immediate lift in his spirits. Let us go fishing, Zhou Yang suggested, rising to his feet. Certainly, Yu Changheng responded eagerly. As for the matter concerning Huawei, Zhou Yang regarded it as trivial. Having expressed his thoughts, he chose not to dwell on it further. On January 10th, the Aviation Expo commenced. The event would span 5 days, featuring numerous countries and hundreds of military enterprises. Although titled an Aviation Expo, it would also showcase a plethora of ground military weaponry, including tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. At 8 in the morning, reporter Sun Chao from the Iron Blood Forum arrived early at the exhibition center. 262, where are you? Sun Chao called a friend. Soon, the two met up. 262, whose real name was Zhang Yifan, was a well-known military blogger. Brother Sun, they greeted each other, exchanging pleasantries as they hurried towards the entrance. What do you think the Shifei group will unveil this time? Sun Chao inquired as they walked. Zhang Yifan remarked, who can say? However, the preemptive hype is evident. It is clearly significant news. You think it could be the fabled H-20? Days prior, those attentive to military news had observed that Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation had begun to generate excitement, announcing a major product launch at the upcoming airshow, which stirred countless speculations and imaginations. Moreover, the airshow had designated Xi'an's press conference as a highlight, scheduling it as the first event following the opening ceremony, with their booth prominently positioned. From this perspective, it could be inferred that Xi'an is indeed preparing for something substantial. That's impossible, Sun Chao replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. The two followed the crowd into the exhibition center. That moment, the spacious venue was already filled with an array of advanced weaponry. Zhang Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment. Don't rush. Accompany me to the opening ceremony first, Sun Chao insisted. Zhang Yifan protested. The opening ceremony is just a series of speeches from leaders. What is so fascinating about that? Sun Chao waved his DSLR camera, saying, Brother, I am a journalist with an interview assignment, you know? Come on, just accompany me. Once the ceremony concludes, we can catch the press conference. With a resigned nod, Zhang Yifan acquiesced and followed. Chapter 89. The inauguration of the Aviation exhibition. The opening ceremony was scheduled to take place at the very heart of the exhibition. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the ceremony commenced punctually. May I invite the esteemed leaders to the stage? The host announced with a resonant voice. In that moment, a procession emerged from backstage. Li Tianshu, accompanying Zhou Yang, led the way at the forefront of the group. Mr. Zhou, your seat, Li Tianshu said, guiding Zhou Yang to a position in the center. Below, the journalists who had come to cover the event began snapping photos in unison, and in an instant, the flashes nearly blinded onlookers. Although it was Zhou Yang's first experience in such a setting, he maintained his composure, seating himself casually without any hint of awkwardness. At this juncture, the host began introducing the various leaders present. Local dignitaries were acknowledged, followed by the leaders from the General Assembly. When it came time to introduce Zhou Yang, the host merely stated, We warmly welcome Academician Zhou Yang. There was no further elaboration. Zhou Yang was taken aback, turning to Li Tianshu beside him and inquired, When did I become an academician? Li Tianshu chuckled, Given your accomplishments, being referred to as an academician is an understatement. Zhou Yang understood that the authorities intended for him to make an appearance at this aviation exhibition, gradually elevating his profile by bestowing upon him the title of academician. This was hardly surprising. Among the several hundred invited guests in attendance, whispers began to circulate upon hearing the host's introduction. Zhang Yifan nudged Sun Chao, remarking, This academician looks remarkably youthful, hardly appearing to be in his 20s. I recall the youngest academician being nearly 40. Sun Chao replied, Zhou Yang. Why does that name sound unfamiliar? He then pulled out his phone and searched for Zhou Yang's name, only to find no results. Strange, if he is indeed an academician, there should be at least some mention in the encyclopedia. Sun Chao mused, glancing at Zhou Yang, who sat confidently in the central position and snapped a couple of photos, suddenly intrigued by him. Sun Chao even took the time to log onto the Chinese Academy of Sciences website to find information about Zhou Yang, but still came up empty. Yet, in such a formal setting, the host would certainly not misidentify anyone. However, The absence of Zhou Yang's academician credentials from the academy left Sun Chao perplexed. Similarly, it was not just Sun Chao who noticed Zhou Yang. Many others were also intrigued. Among the crowd was Dmitriev, who, upon spotting Zhou Yang, exclaimed, "How can it be him?" "Who is he?" asked a companion seated beside Dmitriev, who was the newly assigned negotiation leader sent from the Kremlin. Indeed, after the previous engine export negotiations fell through, Dmitriev had faced severe reprimands from the Kremlin and had been demoted, with the negotiation leadership now resting with the newly appointed Zhou. Dmitriev furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. "This man must be the root cause of our failed negotiations." "What?" Zhou exclaimed, anxiously pressing for details. "Who exactly is this person?" Zhou had only recently arrived and was still unfamiliar with the nuances of the negotiations. However, Dmitriev had pulled strings to gather intelligence regarding the transaction. He continued, "Upon reflection, Z country's sudden unilateral halt to negotiations and their declaration that they no longer required our engines can only be explained by the fact that they have achieved a breakthrough with their own engines. While I find this hard to believe, our intelligence department conducted a thorough investigation and utilized various connections, revealing that Z country seems to have initiated a mysterious research and development project, with signs pointing towards it being related to engines. Ultimately, we obtained detailed intelligence from the CIA of M country, and it was then that I first learned of this person's existence." Zhou frowned, struggling to grasp Dmitriev's lengthy explanation. Dmitriev asked, "Are you familiar with the Longshin battery and the recently world-shaking Tianjin 100 chip?" Zhou nodded. Such globally significant events were certainly known to him. In particular, he had been dissatisfied with Z country for developing the Longshin battery, which had catalyzed a series of subsequent events. Dmitriev slowly stated, "This individual is the one who developed the Longshin battery as well as the Tianjin 100. "What?" Zhou gasped, nearly jumping up, hurriedly lowering his voice as he sat back down, exclaiming, "You must be joking." "The Longshin battery was developed by BYD. Dmitriev scoffed, "Do you genuinely believe such nonsense? My friend, the CIA has already confirmed it. From what I understand, they even organized an assassination attempt. You recall the recent news about the anti-terrorism drill at SC Airport? That was an operation orchestrated by the CIA." Zhou's mouth fell agape, unable to fathom that technological achievements of the caliber of the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100 could all stem from a single individual. It was worth noting that any one of these developments would typically require the combined resources of an entire nation to achieve, yet Zhou Yang had managed to create both. "By the way, you mentioned that the engines are also connected to him?" Zhou asked hastily. Dmitriev nodded, saying, "Considering the intelligence we have gathered, we can surmise that the mysterious RD project initiated by Z country is indeed under Zhou Yang's responsibility. It is likely that this is the reason they unilaterally ceased negotiations with us, placing their hopes for a breakthrough engine squarely on him." "But can he handle it?" Zhou queried. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that if Zhou Yang had indeed developed the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to tackle engine research. "Damn it, what do we do now? Are we really going to abandon this negotiation?" Zhou ground his teeth. Dmitriev remained silent, equally uncertain of their next steps. At that moment, Zhou gazed at Zhou Yang on the stage and suddenly proposed, "What if we just eliminate him? If we kill him, we will be hailed as heroes of the nation." Dmitriev's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless as he stared incredulously at his companion. What on earth was he thinking? One would have to be utterly deranged to conceive of such a ludicrous plan. Attempting to assassinate Zhou Yang would likely result in immediate retribution from those protecting him. The opening ceremony was brief, with a few leaders delivering speeches, concluding within an hour. The aviation exhibition was officially underway. Zhou Yang and his companions had already exited the stage. The host called out, "Please proceed outside, where in half an hour, Shifei will hold the first press conference of the aviation exhibition." "Let us hurry," Zhang Yifan urged, pulling Sun Chao along as they rushed outside. Since it was an aviation exhibition, it was inevitable that aircraft would take center stage. Outside the exhibition hall lay a vast expanse filled with various aircraft, where many significant press conferences would be held. "It has to be outside. There's no doubt about it. It must be a fighter jet, and there's a possibility of the legendary Hong 20. I hope it's the Hong 20. We've been waiting for so many years." Zhang Yifan exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Chapter 90. Breakthrough in Engine Technology. Outside the exhibition hall, hundreds of individuals had congregated. Among them were ordinary ticket holders eager to explore, alongside weapons manufacturers. Such an aviation exhibition typically unveils new weaponry, some of which could be ordered on the spot. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao struggled to push their way to the front row, anxiously anticipating the proceedings. The exhibition stands had already been constructed, and as the hour struck, the press conference commenced punctually. The speaker was an engineer from Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation, named Yang Junchang. After a brief opening statement, he introduced, "The development of Aero engines has long been a significant challenge for our nation's fighter jets. The J-20 has taken to the skies, yet it lacks a competent heart." At this revelation, Zhang Yifan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be that the WS project has made a breakthrough?" With the mention of the engine, the likelihood surged that the upcoming announcement would pertain to it. Among Xi'an's engine projects, the WS initiative undoubtedly garnered the most attention. Sun Chao, equally astonished, remarked, "No way. How could there be such a sudden breakthrough? If there were any results, rest assured, any news that was permitted to be released could not have been a mere oversight. If it was publicized, it was intentional," as Yang Junchang articulated. The WS project had indeed been a formidable challenge, and if a solution were imminent, there would undoubtedly be movements to signal this, such as a declaration of imminent success, an invitation for apprehension. Thus, Sun Chao remained skeptical about the sudden advancement of the WS project. In contrast, Zhang Yifan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, stating, "Not necessarily. There's always a chance for a breakthrough. To be honest, I have been awaiting this day for many years." The development of Aero engines had persistently plagued the nation, often the subject of online discussions and derision. As Yang Junchang had pointed out, the J-20 had soared, yet the issue of its engine remained unresolved. "Allow me to maintain an air of suspense," Yang Junchang declared, gesturing grandly as the large screen behind him parted, revealing a platform draped in red fabric. The crowd craned their necks, eager to discern what lay beneath the cover. Zhang Yifan quickly observed, "Given its size, it must be the engine." Sun Chao, though equally thrilled, cautioned, "What if it's merely the WS-10? Yang Junchang then proclaimed, "Now, I invite the project leaders of WS-15. Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingxian, and Academician Zhou Yang, to unveil it for us." His words ignited a fervor in the audience. Yang Junchang had effectively confirmed that the impending announcement was indeed about the WS-15 engine. "I told you so, it's the WS-15. After years of anticipation, it's finally here," Zhang Yifan exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Sun Chao, equally overwhelmed, felt his eyes moisten with emotion. At that moment, Zhou Yang led Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian onto the stage. Initially intending to remain in the background, Zhou Yang was compelled to step forward as the other two insisted otherwise. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian immediately waved in response, while Zhou Yang, after a moment's pause, raised his hand and waved as well. "Wait, who is that?" Sun Chao suddenly froze. Zhang Yifan, recognizing Zhou Yang, exclaimed, "Isn't that academician Zhou Yang, who sat front and center during the opening ceremony? How did he become the head of the WS project?" "I know Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, as he has always been reported as the lead on the WS project, but who is this Chief Engineer Li? And why is Zhou Yang also deemed a project leader?" Zhang Yifan was filled with questions. Sun Chao shared his confusion, noting, "Furthermore, did you notice? Chief Engineers Yuan and Li are both in the back, while Zhou Yang is at the forefront. Typically, the core project leader stands at the front. Could it be that academician Zhou Yang is the true head of the WS project?" "Uncertain," Zhang Yifan replied, shaking his head, yet he was profoundly astonished, stating, "He seems far too young. Not only is he an academician, but he also leads the WS project. It's simply extraordinary." Countless flashes of light captured the trio on stage. At this moment, Zhou Yang had undeniably stepped into the limelight. Among the crowd, Dmitriev's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he muttered, "Indeed, it is him. He has resolved the WS project. Damn it, how could it have happened so swiftly?" Gu Liwa appeared equally bewildered. Zhou Yang looked to be in his 20s. How could someone so young have developed the Longshin battery, the Tianjin 100, and now, the WS project. Had Einstein himself been reincarnated? Upon reaching the podium, Zhou Yang found a button before him, which, when pressed, would cause the surrounding red fabric to fall away. Shall we do this together? Zhou Yang smiled. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian nodded in agreement, joining Zhou Yang in pressing the button. As the fabric cascaded down, a brand new aviation engine was revealed to the audience. The cheers erupted, reaching a fever pitch. Zhou Yang stepped aside, applauding along with the crowd. The engine, akin to a star under the spotlight, captivated everyone's attention. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Juncheng finally spoke. This is our latest WS-15 aviation engine, boasting a thrust of 105 kilonewtons and an afterburning thrust of 181 kilonewtons. Thanks to the use of entirely new materials, it achieves a thrust-to-weight ratio of 11 and an operational lifespan of 10,000 hours. Yang Juncheng's final statement sent the audience into a frenzy once more. The attendees, primarily military enthusiasts, were well aware of the challenges associated with the WS initiative and understood the significance of a 10,000 hour lifespan. 10,000 hours. Good heavens, 10,000 hours. It's truly resolved. Zhang Yifan exclaimed, fervently waving his arms, his excitement bubbling over. The multitude of military aficionados echoed similar cries, a tidal wave of enthusiasm sweeping through the venue. Meanwhile, the foreign manufacturers and procurement representatives wore expressions of grave concern. A lifespan of 10,000 hours, showcased at such a public aviation exhibition, signified that the Z nation had indeed conquered the challenges of mass production, effectively overcoming all technical hurdles of the WS-15. The chains binding the mighty dragon had been loosened yet again. Yang Juncheng continued, I shall refrain from delving too deeply into specific parameters. However, today, we have one more surprise. An upgraded J-20 equipped with 2 of the latest WS-15 engines will fly over our exhibition site before your very eyes. What? Did I hear correctly? The J-20? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, shortly followed by a thunderous roar that shattered the silence. In the distance, a fighter jet, resembling a majestic eagle, pierced through the sky. Chapter 91, Extraordinary Performance within the cockpit of the J-20, which resembles something out of a science fiction novel. Colonel Chang Lei stands as a veteran ace pilot with 2 decades of experience flying fighter jets. Now, tell me, how shall we take flight? Chang Lei inquires with a smile over the communication channel. An elderly voice responds, Today marks a day for the eagle to spread its wings and draw its sword. Chang Lei, show me your true prowess and soar freely, understood? Understood. Chang Lei dons his oxygen mask and gazes downward. Faintly, he can discern the situation at the exhibition center below. For this demonstration, the airspace for dozens of kilometers around has been entirely cleared, providing a stage ample enough for the occasion. Old buddy, let us commence, Chang Lei whispers, and the fighter jet instantly begins to accelerate. At the exhibition center below, the deafening roar elicits an eruption of cheers from the crowd. J-20. Zhang Yifan exclaims, gripping Sun Chao's arm and waving vigorously. Everyone looks up to the sky, where they behold a J-20 streaking through the air, leaving a massive trail of vapor in its wake. Vortex, it's a vortex, so cool. Zhang Yifan shrieks. As the aircraft approaches the exhibition center overhead, it begins a vertical climb. This is a genuine vertical ascent, nearly a 90-degree climb. The tremendous roar reverberates through the sky, and despite being 1,000 meters away, the sound still pierces the ears of those below. Zhou Yang covers his ears, smiling wryly at the overwhelming noise. The jet is flying to LOW.AT that moment. A hand reaches out. Zhou Yang turns to see Chen Ruoyun offering a pair of black earplugs. With an understanding smile, Zhou Yang accepts the earplugs and puts them in, finally feeling some relief. What a vertical climb! Such maneuverability! Incredible! Zhang Yifan can only shout at the top of his lungs to equalize the pressure in his eardrums, lest his ears suffer further. Sun Chao, equally exhilarated, observes some intriguing details, saying, the ascent angle is greater. It must be due to the enhanced performance of the engines. They've definitely been upgraded. High in the sky, the J-20 begins its performance, executing a series of complex maneuvers that elicit waves of applause from the audience below. A fighter jet reminiscent of science fiction, simply stunning, murmurs Dmitriev, gazing up at the aircraft. Beside him, Gu Liwa reflects. Indeed, the maneuverability is astonishing. When it comes to aerodynamic design, the J-20 can claim second place in the world, but no one dares to assert it as the best. Its superior aerodynamic design begets unbelievable maneuverability. The sole limitation had been the engine, which had restrained this golden dragon, but now, with the installation of a new engine, the J-20 has finally addressed that last shortcoming. In the cockpit of the J-20, Changlei smiles, saying, "This is still not enough." He senses that the fighter's capabilities have yet to be fully unleashed. With this thought, Changlei begins to climb. At 3,000 meters, the J-20 appears quite small to the onlookers below. Fortunately, the day is clear and bright, allowing for an unobstructed view. Then, the J-20 accelerates. At this moment, the two WS-15 engines finally unleash their power. If before it was akin to a leisurely stroll, now it is akin to normal walking boom. Suddenly, an inverted bowl-shaped airflow manifests beside the J-20. The sound barrier, it has broken the sound barrier. Zhang Yifan screams. The cheers from the crowd reach a fever pitch. This is the first time the J-20 has publicly demonstrated its ability to breach the sound barrier. It is noteworthy that this is a supersonic cruise fighter, capable of breaking the sound barrier even in cruise mode. It takes several seconds for the explosive sound of the barrier to reach the ground. Despite the distance of 3,000 meters, the sound remains startlingly loud. Yet, no one complains. All are caught up in a frenzy of excitement. Changlei maneuvers the aircraft upwards, trailing a clearly visible shockwave behind it, leaving a series of distinct vapor trails in the sky. He ascends until he reaches 4,000 to 5,000 meters, where he finally levels off. This is just the beginning, Changlei chuckles, announcing over the communication channel, "I'm engaging afterburner." With that, he pushes the throttle to the limit. Boom! The aircraft seems to be propelled forward as if struck from behind, violently launching into the air, as the air in front of it transforms into an impenetrable wall, torn apart by the jet. A massive sonic boom expands outward in an instant. The J-20 vanishes from the sight of the crowd below. Zhang Yifan stares wide-eyed, muttering, "Was that afterburner engaged?" Without it, such a rapid acceleration would be impossible, especially while already in a supersonic state. Sun Chao nods in a daze. It must be. Moments later, the tremendous roar returns. Seconds later, the fighter jet reappears, akin to an arrow slicing through the air, its speed so great that it outpaces the human eye. Afterburner engaged. It absolutely must be. This is incredible. Zhang Yifan shouts. Sun Chao is equally swept up in the exhilaration in afterburner mode. The J-20 can achieve speeds nearing twice the speed of sound, a velocity that is simply exhilarating. Moments later, the J-20, subsequently, the J-20 maintains its afterburner state, repeatedly flying overhead in various formations. Unbelievable. This speed is beyond what any missile could match. This is the true power of the J-20, utterly formidable. Zhang Yifan exclaims, unable to contain his enthusiasm, repeatedly shouting in awe. Meanwhile, Sun Chao notes, "How long has it been?" "What do you mean, how long?" "The afterburner, it seems like it's been 2 or 3 minutes already," Sun Chao remarks. "Shouldn't it have a limit on how long it can be engaged? They say exceeding 2 minutes can cause irreversible damage to the engine." Zhang Yifan gasps, "Indeed. It seems like it surpassed 2 minutes. My goodness, could the engine be damaged? What if the pilot got too carried away?" "Are you joking? Anyone capable of flying like this is undoubtedly an ace pilot. They wouldn't forget." Sun Chao shakes his head, adding, "Unless the J-20 can withstand such afterburner use without sustaining significant damage." At this, Sun Chao cannot help but shudder with anticipation. In afterburner mode, the J-20 truly exhibits unparalleled speed. One can easily envision a scenario where it confronts enemy aircraft head-on. The adversary would stand little chance of locking onto it, and even if they managed to achieve a lock, the missiles launched would be unable to catch the J-20. Modern aerial warfare has long transcended the era of close-range dogfights. In beyond visual range engagements, before you even lay eyes on me, I have already obliterated you with a missile. With its unmatched velocity and sustained afterburner capability, the J-20's strike and penetration abilities reach astonishing levels. It can be confidently asserted that it is invincible. All of this is made possible by its powerful engine, which bestows extraordinary performance. Sun Chao could not help but turn his gaze towards the trio of Zhou Yang and his companions on the exhibition stage. These three individuals are the true heroes, the benefactors of the nation. Chapter 92. Claiming credit? In the skies above, the J-20 soared back and forth with remarkable agility. Present were all professionals, and it did not take long for many to notice that the J-20 had engaged afterburners for an unusually prolonged duration. It seems that 5 minutes have already passed. Dmitriev furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is the pilot concerned about engine failure? At such low altitudes, with considerable air resistance, achieving maximum velocity was notably more challenging, and the impact on the engine from using afterburners was significantly greater. Ordinarily, activating afterburners for merely a few seconds would be considered a lengthy duration. Yet the J-20 overhead had been utilizing afterburners for a full 5 minutes. It was inconceivable that the pilot was unaware of the potential damage caused by prolonged afterburner use. Rather, it appeared the pilot was entirely unconcerned. A sudden realization struck Dmitriev, and he exclaimed, "They must have reinforced the internal materials, achieving a higher strength. I recall the host mentioning that the WS-15 employs entirely new materials. It must be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to engage afterburners for such an extended period." Guliwa stared blankly at Dmitriev, before slowly responding, "If that is the case, does it not mean they no longer require our engines?" The performance specifications of the AL-41 were inferior to those of the WS-15. How could the nation equipped with the WS-15 still desire the AL-41? There was no point in negotiating, it seemed. Dmitriev offered a wry smile, his thoughts shifting from the prospect of Z-Nation discarding the AL-41 to pondering the implications of Z-Nation, equipped with the WS-15, unleashing the true potential of the J-20. What effects would this have on the world, and particularly on their own nation? Above, the J-20 slowed its pace, executing one final low-altitude pass before vanishing from sight. It was not that the pilot, Chang Lei, wished to cease flying. Rather, he was running low on fuel. After 5 minutes of afterburner usage, continuing would likely prevent him from returning. "Impressive!" Zhang Yifan shouted excitedly. Sun Chao shared a similar expression, adding, "If the WS-15 truly possesses a lifespan of 10,000 hours, that would indeed be remarkable. However, it seems plausible. Even if there is some exaggeration, it cannot be too significant. Just consider that the pilot dared to engage afterburners for 5 minutes. One can only imagine how durable this engine must be. An engine that is resilient naturally boasts a longer lifespan." The fervent atmosphere at the scene took several minutes to settle. Yang Junchang seized the microphone and announced, "This is the true capability demonstrated by the J-20, now equipped with 2 WS-15 engines from our Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation. Let us extend our heartfelt gratitude to the 3 chief engineers of the WS project. It is their relentless efforts that have enabled the WS-15 to enter mass production. Please give them a warm round of applause." Instantly, thunderous applause echoed throughout the venue. Everyone understood the significance of the breakthrough represented by the WS-15, all thanks to Zhou Yang and his colleagues. Zhou Yang smiled and applauded, descending the stage alongside Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian. The applause continued unabated. Zhang Yifan clapped his hands until they turned crimson, yet he showed no signs of stopping, exclaiming, "After so many years, Comrade Sun, we finally have our own Aero engine." Sun Chao was moved to tears, recalling the countless times he had debated on forums, only to be stung by the dismissive remarks of critics regarding their engines. Now, he could proudly declare to all that they too possessed their own engine, one of the strongest, a world-class engine. "I must find a place to draft an announcement and disseminate it, ensuring everyone is aware of this matter," Sun Chao insisted urgently. Zhang Yifan chuckled, "Why wait for your announcement? Just look around at all the phones and cameras in the audience. The entire nation is already aware." The Aviation exhibition was already trending online, and the news of the J-20's appearance, equipped with the latest WS-15 engine, ignited a frenzy across the internet. Major news outlets and short video platforms were inundated with a myriad of reports. Particularly impactful were the videos capturing the J-20 breaking the sound barrier, leaving a sonic boom in its wake, which awed every viewer. Countless individuals were moved to tears, and the comments section was filled with expressions of national pride. "I regret not being present. The backbone of our nation, the aircraft of a great power, truly remarkable. From this day forward, should anyone dare to claim our fighter jet engines are inferior, I shall confront them with all my might. Various comments of pride flooded the discussion. Meanwhile, the names of Zhou Yang, Yuan Haifeng, and Li Bingxian, the three developers of the WS-15, spread like wildfire across the internet, becoming known to countless individuals. I know Yuan Haifeng. He is an experienced engineer at Xi'an Aircraft, having been responsible for the WS project. This Li Bingxian, I looked him up. He seems to be an engineer from Dawn and also hails from Xi'an, overseeing the preliminary research of the WS project. But who is this Zhou Yang? I have never heard of him before, and I cannot find any information about him online. And he looks so young, barely in his 20s. Could he be a fake, perhaps the son of some high-ranking official, here to bask in glory and claim credit? That is possible. Just think, even if he is a genius, he could only be a PhD at most. What could a person of that level achieve in such advanced research? It's disgraceful. Initially, I was elated about the WS-15 breakthrough, but now seeing this, I am utterly disgusted. Indeed, this person is attempting to usurp the credit, and it is the hard work of veteran researchers like Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li that he is seeking to overshadow. Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li are magnanimous, saying nothing. However, we must voice our concerns, expose him, and let the entire nation recognize his true nature. Yes, expose him. Let more people see the truth. Countless voices of condemnation arose, and with the addition of some misinformed media fanning the flames, public sentiment regarding Zhou Yang swiftly shifted, filled with attacks and vitriol. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, as he descended from the stage, he noticed Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian in tears. Mr. Zhou, thank you. They both turned in unison and bowed deeply. If Zhou Yang had not developed the high-strength crystalline steel, it might have taken them many more years to witness such a moment. Zhou Yang quickly intervened, saying, "Gentlemen, are you trying to shorten my lifespan? I'm merely engaged in a bit of minor research to resolve a materials issue. You are the true heroes here. Do not forget, the engine's journey from conception to reality was entirely your design." Yuan Haifeng was about to respond, but Zhou Yang hastily interjected, "Let us not dwell on accolades. We are all contributing to our nation, and such distinctions are trivial." Indeed, Mr. Zhou speaks wisely. Contributing to our nation is paramount. Discussing credit is rather mundane, Li Bingxian remarked. Subsequently, Zhou Yang chose not to linger at the aviation exhibition. As the convoy departed, he suddenly said, "Ruoyun, your sister is in SC. Shall we pay her a visit?" Zhang Bo worked at Huawei Electromechanical, whose headquarters were in SC, and Chen Ruoshi's family also resided there. After some thought, Chen Ruoyun replied, "Perhaps it would be better if my sister and her family came to the villa instead." Visiting Chen Ruoshi's home posed safety concerns. Zhou Yang countered, "That simply will not do. It is improper to visit someone and expect them to host you at their home. Let us arrange it this way. Besides, I have other matters to discuss with your brother-in-law." Upon researching Huawei Electromechanical, Zhou Yang discovered that it was the largest private enterprise in the country specializing in transmission systems. Addressing the transmission system issues for the Mechas was critical, and it was time to commence tackling them. Chapter 93. Honor must not be tarnished. Director Li, please take a look at these reports. Li Tianshu's secretary presented him with some materials. After perusing them, Li Tianshu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in fury, "Absurd! Shameless! Who is responsible for this? Who orchestrated this public opinion? I want a thorough investigation, and once identified, they shall face severe consequences. Furthermore, I demand all these news articles be retracted immediately." These reports were entirely focused on Zhou Yang, yet not a single favorable remark could be found among them. Zhou Yang was portrayed as a despicable individual, reliant on his influential connections and unjustly claiming credit for the maiden flight of the WS-15. How could Li Tianshu endure such slander? While others may be oblivious, he certainly knew that the success of the WS-15's maiden flight hinged critically on Zhou Yang's development of high-strength crystalline steel. How would Zhou Yang feel upon reading such disparaging remarks? The authorities had intentionally elevated Zhou Yang to prominence, allowing him to make an appearance at the aerospace exhibition, yet this was the outcome. Li Tianshu felt utterly ashamed to face Zhou Yang. Understood. The secretary, not daring to delay, promptly departed. That very day, the National Press and Publication Administration issued a directive punishing all major news outlets, including Tushio, were not spared and faced repercussions. Each organization trembled at the display of governmental authority. Without hesitation, all reports were retracted and relevant content was amended. Likewise, platforms like Douyin swiftly removed all related videos in just a matter of hours. All misleading reports concerning Zhou Yang had vanished without a trace from the internet. The state's intervention was remarkably swift. However, those fervently discussing the WS-15's maiden flight and simultaneously condemning Zhou Yang for usurping credit found themselves bewildered when all reports about him disappeared. Every video was taken down, and searching for Zhou Yang yielded no results. What astonishing speed! What formidable backing! Without a strong background, how could one claim such credit? Yet we cannot stand idly by while the deserving are wronged. They may attempt to silence us, but they shall not succeed. Indeed, the more they attempt to suppress us, the more it reveals their fear. We must raise our voices even louder to ensure everyone is aware. Let us flood the comments section. Soon, within the comment sections of prominent media articles and trending Douyin videos, individuals began to inundate the discourse with remarks regarding Zhou Yang's alleged usurpation of credit. The matter had already stirred considerable controversy, and this new development piqued the curiosity of those who were previously unaware, now eager to learn more about Zhou Yang. Tianshu took note of this shifting narrative, but this time, he refrained from acting hastily. The day after the aerospace exhibition, during a routine press briefing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the world's attention was captured by the WS-15's maiden flight, prompting immediate inquiries from journalists. Spokesperson Zhou Yang methodically addressed all questions, providing standard responses. At that moment, a journalist suddenly stood and posed the question. I have observed that numerous media outlets have reported on the 3 chief engineers of the WS-15, particularly highlighting academician Zhou Yang, who, at under 30 years of age, has become an academician and the chief engineer of the WS project. Many netizens are questioning this, alleging that Zhou Yang has claimed credit from chief engineers Yuan and Li. What is your perspective on this matter? Upon hearing this, all media representatives turned their attention to the journalist. In truth, many were eager to pose a similar question, particularly foreign reporters who, unable to comment on the success of the WS-15, could only harbor envy and jealousy, yet they too were aware of the scandal surrounding its developers. Indeed, many foreign journalists viewed this as a scandal. Although some had contemplated asking questions, the previous day's stance from the National Press and Publication Administration had made them acutely aware of Zhou Yang's formidable background, rendering them hesitant to inquire, opting instead to wait for the situation to fully unfold. However, one audacious journalist had indeed found the courage to ask. Zhou Yang glanced at the questioning reporter and offered a cryptic smile before responding slowly. Firstly, I must clarify that all reports regarding academician Zhou circulating online are entirely fabricated and untrue. The gathered journalists exchanged glances, astonished. Zhou Yang's statement marked the government's first official response to the situation. He continued, since this reporter has mentioned academician Zhou, I would like to take this opportunity to reintroduce him to everyone. Pausing for effect, Zhou Yang elaborated, academician Zhou Yang is a significant scientist in our nation. Due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot disclose too much information, but after thorough discussion at higher levels, it has been decided that certain research achievements will be made public. The journalists exchanged puzzled looks. What did it mean to withhold details due to confidentiality, and what could these research achievements entail? Did Zhou Yang possess further accomplishments yet to be revealed? Zhou Yang's voice was neither submissive nor arrogant as he stated, recently, it has come to the attention of many that several technological challenges within our nation have been successfully overcome, such as the Longshin battery and the Tianxin 100. The Longshin battery is a remarkable achievement developed by academician Zhou. Similarly, the Tianxin 100 chip was also brought to fruition by academician Zhou, who completed the theoretical research on Bionic cell chips and subsequently oversaw their mass production. Boom! As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the venue erupted in astonishment. Every reporter stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. The notion that the Longshin battery and Tianxin 100 were both developed by Zhou Yang seemed utterly ludicrous. Such groundbreaking technology should surely be the result of extensive research conducted by thousands or tens of thousands of scientists over many years, rather than the work of someone as young as Zhou Yang. Surely, even with years of research since elementary school, it would be implausible for him to have achieved such feats, not to mention the WS-15 project. The very idea was too incredible to believe. Yet, this was no ordinary gathering. It was a government press conference. Every word uttered by Zhou Yang had been meticulously considered and deliberated. Here, he represented the voice of the Z nation's government, which would never unjustly elevate an individual or speak falsehoods. Therefore, it must be true. Both the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100 were indeed developed by Zhou Yang. With a serious expression, Zhou Yang continued, Academician Zhou has made significant contributions to our nation's technological advancement. He is a great asset to the country. The government will not tolerate any form of slander or misinformation regarding Academician Zhou. I advise those with ulterior motives to cease their actions. The honors bestowed upon Academician Zhou must remain untarnished. Many reporters noted Zhou Yang's use of the term great asset to the nation. Such a distinction is rarely afforded to scientists. However, if these research achievements truly were the work of Zhou Yang, then he indeed deserves the title. This evening at 7 o'clock, the news will air a special report detailing Academician Zhou's significant contributions to our nation's scientific endeavors. If there are any questions, I encourage you to pay attention, Zhou Yang added before promptly announcing the conclusion of the press conference and gracefully exiting the hall. Chapter 94. A visit to the SZ Binzhou community. A sedan slowly entered the community, making its way into the underground garage. Chun Ruoyun glanced outside, and upon hearing a confirming voice through her earpiece, she said, Zhou Yang, let's head down. Zhou Yang nodded and got out of the car alongside Chun Ruoyun. The garage was eerily quiet, yet Zhou Yang knew without looking that countless security personnel were concealed in the shadows. It seemed the entire community had been preemptively secured and controlled. Chen Ruoyun picked up the gifts and, together with Zhou Yang, ascended the elevator. Upon reaching 1201, Chen Ruoyun knocked on the door, which was opened by Chen Ruoshi, who stood frozen for a moment upon seeing Zhou Yang and Chen Ruoyun at the threshold. What brings you here? Chen Ruoshi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Hello, big sister. Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Chen Ruoyun added, what is wrong? Are we not welcome? Chen Ruoshi hurriedly ushered them in, saying, welcome. How could we not welcome you? Lao Zhang, Ruoyun and Xiao Zhou are here. Hurry up and come out. Auntie, Zhang Tong dashed out excitedly, first embracing Chen Ruoyun before rushing to Zhou Yang and asking, Uncle Zhou, where's my gift? This child. Zhang Bo emerged as well, chiding, Xiao Zhou, when did you and Ruoyun arrive in SZ? Why didn't you inform us? We could have picked you up. Chen Ruoyun replied, we arrived the day before yesterday, and it wouldn't have been very convenient for you to come. What is inconvenient about it? By the way, where are you staying in SZ? You might as well not stay at a hotel. There's an extra room at home, Chen Ruoshi suggested. Chen Ruoyun responded, no need for that. We have accommodations. Zhang Bo invited them to sit down and added, honey, don't bother cooking. We'll go out for dinner. I'll make a reservation now. Zhou Yang quickly interjected, Zhang Gu, it's better not to eat out. It's not convenient. Going out would require advanced preparations and security measures, which was too troublesome. Seizing the moment, Chen Ruoyun wrapped her arm around Chen Ruoshi's, saying, exactly, let's eat at home. I'm craving the dishes you make, sister. This child? Chen Ruoshi chuckled. All right, we'll eat at home. Lao Zhang, go buy some groceries. Zhang Bo promptly grabbed his coat and headed out. Sister, let me help you, Chen Ruoyun offered, then whispered to Zhou Yang, stay away from the window. Zhou Yang, speechless, nodded and asked Zhang Tong beside him, are you still practicing the violin? I am. Would you like me to play a piece for you? Zhang Tong replied excitedly. Zhou Yang nodded. However, Chen Ruoshi rushed out at that moment, exclaiming, don't. But Zhang Tong had already dashed off to fetch her violin. Chen Ruoshi sighed in resignation and returned to the kitchen, pulling the sliding door shut behind her. Zhou Yang felt puzzled but soon understood Chen Ruoshi's reaction. Zhang Tong's skill level resembled that of playing cotton candy. Once the performance concluded, Zhou Yang found himself sweating profusely. Uncle, how did I play? Zhang Tong inquired eagerly. Good, Zhou Yang replied stiffly, adding, Tong Tong, your technique needs some work. Zhang Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle, you can play the violin too? Even Chen Ruoshi and Chen Ruoyun emerged from the kitchen, incredulous at Zhou Yang's talent. After casually playing a segment, Zhou Yang set the violin down, stating, I know a little. However, I haven't played in years, so I'm not very proficient. Chen Ruoshi remarked in surprise, Xiao Zhou, you truly excel at everything. Chen Ruoyun echoed her disbelief, unaware of Zhou Yang's proficiency with the violin. My mother plays. I learned a bit when I was young, Zhou Yang explained. His parents were both intellectuals and multi-talented, especially his mother, who had studied abroad in a country and found the violin quite elementary. After chatting for a while, Zhang Bo entered, carrying some prepared dishes, muttering, "Is there some high-ranking official visiting our community?" I just ran into a neighbor from the 7th floor, who mentioned that when he went to pay the property fee, he discovered the management had changed, citing some control measures. It seems there is a significant inspection happening. Chun Ruashi merely acknowledged this with a sound of indifference. Zhang Bo sat down and asked, "Xiao Zhou, have you two decided when you'll get married?" Zhou Yang nodded. "On August 26th of this year." "Oh, that's soon. Just 8 months away." After saying this, Zhang Bo ruffled Zhang Tong's hair, saying, "Tong Tong, in 8 months, you won't be calling him uncle anymore. You will all have to call him uncle-in-law." Zhang Tong giggled. "I can call him uncle-in-law already." A lavish spread of dishes was arranged on the table, and just as they were about to sit down, Zhang Bo received a phone call. "All right, tomorrow morning at 9, correct? I'll be there punctually. By the way, aside from the resume, is there anything else I should bring?" he inquired. After hanging up, he wore an excited expression. Zhou Yang, curious, asked, "Zhang Gu, are you changing jobs?" Zhang Bo nodded. Zhou Yang replied, "Why would you change jobs? Huawei Electromechanical is quite good. Isn't it? They're the leading firm in the domestic transmission system sector." Zhang Bo sighed deeply. "Don't even mention it. While it is good, there are things I can only speak about after deciding to leave. The company has grown, and with growth comes various headaches. When I first joined, everyone worked in harmony, focused solely on perfecting the technology and enhancing the product quality. Step by step, we achieved the status of industry leaders, but with increased business and profits came office politics and favoritism. By the way, the bonus you helped me secure for solving the issue was also denied, as they claimed there is no precedent for such a thing. I was furious and had a big argument with the leadership, but my protests proved futile. I've seen through it all. In the past 2 years, the management has become utterly corrupt. Most of the skilled personnel have left, and now the company is merely living off its past achievements. But how long can that last? Given the situation, it's better to leave early." Chun Ruashi added, "Leaving is for the best. The salary is low, the workload is heavy, and despite the daily overtime, there is never any overtime paid. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you often work overtime?" Zhou Yang shook his head, as no one dared to reprimand him for his absence. "Zhang Go, are you saying that most of the core technical staff at Huawei Electromechanical have already left?" Zhou Yang inquired. Zhang Bo nodded. "Pretty much. Aside from a few older ones, the younger ones have mostly departed." Zhou Yang frowned. He didn't mind the office politics or the chaotic management. These were common issues in large enterprises, even more severe in companies like Huawei and Tencent. However, as long as the core competitiveness remained intact, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. What was worrisome was the loss of core technical personnel at Huawei Electromechanical, relying solely on past performance. "It seems we can no longer consider Huawei Electromechanical," Zhou Yang contemplated, suddenly struck by an idea. If Huawei Electromechanical was faltering, perhaps he should establish his own enterprise.